In our top stories, 11 people killed in Free State bus crash and acting IDEC head expected to be appointed next week. Good morning. 11 people, including 5 children, have been killed after the bus they were travelling in overturned on the N1 north of Tromsburg in the Free State. Provincial traffic authorities say the crash happened last night. The bus was carrying about 60 passengers when it overturned. Emergency services worked throughout the night to free trapped passengers. Traffic officials are diverting vehicles from the affected stretch of the road. They've urged motorists to avoid the area. The Justice and Constitutional Development Minister, Mamoloko Kubai, says the investigating Directorate Against Corruption will have an acting head by next week. The recruitment is underway following the resignation of Advocate Andrea Johnson. Kubai has also announced the suspension of 3 IDEC officials following testimony at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. She addressed the media in Pretoria yesterday.
Hopefully we should by next week have an acting head in terms of IDEC, but we just want to make sure that vetting is being done, just to make sure that everything is not going to come back. One would not have assumed that there would be these difficulties that we face because it's an organization that integrity should have been high. These are officers of court whose oath of office must mean anything in terms of protecting the law and abiding by the law. But unfortunately, because as society, we do have people who actually, I can say, sometimes forget, and therefore that's why we find ourselves here.
The DA says it does not believe Seiso Mohai was the only one available to occupy the position of PIC board chairperson. He is the Deputy Minister in the Presidency responsible for monitoring, planning and evaluation. Mohai is succeeding the Deputy Finance Minister, David Masondo, who together with several board members resigned last week. DA MP serving in the Standing Committee on Finance, Andrew Bateman.
The difficult thing about choosing a chairperson for the PIC is that the Act prescribes that the chairperson must be a deputy minister from the economics cluster, and that creates a very small pool to choose from. I'm not sure that we have gone with the correct choice. I would have favoured Ashur Sarapin, but what was encouraging about this morning's announcement is that the minister will report on the Imparty Commission reforms, and in particular has made a commitment to seeing that those reforms are carried through. One of those reforms was the recommendation that the chairperson should be an independent person who has the necessary expertise in pension funds, investment, risk management, corporate governance, and so on.
Militant group Hamas has confirmed it has agreed to a plan that US President Donald Trump's Board of Peace has put forward. Under the plan, the group will completely disarm in Gaza. Trump has called the plan historic, saying it's a critical step towards a new Palestinian government in the area. There's been no comment yet from Israel. The BBC's Shaima Khalil has the details.
U.S. officials have said the plan was deliberately built on what they described as zero trust and verification, with neither Hamas nor Israel moving to the next phase until the other has fulfilled its commitments. They said smaller groups in Gaza would disarm first before Hamas begins dismantling what they described as its state-like military infrastructure of tunnels, weapons depots, and production facilities, a process they acknowledged would take considerably longer.
And finally, here at the SABC, we're celebrating the public broadcaster's 90th anniversary. Today marks 9 decades since its official establishment in August 1936. The formation of the SABC followed the then Broadcasting Act, taking over from the African Broadcasting Company. The public broadcaster is airing special commemorative segments featuring historical archives, milestones to reflect on 9 decades of service. Recapping the top story, 11 people, including 5 children, have been killed after the bus they were travelling in overturned on the N1 north of Tromsburg in the Free State. For SAfm News, I am Anne Musa.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm sports headlines, it is the Commonwealth Games and Masala Makatu wins Team South Africa's first athletics medal on the track. And we also bring you soccer. Banyana face a must-win WAFCON clash against Ivory Coast tonight. We'll have details around 6:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic. 6:30 SAfm, guiding
Angela, and
Morning, a top traffic story. The closure of the N1 in the Free State, just south of Bloemfontein. The road is closed between the Tromsburg and Edenburg exits. That's due to the overnight bus crash there. There is a local alternative that actually links Edenburg and Tromsburg, which runs basically parallel to that section of the N1. So it's not a long detour. You come off at Edenburg going south, off at Tromsburg going north, and just hit some slow traffic on that route. Not sure of the quality or standard of that route. It may be subject to some potholes and poor conditions, but there is some traffic moving slow on that local alternative. Looking okay across Gauteng this morning, not a bad start. It is Friday, so things should run a little bit easier. Looks good on your way from Pretoria to the airport or on your way from Pretoria down through Midrand. Durban looking pretty good as well if you're on your way from the south coast for flight connections at King Shaka. The N2 up through Umgeta Road and from Schlanger Sibaya moving nicely. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton also clear. Nothing broken down in the roadworks at this stage. And Cape Town, there is a breakdown on the N2 inbound to watch for just by the airport runway. That's slow coming through from Khayelitsha. More delays on the N2 as you line up in front of Langa, just moving slow towards Bunga Avenue. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 7 after 6 o'clock. You're listening to the National Briefing. A very good morning to all of you that have tuned into the show this morning. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana. It's Friday, the 31st of July. We're saying goodbye to the month of July. My word, what a month it has been. So as we wrap up the week that has been, we're also seeing that the fallout at IDEC has only deepened. The testimony at the Madlanga Commission continues to be absolutely jaw-dropping.
Stands, it is left open to manipulation of targets. It is so easy at this point of where we are as IDEC to manipulate the statements, who the suspects are, how the investigation is to proceed, who witnesses will be, what these witnesses will say, how they will say it, what evidence is included, what evidence is not included. And it has, as I will later show, been manipulated by and used by Advocate Johnson and Mr. Perumal.
Damning allegations by State Prosecutor Drushanta Ramzami, who gave evidence at the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry, also producing sound clips, right? A recorded message of Andrea Johnson trying to prevent her from testifying at the commission. That secret recording played before the commissioners. Now 3 investigators have been suspended. The Hawks are investigating Johnson, and every IDEC employee, authorization and court case is now being audited. Johnson entered the commission as the head of this institution, trusted to investigate high-level corruption, and 6 days of evidence later, she had invoked her right against self-incrimination, faced questions about her relationship with crime intelligence Feroz Khan, and conceded serious flaws in some of IDEC's investigations. And we know now that she has resigned. Justice Minister Mamuluko Kubai calls what comes next a reset for the organization. She'll be joining us just after 7 o'clock. I want to hear from you this morning. Having followed these revelations, what is your overall impression of what was happening inside IDEC? Was this an institution pursuing corruption without fear or favor? Or is it one in which powerful investigative tools may have been misused? What are your overall impressions of what exactly has been driving the investigations of IDEC, and what must happen now, especially to the individuals at the center of it all? Well, also this morning, the March and March movement says it has cut ties with Ngizwe Mqunu following the fallout from the June 30th protests. The movement says it also forms part of a wider effort to tighten its internal governance. We'll ask them what exactly went wrong. And this is the final voter registration weekend before the local government elections. Nearly 24,000 voting stations will open tomorrow and Sunday as the number of registered political parties rises from 500 to, wait for it, from 508 to 620. 620 options is what South Africans have come November. I wonder, are we still going to be able to make a choice? IEC Chief Electoral Officer Saima Mabolo will join us on the Commission's readiness shortly. And then Cabinet has approved extending the validity of driving licenses for motorists from 5 to 10 years. It's a decision campaigners have demanded for years. It does, however, not take immediate effect. We'll explain what still needs to change in law. Rob has your traffic, Zai has your sport, and in Taoleng, your market updates. As always, I'd love to hear from you. The numbers to dial this morning, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. That's where you can send your voice notes, text messages, 0614 104 107. It's a Friday. The conversation belongs to you here on the National Briefing.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs take a road trip to the beautiful Elgin Valley to celebrate fresh seasonal produce. It's all about cooking on fire. And with elimination on the cards, they'll have to bring the heat if they want to stay in the competition. Who will make it through to the next round? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30 only on SABC2.
It's 13 after 6 o'clock. Let's look at what's making front page news. I'm going to start off with the business day this morning. Minister suspends 3 IDEC allies of Johnson, damning evidence of orchestrated attack on top brass. And that's an announcement made by the Justice Minister Mamuluko Kubai yesterday, making that announcement around the suspension of 3 senior investigators at IDEC, all of them with close ties to Johnson. Chief Investigator Dylan Perumal was tasked with a controversial corruption investigation against crime intelligence cops, and senior investigators Sunil Belochan and Brian Padayachi was suspended pending disciplinary action. And the minister says she made the decision as the Madanga Commission heard damning evidence from the prosecutor Ramsamy that Johnson and Perumal used powerful tools of the institution in an orchestrated attack against the National Commissioner General Fani Masemola and Crime Intelligence Head Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo. The fallout from this is just going to continue. It's spectacular, right? If you take a step back and you think about the fact that it's been 2 weeks of the undoing of IDEC that we have been watching real time. It really is just phenomenal. So I wonder what you make in terms of where we are now with this particular matter. On the front page of the Mail and Guardian, the season of impeachment reads the headline. There's a big picture of Vuyo Zungula there, and the Mail and Guardian then going with the pursuit of the ATM leader in as far as the Phala matter is concerned. The ATM leader saying Cyril Ramaphosa should not oppose accountability processes if he acted lawfully. He is also raising questions about the money found at Phala mayor, and he confirms that he's interested in becoming Johannesburg's next mayor. So they've done a really big sit-down interview with Vuyo Zungula there, and the story carries from the front page of the Mail and Guardian into the rest of the paper. The front page of the Citizen: Killer El Nino coming is the question that the Citizen asks this morning. The worst is still to come. Stronger, wetter storms, bigger hail, droughts and scorching heat. That's what to expect of the El Nino weather phenomenon that will hit the country at the end of the year, but the intensity, timing and geographical extent of the impact remains uncertain. And those are the experts that are watching the combination of La Nina and a warming climate closely. So I guess it's a warning to all of us, right, to really be paying attention, for farmers to also be paying close attention in terms of how they're managing their crops, and just that mindfulness of what is to come. Inside the Citizen, they also have a story on Julius Malema, the EFF leader, and he denies that he had a corrupt relationship with the deputy head of crime intelligence, Feroz Khan, and the ad hoc testimony, of course, is now contrasted with the Madlanga scrutiny, and he's explained why he compared the disgraced former head of IDEC, Andrea Johnson, to Winnie Madikizela Mandela. It's a question that listeners have been asking. Why did he say she was like Winnie Mandela? Malema made the comparison when Johnson appeared before Parliament's ad hoc committee investigating the claims by the KwaZulu-Natal Police Commissioner, Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi. And he's quoted here saying, "For me, this is quality leadership coming from a black woman. You answer questions properly, give well-articulated information. There will be more challenges. They come with being a female leader. We all have issues we might not have handled properly. It's part of growth. It's part of becoming experienced and dealing with matters differently going forward. I thought Winnie Mandela died, but she has multiplied." That's the quote that Malema gave at the time. Now, of course, he's had time to think about that, and he acknowledged that it's possible that Johnson had misled him and other ad hoc committee members. And he says, "My comparison to Winnie Mandela is regarding what she presented at the ad hoc committee." And he says that the ad hoc committee and the Madlanga Commission are not the same, and they do not have the same style of investigation and interrogation. So he acknowledges he was impressed after that particular evidence before the ad hoc committee. So that's where the comparison of Winnie Mandela comes from. The Sowetan going with Madanga triggers IDEC shake-up, and that's the latest after the minister's briefing yesterday. The inquiry's work leads to lifestyle and skills audit for all 212 employees, and all criminal cases to be independently reviewed. There's also a picture of Hugo Bruce. "Farewell, Bruce. Siyabonga," reads that headline there. Yeah, it looks like we haven't been able to do anything else. The Belgian is set to say his goodbyes at Safa House today. So indeed, Hugo Bruce is bidding South Africa farewell. And the front page of the Star also staying with that story. Explosive call puts Johnson in the limelight. That recording of Ramsamy, it will be spoken about for weeks to come. That's what's making front page news.
The National Briefing on SAfm with Kathy Mutlatlana.
All right, it's 20 after 6. Let's get straight into your weather. There's a yellow level 2 warning, damaging winds and waves leading to difficulty in navigation, localized disruption of small harbors and or ports for a short period of time, and small vessels at risk of taking on water and capsizing in a locality are expected between KwaDuguza and Kosi Bay and over the northeastern parts of KwaZulu-Natal. There's also a fire warning, extremely high fire danger conditions expected over the Matsigama municipality of the Western Cape. There are no advisories for today. In Pretoria, it's partly cloudy, 6 and 19. The expected UVB sunburn index moderate. Johannesburg fine, 5 and 17. Vereeniging fine, 2 and 20. Mbombela fine, 10 and 20. Polokwane partly cloudy, 7 and 19. Mahikeng fine, 2 and 22. Vryburg fine, 0 and 22. Bloemfontein fine, 0 and 19. Kimberley fine, -1 and 19. Uppington fine, 2 and 23. Cape Town fine, wind moderate to fresh easterly to northeasterly, 13 and 25. The expected UVB sunburn index very high. George partly cloudy, wind fresh to strong easterly to northeasterly, 6 and 19. Gqeberha partly cloudy, wind light to moderate northeasterly, becoming fresh to strong from the evening, 7 and 19. Kugomba City partly cloudy, wind light to moderate northeasterly, becoming fresh in the afternoon, 10 and 19. Durban partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain, wind fresh to strong southerly to southwesterly, 15 and 20. The expected UVB sunburn index moderate. Richards Bay partly cloudy with isolated showers and rain, wind fresh to strong southerly to southwesterly, 15 and 22. And Pietermaritzburg partly cloudy, 3 and 17.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs take a road trip to the beautiful Elgin Valley to celebrate fresh seasonal produce. It's all about cooking on fire. And with elimination on the cards, they'll have to bring the heat if they want to stay in the competition. Who will make it through to the next round? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30 only on SABC2.
This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister and the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The Global Briefing on SAfm.
Well, let's start here. A crater 10 meters wide has been found in a farm field in eastern Poland, and it's about 2 kilometers from people's houses. Polish fighter jets scrambled overnight with it. The Prime Minister Donald Tusk says the object that made it was in all likelihood a Russian missile, and his foreign minister has called it a violation of NATO airspace. It came during one of the heaviest Russian barrages of the war, an attack that killed at least 8 people in Ukraine, children among them. Nobody in Poland was hurt this time. Dr. Joan Swart is researcher in military science at Stellenbosch University. So, Dr. Joan, it's not the first time Poland has had objects cross its border. 2022, 2024, the drone swarm in 2025. What makes this particular incident different, if anything?
I don't think we can say at the moment right now, by the way, good morning, Kathy, sorry. I don't think we can say right now that it's different and how it is different. I mean, you mentioned a couple of examples. I can recall one other one that was maybe a year or two ago, where a missile actually killed a farmer in Poland. And immediately, again, Russia was blamed for the incident, and after investigation, they found that it was a Ukrainian missile that went off direction. So the problem is, of course, the longer this war continues, the more difficult it is to contain the war within Ukraine's borders. And we recall just a week or so ago as well, Ukraine's attack on an Iranian vessel in the Caspian Sea. So, modern wars really remain geographically confined. And even when neighboring countries are not directly involved, they face the risk of spillover, of miscalculation, unintended escalation, and sometimes even deliberate false flag attacks where one country wants to actually broaden the theater of war and involve other countries to come and help it. So, whether it's accidental escalation or deliberate, history reminds us that often major conflicts widen because of incidents that neither side originally intended. So we need to, it just emphasizes how important clear communication, crisis management, and restraint is to manage escalation. And we talk about an escalation trap where both sides sort of get trapped in reactive attacks against one another, sort of a tit for tat type of attack.
What we're seeing in Venezuela is that there is a UN fact-finding mission that is pressing that country to reverse its withdrawal from the international court, right? And it's warning that this could, of course, deter accountability for alleged crimes against humanity. It's always a big blow when countries decide to, renege, particularly where they have ratified the Rome Statute.
Yes, absolutely. So at the moment, we're seeing a growing pressure on the legitimacy of these international institutions at a time when international order itself is under increasing strain. So the challenge to this international order is coming from multiple directions. It's not only from Venezuela, but also the Sahel. Chad recently, in the last recent couple of days, announced their withdrawal after Mali, Burkina Faso, and Niger also withdrew from the ICC. And it also comes from the fact that the United States is not an ICC member. Israel itself rejects the court's jurisdiction. So there are recent tensions between the court and major powers. And it's just intensified this debate about or over consistency of the application of the ICC and its application of international law, perceptions of political selectivity, and this has been Africa's main complaint as well. And in national sovereignty, countries say that they would prefer to take, to handle their own problems and violations of international law.
Yeah, and just finally, Joan, we've seen Australia's online regulator hauling Telegram into the federal court. They're seeking penalties of up to 54.6 million Australian dollars. It's over pro-terror material. And the regulator says this material stayed up for weeks, even after Telegram was notified about it. It does also speak to how countries are trying to keep themselves safe in an increasingly dangerous online environment.
Yes, they even talk about the Christchurch attack, which was years ago, that they still say material is still online. So Pavel Durov, the founder and CEO of Telegram, he's of course in trouble across many countries. He was arrested near Paris in 2024, also on allegations that Telegram facilitated serious criminal activity by failing to cooperate with the French law enforcement and allowing criminal networks to operate on the platform. Also, just this week, Russian authorities formally charged Durov also with aiding terrorism and announcing that they would place him on an international wanted list. So this debate is primarily over who ultimately governs the digital space. The technology companies on the one side or sovereign states on the other side. And the question is then whether governments can successfully enforce domestic law against these platforms. And there, of course, needs to be a balance between public safety, freedom of expression, and digital sovereignty. And unfortunately, I think at the moment, worldwide freedom of expression suffers from this whole exercise.
Dr. Joan Swart, let me thank you for your time, research and military science at the University of Stellenbosch. It's time for your latest news headlines, and Musa standing by. And good morning.
Thanks, Kathy. Good morning. In the headlines, the third state witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Fuzumuzikat Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume his cross-examination in the High Court in Johannesburg today. Police are investigating the cause of a crash in which 11 people, including 5 children, were killed on the N1 north of Tromsburg in the Free State last night. And the DA says it does not believe Seiso Moai was the only one available to occupy the position of PIC board chairperson. He is the deputy minister in the presidency responsible for monitoring, planning and evaluation. I'll have details on these and other stories at 7.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Morning. Some roadwork disruption along Pretoria's N4 corridor. There's roadworks on your way through to Durbanpool Plaza just before you get to Dr. Swanepoel exit. That's quite heavy as you come along that section of N4 eastbound. And then westbound, there are some lane restrictions at Durbanpool Plaza as well. Mighty Mopoli Highway, no traffic lights at Esky and Pathleli. That's already queuing up. Joburg's M1 North has a breakdown at Winnie Mandela. A heavy queue back through Malabongwe Drive. Randburg through the four ways, looking jam-packed. Pietermaritzburg, Ashburton, that section checks fine. Cliffdale Keyridge is okay. N2 Umgera Spaghetti Junction moving quite nicely as well at this hour. Cape Town, we were reporting a flat on fire yesterday. Quite a big scene in the Sea Point area. Apparently that fire has reignited. A high-level road between the Glen and Arthur's Road remains closed to traffic this morning. And the M1 south of Bloemfontein still closed due to yesterday's bus crash. Horrific scene, that one. The road closed both ways. Full closure between Edenburg and Tromsburg. Traffic diverted locally on a local bypass. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, a very good morning to you. Happy Friday. So this morning, we're going to go back to the Commonwealth Games. We're seeing at least medals coming through from the track, which we just haven't seen. Masala Makatu, has won Team South Africa's first athletics medal.
Oh, Kathy, breakfast is tasting better every day with this team. It looks like another medal for Team South Africa, and the baton being passed from the swimmers to the athletes as we celebrate this young gentleman. He is the visually impaired sprinter Masala Makatu, powering to silver in the men's T12 100 meters in Glasgow. Makatu crossed the line in 11.04 seconds to secure South Africa's 23rd medal of the Games, taking the country's tally to 6 gold, 9 silver and 8 bronze medals. Here's the sprinter Makatu.
Oh, I'm really overwhelming and I'm really feeling privileged to represent my country, and I didn't hope that I'm gonna win a medal because I just came here to run run new PBs, have fun, as it was my first Commonwealth Games. But God had other ways to win me, so He gave me a chance to win. So I'm really happy about it.
On to soccer now. Banyana know there's no room for error when they face Ivory Coast in their second Group B match at the Women's Africa Cup of Nations in Morocco tonight. South Africa opened their title defence, with a surprise defeat to Tanzania, while Ivory Coast cruised to a 4-1 win over Burkina Faso. Defender Karabo Dlamini says Banyana must improve quickly and stick to their game plan to find a way to beat a very physical Ivorian side. Let's go to the other teams that played last night. The host Morocco moved to the top of Group A, edging Algeria 1-0 in a fiercely contested North African derby in Rabat. Senegal kept their quarterfinal hopes alive with a 1-0 win over Kenya. Now, South African Football Association Technical Committee Chairperson Jack Maluleka says the process of appointing Bafana Bafana's next head coach is entering its final stages. With Hugo Broos's contract due to expire today, SAFA says it is moving swiftly to secure a successor.
We are not influenced because we are dealing with criteria that have been set there. Hugo Broos, like I can tell you, he promised us to say, look, I'm going to qualify for AFCON and I'm going to qualify for the World Cup. And if I don't qualify and you see that I'm not qualified, you must not waste your time. You can terminate my contract. But you could see this coach and you must have confidence that you'll do that. So it's what we want. The qualifiers is on the 21st. So we need to make sure that at least they got ample time.
Let's go down to Europe's football. 55 member associations, they voted to boycott FIFA competitions if Gianni Infantino's proposed FIFA forward enterprise goes ahead. UEFA says the World Cup cannot become an investment product, while CONCACAF's 41 member association have also rejected the proposal. The boycott would extend to all FIFA competitions, including the Men's and Women's World Cup and the Club World Cup. The major test of the standoff could come during October's Women's World Cup playoffs. And finally, World Boxing has restored Russia's national flag and anthem at its events, ending the neutral status introduced after the invasion of Ukraine. We'll leave it there for now. In the boxing ring, more sport. Top of the hour, I'm Zai Khan.
This FNB Market Brief is brought to you by FNB Business, empowering South African entrepreneurs with the relevant insights they need to grow and succeed every day. The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning to you. Happy Friday. So we're seeing growth news out of the US. It's slowed down in the second quarter of the year.
Happy Friday, Kathy. Now, the U.S. economy grew at a slower than expected annualized pace of 1.5% in the second quarter, missing forecasts as weaker trade weighed on the headline figure. Now, stripping that out, and the picture looks more resilient. Consumer spending strengthened, while businesses continued investing heavily in AI, signaling confidence despite global uncertainty. Now, the data suggests the world's largest economy is cooling rather than stalling, reinforcing the Fed's cautious approach to interest rates. For markets, that keeps the focus on whether growth can remain steady without reigniting inflation or forcing the Fed into a policy shift. Now, from macroeconomics to company news, Apple and Amazon have closed out big tech earnings season with results that helped calm investor nerves over the industry's massive AI spending. Now, both companies beat expectations, with Amazon's cloud business continuing to underpin growth, while Apple benefited from resilient demand for its flagship devices like the iPhone. The quarter also marked the end of an era as Tim Cook delivered his final earnings call after 15 years as Apple CEO before handing over to John Ternus. The results suggest investors remain willing to back big tech's AI ambitions, provided companies continue delivering solid earnings and sustainable growth. Tracking equity markets, those results from Apple and Amazon really boosting Wall Street, closing higher overnight, with the S&P 500 and Nasdaq closing at record highs. The positive momentum filtered through to Asia this morning, where markets are trading mostly firmer as investors also digested the Bank of Japan's decision to leave interest rates unchanged. Back home, the JSE closed in the green overnight, with packaging group Mondi leading the gains after investors welcome signs of improving demand and lower capital spending. Meanwhile, on the currency front, the rand on firmer footing this hour at 16.50 against the dollar, 22.19 to the pound, and 19 to the euro. That's your market brief this hour. Catch you back just after 7:30 for more.
The FNB Market Brief was brought to you by FNB Business, your dedicated partner with decades of expertise building and growing South African businesses. FNB, help changes everything. FNB Business is proud to partner with SAFM's The National Briefing. We stand shoulder to shoulder with South African entrepreneurs and businesses because we know building a business is a 24/7 commitment. Whether you're managing cash flow, planning for growth, or navigating challenges, we deliver the sharp insights and practical solutions you need to move forward with confidence. From smart funding options to expert business advice, FNB Business is right there with you. Visit fnb.co.za/business. FNB, help changes everything. Africa in Focus with Advocate Sipho Mantula on SAFM.
A refreshing morning to you, Advocate Mantula. So we'll start off this Friday morning with the African Union. There was expectation that we were going to see that discussion, right, around South Africa and migration issues on the continent. What's the latest?
Refreshing morning to Katie and Jumbo Africa to the listeners. Indeed, Katie, we have been following the 49th ordinary session of the AU Executive Council constituted by foreign affairs ministers. Remember, that council this week did not engage on the migration issue as part of their midterm review meeting. But South Africa still emphasizes and reaffirms its support for the long-standing decision of the AU. And that was held in Johannesburg case in 2015. If you'll recall, the AU summit that we had a debacle around the president of Sudan. But in that summit in 2015, there was a call for an African migration conference to engage on issues of development, the mobility, challenges also of what they call increased irregular migration and developing capacity to manage the migration flow. So I think South Africa, Katie, was trying to emphasize that we are still sticking to the resolution of the summit of the 25th of the AU that was held in Joburg in 2015, despite that the AU summit in 2027, as Ghana has asked, and the ECOWAS, it might be held in Addis in 2027 around this issue of migration, also overtaken by events, Katie. I thought they should have engaged with it once and for all.
Let's take a look at this cyber attack on Unitel that has exposed Angola's strategic vulnerabilities.
That is quite true. Actually, yesterday they went on a second day. Today might be a third day of the cyber attack. Unitel is the same like your mobile Vodacoms mobile telecommunication in South Africa, your Cell C, Vodacom and others, Katie. But in Angola, it's Unitel that 21 million customers were affected. And that shows that once you have a cyber attack on a telecommunication operator like Unitel, you'll have challenges on voice calls, mobile data, internet, connectivity. That also delayed the transaction of people who have to be paid, interrupted business, what you will call the e-business that happens on the mobiles. But Angola, it seems that they are trying to restore it by all means. And this is a challenge, Casey, because this is a government-owned, but there's a private sector deal there that you still have private share holders that are still part of Unitel. But it seems that the government of Angola has to maintain this challenge.
Let's move on to Accra. The government in Ghana has accepted a proposal to extend the presidential term from 4 to 5 years.
That is based on what John Dramani Mahama did last year, Casey, by setting up this committee to review the 1992 Constitution of Ghana, looking at recommendations like extending the presidential term, it is almost 4 years in Ghana, not 5 years as many other African countries. They also look at lowering the number of the minimum age requirement for a presidential candidate from 40 to 35. Earlier it was proposed for 30. They also look at extension of the days, the linking of presidential elections as well as the parliamentary elections to be aligned. That's what came out of Ghana, and this is based on what they say. It was recommended it will go on a national referendum in 2027.
And then we also will take a look at the situation in Brazil, where the State Department, the U.S. State Department, at a major global health conference has sparked a criticism. And it's after an AI-generated map of Africa wrongly labeled every country on the continent, and seemingly nobody noticed.
Yeah. No, that is quite true, and that is sad, coming from the U.S., as they say, they are the champion of AI. They are there on issues of fighting HIV and AIDS. So this global conference, what they picked up in Brazil in the AIDS 2026 conference was that there was this issue of AI-generated map that showed Nigeria as the landlocked country deep in the Sahara Desert, and also Mozambique being moved from the southeastern Africa, as you know, to the Horn of Africa, while Ivory Coast appeared on the opposite side of the continent. Very sad. And the government of the U.S., the State Department, acknowledged the error and accepted responsibility. These issues of AI, Kathy, always artificial intelligence, geopolitics, one Professor Falola has been reminding us, what about ancestral intelligence? If you are running after artificial, me and you, we know the map, Katie, the north, the east, the south, and the west. How do we define them? But the U.S. State Department blundering in a global conference of this nature.
All right. And just lastly and briefly, Advocate Mantula, Historical Archives, 31st July 1962.
As you are saying to Ntauling, happy Friday, Kate. I'll say happy Pan-African Women's Day to all women of Africa and of South Africa. This date marks 64 years since the establishment of the Pan-African Women Organization in Tanzania, a very important day in the history of the continent to honor the resilience, unwavering spirit, and the revolutionary leadership of African women in the African continent. The AU celebrates this day under the theme Women's Action for Safe Sanitation, Peaceful Communities, and Better Livelihoods. This is the theme for the Pan-African Women's Day today on the 31st of July. Asante sana, Katie, as I was leading the conversation, SAfm observing the Pan-African Women's Day.
I see my light come shining from the west down to the east. Any day.
10 chefs, one title, and a life-changing opportunity. This is the Taste Master Professional. Weekly cooking challenges test their skills, teamwork, and ability to run a professional kitchen, all under the critical eye of renowned chef Bertus Besson. With over 800,000 Rand in prizes, including a brand new car to the value of 440,000 Rand, and the chance to lead the new Taste Master Deli and Restaurant in Paarl, who will rise up and claim this exciting new career opportunity. Find out on the Taste Master Professional. Sundays at 7, repeat Saturdays at 4:30 and Sundays at 3:30 only on SABC2.
SAfm values your views. Be an active citizen. SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Heavy backlogs on Joburg's N1 North this morning. It's a breakdown before you get to the Winnie Mandela Drive exit of 4 ways. Traffic all the way back through Randburg, back towards Bayers Nordia. That is fairly fully loaded and jam-packed for a Friday morning. N1 going north. Mighty Mopoli Highway to Pretoria. No traffic lights still at SKM Pathleli. That queue's heavy all the way back to Theo Martins. And some roadworks on the N4, the Bekwena Highway, coming through to Dr. Swanepoel. So if you're on your way along that N4 from the sort of Roslyn on-ramp, as you come up heading towards Doornpoort Plaza, you will join quite a heavy backlog. Durban, a truck crash being recovered on Bel Air Road, northbound before Rick Turner. That queue's heavy passing Chief Albert Luthuli Hospital this morning. Durban's highways looking generally okay at this hour. Cape Town, that flat fire that ignited yesterday in Sea Point has reignited overnight. The road is closed. High-level road closed between the Glen and Arthur's Road, so just expect some disruption around that. And the Free State section of the N1 still closed between Trompsburg and Edenburg following last night's fatal bus crash. A lot of fatalities there, unfortunately. There is a local detour that runs basically parallel to the N1, but there is some slow-moving traffic on that alternative. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Hey, we buy cars. How does it work if I want to sell my car?
We'll drive to your place. You can visit our pods. Even if you don't have space, then at the mall in a parking lot, we've got lots of depots all across the land. Contact We Buy Cars. You're in safe hands. Safe hands.
Wow, that's great.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
You are listening to the National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana.
Well, let's get into this story now. A month ago, the March and March movement put thousands of people on the streets of the country demanding that undocumented foreign nationals leave. One of its most recognizable faces was that of broadcaster Ngizwe Mchunu. This week, the movement has cut him loose. Its National Executive Committee says the reason for that is due to the findings of an internal investigation which found or described an offer and acceptance of gratification in exchange for the soul of the movement. Sandile Dube is the March and March national spokesperson, joins me on the line. Sandile, good morning to you. So you've been very specific in terms of this offer and acceptance of gratification, which you say Mchunu accepted. So who are you alleging gave him money and how much?
Good morning, Kathy. Good morning to your listeners. Well, first and foremost, we just want to, as March and March movement, thank the people of South Africa, particularly the people of Limpopo who hosted us yesterday. We're able to make a breakthrough, and we're very happy about that. Coming to the issue of Mr. Ngizwe Mchunu, the less said about him, the better, but we have a responsibility to communicate. First thing and foremost, March and March has a motto which is very clear, that it says March and March until we win. And that we comes from the preamble of the Constitution of South Africa, we the people of South Africa. It doesn't talk about an individual. Now, coming to the issue about who is enticing Mr. Mchunu, I think we've been very clear there in our media statement that there is still pending further investigation on this issue.
But this is sorry, Sandile, we don't have a lot of time. I need you to really get to the point when you answer questions. So you've made a very explicit allegation here that he accepted an offer of gratification. You must have evidence if it in fact is the basis on which you have now cut ties with him.
Well, we do have evidence. We've spoken to some very trusted people. However, at this point in time, we wanted to give Mr. Mchunu an opportunity to have a meeting with March and March movement, of which it's a similar thing that we had.
What does the evidence show you? What does the evidence show? Did he receive money? What was this gratification that you're alleging he received?
Well, it's in the public platform now that Mr. Mchunu himself, he's just openly admitting to having these allegations proven true. So
yes, but so I want you to just tell us. Please just tell us, what is it? What was he given? In terms of your own findings and in terms of the position that March and March is taking on this. This is part of the process of accountability and transparency, right?
Well, perhaps just for the ease of your listeners, we just want to confirm to you that before the meeting that took place at the union buildings, some meeting took place at some hotel. And we have made those investigations, and we've spoken to a certain number of individuals who we must protect their identities. We have a responsibility here. So some meeting took place at a specific hotel. Some briefcase was offered. And subsequent to that, March and March says, Mr. Mchunu, could we please have a meeting post 30 June? And Mr. Mchunu is just blue ticking March and March movement. So we have it in good authority. People of South Africa must just trust March and March. We're not an irresponsible organization that will just go and publicize all those things. We have a lot of investigations that are going on as per our statements to say pending further investigations that we are doing. Mr. Mchunu's relationship with March and March movement.
So are you at some point going to be making the findings of this investigation public?
Well, that will be determined by the National Executive Committee. I'm just the spokesperson, and it's important that we allow the National Executive Committee to make its presentations, then we'll take a decision from there.
Sandile Dube, we're going to have to leave it there. He's with March and March.
SAFM. Prime time all day long.
Well, from tomorrow and Sunday, from 8 in the morning to 5 in the afternoon, 23,699 voting stations will open across South Africa. Simon Mabolo is the IEC's Chief Electoral Officer. He joins us. Good morning, Sai. It's the final opportunity for people to get themselves registered. Why is this so important?
It is important because expressing your political choice is really part of expressing, you're vindicating your nationhood. It's about your citizenship. It's about the policies that are going to be governing our urban spaces, our rural spaces, as well as access to services that people so dearly need.
When the proclamation happens, it does, of course, mean that there can no longer be any changes made to the voters' roll. What do voters need to understand about that process?
Yes, indeed. It is so that when proclamation happens, no additional persons may be enlisted onto the voters' roll. So hence this call that we're making, let's take advantage of the weekend coming, Saturday, Sunday, 8 to 5, by registering if you are not registered, but also to confirm the correctness of one's registration details. Is there an address for you on a voter's roll? If there is it a full conventional address? And so on, so that those changes can be made now before proclamation, because after proclamation, those details may not be enlisted.
In terms of using the online service, are there any limitations of what one is able to do, details one is able to change when they use online registration?
First of all, the online registration is data free, so its use is at no cost to the user. But secondly, you can use the online portal to register, to check your details, to correct address, to provide contact details, and so on. So it's not just the registration portal, it is as well a portal for amendment of personal details, so to speak.
So people don't have to go to a voting station in person. They can also just use the online platform.
Oh, certainly. The online platform accords voters the most convenience because it is available on a 24-hour basis every day, and you use it at your own convenience.
The number of registered political parties, Mr. Mababolo, is now sitting at 620. What does this mean for a local government election? And as always, is the ballot paper, right? And what that ballot paper potentially looks like in the end. 2024 presented a new challenge in terms of the number of candidates and parties you had to accommodate. How's that going to affect the local government elections?
Well, it's I think as South Africans, at some point, we're going to have to review the requirements for the registration of parties. The number is growing, and political scientists may have to ask the question, this growing number of parties, does it give people a much richer sense of democratic life, or is this just an obfuscation of the democratic experience? I think at some point there's a national policy discussion that must be had. But to answer your question, experience also teaches us that not the whole 620 are going to be participating. Being on the party register does not automatically mean you are going to be taking part in the elections. There's still an intermediate step that must be undertaken, and that is submitting your candidates, paying the deposits by a date to be determined in terms of the election timetable. Having said so, there's already 76 parties that are busy on our online candidate nomination system. So that is an early indication that at least a minimum of 76 parties are going to be nominating their candidates and submitting them at some point before the cutoff date.
All right, Simon Mabolo, we'll leave it there, the Chief Electoral Officer of the IEC. Just after 7 o'clock, and Musa has your latest news update.
Outsurance Essential is made for older cars. Claims are paid in cash within 5 working days, and you choose your own panel beater. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185. Theft, accident, and 1 million rand third-party cover for your older car. Outsurance Essential has it all. Get a quote. SMS CAR to 43185. That's CAR to 43185.
In our top stories, state witness back on stand in Matlala trial, and SABC celebrates 9 decades on air. Good morning. The third state witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vusimuzikat Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume his cross-examination in the High Court in Johannesburg today. Captain Pimi Sekhobela has been testifying in the trial within a trial detailing the sequence of events on the day Musa Kekana was arrested following the killing of Vereniging engineer Amin Swart in April of 2024. The alleged gunman, together with Matlala and the other accused, face several charges linked to alleged failed assassination attempts. The alleged targets were businessman Joe Sibanyoni, socialite Tebogo Tobojane, and music producer Senki Mukubung. Speaking through an interpreter yesterday, Sekgobela denied allegations that police had tortured Kekana.
He is not telling the truth. No one tortured him. He was cooperating. There wasn't even a reason for him to be laid a hand. And he did not provoke anyone or anger anyone.
Justice Minister Mamoloko Kubai says they are set to completely overhaul the investigating Directorate Against Corruption. This following allegations witnesses made at the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry against former IDAC head advocate Andrea Johnson and the unit's investigators. Addressing the media in Pretoria yesterday, Kubai announced the measures the department is taking to strengthen IDAC.
Under Human Resource Management and Development, the branch has been tasked to commence with the process of analyzing the job profiles against CVs of the people who are holding the positions in IDAC. This analysis of all 146 staff members in IDAC will be completed by the 14th of August 2026. All employees in IDAC will undergo lifestyle audit as a matter of urgency. There will be an evaluation of all cases currently on the court roll to ensure that people are correctly charged.
Police are investigating the cause of a bus crash in which 11 people, including 5 children, were killed on the N1 north of Tromsburg in the Free State. Provincial traffic authorities say the crash happened last night. The bus was carrying about 60 passengers when it overturned. Emergency services worked throughout the night to free trapped passengers. The DA says it does not believe Seisu Mohai was the only one available to occupy the position of PIC board chairperson. He is the deputy minister in the presidency responsible for monitoring, planning and evaluation. Mohai is succeeding the deputy finance minister, David Masondo, who together with several board members resigned last week. DA MP serving in the Standing Committee on Finance, Andrew Bateman.
The difficult thing about choosing a chairperson for the PIC is that the Act prescribes that the chairperson must be a deputy minister from the economics cluster, and that creates a very small pool to choose from. I'm not sure that we have gone with the correct choice. I would have favoured Ashur Sarapin, but what was encouraging about this announcement is that the minister will report on the Imparty Commission reforms, and in particular has made a commitment to seeing that those reforms are carried through. One of those reforms was the recommendation that the chairperson should be an independent person who has the necessary expertise in pension funds, investment, risk management, corporate governance, and so on.
And finally, today is the SABC's 90th anniversary. It marks 9 decades since its official establishment in August 1936. The formation of the SABC followed the then Broadcasting Act, taking over from the African Broadcasting Company. The public broadcaster is airing special commemorative segments featuring historical archives, milestones to reflect on 9 decades of service. The SABC's Group CEO, Nomsa Jabedi, shares her vision for the public broadcaster.
SABC at 90 years old is South Africa's greatest public institution, one that continues to empower, to unify and to tell unique South African stories. And it's very exciting to see that the institution still plays such an important role in universal access and ensuring that South Africans are included and their voices are heard. You know, whether it was during apartheid or going all the way to democracy, in every milestone of this country, the SABC has been there. We are South Africa's greatest archivist. No one has the type of archives we have because we continue to be the most important storyteller, not just to South Africans, by the way. We also take South Africa to the rest of the world.
Recapping the top story, the third state witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vuzumuzikat Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume his cross-examination in the High Court in Johannesburg today. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OutSurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
OutSurance knows that when it comes to insurance, trust isn't built on clever advertising and promises. It's built on how fairly an insurer pays claims. The Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OutSurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Make today the day you switch to OutSurance, where you always get something out. Call 08600 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za today. Licensed insurer and FSP, T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you in your SAfm Sports headlines. Team South Africa targeting more Commonwealth Games success after Masala Makatu's breakthrough track medal. And in soccer, Banyana face a must-win WAFCON clash against Ivory Coast tonight. We'll have all the details around 7:30.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Very good morning. Pretoria under a bit of pressure this Friday. The mighty Mopani Highway, no traffic lights at Eskia and Pathlele. Very heavy traffic queuing all the way back to Theo Martin's. Roadworks on the N4 heading eastbound towards Dr. Swanepoel as you come on to the highway or move through the Rossland exit. Up the road a little bit further is where you'll hit the delays. Breakdown on Joburg's M1 North at Winnie Mandela up in the Fourways area this morning has resulted in a backlog of traffic from Randburg moving through the Fourways. N3 North at Spruitview, some heavy backlogging going on there as well. Durban, a reminder of the truck crash on Bel Air Road up by Rick Turner. So from the M7 moving up past Chief Albert Latuli on towards Rick Turner Road, that's very slow. Wakesley Road from Sarnia moving up to the M7, that's heavy again. We've seen that become a problem just recently this time of morning. And the Komashu Highway from Malindela down towards the N2 queuing up as well. South of Bloemfontein, the bus crash, the fatality count now rising to 12 after last night's horrific bus crash between Tromsburg and Edenburg, south of Bloemfontein. The N1 remains closed at that particular scene. Cape Town, no traffic lights, Stellenbosch Arterial at the R300. If you're coming in from Kales River towards Delft, that's very slow going. And the N2 into town, sitting from Bunga Avenue, Langa, through towards Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context, and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 11 after 7 o'clock. You're tuned in to the National Briefing. A very warm welcome. A very good morning to you and a warm welcome if you've just tuned in. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock as we bring you clarity, context and conversation.
It is so easy at this point where we are as IDA to manipulate the statements, who the suspects are, how the investigation is to proceed, who witnesses will be, what these witnesses will say, how they will say it. And it has been manipulated by and used by Advocate Johnson and Mr. Perumal.
Justice Minister Mamuluko Kubai joins us as IDIC faces its deepest crisis yet. Then something a bit more cheerful. Your driving license is going from 5 to 10 years. Cabinet approved it yesterday. There's just one catch. It isn't law just yet. Wayne Duvenage will explain what it means and what we need to be doing in the meantime. And of course, we'll also be wrapping up the reality check for the week with Dr. Stavros Nikolaou, who's been sharing his reflections, contributions through the pharmaceutical lens. And of course, we'd love to hear from you. The numbers to use this morning, 086 000 2032. That's the studio line. And on the WhatsApp line, your voice notes, text messages on 0614 104 107.
The pain of losing a loved one is never easy. At Clientele, we understand that burying loved ones with dignity truly matters. Our funeral plans pay out cash within just 24 hours, and you receive 200 Rand airtime when you claim. Plus, we cover up to 13 people on one plan. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Get into real conversations weekdays at 4:30 on SABC2 with me, Penny Libiani, with Aintlek Let's Connect.
I'm Frederica Lucas, bringing you some of the most inspiring guests and practical advice.
Every evening, we bring family advice and all your favorite celebrities.
It's a big celebration of local talent from across industries.
Catch Aintlek Let's Connect weekdays at 4:30 on SABC2 or stream anytime on SABC Plus.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like 3 kg Sunlight 5-in-1 hand wash powder for $79.99. Save 20 Rand. Or 50ml Rexona Shield Roll-On deodorant. Any two for 42. Save 14 Rand. Price is valid from 22 July till 10 August, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio.
Well, let's get into our big story then of the morning. The Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, which is IDAC, exists for one reason, which is to catch the people too powerful for anyone else to touch. And this week, of course, we've seen that being turned inside out. The Justice Minister for Justice and Constitutional Development, Mamuluko Kubai, joins us for more on the story. Minister, I think, if you look at the reactions from South Africans, whether it's on call-in sessions that we have on the radio, the WhatsApp voice notes, social media, there's a sense of disbelief at how an institution like this can be used and manipulated seemingly in the way that IDAC has been. How do you feel about these revelations and everything that we have seen?
Good morning, Katie, and good morning to your listeners. I think there are two things that we take out of this. One, when the institution was instituted and put together, the intention definitely was to give powers to the head to be able to lead investigations and prosecute. And quite a lot has been, because you'd remember it was the issue that you don't want political interference, so it created that distance. So the powers that remained with the head of IDAC were too powerful, but also in terms of the oversight was only at the level of the NDPP. That's the first thing. And I think the lesson that we learn, because sometimes as we get angry with politicians, we forget that the Constitution definitely gives powers to a Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development to oversee. But when it was established, and it links even to this cause of independence completely of NPA from the executive, which I think with these lessons that we are seeing, it tells us that it's very dangerous. Any individual, even if they are not politicians, because sometimes the creation is that those who are not political heads are less likely to be corrupt, are less likely to be, abuse power, are less likely to abuse office. And this example teaches us that there's always have to be check and balances. There has to be oversight, like there's oversight over ministers by parliament, there's oversight over, for example, IPID does oversight over police, and that's why the oversight by the judge over IDAC assists as well to close that gap. So that's what we can say it assists in terms of. It was unfortunate that when this establishment was done, the department then could have maybe halted, allowed for everything to be in place, including the judge and the oversight. So when I arrived in the portfolio, for example, I found that the judge was not there in terms of oversight, and we had to put regulations in place. so that we can be able to have that oversight. And doing regulation takes some time, Kathy. Because you've got to get legal opinions, you've got to get them vetted, but also you've got to consult critical stakeholders on regulation. So as a minister, you just don't do regulation and issue them. So we issued them early this year, and we have been able to establish the oversight judge, and we do believe that going forward, this abuse of power will not be have space in terms of the oversight. But again, in terms of oversight, we are going to extend the powers of the NDPP to be able to look at that as well.
So, Minister, I mean, part of what you're sort of pointing to, but not saying directly, and I think this is also where the evidence before the Madlanga Commission yesterday was leading to, is that the NDPP, by and large, was also supposed to play a role in as far as having some level of oversight on IDEC. It seemingly, coming out of yesterday's evidence, it was clear that Shamila Batoy, number one, had a very good relationship with Advocate Andrea Johnson and ignored, at least that's the allegation before the commission, claims of irregularities and questions that had been put to her about how IDEC was doing its job. At some point, there has to be accountability on both the part of Andrea Johnson and Shamila Batoy, because that is the check and balance system here. That's the first one that seemingly failed.
Look, I don't want to run commentaries, we said, Kathy, on the commission, because we must allow them to do. They are still doing the interviews. We don't know how they will conclude the matter. And I think let's allow them to analyze what is in front of them. We don't know what is coming today in terms of that testimony. So I would want not to comment on that for now. What I'm speaking about is more focusing on what the legislation provides for, and what is currently there, and what would be able, as part of assuring the South Africans going forward, is that this is what would be able to protect them. It's one, in terms of the oversight judge that is now in place. We've made sure that it's capacitated. Number two, we are also looking at, for example, because here, you also have, when we look at some of the, for example, when we did 2 weeks ago, even before Advocate Johnson started testifying, we had started picking up that there are issues in terms of the cases of General Khumalo. And NDPP committed to say, I will go and look at that, because the minister does not have powers. So minister can't even interfere in that, because prosecution has to be completely different, independent from the minister. So they account directly to Parliament in terms of their prosecutorial work, in terms of targets and all that. Then we said, then let's look at when a person violates, because the standard operating procedures are there. So here is a case that somebody overlooked the standard operating procedure. Somebody overlooked what is the norms and standards that are in place. And that's the review currently that we are doing, to see if there's anything that we could be able to put in place, but also what would require legislative amendment and policy amendments, so that we close that gap, because we believe that the current norms and standards would have protected the issue. So,
Minister, the reason why it matters, right, is that you've now said that all of the cases that are currently on the court roll are going to be audited. These are going to be looked at, and there is then a risk, and you'll tell us, right, about now how many prosecutions could be at risk of collapsing. All of that comes down to what was happening in the office and the initial alarm bells that were ignored. Surely any process of accountability, Madlanga Commission aside, and the evidence coming out of there aside, you are making these decisions as the minister, as the NDPP, because you have found enough evidence to show that things cannot continue as they are. So based on your own evidence then, how do you ensure that there is going to be accountability from each of the statutory bodies that needed to be involved here?
Accountability will happen, Casey. For example, the cases that have been referred to the ombuds don't stop. Don't say because a person is no longer in office and therefore they stop. So those will happen. NDPP confirmed that if there are criminal charges, for example, if somebody has abused office or have defeated the hands of justice or anything, they will definitely have to deal with those in terms of the law enforcement environment. So I don't think anyone at this point is going to have accountability at all.
Why are you saying that the disbandment of IDEC is not an option as things stand?
The issue here is that we can't, the first thing is, I found it unfair that there's many organizations that have been appearing before Madlanga, and some of them we can argue far worse than what we are seeing. There have not been calls for them to be disbanded. And only organization that exists to fight corruption in this country is the one that is being called.
Which ones would you deem as far worse?
No, I don't want to be quoting Kathy. I'm just saying, all of us, if we are to look at people who are appearing before court, who are charged within organizations, are different organizations. There's never been a single call for them to be disbanded. So the disbandment is not a solution. And organizations are not because of an individual. Organization, for example, IDEC has many employees, unless if we were saying that the intention, because institutions are established for particular intention, if that intention no longer exists, then we can say dissolve. We don't dissolve organization on the basis that individuals in the organization have conducted themselves badly. Then we would not have any organization standing in the country. When you have individuals conducting themselves incorrectly, you take them to task. That's why there would be charges, either DC within organizations or criminal charges open, both in public and private sector. And similarly, again, you go and review what has been the weaknesses. When ESCOM faced, for example, difficulties during the state capture period, we never called for the dissolution of ESCOM. We called for its strengthening. So it's the same process I'm calling for, that the same way we've been able to rebuild other institutions when they were distracted, it's what we need to do with IDEC.
All right.
We need to go and review its processes, ensure that we put checks and balances, that we didn't have oversight, that there could be weakness. Because when you put institutions, you don't expect people to be rogue. These are officers of court. And one of the issues is the higher standard. These are organizations where people take oath of office, and you expect the highest ethical level of operation. You don't expect what you see.
Are you disappointed, Minister?
I am, extremely. I am, as I'm saying, these are officers of court. These are people who have taken oath of office. So that's additional to just being a professional. When you become a prosecutor as part of NPA, you take oath of office. And that's additional on top. There are many professions, for example, who do not even take oath of office, whether you talk in metropolises, you take in sub. But when you are an NPA employee, a prosecutor, you take oath of office.
Minister?
And to see that there's been, sorry? Hello?
We're going to have to leave it there, unfortunately. I'm completely out of time. That is Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mamoloko Kubai. Thanks for your time.
As a business owner, you're always looking for ways to save money. But have you looked at saving on your business insurance premium? With OUTsurance Business Insurance, you could save big, like Bosmansdam High School.
We were with our previous insurance for 10 years plus before switching to OUTsurance Business Insurance.
We are saving 3,705 Rand per month.
It was so quick and easy, we should have switched sooner.
Ready to switch and save? Visit outsurance.co.za or call 08600 60,000 today. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million Rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino. All the way.
Pedestrians, winter days are shorter. That means more walking in the dark. If drivers can't see you, your life is at risk. Wear bright or reflective clothing, add reflective strips to your school bag, and use a flashlight when walking at night. Walk in groups where possible. Being visible is not just a choice, it's your protection. Be bright, save your life this winter. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
The National Briefing on SAFM with Kathy Mutlatlana.
All right, let's take a look at this story. So after years of criticism over South Africa's driving license renewal system, Cabinet finally approving the extension of the validity period of driving licenses for light motor vehicles and motorcycles from 5 years to 10 years. Wayne Duvenage is the outer CEO. Wayne, you've been campaigning for this for a long time. Are you happy that it's finally happened?
Yes, we are. Thank you, Kathy. It has. Since 2020, we raised the issue. We did our research and presented it in 2022 to the Minister of Transport at the time, Fikile Mbalula, and they indicated they would look into it. And 3 ministers later, Barbara Creasy, we presented to her again. And she's been in office for 2 years, and eventually we got there. But it is welcome, absolutely. They were proposing an 8-year, but we're glad that they went to 10 years.
I was going to say, how do we know that 10 years is the right benchmark? I mean, if you look at, let's say, the eye test that you have to do every time a renewal comes up, how much can eyesight deteriorate in 10 years? And how do we know that people are still protected?
Yeah, look, I mean, eyesight can deteriorate. I can assure you I don't want to drive blind, first of all, neither do you. And it's not the case that, in around the world, countries that have 10 years, some even have 15 years renewal periods, there are no higher accident rates or death rate, road fatality rates in those countries. In fact, we are one of the worst in the world, the worst quartile. And those countries with 10 and more years of renewal are some of the better countries when it comes to road fatalities. So how you deal with road fatalities is visible policing, removing unlicensed vehicles, unroadworthy vehicles and drivers from the road, not by necessarily renewing your driver's license every 10 years, or every 5 years. So, yeah, it's not a problem.
And what do motorists need to know about when this will be effected? Because it's not immediate.
Yeah, it's not immediate. They still have to go and update the prescripts and the laws and the regulations around it. That'll take a few months, so we imagine. And thereafter, hopefully they will also answer some of the questions that are coming out, like, what if your license is expiring shortly after that? Does it automatically get renewed for another 5 years? Or do you have to wait for, your actual renewal and then get a 10-year license from there on? So they'll make all of those details clearer in the coming months.
Wayne Duvenage will leave it there, outer CEO. So, yeah, that's part of the good news. I'm sure many motorists won't be complaining. It means less visits to the licensing facilities every time you're up for a renewal. It's time for your latest news headlines. Anne Musa is standing by. Good morning, Anne.
Good morning. Thanks, Kathy. The National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andy Mutibi, says it will take about 6 months to restore public trust in the investigating Directorate Against Corruption. He says they've put plans in place to ensure those entrusted with the running of IDAC do so for the benefit of all South Africans. The third state witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzikat Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume his cross-examination in the High Court in Johannesburg today. And today is the SABC's 90th anniversary. It marks 9 decades since its official establishment in August 1936. I'll have details on these and other stories at 8.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. Just confirming the M1 in the Free State still closed between Tromsburg and Edinburgh. This is the section south of Bloemfontein where we had that fatal bus crash late last night. Teams are still on the scene of that. It's a full closure both ways with traffic being diverted out to a local alternative, and that alternative route is slow moving. Gauteng this morning, a little bit of traffic pressure at Spruitview on the N3 North, just queuing up into the Heidelberg Road exit. A crash on the Heidelberg Road northbound at Hoa. So coming up from the south into City Deep. That is quite slow this morning. The N1 northbound, Bayers Nordia round to Ravonia, pretty jam-packed. Southbound approaching William Mandela, slow going as well. Pretoria, some roadworks in place on the N4 approaching Dr. Swanepoel. If you're driving eastbound along that Bakwena Highway, it's slow. And no lights at the end of the Mopani Highway. It's terrible this morning. R80 backed heavily to Theo Martin's territory. Durban side, the N2 running northbound, starting to backlog into the Westwood Mall territory. Not as bad as it can be, but traffic is starting to just backlog and slow down there. Komashu Highway through Duffs Road down towards the N2, looking very busy. M13 coming through Maytime towards the top of Fields Hill. That is quite slow today as well. Cape Town side, the R300 jammed up from Van Riebeek Road heading up towards the N1 Highway. There's a crash on the N7 North before Platterkloof Road, so that is quite heavy. And the N2 inbound still under a bit of pressure from Langa through Hospital Bend. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Khan, good morning. So Team South Africa were targeting more Commonwealth Games success, and it's after that breakthrough on the track finally. Look, the swimmers, of course, they don't need any motivation, but we need the rest. How many of them are there? Isn't there 100 and something athletes that have gone? So we need the rest of them to get on the program.
I think the winning is going to be very contagious. Team South Africa, I think the medal bug has caught. So let's hope it's spreading throughout the squad in Glasgow as we look forward to more medals dropping at the Commonwealth Games. It was fantastic to see that the visually impaired sprinter Masala Makatu claiming silver in the men's T12 100 meters. Makatu crossed the line in 11.04 seconds to secure Team South Africa's 23rd medal of the Games and the first athletics medal on the track. There could be more success to come tonight, with Sinasipo Dambile qualifying fastest for the men's 200 meters final, while the javelin thrower Dow Smith also goes into his final after recording the third best throw in qualifying. In the meantime, South Africa's Commonwealth Games netball campaign has come to an end after a hard-fought 58-54 defeat to England in their final Pool B match in Glasgow. The Proteas finished third in the group and missed out on a place in the semi-finals, while England progressed to face New Zealand. Here's coach Jenny van Dijk praising her players despite the disappointment.
We are very disappointed in tonight's results. It's truly devastating to get so close to a semi-final spot and then to miss out on it. I can guarantee you that it's not because of a lack of effort, preparation or commitment. I think the players really played their hearts out for their country and for Netball South Africa in this match. It is a game of margins, and for us, I felt, in my opinion, that this was our most clinical match that we played in our campaign, and just having that realization that even that wasn't enough is something that really hits hard.
On to soccer, and Banyana midfielder Linda Motlalo insists there's no panic in the South African camp ahead of tonight's crucial Women's Africa Cup of Nations clash against Ivory Coast in Casablanca. South Africa suffered a surprise opening round defeat to Tanzania, and they know they need a positive result to boost their hopes of reaching the quarterfinals.
As players, we understand that this is football and sometimes things won't go our way, but I think the biggest thing is to dig deep, and it's a tournament. It's a long tournament. There's a lot of games that are going to be played, so for us is to dig deep and take one game at a time. There's still more games to play, and it's very important games, and we're not going to put ourselves under pressure. We know what we're capable of, and we'll just do the work when we get to the field.
That's your sport. Kick back for more. Top of the hour, I'm Zai Khan.
The Market Brief with Ndauleng Lechela on SAFM.
Ndauleng, good morning. So let's look at producer inflation. That's easing somewhat.
That's right, Kathy. Some good news when it comes to cost pressures, as prices at the factory gate eased to 7.5% in June after May's sharp spike of 7.8%. While manufacturers continue to face elevated input costs, particularly for petroleum and chemical products, the slowdown is significant because producer prices often feed through to consumer inflation over time, That means easing pressure further up the supply chain could help temper future increases in the prices you and I pay. Now, the data also supports the SARB's decision to leave interest rates unchanged, even as it continues to warn of upside risks to the inflation outlook. In company news, Mondi has emerged as the JSE's top performing stock overnight, closing 12% higher after it reassured investors that trading conditions are beginning to improve. While the packaging group reported weaker earnings and lower dividends, the market instead focused on signs of stronger demand heading into the second half, firmer packaging paper prices, and plans to scale back capital spending. Now, management also highlighted ongoing cost discipline and efforts to streamline operations as it navigates softer demand in Europe and higher input costs. The upbeat outlook suggests investors are becoming more confident that the worst of the downturn may be starting to pass. Over in equities, Asian markets on track to close the week on a high, taking their cue from another record close on Wall Street and strong second quarter earnings. US futures are also pointing to a firmer open later today, suggesting optimism around big tech is set to carry into the new session. Now, that positive global backdrop is expected to support the JSE when trading gets underway at 9 a.m., with investors looking to build on yesterday's gains. Meanwhile, the rand is trading firmer against major global currency pairs at 16.49 to the dollar, 22.19 to the pound, and 18.98 versus the euro, supported by improving appetite for risk. And that's where I leave things with you this week. I'll be back on Monday with more on the stories driving markets. I'm Ntaoleng Lechela.
Head to Dis-Chem for your best winter buys. Look out for the yellow label to enjoy bulk savings on Better Rewards brands. Swipe your Better Rewards card to get 3 Nivea 50ml antiperspirant roll-ons for 70 Rand 20. Save 31 Rand. Plus double up on your savings when you buy 2 Vaseline 400ml body lotions. Now only 94 Rand 50. Save 65 Rand. Valid until 9 August at Dis-Chem. Better health starts here.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
With the price of fuel going up, we all need to drop expenses wherever we can. Switch to Outsurance and you could save big on your car insurance, like 48-year-old Adam, who saves a jaw-dropping 1,803 Rand a month on his 2020 Audi Q3. No matter what happens in the economy, Outsurance is still committed to dropping prices and saving you money. Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
Reality check on the National Briefing.
Let's get into our reality check for today, and it is our final installment, at least for this week, with Dr. Stavros Nicolaou, the Group Senior Executive, Aspen Pharma Group, and he's been with us for the week, right, and we've been taking a look at how to build an accessible, equitable, resilient, and sustainable healthcare system, all of it through the lens of the pharmaceutical industry. And I think, Dr. Stavros, there's certainly been insights that you have shared that have given such good I guess a good lens into what is happening not only in the healthcare sector, but also from a pharmaceutical perspective, what some of the conversations and challenges might be that we as ordinary citizens are not alive to on a day-to-day basis. So it's been very, very insightful. Thank you for your contribution this week. And you want to wrap it up then with taking a look at the future and the way forward, especially when it comes to innovation, digitalization, and other solutions that we can be looking at. Good morning.
Kathy, good morning, and it's been a wonderful pleasure spending the week with you. I'm not sure what I'll do next week. Because it's become like a daily. It's become a daily routine.
Is this a vote to say you're ready to come back whenever we need you?
Probably yes, but it has been a wonderful pleasure because I've had a lot of feedback myself from both friends, acquaintances, and the public. So let me pick up on the way forward. So this week, in the first 4 installments, we set out some of the challenges that face the healthcare system. Some of the more salient points I think that came out are, firstly, that health is first and foremost the responsibility of the individual, but the individual needs to have appropriate health literacy and lifestyle education in order to take the correct and informed decisions. We also spoke about health being an investment, not an expense on the profit and loss statement. It should be seen as an investment that lends itself towards a healthier, more productive nation. A more productive nation is one that is or makes our economy more competitive. So, having outlined some of the challenges, I'd like to propose just very briefly a 10-point plan for the future. The 10 points are certainly not exhaustive, but I think would go a long way, in my considered view, to addressing some of the challenges that are outlined and some of the challenges generally that manifest in our healthcare system. Health is a very complex area, and it's an area that at the moment we are struggling with because the demand exceeds the resources very often. So let me go through the 10-point plan. Number one is a closer collaboration between the private and the public sector. There are patients, I believe, that the private sector, when it has additional or spare capacity, can be taking on. Very often, this could be patients that are employed but don't belong to any private health insurance and look to the public sector for their services. So we should be looking at those models, a closer collaboration between private and public sector, and the ability for the private sector to leverage some public sector patients to be serviced, certainly at a primary care level, if not beyond that. So that's number one. Number two is we need to invest more heavily in health literacy and lifestyle education. I keep saying over the 4 installments and today the 5th one that prevention is better than cure. And you can only prevent if you know what it is that you need to prevent, what it is that you need to look out for. Number 3 is we need to accelerate and increase screening and early detection of disease. Very often, if you detect early, you can manage the disease a lot more effectively and efficiently. And the primary example of that is cancer. So if we look at breast cancer, it's the most common cancer in women. It goes breast cancer and then cervical cancer after that. Just purely by taking some screening and detection measures, things like mammograms, then that can also be prevented, or at least if you do acquire breast cancer, it becomes more manageable and lives are saved that way. So we need to accelerate screening and early detection. Number 4, digitalization. Our public sector still works in an archaic system in that the system is not digitalized, and it very often lends itself to patient records being lost or can't be found timelessly. That all eats up time in both an administrator, also a doctor and nurse's time. So we need to look, it's a very expensive exercise, but one that will bear great returns for our country. We need to look at further digitalizing and applying digitalization, both at a record keeping level administration, but also in how we ease the burden on our doctors and nurses in the hospitals. Number 5, we need a One Health approach, meaning that it's not just a health department or the health minister's problem, the issue of health. It cuts across many ministries, and these other ministries need to be brought into the fold. Number 6, we need to strengthen local capacity and capability. I've said repeatedly on this program over the past week that it is a cardinal sin that we continue to import most of our medicines, particularly critical life-saving medicines. We import vaccines. It's an unacceptable picture and one that we need to change and can change. And I did propose on Wednesday how that picture can be changed. Number 7 is we are dealing with a number of parallel pandemics. As I said, there's the HIV pandemic. There's now non-communicable diseases. We need to give greater access to treatment for patients. There's very exciting news looming on the horizon with the long-acting antiretrovirals that I spoke about. I think it was on Tuesday. These are preventative antiretrovirals. They consist of either an injection that you take twice a year, called lenacapavir, and there is also on the horizon at an investigational clinical trial level, a tablet potentially that could also be brought into the fold, and it would be a tablet that patients take once a month, and those two measures prevent HIV and AIDS. And there is, if we do this all correctly, a possibility that we can eliminate HIV and AIDS in the next decade in our country. And boy, Kathy, will that not be a wonderful moment for all of us? We spoke about the GLP-1 medicines. These are medicines for, they treat diabetes, but they also have significant weight loss benefits. We need to make those more accessible to the public because the overall benefit for cardiometabolic disease, as it's called, is significant, and we need to make them more accessible. Number 8, we need to deal with the illicit trade in medicines, and I set out how that can be done. Number 9, we need to pay attention to our human capital. We are training far too many doctors that cannot find jobs later on. And this is going to require, it's another cardinal sin, to be honest. I mean, imagine investing 9 years in a doctor because it's 6 years study, 2 years internship, 1 year community service, and then we lose those doctors or they cannot find work in the system. So we need a reprioritization of budgets. It's not, again, just health problem. This is a problem for the country and also the finance ministry. So we need to sort out our human capital constraints. Last point is we need responsible deregulation. The sector is still highly regulated and it lends itself to significant inefficiencies. We don't attract as much investment as we could be attracting, and we need to pay attention to reducing administrative burden and improving the ease of doing business in the sector to attract further investment. That is my 10-point plan, and I hope that somewhere some or all of these points will land and we can significantly improve healthcare outcomes, our productivity, grow our economy, and make our country more competitive. Thanks very much, Kathy. It's been a great pleasure.
Stavros, before you go, I want to go back to point number 9, the issue of human resources and the training of doctors. Is it that we're training too many doctors, or that the system has not been well adapted to absorbing all of these doctors, but we certainly do need all of them?
Look, we live in a paradox because we have a shortage of healthcare professionals, including doctors, pharmacists, and nurses. So we've got that on the one hand, but then we don't have enough money to pay for them in the public sector. So if they can't work in the public sector, the consequences is that we can't train specialists for the future. So it's that paradox that we're dealing with. And if a doctor can't find work, there are many aspirant young doctors that completed community service and can't find what we call medical officer post in the public sector. You can only train specialists in the public sector, not in the private sector. So either we've got to open this up, or we've got to find the funding to take on these community service doctors to become medical officers, eventually registrars, and registrars then become consultants. Consultants are the specialists. Otherwise, we are going to have a significant problem in the future. We will not have specialists. And our country is well known for having world-class specialists or consultants, as they call. Your research also suffers then, because these are the people that conduct clinical trials and research. So we need to sort this problem out with great urgency. I maybe should have put it on the top of the list, but I was just sort of working methodically in my head through this. I could have put this as issue number 1 or 2, quite honestly, Kathy.
Yeah, Stavros Nicola, let me thank you again for this contribution. Group Senior Executive, Aspen Pharma Care. What do you make then of that 10-point plan? So much, right? So many aspects of our country that we can have conversations about and begin to get into. And all of this empowers us, right? It empowers us that the next time, there's a policy document from the health department, we know what is it that we need to be hearing, what is it that we need to be looking out for to really ensure that we're future-proofing ourselves. So that's where we're going to leave it with a reality check for today. I'm going to be back with your calls.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning. The run through Midrand towards Joburg has yet another crash between Allendale and Maclew. It's been a real collision hotspot this week. Traffic already backing up to Allendale on your way to Joburg. Heidelberg Road at City Deep near Hoa. There's a crash there up on your way to Joburg. And the M1 North Bay is Nordia round to Ravonia, looking pretty heavy this morning. We're keeping eyes on the N4 eastbound, heading through towards Duranport Plaza. There's some roadworks just before Dr. Swanepoel causing delays. And a reminder again, the mighty Mopali Highway. No traffic lights at Eskia and Patlele. And that's a queue and a half coming in from the Thea Mountains area this morning. A couple of breakdowns on the M1 South before you get to Atterbury, so that's quite slow with backlogs to Linwood Road this morning. Durban, that M13 that we reported, moving Hillcrest through to Kloof, is busy, but it is moving a lot better now. The N2 North under some pressure going through to Westwood Mall, not as bad as it can be, but there are some delays there. And the Kwamashu Highway still jam-packed from Duffs Road. Duffs Road quite busy as you try to get into the M25 Kwamashu Highway down towards the N2. Cape Town, Main Road from Muizenberg, heading down through St James into Cork Bay. That's super heavy today as well. Klipfontein Road out of Athlone through Mowbray looking very busy. And the N7 lining up from Goodwood through to Bosmansdam Road. The problem there, joining Bosmansdam Road through to Montague Drive. Also worth a mention, the R300 from Cowes River. Slow go up towards the N1 highway. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Move with purpose from the first to the final job in a Hino 700 truck tractor. Available in either 410 or 450 horsepower. It gives you the flexibility to choose the right amount of power to suit your unique fleet and logistical needs. The Hino 700 truck tractor comes with a 6-year drivetrain warranty and 6-year service plan from as little as 1.9 million Rand excluding VAT. Contact your nearest Hino dealer today to keep you moving. Offer available while stocks last. T's and C's apply. Hino, all the way.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
All right, you're still tuned into the national briefing. Yes, I know we don't have a lot of time because we're just short of heading to news. We are going to make time for more of your calls in the final hour of the show. In the meantime, Bule, you're calling from Bloem. Good morning.
Morning, Kathy, and your listeners. You know, yesterday when I listened to the testimony by Advocate Trushanda Ramsey, Kathy, I had a chill run down my spine. You know, the testimony by the advocate gave us a true picture of who Adriana Johnson is. And in her opening testimony, she said the number of people going for counseling at work there at IDEC was astonishing. That tells you a lot about Adriana Johnson. And the disrespect she showed to the Madanga Commission, I think it is really unbelievable. We have a true picture of who Adriana Johnson is. And then lastly, Kathy, these people had a plan. Feroz Khan, Perumal, Batoy, Johnson, they had a plan. The plan was to protect each other and continue with their criminal activities. And those whom they perceived as obstacles or impediments, they had to deal with them.
Okay.
Your Masemulas, your Kumalos, and your Mkwanalis, and other honest cops.
All right.
This is
Bule, we're going to have to leave it there. Yeah, look, I'm not sure about continuing with criminal activities, right? Because there are no crimes that they've been accused of as yet. But there are questions around processes and procedures. Eckhart, you're in Gqeberha. Good morning.
Good morning, Kathy. I've just got a quick query about registering to vote. I want to give a voice note, but it was not available. But I'm phoning about the situation of registering online, either on the IEC website or on a cell phone. It turns out that one of the requirements is that everybody who registers has to have their own cell phone. So, you know, it's a case of one cell phone, one voter. And this obviously excludes voters who cannot afford a cell phone, or people who share a cell phone. And I find this totally unacceptable. And I would like you to ask the IAC to provide an explanation.
Can I say that we'll reach out to Simon Mabolo, who we spoke to earlier? He certainly didn't mention that as one of the requirements when we spoke about the online registration. So let's double check that, and we'll have an answer for you before the show is up, okay?
Thank you very much.
All right.
I appreciate that.
Sure.
Thank
Eckhart
you.
out in Gqeberha. We spoke about online voting just before 7 o'clock, and we also touched on the number of political parties. We're now sitting at over 600. You've got over 600 options potentially for presidency, but only 72 might end up actually contesting the elections. 72 is still a high number. All right, it's just after 8. Time for your latest news update, and good morning.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
In our top stories, rebuilding public trust in IDEC could take 6 months, and President Ramaphosa endorses Eskom reform plan. Good morning. The National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andy Mutibi, says it will take about 6 months to restore public trust in the investigating Directorate Against Corruption. He says they've put plans in place to ensure those entrusted with the running of IDEC do so for the benefit of all South Africans. This follows the resignation of former IDEC head, Advocate Andrea Johnson, and the suspension of 3 other officials. Mutibi addressed the media in Pretoria yesterday.
The standard operating procedures
have to be reviewed to ensure that there's checks and balances that the minister has referred to, but also ensure that there's segregation of duties so that you don't have an individual who receives the Section 27 referral and is the same individual that goes on to authorize what is it that needs to be investigated.
The third state witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vuzumuzikat Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume his cross-examination in the High Court in Johannesburg today. Captain Pimi Sekubela has been testifying in the trial within a trial, detailing the sequence of events. On the day Musa Kekana was arrested following the killing of Vereniging engineer Amin Swart in April of 2024. The alleged gunman, together with Matlala and the other accused, face several charges linked to alleged failed assassination attempts. The alleged targets were businessman Joe Sibanyoni, socialite Tebogo Tobejane, and music producer Sienki Mukubung. Speaking through an interpreter yesterday, Sekubela denied allegations that police had tortured Kekana.
He is not telling the truth. No one tortured him. He was cooperating. There wasn't even a reason for him to be laid a hand. And he did not provoke anyone or anger anyone.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has endorsed Phase 1 of the Eskom Restructuring Task Team report. Representatives of the Presidency, National Treasury, the Department of Electricity and Energy, Eskom and the National Transmission Company of South Africa are part of the task team. The Presidency, in a statement, says this sets the stage for the restructuring of the country's electricity sector. It says there will be competition, investment, reduced electricity tariffs and energy security for sustained economic growth and job creation. Presidential spokesperson Vincent Magwenya.
The TSO is a key enabler of a successful, competitive wholesale electricity market that is expected to deliver reliable and cost-effective electricity. This reform will support higher rates of economic growth, investment, and job creation.
Spain has sent extra troops to its North African enclave of Ceuta after thousands of migrants crossed from Morocco. Spain says it has reached an agreement with Morocco to repatriate the migrants as soon as possible. The BBC's Sarah Rainsford reports.
The number of migrants attempting to reach the Spanish exclave of Ceuta had been rising for several days. Thousands of people slid down concrete embankments into the sea to swim around the jetty that marks the border. On the Spanish side, the beaches were soon covered in rubber rings and flippers, and migrants celebrating their arrival, though more than a dozen people drowned trying. It isn't clear yet what prompted this surge in illegal crossings from Morocco.
And today is the SABC's 90th anniversary. It marks 9 decades since its official establishment in August 1936. The formation of the SABC followed the then Broadcasting Act, taking over from the African Broadcasting Company. The public broadcaster is airing special commemorative segments featuring historical archives, milestones to reflect on 9 decades of service. The SABC's Group CEO, Nomsa Chabedi, shares her vision for the public broadcaster.
SABC at 90 years old is South Africa's greatest public institution, one that continues to empower, to unify, and to tell unique South African stories. And it's very exciting to see that the institution still plays such an important role in universal access and ensuring that South Africans are included and their voices are heard. You know, whether it was during apartheid or going all the way to democracy, in every milestone of this country, the SABC has been there. We are South Africa's greatest archivist. No one has the type of archives we have because we continue to be the most important storyteller, not just to South Africans, by the way. We also take South Africa to the rest of the world.
Recapping the top story, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andy Mutibi, says it will take about 6 months to restore public trust in the investigating Directorate Against Corruption. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
OutSurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
We all get insurance for the moment something goes wrong, and when it does, you need the peace of mind of knowing your claim will be handled fairly. OutSurance keeps outperforming the Ombudsman, an independent body that rules on complaints, confirmed in their 2025 annual report that OutSurance had the lowest overturned ratio of complaints received. Why would you want to be insured with anyone else? Get a quote and switch today. Call 0800 60,000 or visit outsurance.co.za. Licensed insurer and FSP. T's, C's and information online.
It's a very good morning to you. In your SAfm Sports headlines, soccer, Banyana, they face a must-win Women's Africa Cup of Nations clash against Ivory Coast tonight. And the Betway Premiership returns as Orlando Pirates begin a new season under the spotlight. We'll have all the details around 8:30.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Pretty heavy again this morning on the run through Mid-Rand. It's not an easy Friday, unfortunately. A crash at Buccleuch, traffic heavy across all lanes, right back through Allendale and marching back towards New Road. Also a collision on the N12 leaving Benoni, heading to Boksburg. That one by Atlas Road, causing a backlog. Cedar Road from Danefern down to Vickop, and that's heavy. A lot of traffic lights down there. And the M1 from Bayers Nordia round to Ravonia stays slow as well. If you're heading on to Durban's N2 South, very slow from Umgeta Road into Spaghetti Junction this morning. Looks like a breakdown there. Major delay alert if you're driving between Linfield Park and Pietermaritzburg. Big crash going northbound just past Ashburton. That's causing a backlog both ways, but primarily in towards the Pietermaritzburg area. Durban bound having a look at it. And then there's a crash just near Market Road coming out of Pietermaritzburg on your way down towards that Ashburton area. So some very heavy delays, particularly northbound this morning. Cape Town, Southfield to Vaal Road between the M5 Prince George Drive and Main Road, very slow. There are some roadworks in that neck of the woods. 35th Avenue onto Jan van Riebeeck coming from Aitsak through to Parow, looking quite busy this morning, and a lot of traffic around Brackenfell area, particularly on the old Paarl Road coming through from Kraaifontein into Brackenfell, slow going. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
The National Briefing on SAfm. Clarity, context and conversation. This is where the day begins with Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
It's 10 after 8 o'clock. You're tuned in to the National Briefing. A very good morning to you. I'm Kathy Mutlatlana with you until 9 o'clock. It is the final hour of the show. Coming up in this hour, in October, a court found that Inkosi Albert Luthuli did not die under a train in 1967, but that he was beaten to death. Today, UNISA and the Luthuli Museum ask whether justice has finally been served. Professor Puleng Segalo joins us on some of those questions, and also when those responsible, right, for such an atrocity are largely dead, what does justice look like now? Well, we'll get into that conversation shortly. And then a convicted child rapist was dismissed from school but never placed on the National Child Protection Register. This left him free to work with children again. With only 19% of educators vetted, Section 27 will join us on a system failing to protect children. And then on Built in Mzansi, we meet a woman who has turned waste into sustainable fuel that's out in KwaZulu-Natal. And of course, before we get to that, we will be taking your calls. We'll start a little earlier this morning. The numbers to use for the studio line, 086 000 2032. That's 086 000 2032. On the WhatsApp voice note line, 0614 104 107. This is the National Briefing.
This is what progress sounds like. At South African Airways, we've added more aircraft to the runway, increased our flights from just over 1,000 in 2021 to over 24,000 last year. And we continue to add more destinations and routes. It's steady progress over time. We know there's still work to do, but every day we're building something stronger. An airline that shares the resilience of the country it carries. South African Airways. Book your next flight at flysaa.com today.
Kathy Mutlatlana is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
You're listening to the National Briefing. We're going to start with this story. On the 21st of July, 1967, Inkosi Albert Luthuli, then President General of the ANC and Africa's first Nobel Peace Prize laureate, was found dying near a railway bridge at Grootville. 2 months later, an apartheid magistrate in Stanger ruled it an accident, a goods train, and that there was nobody to blame. His family, however, never accepted it. And in October last year, the Pietermaritzburg High Court set that finding aside and ruled that Luthuli was murdered, beaten to death, his injuries entirely inconsistent with a train, and that the police, the railway, the health department, and the justice department were all implicated in concealing how he died. Today, UNISA and the Luthuli Museum will hold a colloquium under the title Justice at Last, the inquest into the death of Inkosi Albert Luthuli and the unfinished work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. Professor Puleng Sekgalo is Professor of Psychology and Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair at UNISA. Prof, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. Let's look at what justice looks like in a situation like that which you're going to be grappling with today.
Yes, good morning. Good morning, Kathy, and thank you for having me. Indeed, we are left with thinking about how to define justice and what justice looks like. And in instances like this, as you initially indicated, that most of the perpetrators are no longer with us. But I think it's also critical to understand that it was not just individuals, but it was a system. So it was a systemic and structural decision that was made, which was then acted upon by the people who then murdered Obaba Albert Luthuli. So it's important to think about how systems function and what accountability looks like. And so with this colloquium today, we're hoping to really create a space for reflection to say, what does it mean to have archives that now have to be revisited and rewritten? What does it mean when the courts, when the medical reports, when the various bureaucratic instruments are never neutral? So justice is also about truth-telling. Because when people know the truth, like the family and the South African society at large, only then can we even imagine the possibility of healing and the possibility of moving on. And that's what we're hoping to be reflecting on today and to be grappling with people that we're going to be in conversation with who are from all these various disciplines, from law, from the medical discipline, from archival systems, and also from theology, to say, how do we grapple with such a ruling? Because we need to move beyond the ruling. Yes, it has happened, but what does it mean for us as a people, for us as a society, considering the many wounds that people are still living with? Is this a possibility for us to start imagining healing as a nation? So these are some of the engagements we're going to be having.
There's so many other names that come to mind, Timol, Ngenge, Biko. All of these, right, were carried and pursued by their families very passionately so. And in this instance, Imtiaz Kaji, he spent decades working on his uncle's case. What does the country owe to families who've had to do the state's work here? Because these matters should not have been left unattended post the TRC.
Absolutely. And that's why the work of the TRC is also at the core of the conversations that we're going to be having. That's why Mr. Kaji is also going to be forming part of the conversation. And you are so correct, Kathy, that he has been doing all this work. He's been working with communities at grassroots level. And it's the work that not individuals only should be taking. It's the responsibility of the state. As I said earlier, it was the state, it was the system that had perpetrated all this violence and the killings that then affected society at large. And therefore, when we think about justice, when we think about the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, these are some of the things that have to be at the core of what we imagine justice to be. And that is why our colleagues from the NPA will also be speaking about that today, because they are also working on the ongoing work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission. So accountability, restorative justice is very, very important. And I think the government has to take that responsibility and accountability so that individuals don't have to carry this weight alone.
All right, we're going to leave it there this morning. Professor Puleng Segalo, a professor of psychology and the Chief Albert Luthuli Research Chair at UNISA. And in an instance like this, right, does this mean that the history books have to be rewritten? Does it have to go and be corrected at every point where the record was made that he was killed by an accident, that now has to be reviewed? I believe it absolutely has, because the truth must come out. But what does that process entail? I'll also get your views on that shortly.
This is Kathy Mutlatlana on the National Briefing.
All right, it's 20 after 8 o'clock. Let's take a look at this story now. South Africa's child protection system is under the spotlight. It's after the Teddy Bear Foundation took government departments to court over failures to maintain the National Child Protection Register. At the heart of the case are claims that people found unfit to work with children are slipping through the cracks. It's leaving millions of children at risk, while education authorities have agreed to tighten the vetting and reporting process. The Department of Social Development is still defending its handling of the register. Zinat Suji is an attorney and education rights head at Section 27. Zinat, good morning to you. Thanks for your time. Firstly, let's talk about this latest matter that has really, I think, brought this matter under the spotlight. The moment you discovered that this man who had been convicted, dismissed, still was not on the register. I mean, there's no reason why he shouldn't be. What went through your mind?
Sure. Thank you so much for having me, Kathy. So this is, this matter started from upon the perpetrator being found to be unsuitable to work with children. We realized that the Department of Basic Education at that point failed to report the man's name onto the register, and this is what triggered us to actually interrogate the efficiency of the register. And it was quite astonishing to know that the departments were not talking to each other. These were mandated legislative obligations of various departments, which then made us probe a lot more further to look at whether these departments were actually doing what they were supposed to do in terms of the Children's Act. And it was through these investigations that we realized that they were not communicating with each other, and there were many gaps on the reporting aspect of it, as well as on a vetting aspect of it, which then led us to institute the application.
The Department of Social Development says that there are no backlogs and that it's complied with its obligations. Judgment in this matter has been reserved. What are you asking the court to order that the department is not already legally obliged to do?
So the Department of Social Development is the custodian of the register. So what does it mean to be a custodian? And I think this is the heart of the argument for us, is what does maintain and keep and implement the register mean? And what we argued is that the evidence that was placed before the court by the Department of Social Development was not sufficient to show that there are no backlogs. And over and above that, as custodian, does it not mean that they needed to put more firmer mechanisms, and this is what we've asked, is that they put in place mechanisms that ensures the implementation of it, meaning that they need to ensure that names are actually given to them from the Department of Justice and from the Department of Basic Education, together with the provincial education departments, the South African Council of Educators, and the Educators Labour Relations Council. So their function should not just be about waiting for these departments to report, but to actually manage and to maintain it. And we're asking for that aspect to be interpreted, that it can't be so restrictively interpreted. It needs to be that they need to also be a lot more proactive to ensure that the register is maintained.
In a situation like this, right, where there are these delays on the part of the education departments and social development, for parents that are concerned and parents who genuinely want to know whether their child's school has vetted its staff, including on this National Protection Register, what is it that they can do?
They should actually ask the schools and the principals, and then also I think this responsibility sits with the Provincial Education Department and the Department of Basic Education, because they have access to the register. So they should be asking whether these processes should be have been completed, and I think that there has to be proactive steps. But moreover, from the case that we and the settlement agreement that we reached with the department is that the department will now have to report to us, Section 27 and the Teddy Bear Foundation, and they need to explain to us how the progress has happened. We are hoping that they meet their deadline, which they've undertaken, to complete vetting by March 2027.
And Zinat, just before I let you go, we have the National Child Protection Register and the National Register for Sex Offenders. What's the difference between the two?
That's a very important question. So the National Child Protection Register is regulated firstly by the Children's Act, and the custodian of it is the Department of Social Development. This register has a wider net of protection, Kathy, and this is why it's so important. It includes all persons who have been found to be unsuitable to work with children within civil proceedings as well as criminal proceedings, and including the people found unsuitable even in disciplinary hearings. With the National Register of Sex Offenders, is the custodian of it is the Department of Justice, and it only includes people who have been convicted within a criminal proceeding. So for us, the National Child Protection Register is, because of this wider protection and because of the legislative protections and obligations placed on all of these departments, it actually has a wider scope of protection for children. And more importantly, the Department of Basic Education and Provincial Education departments have access to it. And I think that's where the protection of children would be a lot more enhanced if we look at vetting against the National Child Protection Register.
All right. Zinat Suji, attorney and education rights head at Section 27.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, Sis Keith. Good morning to the SAFM listeners. Sis Keith, I think the establishment of the Madlanga Commission was a blessing in disguise for the public. We get to know the depth of corruption in these entities at the highest level. I think it's a blessing, and it must continue doing its work. Sewanele Pretoria.
Good show. You know, our country has got so much of investigation. I pray that, you know, the government will start looking at efficiencies, increasing production, increasing investment, and creating employment. It's only about cases upon cases upon cases, but let's pray that things will turn around. Thank you. It's Daniel Durban.
Good morning, Kathy. Vincent Smart here in Midrand. Kathy, I think that Julius Malima's calling of Andre Jensen, Mama Winnie, is an insult to the Mandela family and to us all South Africans. It has left him with an egg on his face. But knowing him as I do, he will not take back his words. He's very arrogant. Thank you very much, Vincent here in Midrand.
Hi, Kathy and your team and lovely South Africans. It's Eddie from Ondalsres. First things first, happy birthday to SABC. Thank you guys for continuing to give us news, and we appreciate it. Kathy, I'm encouraging South Africans to go and register for the coming elections so that we can be able to elect the government that we want and remove those who are tormenting us, who are currently tormenting us. And lastly, Kathy, I want to say to South Africans, this is a beautiful country. We need to build it. Thank you very much.
All right. Thanks for those WhatsApp voice notes. Yes. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Happy birthday to SABC. Trust me, here at SAFM is going to be a whole month of celebration. So that's why you're not hearing me talk much about it yet, because from next week, it's about one of the things that you're going to be hearing about consistently on air. Solomon, you're in Limpopo. Good morning.
Happy birthday! I'm hearing happy birthday, Kathy. All right, Kathy, let me be the quicker one here. The quicker one is apathy voters. You know, it tormented my heart so much when you were talking.
What happened? What happened to Solomon? We just lost Solomon on the line. All right, we just lost Solomon on the line, unfortunately. Solomon, I'm so sorry. Try get back in touch with us so that we hear what it is you have to say. Okay, let's go to the news desk for the latest news headlines. When we come back, I'm back with your calls. So here's the line, 086 000 2032. I'll be taking only your calls, your voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Good morning, I'm Anne Musa. In the headlines, the city of Ekurhuleni has fired 3 senior officials over allegations of fraud and corruption. Some witnesses had made the allegations when they testified before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. The National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andy Mutibi, says it will take about 6 months to restore public trust in the investigating Directorate Against Corruption. He says they've put plans in place to ensure those entrusted with the running of IDAC do so for the benefit of all South Africans. And the third state witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vuzumuzikat Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume his cross-examination in the High Court in Johannesburg today. I'll have details on these and other stories at 9.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
M1 South coming through mid-road to Joburg, easing after an earlier crash at just after Allendale towards Buccleuch. The N12 coming out of Benoni to Boksburg is heavier crash near Rondebolt Road. And if you're on the N14, the Krugersdorp Highway, on your way up into Pretoria, some big delays there from the R55 Pretoria West exit up to a crash just before you get to Brockfontein interchange. Durban, the M4 collision at Virginia Airport, slow both ways. Usual breakdown on the N2 heading up towards Umhlanga, so delays from the KwaMashu Highway off-ramp. And a major delay alert between Ashburton and Pietermaritzburg this morning. Big crash on the northbound side, just past Ashburton, so everything backlogging into that, heading to Pietermaritzburg, and everybody coming out of Pietermaritzburg to Ashburton having a look and getting caught up, plus a couple of breakdowns as well. So travel later really is the call, if at all possible, and expect to spill over onto the R103, the Polly Shorts option. Cape Town, the main road, Muizenberg to Cork Bay stays busy. Marine Drive inbound, slow towards Pardon Island as you come out of Milnerton. Bit of traffic for a Friday on the M3 coming in from Wynberg Hill through towards Rhodes Drive, but it is starting to ease up. And the N1 south of Bloemfontein, just north of Trompsburg, remains closed with local diversions around a fatal bus crash scene. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAFM Sport with Zai Khan.
Zai Khan, Banyana. We're at that point now. They're facing a must-win WAFCON clash against Ivory Coast. Okay, I just want to know if I were looking at the historical record, who does history favor?
Oh dear. Well, let's just say Ivory Coast won their game, and we didn't against Tanzania. So, but listen,
no, but we can do it.
We can do it.
Bafana did it. Yeah. We were not the favorites, right? But we beat South Korea. We made it to the next round is the point. Banyana, we can do this.
Banyana, we can do it. Please, no calculators. No calculators just yet, okay? But yeah, the win would make our life a lot easier, Banyana. But let's just hope that tonight is not one of those tests where we have to pull out calculators and. Good news is that the team, they're raring to go. They know there's no margin for error against, Ivory Coast in Casablanca tonight. Midfielder Linda Motlalo insists there is no panic.
As players, we understand that this is football and sometimes things won't go our way. But I think the biggest thing is to dig deep, and it's a tournament. It's a long tournament. There's a lot of games that are going to be played. So for us is to dig deep and take one game at a time. There's still more games to play, and it's very important games. And we're not going to put ourselves under pressure. We know what we're capable of, and we'll just do the work when we get to the field.
Let's go to more football. The new Betway Premiership season gets underway this weekend with champions Orlando Pirates beginning life as the team everyone wants to beat. The Buccaneers host newly promoted Milford FC tomorrow as they look to build on last season's title success, while coach Abdusalam Wadu insists celebrations are over and they are focused.
For us, of course, we know them, we already studied them, but in the same time, we're playing at home. Front of our fans. It will be the first game of the opening season. We don't have any other choice than to win, especially when we see the targets that we have this season.
Now, South Africa's athletics team, they've finally broken through on the track at the Commonwealth Games with Masala Makatu claiming the country's first athletics medal in Glasgow. While the silver medal ended the wait for a podium finish, 9-time national 400-meter hurdles champion LJ van Zyl believes the team should not be judged on medals alone.
Yeah, I don't think it will be a disaster, and I also think we will bring some medals back. I don't want to make any predictions, but I think Marianne must still compete, Johanna must still compete. There's still opportunities. The 400 is still coming up. Zakiti Nene's got a good chance. He's in top shape the whole season. But that's why the Commonwealth Games is important to us. It's to develop athletes, to give athletes opportunity of championships, also to get the Olympic feeling.
And finally, the 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup is expected to be more than just a major sporting event for Southern Africa. Local Organising Committee Chairperson Trevor Manuel believes the tournament presents an opportunity for South Africa, Zimbabwe and Namibia to strengthen regional ties.
It's fundamentally important, and we need to be able to demonstrate that we are one. The unity of spirit, the organizational unity between us is something that we will work at assiduously. We must. You know, we've organized so many things in the meantime. We've organized, just last year, the G20 was massive. The FIFA 2010 was massive. We have the ability to do it, and we will do it now collectively and collaboratively with Zimbabwe and Namibia. We can do it, and we will do it. And there are major benefits from this.
And that's your sport. Swing back for more at around 12:30 with John Hedeker. I'm Zai Khan.
Call SAFM now on 086 000 2032.
You're still listening to the National Briefing. So we do what we do well on a Friday, which is, of course, try to make as much time as possible for your feedback, your engagement. I'm going to start it off in Limpopo with Solomon. Solomon, you got cut off. Good morning.
Yeah. Happy birthday again, Kathy. My home station is SAFM.
Wonderful. That's great to hear. What do you want to talk
with
about?
Kathy. Yeah, with Kathy. All right, a quicker one, Kathy. I was so tormented when you were talking with somebody with regard to the doctors. Let me reduce 2 doctors. They could contact me. I will give them an accommodation and everything and a place where they could practice their knowledge. Simple as that. All right. But in a sense of apathy voters, I feel so very much apathy. All these politicians, on our side, Limpopo, we support Dr. Poppy Ramathuba. She has got a heart of Paul. She's not for Polokwane, for Limpopo. And she's so positive with regard to the job. I want to be positive really to her. Right now, there is 9 classes where 150 people will be employed there. She has been positive. But these MECs, you find sometimes they are not supporting her positively, like a social development MEC. We are waiting for her from April up to now. She should support. We have all MEC and all these politicians, they have to support their premier. Premier Dr. Poppy Ramathuba, she's the best of the best. 95% I'm giving her.
Okay.
And I'm giving her a hug.
Wow.
So this is what we should do. Yes.
Sheesh. That's a lot of love, Solomon. That's a lot of love. You don't often hear listeners coming on air and talking that positively about political leaders, especially those that are in administrative office. So, Dr. Poppy Ramathuba, if you're hearing that, Solomon in Limpopo certainly approves of some of the changes that you've been bringing to the province. Is it Tole? Good morning in East London.
Kathy, good morning to you.
Yes, sir.
I also love Poppy Ramathuba because she is a straightforward premier.
She's a straight talker, hey? She's a straight talker.
She doesn't like the thing, she doesn't like it. Kathy, I want to speak, to talk about Ramsemi, this advocate. It doesn't sit well with me. Correct me if I'm wrong. She phones Johnson. Can I start switch off my radio?
Well, Tole, yes, please do that quickly. It sounds like Johnson was the one that had called her after giving evidence at the Madlanga Commission, while giving evidence at the Madlanga Commission.
Yeah, but what doesn't sit well with me is this Ramsemi recording Johnson, not telling her that I'm recording you, not recording only, keep the recording with her. She takes it to Madlanga Commission. I don't have a problem with what Johnson said about the commission. We all criticize each other. The commission is open for criticism as well. But now, listen to that part that says, if they call you, you must just run away, skip the country. How is it going to get out of that now? How is she going to get out of that? But now, listen to this now.
Yeah.
Opposite. This Ramsemi is also dirty, I must say. Because now, she wanted to throw Johnson under the bus. The commission was already, they know what they're going to do about Johnson. But what is she adding now? It's too much for me.
Okay.
It doesn't sit well with me.
Look,
Who else is going to work with her now if because they know now, because that she is like that. You will talk and she will record you.
Okay.
It's also making her name and dirty as well.
Tole, we're going to leave it there with you for this morning. But I wonder how many people in workplaces have found themselves in a position like that, especially when it comes to dealing with seniors. Is part of the reason why she recorded her, because maybe she knows nobody would have believed whatever she would have said about it. It would have been hearsay. But does it also not reveal more about the state of the relationship between Ramsamy and Andrea Johnson, Advocate Andrea Johnson, and generally what was happening in that office? Zunguza, you are in Poch. Good morning.
Hi, Chetty. Hi, Chetty.
Yes, sir.
It is so depressing lately listening to SFM. It's so depressing. You hardly come with the topics that build and that encourage people to build a nation. You can't build a country on the basis of negativity almost daily, Monday to Friday, Sunday to Sunday, January to December. Back in the days, radio used to inform and educate. It's so is acceptable lately to come on the radio, rubbish someone's name without even being taken into account. Like if you listen to people, Jesse Kaunda, Bob Butana, they are almost angry. It's like, okay, almost angry every day. They don't see anything positive happening in the country. Sometimes I wonder what they do in their life on day to day. Have they built a company? Are they employing South African? What is that they are running so that maybe I can go to Jessica and say that, okay, if I'm a council, if I'm a director, if I'm a CEO, I must go and learn from him and Butana. Almost, let's move away from negativity. Let's build a country. Every country on earth are built by people. You can't just have, commit, have efforts from Monday to Friday. Yours is to come on the radio, rubbish people, corruption this, so and so, government this, government. What is your responsibility? I remember the guy who is the JF Kennedy, who once said that don't ask your country what can you do for it. How do we change the South African mindset of complaining always, Katie? We can't build a country. Sometimes I even listen to Radio 2000 because I'm tired of listening to negativity. Every person who could depress about too.
Well, Zunguza, I hear what you're saying, right? But I think on the national briefing every day, we've been very intentional, even in bringing Built in Mzansi, about showcasing the stories of South Africans and the work that ordinary South Africans are doing that give us a reason to believe and hope in this country. So it's not true that there isn't an effort to bring other perspectives and to bring other stories. And yes, we can argue, is one segment enough in the context of 3 hours? We can have that debate, but I think let's also try and be fair when we make our assessments.
Thank you, Ken. Thank you. Yes, thank you. Let's just look for some positivity. Thank you.
All right, Zunguza out in Potchefstroom. Thabo, you're in Germiston. Good morning.
Morning, Thabo. Morning, Sis Kate. How are you?
Good. Go for it, Thabo.
Okay. Sis Kate, I just want to raise a point that is very valid for me concerning the nursing council, which is, they call it a SANCA, together with the DINOSA. Sis Kate, these people, the fees for the year for the registered nurse, it's 870. If you fail to pay that thing, they push the price to 2,750, which is, if you minus, it gives you the difference of 1,880. Can you imagine nurses who are sitting at home who doesn't have a job? Now they want to re-register. Then they have to put this 2.7. Because I was saying, if they can double the price of this, it can give them 1,740 rand. Minusing from that 2.7, they still get the profit of 1,010 rand. Then it's a standard rate. And then Dinosa is quiet. Nurses are not working. Now, my younger sister wanted to re-register. They pushed to 2.7 for the nursing. How could these people who are not working going to get this much money to pay for the fees? I mean, this is unfair. Please, Katie, can you find someone from either Dinosa or from Sanka? Because even if you register all the parts that they have, which is the psychiatry, community, and midwifery, and the general, it doesn't add up that money to that 2.7. 2.7 for what?
And so, Tabo, tell me, does it increase your chances of employment when you have joined the associations?
No.
Okay.
Please, just for them to break it down, why that much when we have nurses who are sitting at home cannot get the job after even completing.
Okay.
They are waiting. Now we have to struggle to raise that much. It's too much. Please, let's get.
Okay.
Please, I'm begging you.
Tabo, thanks for that. Tabo, bringing a different matter on the agenda, and I think it's certainly something that we can look into. So earlier on in the second hour of this show, we had Eckhart, I think, from Gqeberha, who called in about voter registration. And he said, he was asking, in fact, about the one cell phone, one registration. And he said that if you have registered online or you've changed your details online, you can only do that with one person that will be linked to one cell phone. Simon Mabolo is the Chief Electoral Officer. He joined us earlier on in the show talking about the final weekend of voter registration. So, Mr. Mamabolo, this certainly didn't come up in our conversation. Thanks for being available to address this matter again on air. Is there a policy, a one phone, one registration policy?
The correct characterization of the situation is as follows. You can use one cell phone to register multiple people. The only rider is that the one-time PIN may be received by these multiple registrations that we are assisting. In other words, Simon Mabolo is helping some other people to register. He uses his cell phone for that purpose. But the one-time PIN must go directly to the person for whom an application is made. Why is this necessary? Because we were a bit laxed previously. You could register as many as 10 people receiving the OTP on the same cell number. But what we've seen was an abuse by political parties, especially ahead of by-elections. So to prevent that abuse, mindful of the fact that here we're dealing with the political rights of people. We don't want them to be easily trampled upon by unscrupulous people.
So the point here is to verify that the person who's been registered actually is aware that this registration is taking place, and therefore the need for the OTP that is sent to the number that is associated with this individual on the voters' roll.
It is indeed so, Katie, that the person for whom the registration is being made or for whom an amendment to registration needs to be aware, which is why the OTP must go to them, and then they can then give the person who's assisting them the OTP to proceed with the registration transaction.
Fantastic. Simon Mabolo, let me thank you again for your time and for coming on to clarify that matter. So you can register multiple people from the same device, as he has said, but the OTP will go to the number that is associated with the individual being registered. So if it's a case of somebody perhaps not having a smartphone and it's easier to navigate the website using a smartphone, you can absolutely help them out, but they have to confirm their OTP with you. So Eckhart, I certainly hope it answers your question, and it of course also clarifies for all of our listeners who are tuned in. It's time for your final traffic update on the national briefing with Rob.
SAFM. guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good morning, just west of Joburg, Crown Amalgam area, protesting again, Main Reef and Dorado. It's been on off, it's on again this morning. Just watch for some delays there. Crash leaving Benoni on your way to Boxburg by Rondebolt Road between Atlas and Rondebolt. That's still slow. And the M1 North, just really sluggish this morning. Malabongwe around to Ravonia Road. Queues on the N14 heading to Pretoria. Going to be asked to sit in traffic this morning on that section of the N14 Krugersdorp Highway in towards Brockfontein interchange. Major delay alert from Pietermaritzburg down to Durban. On that section between Ashburton and Pietermaritzburg. A big crash on the northbound side, so very heavy getting up from sort of Linfield Park through Ashburton towards the sea, and a very big delay coming out of Pietermaritzburg from about sort of New England Road down the bypass all the way through to the Ashburton area. Some breakdowns on that southbound side as well. Very heavy both ways. Breakdown on the N2 North before Schlanger. That's still busy from Kormashu. Crash near Virginia Airport, still holding traffic on the M4 Ruth First Highway in both directions. Cape Town, Muizenberg through to Cork Bay, looking busy on the main road. And there's a crash if you're moving between Kales River and Stellenbosch. It's on the Bottleray Road, just past the Botfontein Road. Quite heavy both ways. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Let's have the conversation. WhatsApp voice notes on 0614 104 107.
Morning, Kathy. I think Advocate Drew had a score to settle with Advocate Johnson. I mean, the way that she was singing at the Matanga Commission, even the fact that she even brought a recording of the call that she had with Advocate Johnson, it shows that she had a score to settle. And I think she has settled that score now. She was singing. Like a baby. She was singing.
Good morning, SAFM and you too, Katie. I agree with Solomon from Limpopo. You're speaking to Shanganan Tlapi from KZN. I agree with him about Dr. Poppy. She's doing very well. I don't want to lie. People, let's support her. Talking to me, I'm here in KZN, but I'm supporting her in Limpopo. Let's support her. Thank you very much, Katie.
Morning, Katie. Morning, Bongani. Katie, I think the IDEC should be disbanded. If you look, the name of the police from that department, they are all over Madlanga Commission. Really, IDEC, it should be disbanded.
Built in Mzansi on the National Briefing.
All right, let's get into our Built in Mzansi feature for today. So in 2022, the floods in KZN killed hundreds of people, and it left the province, with just so much destruction. Most of us looked at it, we saw a disaster. Our next guest looked at the fallen trees, the waste, and saw raw material. She's from Inanda, Busisiwe Mbanda, and she's the founder of Volcanic Explosion. Busisiwe, good morning to you. Thanks for your time this morning. So we were looking right at this desolation and just how battered the province had been. Why did you see something different? Hello, Busisiwe. Where's Busisiwe gone to? Busisiwe, can you hear me?
Okay. I would like to greet everyone on the SAFM and thanks for the opportunity again.
Busisiwe, I don't know what is happening
Hello?
with that line. Yeah,
I
the
hear
line. Yeah,
you.
the line to you is not great this morning. We're going to see if we can try and bring Busisiwe up on a different line because we certainly do want to hear a lot more from her. And what she's now done is that she turns wood waste and invasive plant biomass into eco-friendly charcoal briquettes. Busisiwe, are you back on the line? Can you hear me better now?
Hello?
Yeah, the network is simply not holding up. We're going to have Busisiwe back up on next week. Hopefully the connection to her is going to be slightly better than it has been today. I do apologize for that. But we love to leave with stories of South Africans that are making an impact, that are innovating, that give us a reason not only to believe in South Africa, but that show what's possible. Because who moves South Africa forward? South Africa moves forward because of you and I. South Africa moves forward because of the resilience of its people, and its people is you and I, is the people that still show up despite what they're seeing in the newspapers, despite what they're seeing in the radio, despite all the reason that we might have to lose hope and to think, oh, well, it's just a disaster. But we come back to our homes, we wake up every morning, and we give ourselves a reason to hope again and to believe that it's possible. And it is possible. It is possible. All right, that's where we're going to have to leave it on the national briefing for today. The show is back with you again on Monday between 6 and 9 o'clock. And I did say that we're going into the month of August, so you're going to be hearing a lot more about our birthday coming up in August. So it's only fitting that as the SABC celebrates 90 years of switching on, right? The first time that a broadcast ever aired on SABC was on this day 90 years ago. So it's only fitting that we leave you with this.
Happy birthday to you, your way. Happy birthday to you, your way. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Auro, auro,
In our top stories, 3 Ekurhuleni senior officials dismissed over corruption allegations, and rebuilding public trust in IDAC could take 6 months. Good morning. The city of Ekurhuleni has fired 3 senior officials over allegations of fraud and corruption. Some witnesses had made the allegations when they testified before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. The allegations included failing to discipline suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi in the Blue Light saga. Mbalentle Mtetwa reports.
Head of Legal Kemi Bihari and Head of Human Resources Linda Xashega have been dismissed after an internal disciplinary hearing. They were questioned by the Madlanga Commission regarding their alleged involvement in efforts to shield Julius Mkhwanazi from accountability. Mkhwanazi is accused of using a questionable memorandum of understanding to equip vehicles linked to businessman Vusimuzi Katmadlala with blue lights. Ekurhuleni Mayor Nkosindiphi Xakaza will brief the public on the council's decision.
The National Director of Public Prosecutions, Advocate Andy Mutibi, says it will take about 6 months to restore public trust in the investigating Directorate Against Corruption. He says they've put plans in place to ensure those entrusted with the running of IDAC do so for the benefit of all South Africans. This follows the resignation of former IDAC head Advocate Andrea Johnson and the suspension of 3 other officials. Mutibi addressed the media in Pretoria yesterday.
The standard operating procedures have to be reviewed to ensure that there's checks and balances that the minister has referred to, but also ensure that there's segregation of duties so that you don't have an individual who receives the Section 27 referral and is the same individual that goes on to authorize what is it that needs to be investigated.
The third state witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Cat Matlala and 4 co-accused is expected to resume his cross-examination in the High Court in Johannesburg today. Captain Pimi Sekgobela has been testifying in the trial within a trial, detailing the sequence of events on the day Musa Kekana was arrested following the killing of Vereniging engineer Amin Swart in April 2024. The alleged gunman, together with Matlala and the other accused, face several charges linked to alleged failed assassination attempts. Speaking through an interpreter yesterday, Sekgobela denied allegations that police had tortured Kekana.
He is not telling the truth. No one tortured him. He was cooperating. There wasn't even a reason for him to be laid a hand. And he did not provoke anyone or anger anyone.
Firefighters are still battling to contain the blaze that broke out at an apartment building in Sea Point yesterday. A man who lived on the top floor of the building succumbed to injuries. The City of Cape Town's Fire and Rescue Service spokesperson, Jermaine Carlson.
The last crew left the scene at around 25 minutes after 3. However, there has been a flare-up which is now being attended to. The cause of the fire is still unknown, and the South African Police Service will investigate. A building inspector will conduct an assessment of the structure once the fire is extinguished.
And finally, thousands more migrants have gathered at the border of Spain's North African enclave of Ceuta, where extra troops have been deployed. This after police were overwhelmed during the first mass crossing in 5 years. The Prime Minister is expected in the territory today. The BBC's Nick Beek has more.
There has been this big attempt for people to get across, but the question is what happens to them once they're there? You've got the authorities that run this Spanish territory saying that they're overwhelmed, that there are reception centres which are already full up, that if anyone needs medical treatment, that the hospitals will be full, and also they say they're worried about the security side of things.
Recapping the top story, the city of Ekurhuleni has fired 3 senior officials over allegations of fraud and corruption. Some witnesses had made the allegations when they testified before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Mandela believed that listening was the beginning of understanding.
We are therefore prepared to work with them to arrive at a just and lasting negotiated solution.
This Mandela Month, SAFM continues the tradition through meaningful conversations that challenge, inspire, and unite South Africans from every walk of life.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
The situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not improving.
Good morning and welcome to the Sunday edition of the JSB House. I'm Michelle Constant.
If a union treasurer is popular, then there must be something wrong with the finances. You are extremely popular this morning, Minister Manuel. Is there something wrong with our finances?
A very good evening, or rather afternoon to you, Mzansi. Welcome to Otherwise on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader. My name is Charlotte Pala.
So, you know how important social grants are, right? And it turns out that there's a big study that's been done. The University of Johannesburg's been looking at it.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAFM has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAFM property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAFM woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAFM woman? SAFM 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAFM. The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
8 minutes past 9. Good morning and welcome. It is Friday. I just had to remind you of that. Thank you so much for joining us for our Friday edition of the Daily Discourse. Patrick wanted to have his say for a moment there. Yeah, Patrick, we know you here. Patrick is on sound today, of course, and producing the show, Melissa. She's also taking your calls. Junior is behind the camera today. Now, remember, apart from listening to us on the radio, you can also listen live on DSTV channel 814, or you can go to our website and listen live there. We're also on the SABC Plus app. That is a really good way to stay in touch with what is going on over the course of the morning as you're moving around. We're also video streaming our broadcast, so you can watch us from anywhere in the world on YouTube, Facebook and X. Hello and welcome if you are overseas. And don't forget that if you haven't managed to catch the show in its entirety, our digital team loads the podcasts onto our website. You can catch up on all our interviews on demand there. We always start with an open line, our studio line 086 000 2032, our WhatsApp line 0614 104 107. I must just apologize because it's slightly difficult when we're on an outside broadcast to take as many calls and voice notes as we would like. We really do try, but it's a very fluid situation, as you know, and you know, doing a live broadcast from outside when you are not in the comfort of your studio, it's a less controlled environment, and consequently, you know, a lot happens and you're not always able to communicate with your people the way you normally would. So today we'll try and make up for that with as many phone calls and voice notes that we take over the course of the morning. All right, let me tell you what is happening on the show this morning. We're starting off with the issue of IDAC, and you may have watched that media briefing yesterday. Essentially, they want to pull IDAC from what looks to be the brink. And we saw the Justice Minister, Mameloko Kubai, and the NDPP, the National Director of Public Prosecutions, Andy Motibi, address the public and talk about how they are planning to turn the organization around within a period of 6 months. Lots of changes on the cards. We're going to be speaking to a security strategist about that in a short while. Love to take your calls on that. A little bit later on, the city of Joburg is suddenly waking up to the fact that there has been fruitless and wasteful expenditure within its ranks. It is referring a number of people for disciplinary hearings because something in the region of 4 billion rand has been lost to that expenditure. So we're going to find out from the Deputy Mayor and the MMC of Finance a little bit later on what they plan on doing about that. And then this was something that came about from a conversation we had during our outside broadcast yesterday with Brand South Africa. they mentioned that South Africans are no longer primarily identifying themselves as South Africans. Please talk to me about this, because if you are somebody who has moved from one position or one, shall we say, one identity position to another, I'd love to hear from you. But when they surveyed them, right, to find out about the state of the country and how we feel about ourselves as South Africans and our country, they got a very interesting response from them. They did not primarily identify themselves as South Africans as they had done in previous surveys. And consequently, this led them to believe that there has been some kind of shift that causes people in South Africa right now to identify themselves differently to the way they used to. So people don't say, I'm South African. They identify as being from a particular ethnic group or language group. Some of them may be from a religious group. I don't know how people have individually identified themselves, because it's a big sample. They were looking at 5,000 people. But I'd like to know, has that shift occurred for you? Are you somebody who's always identified yourself as South African and been very proud of that, but right now are undergoing some kind of identity change where another part of your being has come to predominate? There's another facet of yours that you would rather identify yourself by, because you feel, for whatever reason, that the label South African or that part of your identity is not working for you for some reason. Please share that with me. I'm desperate to hear from you to find out why that shift is taking place on the ground. We're going to be speaking to a diversity expert on that issue. And then if you are somebody who flies frequently, and this is something you need to brace yourself for, flight ticket prices in South Africa are going to go up. I think some of the airlines like SAfmRadio are already introducing a surcharge of some kind, and it's all to do with Trump and Iran and the whole the Strait of Hormuz background. That we know that a war is still going on in the Middle East, and consequently, it appears that oil prices are indefinitely going to be affected by this, and airline fuel prices in particular. So we'll speak to Guy Leach about that a bit later on. And then I just want to touch in with the South African Weather Service to find out what the weather is looking like, because in the Eastern Cape it's very cold. We understand there's snow there, and my family in KZN is telling me it's very cold there. Mind you, that's what my mother says when it goes down to 25 degrees. Just teasing, Ma. But jokes aside, I think KZN does get very cold when the Eastern Cape does, for obvious reasons. And if there's snow on the Berg, then certainly there is a chill in the air. So if you are from any of those places in the country, then do let us know. I'm told the sun is shining brightly in the Western Cape, and they're not having that cold season. So if you're from there, you might want to give me a call about that as well. Congrats for escaping that for a change. And then a little bit later on, the start of Women's Month happens this weekend. Tomorrow's actually the start of Women's Month. As we start a brand new month, we're going to find out from Momentum what they're doing about getting women's stories out there under the theme Owning Success on Your Own Terms. And then a bit of a disappointing story I found, and you might be a student at university, or you might be studying at a tertiary institution of any kind, and you might be struggling to pay your fees, particularly if you're a postgrad. Interesting that the Daily Maverick has looked at this. Siyabonga Agoni has written a fantastic article that actually made me quite sad, I might tell you. It's about all the things that postgrad university students, so students with a degree already, who are studying further, have to do to make ends meet. Some of them are sort of young entrepreneurs. They're selling everything from wigs to food, and some of them are even selling drugs, sadly, as a consequence. And they're doing this to pay their fees, because there isn't a central fund like NSFAS, that the undergraduates can draw on for their financial support. And I'm wondering, if you're at university, if you are even an administrator at university, what do you do in the case of postgrads? How do you keep them in the program? What is worrying is the number of South African people doing masters and doctorates. It's not as high as government had aimed at, right, a few years ago. It's a very, very small percentage, and consequently, I think it's largely because people, well, I shouldn't say largely, but a big factor is that many people can't afford to study further after they've got their first degree. But we do need those master's students. We need the doctors as well. We need to populate the universities with them and other research institutions. If we don't get them coming through, we're going to be in trouble for sure. So give me a shout. Tell me what's on your mind this morning. I'd love to talk to you particularly about any of the subjects subjects that we are tackling this morning. Give you that studio line number again, just for old time's sake, 086 000 2032. Our WhatsApp line, 0614 104 107. Oh, by the way, it is our 90th birthday. I know, I don't look 90, but, I what can I say? SABC is 90 years old. And what a tradition it has. And if you think of all the periods through which it's gone, all the incredible flux that it has experienced, all the image changes it has undergone over the years, the reconstructive surgery at some points that was required, and its periods of peaks and valleys, right? We have to be honest, this is the public broadcaster, and what goes on in the country is deeply reflected in the persona of the SABC. And so if you'd like to talk about that and the work of the public broadcaster 90 years on, you are more than welcome to give us a call. Love to hear from you on our studio line or our WhatsApp line. Let's take a short break. When we come back, we'll be talking IDAC.
Clientele is here to safeguard you and your family with compassion because life happens. Be part of a family that truly cares. Our funeral dignity plans have helped South Africans bury their loved ones with dignity for more than 30 years. Let us help you create a meaningful tribute that honors your life and those of your loved ones. We pay out within 24 hours and you will get double accident cover with a clientele funeral plan. Our plans are affordable. Pick the option that suits your needs. Easy to apply, no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
EFC is live this Thursday, fresh off a championship win.
He was willing to give everything for this title tonight.
Cape Town's Adrian Sanchez puts his interim belt on the line against the man determined to fulfill his family's legacy, Durban's Bradley Swanepoel. Live this Thursday from the World Sports Betting Arena. Watch it on SABC Sport Channel on DTT Channel 4 from 7 p.m. Brought to you by SABC Sport.
The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
18 minutes past 9 on the Daily Discourse, and analysts are dissecting the news this morning that the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption is about to undergo a complete overhaul. Justice Minister Mameloko Kubai and National Director of Public Prosecutions Andy Motibi held a media briefing yesterday in which they announced several changes to the running of IDAC. This follows explosive revelations at the Madlanga Commission about the way Andrea Johnson was running IDAC and the suspensions of some of her subordinates. Security strategist Andy Mashele joins us now for some analysis. Good morning to you, Mr. Mashele. Thank you for your time on the Daily Discourse. I see there are going to be multiple operational interventions. What would you say are some of the most useful that were announced yesterday?
Good morning to Joanne and your heavyweight show listeners this morning. Joanne, all of those initiatives are aimed to reclaim the integrity of the IDAC. You and I can certainly testify that it is in tatters. The integrity and the reputation has gone out of the window. So these initiatives, one, are aimed at stabilizing leadership. Two, they have been demonstrated by the minister suspending Perumal, Padiachi, and Beluchan. Three, you and I are expecting the institution to can perform better given its new KPIs and all of those things that would speak to performance oversight. Four, we are expecting that the IDAC judge, the retired judge, Justice Raulinga, to play a very significant role in terms of, once again, boosting the confidence of the public in IDAC, given its shenanigans and given its wanting behavior in how they generate cases and how they investigate and prosecute. Remember when they were established in 2019, they had to do with serious and complex corruption matters, and they were having they're having investigative powers which comes from that NPA Act, and they can also prosecute, and they are also working hand in glove with other institutions like your DPCI. So this reset, the IDEC reset, is similar to the SAPS reset that was announced over the weekend, the past weekend, Saturday in Mpumalanga by the Minister of Police. So the Minister of Justice is speaking the language that we want to speak. The criminal justice system operating as a smooth automatic machine.
I mean, you mentioned a moment ago these twin powers of theirs. Is it inherently problematic that IDAC has both investigative and prosecutorial powers instead of maintaining these as two separate functions?
Remember, Joanne, that they were established to specifically deal with the Zondo Commission's recommendations, the implementations and the referrals that were made in the report of the Zondo Commission. And you would want to have a specialized agency in investigating the findings of the Zondo Commission for implementation's sake. Some of those matters that have gone cold under the radar of time, as you and I are talking today, and some of them that reflected state capture, which is one of those reasons why they were established. They were established to interrogate state capture as well as ensure that they prevent state capture from happening as a result of the investigations and prosecution. So for the purpose that they were established, yes, they were established as a specialist agency. Separating the powers would cost them when they were investigating cases and having to wait on prosecutors to take their matter to court. For the Zondo Commission matters, they can investigate, put up a Section 27 referral and take some of their prosecutors from the NPA and present their matter in a court of law. So for that reason, you did not need to separate their powers.
All right. So I've got quite a few issues to get through here, Mr. Mashi, but let me try and get in as many as possible. What do you think about the decision to vet all IDAC employees and ensure everyone has lifestyle audits conducted on them?
As a retired ambassador of Interpol, I would have expected lifestyle audits to have been made when they were appointed, and I would have expected them to be vetted. In fact, anyone who's in a public institution that deals with safety and security, including people like myself, I have been vetted myself. I have gone through to the LCRC to check if I've committed crime, and all my reports will tell you that there is no illicit activity identified. I don't rob, I don't do funny things. So I expect everyone else in that space to be vetted so that you know who they connect with, you know who they are married to. Are they married to a criminal, and would they be taking some of the secrets to their friends and that kind of stuff? You need to vet people so that you can make sure that the people who handle some serious secrets are vetted. Why would you advise Feroz Khan to use a VIP entrance where he is not going to be searched, where he's not going to sign anything? Are you saying that no fingerprints of his must be left in your room in the event of any chaos or distraction? How will we then identify if the suspect would have been him should a crime have been committed in that area? So you can tell the behavior that Feroz Khan must use a back door suggests one thing: a threat to national security or a threat to national key point security. Remember, the NPA and IDEC are a national key point. So you cannot allow any Tom, Dick, and Harry to come in as they wish. It doesn't matter who they are. 2 months ago, I had a meeting with Andy Mutibi, the NDPP. Me and a colleague of mine who went there. Our phones were confiscated, put somewhere else, very far. We did not have those things. And I complied because I'm in the space of security and I understand national security and threat to security. Why would a head of IDEC do something like that? Which is why you have to vet them and ensure that you know what they do, you can trust them.
And tell me about this suggestion that the IDAC head not be a permanent appointment, but one that's subject to a particular term in office. Does that in any way break continuity with the organization's vision and mission?
No, it doesn't. We in that space sign 5-year contracts, whether you are a provincial commissioner or a national commissioner. In my case, as the chairperson of the community police board from Gauteng from 2010 to the next 5 years, I sat on that space. And long and short, the long and short is you want to have new thinking, a new mindset. You don't want someone who is used to the reins. You want someone who will be in that position, who will perform and who will have no time to can relax, given your 5-year strategic plan. Remember, as a strategist myself, we sit down and we craft these strategies, and then we will ask you, Joanne, in the next 5 years, what is your vision about prosecutions, corruption, and many of those things? You put your plan, and towards the end of 5 years, or every year, or every 3 months, or every 6 months, we do a review of your strategy. We look at your performance. We look at your challenges. We look at your successes. So there is nothing untoward with the head of IDEC having a 5-year contract like everyone else.
I want to read out one of our listeners' messages, Mr. Mashaila. He says, "Morning, JJ. I think IDAC must be disbanded. Contrary to what the minister said, the snake rots from the head. In IDAC's case, the whole snake is rotten. There's no point in trying to salvage anything there." That's Sydney and Middleburg. Do you agree with that, or are we throwing the baby out with the bathwater?
I am inclined to agree with that logic. I'm sure, JJ, you would have seen some of my interviews where I say I really don't know what is it that IDEC is doing, because you have the Directorate of Priority Crimes investigating corruption. You have SAPS investigating corruption, and you have IDEC investigating corruption. And some of those members of IDEC come from the police, they come from crime intelligence. Why would you not enhance or beef up the expertise, the skill of those police officers to can do what they are doing? Why would we need IDEC? But I understand their reasoning behind it.
Thank you so much for speaking to us today. That was Andy Mashaile. He's a security strategist, and tell me what you think about that. I'm wondering, one of the questions I didn't have time to ask him was about the relocation of IDAC, possibly within I suppose, an independent Chapter 9 institution that doesn't fall directly under government, because that's something else that had been called for. And we saw yesterday at the media briefing that the Justice Minister and the NDPP had no intention of moving in that direction. So I'd still love to hear from you on that. Does it simply need to be located in a different place so that it is guaranteed independence? 9:30 on the Daily Discourse. Let's catch up with Anne Musa for your latest news headlines.
Good morning. Thanks, Joanne. In the headlines, a senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption will appear before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria shortly. Mancha Rapesu will testify after the resignation of IDEC head Andrea Johnson and the suspension of 3 other officials. The city of Ekurhuleni has fired 3 senior officials over allegations of fraud and corruption. Some witnesses had made the allegations when they testified before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. And the SABC says its news division has played a significant role since 1950. It reaches the public through various platforms, including 5 television channels and 19 radio stations. The SABC is celebrating 9 decades of broadcasting. I'll have details on these and other stories at 10.
You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
9:31 on the Daily Discourse. So many of your messages coming in at this hour, and let me read out and play some of them on the voice note line. One of you wanting Andrea Johnson to be arrested.
Good morning, Sister Joanne. Umzo, Cape Town, the Uber driver. Sister Joanne, I just want to comment about Mama Johnson. Mama Johnson, Joanna, she must be arrested. And she must be prosecuted, when Sister Joanne. Because it cannot be someone to advise someone else to just like leave the country. No, she's corrupt to the core. She is very corrupt to the core. She must be arrested. Mzoe, Cape Town.
Thanks, Mzwa. Yeah, I think there's a lot more investigation that needs to be done there. And I think what we saw at the Matlanga Commission was simply the opening of that can of worms. But there's a lot more to find in there, if you ask me, too. One of you says, happy birthday, SAFM. Thank you for that. Joanne, with respect, the claim that South Africans don't identify as South African is completely misplaced. There are a few people in Africa who take as much pride in their country as South Africans, or there are few people who take as much pride in their country as South Africans do. Being called a South African is something many of us wear with pride. It's a badge of honor. Those statistics are just lies. They clearly don't reflect the views of ordinary South Africans, but foreigners. Oh gosh, here we go again. A South African will always be proud to be a South African, and that's a flex in itself. So, I mean, I'm delighted to hear that you are proud to be South African. We can never lose that. Our country's been through a lot, and how we've come through a lot of that is important to remember, right? We've got to have some sense of pride in our identity and in what we've managed to achieve. As we hold the truths of what needs to be improved in our country, we need to do that. But so essentially, this was an actual formal survey that Brand South Africa did. They didn't just pick up the phone and kind of arbitrarily phone people whose identity was not confirmed. There was a sample, it's controlled, and researchers actually did it. Remember, the fact that we sometimes disagree with the findings of surveys or whatever doesn't mean they were lies. Okay? It just means that they reflect something else in the country that may not be relevant to our lives directly because we don't think the same way, right? So Brand South Africa did the survey, 5,000 people from all walks of life in many, many different sectors of the country. And that was what came out in the survey. So certainly there are some people in the country who are feeling that way. One of you says, good morning, Joe and team. I identify myself as a proud South African. Despite the problems we face, it has zilch to do with my roots and country I have been born in. I love my country and identity. Happy birthday, SABC. Have a lovely weekend. Nasima Mohammed in eThekwini. Nasima, lovely message. Thank you so much for that. It's a nice Friday feel-good one. And then one of you is talking about the recording of Andrea Johnson that was played out when Drisantha Ramsamy took the stand yesterday at the Matlanga Commission.
Morning, JJ. I'm Sido in Watema Rulin. I'm disappointed when people who say the lady shouldn't have recorded Johnson and she shouldn't have brought the recording to the commission. That reflects the level of hypocrisy with South African people who always rally behind corrupt individuals who hold higher position in our society. Otherwise, we wouldn't have Umkhonto weSizwe Zuma today. The people of South Africa are baiting what the mess that is going on in this country by supporting the corrupt and transgressors in this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I'm keen to know what you think of that recording in particular that was played yesterday. I mean, it was quite exposing, right, in terms of what was said during that phone call. Certainly everything that Andrea Johnson thought of the commissioners, and she was very cynical indeed about them. She spoke about how she was made to feel like she was thick as two bricks, and didn't know the basics of law and that kind of thing. And obviously obviously Trasantha Ramsamy had that conversation with her and recorded it and shared the contents. I was just wondering, obviously, because one always tries to watch with a critical eye. I was wondering how useful that phone call was to taking evidence forward at the commission. Was there anything in there that was particularly incriminating in that little clip? And you can tell me what you think about that, because some people are divided on it. Some people say, yes, that conversation needed to be aired so people could have a good idea what Andrea thought of her time at the commission. Other people are saying, no, there was no evidence in there as such, and therefore it was, a little gossipy, if you like. But tell me what you think about that. Churchill in Mdata is on the line to us. Good morning, Churchill. You want to talk about the Madlanga revelations? Hi.
Good morning, my sister. It's what everybody talks about mostly these days.
Yeah.
Look, man, I've got a question, my sister. In this country, there's a lot of things that are happening that have happened previously. Mm-hmm. But now the question that I'm asking myself, do we ever learn from these things? Because we need to learn from our mistakes so that we up our game in the future. Mm-hmm. Remember, there are people who fled this country, who were fingered in allegations of corruption. Some of them were even charged. We talk of the Guptas who were in cahoots with the former President Zuma, who fled this country. We talk of the Guptas who fled this country. And today we are hearing revelations from the Madlanga Commission that there are people who are planning to flee this country because they want to escape being processed through our criminal justice system. Yes. Now, are we ever going to up our game in making sure that such people, things that have happened in the past, do not happen again? We're spending millions of taxpayers' money trying to extradite such people to come to be accountable into this country.
Yes.
Are we really concerned about that? I would love to know what is it that is being done by our criminal justice system in making sure that such people do not flee the country again, because it has happened in the past. Have we learned from such mistakes?
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I think our policing is part of the problem, Churchill. That we don't. Firstly, I don't think the police act soon enough in the cases of people who need to be arrested, and often the allegations will be out there, and law enforcement will sit on that for quite a while, and then before you know it, the person has fled the country. And you're right. These are very serious charges. Many of them are facing, and it is a costly exercise to bring them back into the country, regardless of whether you've got extradition agreements, mutual assistance agreements. All those take time and admin, and those cost money. So I quite agree with you there. Sydney in Bushbuck Ridge is on the line to us. You want to talk about this similarity that was drawn, Sydney, between Advocate Johnson and Winnie Madikizela Mandela?
Yes, good morning, Sister Joanne. True, I'm Sydney, deliver in Arkon, Bushbuck Ridge. We are listening to you on our school library.
Oh, wonderful, Sydney. Welcome to you. And are your students there as well?
I'm managing the school library.
Yes.
And so on and so on.
Okay, wonderful, wonderful. Always good to hear from you.
Yes. Sister Joanne, I'm totally against the comparison. Or to start with, I label I'm proudly South African. I'm South African. I identify myself as South African, embracing all South Africans in our race demographics, in our language demographics. I love it when I sometimes speak in English, sometimes in Zulu, sometimes in Afrikaans, sometimes at least the languages that I can at least speak. Okay. I'm happy. It makes me happy. It makes me happy.
Yeah.
I don't promote my own tribal language alone. I'm Sotho, but I don't promote that. It's fine. I'm Sotho. I'm okay with that. But I love it when we are all together. I love that. I love our South African flag. I'm okay with it. I'm proud, not just okay, but proud.
Oh, that's fantastic, Sydney. I'm really glad to hear that.
Yes, my sister. Sister Joan, to compare Advocate Andrea Johnson and Winnie Mandela, totally not. I disagree alone. I don't know. I don't represent anyone on this one. Winnie Mandela, she suffered over a long period of time fighting for liberation of other race groups which were treated as slaves in their own country by some of their fellow South Africans simply because they were white, but not all of them. Over a long period of time, heavy persecutions that she has gone through. Advocate Andrea Johnson, based on what I have observed and seen and heard on our beloved Madlanga Commission, Well, she used race, if I may put it. I might not be correct, but somehow she connived against her colleagues or her seniors or her subordinates simply because they were of a different race. But this is how I analyze this.
Yeah.
Because they look different from the, but it might not be correct, but it's got an element of that.
No, it is a perception, definitely. Yeah,
office, maybe she owned the office as a person, as it is personally hers, forgetting that one is a national office. It's for the South Africans. She forgot that part.
Yeah, thank you, Sydney. Thank you for that. And I agree with you. I don't think the comparison can be made between Winnie Madikizela Mandela and someone like Andrea Johnson. I mean, they're just patently different in so many ways. But, these are the kinds of things populist leaders say. And I think we must just keep an open mind and just listen critically when things like this are said.
This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAfm Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. SAfm is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfmRadio.
9:43 on the Daily Discourse, and we're going to be talking about Joburg's finances in just a moment, but I want to take a call from JCK in Musina. JCK, good morning. What's on your mind today?
Morning, Sister Joey. Are you well?
I'm so well, thank you.
Sister Joey, I would like to ask you, where is South African Bureau of Standard, SABS? Where is it?
Where is it?
Where is that industry? Is still working, What happened to it?
It is, but it's not functioning well. That's what I understand. I understand there's been a little blip in the road for them, that, some of their standards were apparently compromised at some point. But JCK, I don't know enough about it yet. Please let me look into that for you, and I'll give you a proper answer on that. But what I understand is that something happened to compromise those standards not so long ago. I happen to think somewhere in the back of my mind that Kathy did an interview on that not so long ago. So I will look into that and I'll get back to you. But I mean, it was the stamp of approval, wasn't it? If you saw something with that SABS logo on it, you knew that it had been a tried and tested product, didn't you?
Like today, that's why we die young today. The food that we eat, it's fake. Listen, day in and day out is a recalling of vehicles. Motor cars are being recalled day in and day out. No wonder we have got so galore of accidents on the road. You are driving a car that is not approved. You're a fake, which means it's a fake car. We consume fake food. It's a time the government revive South African Bureau of Standards. No wonder we die young.
Okay, JCK, thank you so much for that. I think, look, the quality of everything, just about everything we consume and use in our lives has definitely dropped. If you compare things to even items of clothing, for example, or the food we eat, or, the transport in which we move around, everything's got a shelf life, doesn't it now? And if everything expires quickly, and so many things are just not made with the same sense of quality they were before. And I think it's sort of a sign of the times that we're living in. And we're living in this consumerist kind of disposable society where we buy something, it breaks, we throw it away, we buy another one. It's not a conservative and conscious way of living. And you're quite right. I think the standards of many things that we make use of have dropped. But let me investigate that SABS question for you, and I will get back to you with an answer. All right, it is just after 9:45 here on the Daily Discourse, and let me take you to this issue that we were talking about a little bit earlier on. Independent newspapers reporting that the city of Joburg is making an effort to clamp down on financial misconduct. It's referred 13 alleged such cases to its independent disciplinary board for investigation. The expenditure in these cases involves more than 4 billion rand, and that is in a city that is very deeply cash-strapped. Let's bring into the conversation the city's finance MMC, Loyiso Masuku. MMC, good morning, and thank you very much for your time on the Daily Discourse. How did you come to know of these alleged cases of unauthorized, irregular, fruitless and wasteful expenditure?
Good morning, Joanne, and to our listeners. And thank you for having us. We got to know about these cases through our internal controls, and of course the work done through internal audit, as well as the final reports that would come from the outcomes of the work done by the Auditor General and the Municipal Public Accounts Committee, otherwise known as MPAC. Those are the mechanisms that enabled us to be able to flag these issues so that we are able to, in line with the Municipal Finance Management Act, then refer them through council to the independent disciplinary board, which then assists council with the investigations into these alleged acts of financial misconduct.
So give us some examples of what you believe money was wasted on or deliberately spent unlawfully.
So, Joanne, they vary. In other instances, it's funds that would have been spent outside what would have been an approved budget allocation for purposes that they were not originally meant for. In other instances, Joanne, a panel might have expired, but certain officials would have continued. So that would have been contravention of the Supply Chain Management Act. In other instances, you would see that the city acquires avoidable interests because officials would have done late payments on certain things. Then when we incur penalties, then we have to spend extra, and it could have been avoidable. Or in other instances, we pay above the market price, and maybe there was no quotation system, competitive bidding, which becomes irregular because it contravenes the supply chain management policy. The companies being given work with non-tax compliant documentation. So they vary in those different respective instances. And because they are still alleged acts of misconduct, then the disciplinary board then comes in to then do preliminary investigations to ascertain, firstly, the extent and the involvement, and then how far back it goes in terms of how we are then able to deal with those alleged acts of misconduct.
How far do these cases date back, MMC?
We have different cases. Out of the 13, Joanne, we've got 4 that are for the financial year 2021-22 and 2023-24. And then the balance is for the financial year 2024-2025, which then we would be dealing with throughout this period. And this is important because then it means that there are some instances where the actual alleged acts of misconduct may not have been picked up at that time, and because the disciplinary board at the time may not have been fully functional. But now we are on a path of ensuring that we deal with consequences, we implement consequence management, and we are not casting any aspersion on any specific individual. We are merely wanting to establish if there was any negligence in terms of how taxpayers' money was spent. Was it protected? Was the rand and cents used correctly for what it was meant for? And was there professional precision to ensure that resources are utilized effectively? And in an event where we find the disciplinary board finds that such did not happen, then they come back to council and give us their findings. And then we also have an opportunity, Joanne, to take further steps where there may have been corruption, to then refer to state institutions, open cases with the South African Police Service, or request for referrals to the SRU.
You know, MMC, you give the impression when you tell me that some of these cases date back as far as 2020. It means the city of Joburg has potentially been sitting on these cases for 6 years with absolutely no intention of holding anyone to account. But now that Finance Minister Enoch Godongwana has had stern words with you as the city, firstly about the wage increases you've granted, secondly about not meeting the requirements initially to receive your funding from Treasury, and you know you're under pressure. So now you have to do something about it. You didn't intend to, but you now have to because you're under pressure. And you give the impression of acting only because you're under pressure, not because you're an ethical administration.
We are an ethical administration, Joanne. When the government of local unity came back into power, we actually established this disciplinary board because now we are successors in law and title. We are leading. But due to the previous changes in government, the disciplinary board was dysfunctional, Joanne, and that is a public admission that we try to show also the consequences different changes of political leadership. But when we came back, we re-established it, and it went through council, and it was approved. And in 2023, we set it up, and it's an independent board. It's not just an individual. It also consists of teams from National Treasury. The chairperson is an independent person who's not an employee of the city. We re-established it precisely because we wanted to deal with this, and they started the work. We were able, Joanne, through the disciplinary board last year already to refer 5 cases to the South African Police Services, utilizing Section 32. And that's the work that we do. And these allegations of misconduct of these cases that we referred to the criminal South African Police Service were also about non-compliance, Municipal Systems Act, and some of them also dated back to prior to the period of 2020. And what is important is for us to understand that now we are at a place where we have to be transparent and communicate the work that we did, because we may not have communicated the work we did last year. But it's important for us to take the public into confidence so that they understand that we are on the path of ensuring that we're transparent, accountable, good governance, and are able to communicate actions that we take that are about consequence management.
All right, let's leave it there. Thank you for speaking to us, Loyiso Masuku. She's also the Deputy Mayor, but primarily in this case, the MMC of Finance in the city of Johannesburg.
It's always the same with you. I want this, I need that, and somehow I am always the one paying for it. I think we need a little time apart. Not forever, just long enough for me to build some interest again. After all, distance makes the funds grow stronger.
Give your money time this July savings month. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and earn up to 7.55% interest with 0 monthly fees. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank, we're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Pedestrians, crossing the road in winter can be deadly, especially on highways. These are no walking zones for a reason. Always use pedestrian bridges and designated crossings, even if it takes a little longer. No shortcut is worth your life. Stay smart, stay patient, and always cross where it's safe. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
5 minutes to 10 on the Daily Discourse. Many of your messages coming in. Naveen has sent us 2 messages. He says, "Hi, Joanne. As per the MMC, no specific person will be targeted. Why?" he asks. I suppose, the notion of people being targeted suggests that it's a witch hunt of some kind, Naveen. So obviously they want to go through the processes and see that whether the people they have actually put forward to the disciplinary committee are found to be guilty or not. He also says, "People do not understand or have forgotten the impact of Winnie Mandela on us gaining liberation. She sacrificed her life for this objective. It's never easy to come out clean after such a sacrifice. To be honest, her radical approach may have served us better post-apartheid, especially in dealing with our previous oppressors and making them accountable. Long live the memory of the mother of our nation," he says. And I think, Naveen, you're touching on something important there. Nobody who fights a war ever comes out unscathed by it, right? Everybody is changed by the process of being in a position of conflict. And sometimes in that position of conflict, you do things that you would not normally have wanted to do or wouldn't have thought yourself capable of doing. And it was a very unique situation. The set of circumstances around her. And I think it turned her into a person who was deeply traumatized by what happened to her, not least because of what happened in her family, with her husband being away so long, having to raise her daughters on her own, having been badgered by the security police throughout that time, imprisoned, etc., and abused. And so I think the complexity of that story is and the nuance is what we need to get to when we talk about it. One of you says there is a lot that Andrea Johnson is trying to hide.
Good morning, Joanne. This is the anonymous Soweto guy, the one that doesn't want to talk too much, but answering your question, there's a lot that needs to be revealed. I think Johnson, the lady Johnson, she's trying to hide a lot of things. There's a lot that she's trying to cover up, and there's a lot that she knows. And according to the evidence that was given by this other lady, there's a lot. Because this person has been even accused of enforcing the wrong laws and everything. So there's a lot that she's trying to cover up. So there's a cabal that she's hiding. That's my view. Good morning to you and the viewers.
Good morning, Johan, and to the listeners. This is Pilani Kumalo in Boksburg in Gauteng. Andrea Johnson must be arrested with immediate effect and prosecuted. People like her obviously were working with criminal cartels in order to capture the security system of the country and do as they please with it. So it has become very much clear that she was being ordered by the criminal cartels on what to do, how to do it, who to target and all that. And obviously they were targeting the good guys in the system. You understand? So it's very clear that this lady must be brought to book. And we thank General Ntantam Kwanazi for coming out to blow the whistle against these things.
Morning, guys. The recording of the investigator of Johnson. Yeah, the recording may have not incriminated Johnson, but the recording vindicated what that investigator Rushanta was saying. It vindicated her. So when she says that she was handed a paper and a note, Johnson was playing like she didn't know, but she knows exactly. So yeah, that's what I think about it. And I want to know, is Shamila Botoy coming to account? What was she doing? Was she sleeping or looking the other way when all this shenanigans was going on below her?
No, very true. The buck stops with her. And you actually mentioned something important there, which is the list. And I neglected to mention that. Thank you for reminding me of that. So I mean, there was merit in that conversation about the list that was made and the origins of that list.
Morning, John. John, when it comes to the issue of Winnie Mandela, I don't think Julius Malema knew what we know now when he referred to him as Winnie Mandela. And we can never hold him to that and say, oh, you called him Winnie, look at him now. Because none of us can look at somebody as guilty before we can have evidence of them committing any criminal offense. So I think it's unfair that we expect we hold him as if he's committed some sort of a crime by calling her Winnie Mandela. Thank you. This is Mpo from Freire.
Thank you, Mpo, very much for that. I mean, even if we didn't know what we know about Andrea Johnson now, and even if she was straight as an arrow, I'm not convinced that that comparison is still appropriate. Comparing someone who spent her life, sacrificing her life for a liberation movement, and going through what Winnie Madikizela Mandela did, and being Andrea Johnson, who might have at some stage been known to be a very effective prosecutor in the National Prosecuting Authority. Those roles are just very different. The contexts are very different. The times, everything about it is quite different. You might say that they were both strong women at some stage, but whether the comparison goes further than that, I'm not sure whether the comparison was fair or in any way accurate, to my mind anyway. All right, that brings us to 10 o'clock on the Daily Discourse, and Musa is standing by with your latest news bulletin. We'll catch up with you after that.
Thanks, Joanne. In our top stories, IDAC probe continues at Matlanga Commission and 3 Ekurhuleni senior officials dismissed. Good morning. A senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Mancha Rapesu, has taken the witness stand before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. Rapesu is testifying after the resignation of IDAC head Andrea Johnson and the suspension of 3 other officials. Advocate Johnson is accused of flouting legal processes in IDAC's investigations into senior crime intelligence officials. This involves the case of the embattled crime intelligence member, Brigadier Dineo Mukwele, Lieutenant General Dumisani Kumalo, and 5 co-accused. Rapesu has conceded that he was involved in the case.
I'm a senior investigator at the IDAC.
Thank you. And which of the matters were you involved in?
I was initially involved in the so-called Lushaba matter and the Mokwele matter, which was before called the Madondo matter.
The city of Ekurhuleni has fired 3 senior officials over allegations of fraud and corruption. Some witnesses had made the allegations when they testified before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. The allegations included failing to discipline suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi in the Blue Light saga. Mbalenhle Mtetwa reports.
Head of Legal Kemi Bihari and Head of Human Resources Linda Xashega have been dismissed after an internal disciplinary hearing. They were questioned by the Matlanga Commission regarding their alleged involvement in efforts to shield Julius Mkhwanazi from accountability. Mkhwanazi is accused of using a questionable memorandum of understanding to equip vehicles linked to businessman Vusimuzi Matlala with blue lights. Ekurhuleni Mayor Nkosindiphile Xakaza will brief the public on the council's decision.
The Electoral Commission has encouraged all electorate to take advantage of the final voter registration weekend tomorrow and on Sunday. Over 28 million people are on the voters' roll. The Commission has highlighted the importance of eligible voters checking their details to participate in the November 4th local government elections. Close to 24,000 voting stations across the country will be operational. The Commission's Chief Electoral Officer, Sai Mamabolo.
Expressing your political choice, it's really part of vindicating your nationhood. It's about your citizenship. It's about the policies that are going to be governing our urban spaces, our rural spaces, as well as access to services that people so dearly need. When proclamation happens, no additional persons may be enlisted onto the voters' roll. So hence this call that we're making. Let's take advantage of the weekend coming.
Militant group Hamas is to completely disarm in Gaza after it agreed to US President Donald Trump's Board of Peace. This comes after months of talks. Trump called the agreement historic and described it as a critical step towards a new Palestinian government there. The BBC's Shaima Khalil has the details.
The BBC has obtained the text of the 4-page roadmap, which sets out a phased process linking Hamas's disarmament to a gradual Israeli military withdrawal and the deployment of a new Palestinian transitional authority backed by an international stabilization force, with neither Hamas nor Israel moving to the next phase until the other has fulfilled its commitments. Smaller groups in Gaza would disarm first before Hamas begins dismantling what they described as its state-like military infrastructure of tunnels, weapons depots, and production facilities. Israel has not yet commented.
And finally, the SABC says its news division has played a significant role since 1950. It reaches the public through various platforms, including 5 television channels and 19 radio stations. The formation of the SABC in August 1936 followed the then Broadcasting Act taking over from the African Broadcasting Company. The SABC's Group Executive of News and Current Affairs, Deirdre Uren.
I've been at the SABC for over 34 years, and during the 90-year history of SABC, we as the news division have played an important role. From the humble beginnings of the 17th of July 1950 and the bilingual radio station, we have developed into a multi-platform, multilingual division that brings news to every community in South Africa as well as the African continent. We celebrate with SABC Corporate their 90-year anniversary, and we are proud to be associated with this strong and growing brand. Happy birthday.
Recapping the top story, a senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Mancha Rabesu, has taken the witness stand before the Matlanga Commission of Inquiry. For SAFM News, I am Anne Musa.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation. For 90 years, one voice has informed, challenged, and connected a nation. SAFM, South Africa's national English public radio station. Established in 1936 as the SABC's very first service, the A program, evolving through the English service, Radio South Africa, to SAFM in 1995, shaping thought and strengthening democracy. From a full-spectrum station to a trusted home of news and talk, SAFM continues to lead the conversations 90 years strong. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. SAFM.
Mauritius gained independence in 1968, a small island that transformed itself through vision and stability. Finance, tourism, technology, and manufacturing power the economy, often recognized for strong governance and economic growth. Yet challenges remain: rising living costs, climate risk, and economic inequality. Still, Mauritius continues to evolve with confidence and innovation.
Business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, let's rather expand sectors so that we can handle the capacity of graduates being produced yearly,
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
Nearly 9 minutes past 10 on the Daily Discourse. Good morning and welcome if you're just joining us. We are into the second hour of our program, and it's going to be an interesting hour. We're talking about this issue of identity. It came out of a survey that South Africans are not necessarily identifying as strongly with their South African identity as they were before. That is what Brand SA has found out. So we're going to have a conversation with a wonderful diversity expert, Terry Oakley-Smith. She's been in the business for the longest time, and she's observed the trends over over the decades in this country, and I'd be very interested to hear what her opinion is on this issue. And then if you're getting ready to fly soon, just beware, prices are going to go up because of the American war on Iran. We know it's affected oil prices worldwide, and there's no end in sight to that conflict. Consequently, the airline prices are starting to rise. We're starting to see surcharges on those tickets right now. You may have already started to experience that if you're a frequent flyer, but that's something to look out for and brace ourselves for, I guess. And then the return of snow to parts of South Africa. Tell me if you are in one of those areas, if it's snowing already. I'd love to see some pictures on WhatsApp as well, if you have any pictures, particularly if you're from the Eastern Cape where it appears to be snowing, certain parts of the Eastern Cape. So send us some of that. We're just going to get an update from the South African Weather Service on what the weekend ahead is going to look like from a weather point of view. All right, 10:10 on the Daily Discourse, and let's take you right into it. Essentially, yesterday, you may have heard our interview with the Brand South Africa researcher who told us about this new research they'd undertaken as part of a survey to determine how South Africans perceive themselves and their country during this time. Now, one of the most worrying things in terms of findings was that whereas in the past those surveyed were likely to identify as South African first, something different is now starting to happen. They're now identifying themselves by ethnic descriptions that suggest their South African identity is starting to take a back seat. Let's find out what could be behind this. Terry Oakley-Smith is founder and CEO of an MD, in fact, of the transformation company Diversity. And she joins us on the line now. Terry Oakley-Smith, we haven't spoken for the longest time. Lovely to be able to interview you again. Tell me, do we have any idea what could be behind this fairly recent tendency to identify oneself based on a racial, ethnic or language grouping primarily, instead of calling oneself South African first?
Yep, lovely to be talking to you again, Joanne, I must say. I've come up with 3 or 4 issues which I think impact on this move away from seeing us as South Africans to seeing ourselves as members of ethnic groups. There was a recent study done by the Afrobarometer which looks at perceived discrimination. And 44% of South Africans feel that the government discriminates against their ethnic group. Among coloured respondents, that's 75% that feel they're discriminated against by the government. And for South Africans of Indian descent, 52%. So South Africa, for people, stops feeling like this shared space or shared umbrella where we're all together, and feels like we're being administered along group lines. So people fall back into the groups that they know they belong to. The other thing, Joanne, is there's very low, your listeners will be aware, there's been this Rainbow Nation narrative. You know, people feeling and talking about South Africa as a rainbow nation, you know, has a shared civic identity, etc. And that simply isn't true. If you look at issues like unemployment, poverty, especially unemployment around youth, which is about 60%, that Rainbow Nation story just doesn't make sense. And when people feel that they can't have a shared identity, whether it be a rainbow one or whatever, they tend to retreat back to their ethnic identities or racial identities or even their language groups. And then, of course, there's the whole issue of the policies, the government policies around race and ethnicism. So if one looks at the employment equity policy, which has a designated group, and white males are not part of that designated group. If one looks at triple BEE, for example, and even to some extent at skills development, government policies are really separating South Africans into ethnic categorizations or racial categorizations. And those racial categorizations matter hugely for your life in South Africa and for the opportunities you have. You know, We did have this promise of a national identity, but Joanne, clearly we're not anywhere near it. We've got a lot of work to do before we can think of ourselves as South Africans, which is such a pity.
Yeah, it is, because there is so much potential, I think, and there are these moments of euphoria in which you feel that sense of fraternity, and sorority, if you like. But they appear to be more and more fleeting these days. I wanted to ask you about the issue of the racial categorizations, because government has two things to weigh here. On the one hand, yes, the integration of South African society from a racial point of view is a very important thing, right? Not just from a racial point of view, from a class point of view, from a gender point of view. All of that is important work to do. But at the same time, it's also trying to play catch up and ensure that there is redress for the groups that were previously disadvantaged. How does it weigh those two demands on it?
Well, I mean, I must be honest and say that I don't think, in the 30-odd years, there has been nearly enough efforts towards redress and compensation for those people, the huge majority of people that were discriminated against during apartheid. Something like the Triple BEE Act attempts to make amends in some ways, but given the huge numbers of unemployment, there are very few people that can even get into a company, let alone be given a better opportunity on account of their race. So I think that's a huge problem, that we haven't done more to compensate. And as a white South African, I say that. We had all those benefits during apartheid. We still have white privilege, and we still have done nothing really in terms of recompense.
You're making a very interesting point, and perhaps this talks to your other comment in regard to the lack of trust between ethnic groups. On the one hand, I think I do encounter personally a lot of people who feel that it's not just a question of the lack of redress, but also the fact that nobody has really apologized, or very few people have come out and apologized for what has happened in the past, which seems a very simple gesture, but I think it would mean something to millions of South Africans if it happened. But this issue of trust between ethnic groups, and Ms. Oakley-Smith, I get the sense that as South Africans, we never socially integrated post 1994. We never moved into each other's private and intimate spaces in the way one would have expected for it to happen.
You just hit the nail on the head, Joanne, because my work, as you know, is about diversity, equity, inclusion, and belonging. And I work mainly in organizations, universities, and schools. And one just simply does not see the social integration that one would expect. I mean, if you're honestly to ask a white friend or a black friend, when did you last have somebody of another race over for a braai or round for supper or whatever social event? There is very little social mixing still among South Africans. We do mix in the workplace because we have to. But as you point out, social mixing is very, very low. And that's a major problem, because if we don't mix with other racial groups, how do we even know them or know what they're feeling or know what we ought to do? Imagine somebody has a death in the workplace, a mother or a father. How do I, as a white South African, know? Should I send flowers? No. I should give a donation. But we don't know. We just don't know each other's lifestyles.
I mean, what you're saying is so important. And I think, the other issue that you've mentioned, which was related to the Afrobarometer study. I mean, I certainly noticed this from a media point of view, having entered the media at the point where we moved into a democratic dispensation. And particularly among coloured South Africans, I would have to say, although there was some reflection of people of Indian descent, South Africans of Indian descent, in the public domain, in the media and other spaces. spaces. I particularly had the sense that coloured South Africans were not well represented. And this was something I heard Eusebius McKaiser, our late great analyst and broadcaster, say several times, that he felt that post-democracy, this issue of polarization occurred where as long as black people and white people were represented in public spaces, people felt that was a balanced racial mix, and the identity of minority groups of color was actually subsumed in that process.
You're hitting the nail on the head, because if you look at the huge number of coloured South Africans, that 75% feel the government discriminates against them. And if you look at what's happening in terms of the Employment Equity Act, organizations are asked to select people who are black. And the term black in terms of employment equity means African, coloured, people of Indian descent. But companies tend to see black as meaning African. And so, what Eusebius, God rest his soul, was saying all those years ago still applies typically here, that there is not that same sense of giving support and opportunities to coloured South Africans or South Africans of Indian descent, certainly. Although coloured South Africans of Indian descent are better represented, especially at higher levels in organizations. The same cannot be said for coloured South Africans.
Yeah, interesting indeed. I want to take a call from one of our listeners. Sihle in KwaZulu-Natal is on the line to us. Sihle, good morning. What's your take on this?
Hello, ma'am. How are you?
I'm so well, thanks. Go for it, Sihle.
I'm fine, thanks, ma'am. No, my take is very different from when I'm listening to you guys as you are talking. To me, at the dawn of our democracy, the country's name was supposed to change. That's my take.
Yes. What would you have liked? Azania?
Yes, ma'am. This is Azania. Yes, the name South Africa to me still has those colonial connotations, if I may put it like that. When we were named as a Union of South Africa, that became Republic of South Africa. I still identify myself as South African, but I truly believe that we were supposed to change our name at the dawn of democracy with the change of the flag and everything else that happened. Even our national anthem, I truly believe was supposed to change, because it is two songs infused as one. The other one is not very happy. The other one is very happy about South Africa. The other one is for Africa as a whole. The other one is for South Africa as a whole. But coming back to the name South Africa, of late, I'm not really proud to be called South African, especially with the xenophobic thing that has been happening. People must go. I am totally against that. I was totally against that. I'm not saying that illegal immigrants must stay, but I'm looking at the broader picture of saying we were divided by colonialism into countries, and then we identify ourselves as a South African, as a Mozambican or a Zimbabwean or something like that. To me, my view personally is I wish we could get rid of borders, maybe not physically, but mentally or something like that, become federal states, if I may call it like that, have a union of Africa as a country, the whole Africa as a country, but then the name South Africa, according to me, was supposed to change. Right. I do understand the fact that as you were discussing with the lady who is there, but my take is the name South Africa still has that old thing. It's not our democratic name. Actually, when we talk about South Africa, we talk about a geographic location of us at the bottom of the continent.
Thank you.
That's my take.
Very, very interesting take indeed. And I think Sia Kumalo says exactly the same thing as you about our name. But having said that, Ms. Oakley-Smith, I'm not sure about the name Azania either, because I've also read certain documents that say it isn't an African name originally. I mean, how does this feed into our identity as South Africans?
I want to agree with Sihle. I think that the name is part of the problem. And I think that Azania is the name that would have been much more acceptable to Pan-Africanists. So I think the name, we can debate what the name should be, but I think the name South Africa has not provided us with an identity. And just as Sihle says, it takes us back to being the country that we were before. I mean, and what you said also, Joanne, about the failure of white South Africans to even apologize for apartheid. I think it's much too late for that now. I think we had our chance and we didn't take it. And then we must live with the repercussions as we go along. And also he was so interesting, Sihle, about the national anthem as well.
Yes.
I mean, do you know any other country that has 3 or 4 versions of all the different languages of their national anthem? I mean, the anthem should be something that brings us together. And maybe we should be using the main language spoken in South Africa, which is Zulu. It's this tendency to keep on separating ourselves and splitting ourselves up and asking ourselves questions about which group, why that group, etc.
Very, very, very interesting indeed. I mean, I'd love to hear our audience's ruminations on the issue of the national anthem as well. Let's listen to some of these voice notes, Ms. Oakley-Smith.
Morning, Joanne. Very interesting discussion you're having with your guest regarding the South African identity and the argument or the statistics which show that it's more based on ethnicity nowadays. I wonder if in her survey she, instead of looking at ethnicity, if she grouped it in a class, in other words, middle class, entry-level class and higher level class, that's where the problem of a lot of these things probably arise, I think. But anyway, that's just a view. I'd be interested to hear her comments.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that with us. So just to be clear, it was a Brand South Africa bit of research that brought that out. And Terry Oakley-Smith is just a diversity expert, essentially weighing in on what we're speaking about. How important do you think class is in determining identity in this country, Ms. Oakley-Smith?
I think it is important, but I don't think it's the key feature. I mean, if people think of a rich South African, even though there are black South Africans who are rich these days and South Africans of Indian descent, the picture that most people will get in their mind as a stereotype is a white, male South African. So I think that, while class is important, it's one of many diversity issues that make us different as South Africans. It's interesting to me that generational differences, and it's actually quite sad that we were more united, immediately post democracy. But youngsters nowadays feel less united. Yes. So we seem to be moving in the wrong direction. And I really think that Rainbow Nation myth was something that white South Africans loved. They really felt we've done it, we've got there, we're united, but still didn't, think of inviting anyone round or getting to know anyone else particularly well. Yeah. So it's kind of disappeared. I think it's only used by other countries about us.
Let's listen to one more voice note quickly, and then I have a last question to wrap up with.
Joanne, I think everything that one should do comes down to one thing: economic opportunities and the equal share of resources in this country. If that does not take place, then we're still going to struggle to find a national identity. We can't identify as one, whereas we're living in 2 different worlds. If our daily realities are worlds apart, then what unites us? We can't be united by sport only. And when we go back to our daily lives, it's chalk and cheese. Thank you. It's SAfmRadio.
Oh, lovely. Thank you. Ms. Oakley-Smith?
I think Paul's comment is so succinct. That's when we go back to our different homes, it's chalk and cheese. And I think, just look at the issue of land, Joanne. We as white people arrived here as settlers and took over the land and have never given most of it back. And that's really part of the reason why we are living such very, very different lives.
Very interesting indeed. And the last question I, of course, want to ask you is, and I know that it's not necessarily easy to answer this question, but, whose job is it to reunite the country in a way that makes us feel proud to be South Africans, but also invested in this identity?
Gosh, that's a very difficult question to answer, because I think it's the responsibility of many different groups. Veering away from the government, I think church leaders of all different persuasions and schools, universities, places where people have to get together, businesses even. But Joanne, I don't think that that's going to ultimately make any difference. While we have the policies in place that the government has implemented, and while we have these very low levels of trust and these glaring disparities in terms of poverty, I think, until people's lives change, until people can afford to feed their families, the issue of being South African is not going to be high on their agenda.
Thank you so much for your wonderful insights into that. I wish we could have had a longer conversation. Teresa Oakley-Smith, she's the founder and MD of Diversity. 10:31 on the Daily Discourse. That means Ondela Mbana is standing by with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Joanne, and a very good morning. On the news headlines, a senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Manjara Pesu, has conceded that he was involved in the investigation of crime intelligence officials. The city of Ekurhuleni has fired 3 senior officials over allegations of fraud and corruption. Some witnesses had made the allegations when they testified before the Madlenga Commission of Inquiry, and the SAPS's Lieutenant General Jan Skippers is the new Limpopo Police Commissioner. He has replaced Lieutenant General Thembi Hadebe, who retired at the end of June this year. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
10:32 on the Daily Discourse. It's really been lovely to hear your opinions in the last half hour, and it's lovely to have this discussion in a way that is so respectful and allows us to drill down to the issues without having a go at each other. This is how we build understanding, and this is why we have the conversations that move us on this station. It's precisely to get to the bottom of how we're feeling from an emotional point of view, what the research tells us, and the ability to just stop for a moment and take stock of where we are as South Africans. Let's listen to some of your voice notes on this.
Hi, my sister and your team and lovely South Africans. It's Eddie from Under Stress. It's so encouraging to hear people who are open about what happened in this country, and they want to take responsibility, and they want to see things, happening in the other direction so that there's a redress in this country. It's so encouraging. I hope South Africans will embrace such people and work together as South Africans and build this beautiful country. And, to your guest, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, Joanne, good morning. This lady hit the nail on the head. You see, I'm going to be straight, I'm colored. And let me tell you, the government, this black government, don't worry about us. So that's what we, as the colored community, we paddle our canoe, sister. We paddle our canoe. We carry on living. We don't blame the government for anything. We just carry on paddling our canoe and live every day. That's it.
Thank you for those messages, and thank you for sharing that personal experience of what it's like to live in a certain skin in this country that is so complex. Firstly, let me address the issue of the identity issues. And yeah, it's important to be able to come out and speak about these things openly, and to be able to say this is not only what the research shows, this is how people are feeling on the ground and that kind of thing, but also to be able to say, I see that as a coloured person, I see that I'm invisible in some ways, but I keep going. you know? And unless we've lived in that skin, we don't know what that experience is actually like. But I've seen it. I've seen coloured colleagues of mine, some of whom don't want to be called coloured. They find the term offensive. Some of them prefer the term mixed race. Other people prefer the term camisa. There's so many other ways of looking at being coloured. And if you have a chance, please read that book that Tessa Dooms and Lindsay wrote. It's just fantastic. And it will take you into the coloured experience in ways that you would not have understood before. But Lindsay Chattel, that is. But it's important to do this. It's important, I think, to do that deep dive into other people. This is what reading, I think, is so useful in terms of doing. Is if we can pick up books or listen to audiobooks or even watch films and listen to podcasts, whatever gives us some inkling of what that experience is like, how it's different to our own, helps us understand the worldview of other people. Maybe we can start understanding people in a small way, in that fashion. You know, it at least takes us into the lives of other people to help us understand. But I also want to know from you, do you come from a community that you grew up in, like I did, where you mostly engaged people of your own race or phenotype, and then you had the opportunity. You had the opportunity, for whatever reason, to be able to engage other people. You came into contact with other people of different races or cultural groups or language groups in your workplace or in your church or in your temple, wherever you are, and you were able to engage in some kind of cross-cultural exchange with them. And were you able to find some enrichment in your life from being with people who are different to you? What did it teach you, and how did it change your life being with other people, if you've been a person who's made an effort to let other people in? Because I think we've been very guarded about that as South Africans, but I'd love to hear from you as to whether you have managed to do that and what impact it has had on your relationships and your life by extension. All right, 10:36 on the Daily Discourse, and let me just remind you that if you're planning on buying a plane ticket to catch a flight soon, you're not going to be happy about the next discussion. Business Tech tells us the ticket prices are about to soar. There's been a significant hike in global oil prices due to America's war on Iran. Let's get the latest from aviation analyst Guy Leach. Guy, good morning to you, and thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Are South African airlines already increasing their prices?
Yeah, hi, Joanne. Well, they did back 4 or 5 months ago already with the oil surcharge, and most of them didn't reduce that surcharge. It's still there, and I think that they're justified in doing so because the fact of the matter is that when oil goes up as it did, the global reporting from airlines is that they're only recovering about 60% of the total increase in costs that they're getting. A lot of that reason is because obviously people can book tickets 6 months, even a year in advance, and those prices get locked in. So the airlines don't get the benefit of being able to apply an oil surcharge. But at this stage, yeah, we are seeing a worrying uptick in the price of oil. But I just think that we mustn't lose perspective here because we're still well below $100 a barrel. And I think it's from $100 a barrel that things really start getting very tight for the airlines.
Oh, right. Okay. So I was going to ask you, what sort of increases should we brace for? And are those going to be gradual increases, Mr. Leach?
Yeah, well, so what sort of increases can you brace for depends where the oil price goes from here. Bear in mind that only 20% of the world's crude supplies come through the Straits of Hormuz. So it's not that critical. And for South Africa as well, we get a significant amount of our oil from, for instance, Nigeria. And obviously, our airlines, by the way, get a significant amount of oil from the Sasol refineries. So we are, to some extent, partially insulated from the conflict in the Middle East. But the reality is that most of the airlines have been pricing their oil, that is, at around about $75 a barrel. The big question, though, is what's called the crack price. And that is the difference between the price of oil and the price of jet aviation fuel. And it's that gap, that crack, which has been much bigger than normal of late. And that really reflects political uncertainties. And as long as that crack stays broad and the price of jet A remains where it is, well, then I'm afraid to answer your question, we're going to be looking at this oil surcharge going on for quite a lot further. And as I said, the airlines will leave it in place long after the oil prices have come down. simply to recover the losses they incurred initially.
Are aviation fuel prices similar to our fuel prices?
You mean petrol prices?
Yes.
Well, actually, they're a lot cheaper. Contrary to what most people think, jet fuel is nothing special at all. In fact, it's good old stove paraffin, and it's really cheap. In fact, a year ago, the airlines were paying around about 11 rand a litre for jet A. It's gone up now to maybe 18 rand a litre. So it's a very cheap fuel, thankfully, because airlines use so much of it.
There just seems to be no permanent stay in this conflict between the US and Iran, Mr. Leach. Is this going to be our reality for the foreseeable future in terms of airline ticket prices?
Gosh, well, you're asking the wrong person in terms of trying to look at a crystal ball of what's going to happen with the conflict in the Middle East. But as I said, the reality is that the airlines will leave a fuel surcharge in place for longer than it takes the price to come down. In other words, a price reduction will lag, of seat prices will lag a price reduction in the oil, because the airlines are still trying to make up ground that they lost at the beginning. So, yeah, if you're... I would expect these, even with another treaty or resolution or ceasefire in Iran coming into effect, I would expect these oil surcharges to continue for the next 3 or 4 months at least. And bear in mind, they don't have to be explicitly stated. Once one airline puts up its prices to the customer, whether it's the actual stated price of the ticket or whether it includes the oil surcharge or not, all the other airlines are using the so-called dynamic pricing model, and they price their seat prices accordingly. So even when there isn't a fuel surcharge specified, the seat prices go up.
I'm wondering whether there's any other way for airlines to reduce costs. I mean, I'm looking at other airlines like Lyft that don't appear on the face of it to be increasing their prices, although I could well be wrong. How is it possible for airlines to cut costs without compromising the product on offer?
The short answer is it's not, because airlines are enormously capital intensive and skills intensive, and yet have impossibly thin margins. In fact, if you take Ethiopians out of the picture in Africa, African airlines run at a loss. So they don't have the luxury of big profits to absorb these sort of bumps or increases. They are, however, able to cut their costs in some ways by cutting flights. And we see that actually demand for seats is very price sensitive. When the price goes up, a lot of people simply choose not to fly. And that means that the airlines will rather than fly a half-full aircraft, they will simply combine flights with and load two lots up together or cancel flights entirely. So that's one way, but there's almost no other way an airline can successfully reduce costs, because they have to run so lean to operate anyway.
Thank you so much for your insight into that. Guy Leach, aviation analyst. Right, that brings us to almost 11:15 on the Daily Discourse. Listening to some of your voice notes and reading out your texts. One of you says, based on the previous interview we did with Terry Oakley-Smith, our cultures are so different, it makes it difficult to learn everything about all, says Kaz in Durban. No, true, Kaz, we won't know everything about everybody, but I think we need to make that effort, right? Moving out of our enclaves to meet other people of different religions, of different language groups, different races, different cultures. I think this is part of our responsibility as nation building citizens of South Africa, and it means that we're going to move out of our comfort zone. We're going to be forced out of our comfort zone if we decide to do this. But I think it's an important thing that we need to compel ourselves to do. One of you says, "Hi, Joanne and your guest. I was inspired by Professor Sampi Terreblanche from Stellenbosch. May his soul rest in peace. He said whites must make a contribution to fight poverty in this country, as well as the ANC must play their role." Yes, thank you for that. And I mean, he did such important work, not just as an economist, but pointing out kind of the social impact of the dispensation that we chose from a socio-economic point of view. One of you is commenting on the work of the ad hoc committee. Let's listen to that.
Joan, good morning. When I look at the ad hoc committees, I look at the Madara Commission, what they've been able to achieve versus to what ad hoc committees in Parliament have been able to achieve. I begin to ask myself, is there a need for us to have politicians forming part of these ad hoc committees? Can't Parliament really hire people with necessary skills and giving them necessary support in order to hold everyone to account when they appear before the ad hoc committees, because I find ad hoc committees just a political playground and with nothing really coming out of them. Thank you. This is Mpofu Freire.
Thanks, Mpo. I think you make a point there, because I was doing an interview on this with experts last night, and our own SABC News reporter Kani Mapanga made a very interesting point when we compared the work of the ad hoc committee and Madlanga, and she was saying the skill set is just not there, because at Madlanga you've got these incredible lawyers, right, who are seasoned people of the law, and then you've got the ad hoc committee, which is a mix of people with different skill sets, and let's face it, not all parliamentarians, although they may be doing good work in other areas and may have other areas of specialization. I take your point that some of them have almost none, but by and large, you'll have people who have worked in the community and done social work and various other different types of things in politics, but they won't have that level of that pedantic level of the ability to question forensically. And I think that is a fault in the system, because if you want that committee to hold people to account, you actually need to be able to ask the questions at that level. So maybe there's some sense in what you're saying about getting experts in to do that. And then one of you is commenting on the Mandela legacy.
Good morning, Joanne and SAFM listeners. Joanne, it's said that it's the last day of Mandela month, and it's so sad in our country. It looks like he left the country in the hands of the thugs. But thank you and happy birthday to SABC. Thank you for all of you presenters, management team. Thank you for the good work you're doing for us. Without you, where will we be? Lucy in Gauteng.
Lucy, that's very kind. Thank you. And we mustn't overstate our role, but thank you. We love talking to you every day, and we do our best. I must promise you to deliver on the mandate of country duty behind the mic here. All right, let's take you to just after 11:15 to this. I don't need to tell you to brace for a cold spell in the coming days. I think many of you in several parts of the country have felt it already. I certainly felt it as I stepped out of my house this morning. The sun was shining. I thought, well, today's a great day. I'm going to remove some of the layers I usually put on. And then I set foot outside, and a cold wind that blew me ill forced me back inside to put a scarf on and a jacket on. So yes, we're certainly feeling some of the effects of that in different parts of the country. We were promised there was going to be snowfall that would likely bring lower temperatures and some disruptions to particular provinces. Let's find out where that's happened. Lehlohonolo Tobela, forecaster at the South African Weather Services, joins us. Good morning to you, Mr. Tobela. Thanks so much for your time. So just give us a sense of what the forecast is looking like over the country today, please.
Good morning and thanks for the invitation. Yes, we're still having those. We're still in winter first and foremost. So we're still going to have those chilly mornings and chilly evenings and some cool temperatures into the afternoon, warm in places over the western parts of the Western Cape as well as in the extreme northern parts of the country. But just to give an overlook of what to expect from today into Sunday, we'll start in KwaZulu-Natal because that's where I think the main warning is. We have damaging winds and waves along the coastal areas of KwaZulu-Natal, which may result in navigation at sea to be difficult, stretching into the northern interior of KwaZulu-Natal, where you can expect some disruptions. It is a yellow level 2 warning, which means it's a high likelihood of minor impacts expected, which may also cause some disruptions for high-sided vehicles because of the blowing of the wind. In terms of the cool temperatures, they are expected for the central parts into the eastern areas of the country. It will still remain cold across most parts of the Drakensberg Mountains, as we're still seeing that snow trying to melt, but we are having some good news. We're not expecting further snow and further cold conditions into the weekend, as we're seeing conditions to start to improve. Mainly, most of the weather is expected over KwaZulu-Natal for the next coming 2 days, but on Sunday, fine conditions are expected with just partly cloudy conditions along the east coast of the country, which would also include the east coast of the coastal areas of the Eastern Cape into KwaZulu-Natal. But all in all, we're expecting fine conditions into the weekend, but still expect those chilly mornings as well as chilly evenings.
Lehlohonolo Dobela, meteorologist at the South African Weather Service. Thank you so much for that quick update and putting us in the picture as to what the weekend is likely to look like. I'm thrilled for the warmer temperatures coming, I must tell you. I've had enough of winter. I feel like it began in March, and I've been very bitter since then that there's been consistently cold weather in Johannesburg, to my mind anyway. But my daughter pointed out to me that lots of plants in our garden are flowering now, and she said to me, Mom, it must be, in the organisms, within these organisms, there must be some clue that spring is on its way. We don't usually see these flowers blooming before August, and this has happened already. So I hold on to hope, I cling to hope that we have no further cold fronts coming up before the end of winter. All right, I'll take some of your calls at this hour. Remember our studio line number 086 000 2032. John in the Eastern Cape is on the line to us. Hi, John. You want to talk about South African identity?
Morning, Joanne. Yes, I'd love to be able to have engaged directly with Terry Oakley-Smith. I've been listening to her for a very long time, and I think she is a thought leader. But I think she's a little bit stuck in the past, I'm sorry to say. Yes, the ethnicity issue. There's a built-in contradiction in our constitution which describes us as a non-racial country, but then still allows for fair discrimination between races, and then she has been saying this for a very long time, that if only she seems to blame white South Africans for everything. And if only we had tendered an apology and paid reparations, it would all be sunshine and roses. Well, was there not an implied apology in the fact that we all adopted democracy and the new constitution? And before that, there was a referendum where we voted for that direction of travel. So, and can she really speak for us as individual white South Africans? How does she know how we live our lives, and as inviting people around for braais and things also seems like, how does she know that is not happening on an individual basis? I think it's happening a lot more than Terry gives us credit for.
That may be true. That may be true to some extent. I mean, it's difficult to measure that, but and I'm not sure what surveys have measured that. The Afrobarometer one she referred to may have done that, because it does allude to not moving into each other's private spaces. I mean, John, let's unpack a couple of things that you're saying here. First of all, let's talk about the last issue you've spoken about, which is moving into each other's private spaces. Do you move in quite a racially and culturally mixed circle of people?
With my general experience, living where I live.
Yes. And so you socialize a lot with people of other races, cultures, and identities?
As much as with anybody else.
Okay.
There's no exclusivity.
Right. So people are moving in and out of your space. People who are from different backgrounds are moving in and out of your personal spaces. Absolutely.
People I meet professionally and in everyday life. And what is so wrong with the fact that I don't think she gives us enough credit for the way our relationships we have within the work context either.
See,
which is very healthy for the most part.
No, it is, and I think it certainly is. But it's often, I think, John, you would find yourself to be a bit of an outlier in terms of that. I think there are many white South Africans and people of other colours who don't mix across the racial barrier, and that may be for multiple reasons, right? You may just be living in an area that was historically designated by the apartheid government as a black area or an Indian area or a white area or a coloured area, and consequently. Those are the only people you interact with unless people move into that neighborhood, and you become racially integrated. But I also want to talk about the issue of an implied apology. Why does there have to be an implied apology? Why are people not able to come out and say, I'm sorry for what happened to you. I'm sorry for the role that I played in that, even if I benefited from it on a passive basis?
That question. Who was going to tender that apology on behalf of all white South Africans? Who? As far as I'm aware, F.W. de Klerk did offer a kind of an apology.
A kind of an apology.
But he didn't speak for me. I was never a nationalist supporter of the nationalist government. I was never personally, along with a lot of other white South Africans, never supported apartheid. So, honestly, who is going to tender that apology on behalf of all white South Africans? And on the reparations issue as well. How does she know that individually how much we haven't made compensation to the extent that we thought we ought to as individuals in our private lives and communication with people?
I don't think she was speaking about the exceptional group that has actually done that. I think she's talking by and large about what the situation is countrywide. I mean, if you look at the transformation of the economy or the lack thereof in certain ways, where you only see a small group of elite black South Africans, entering a domain they would never have access to before on a level they wouldn't have had access to before, and you see the large black majority in the country still living in poverty. Does that not signal to you that not enough white people have done what they should have done in terms of either an apology or wealth sharing?
No, it doesn't. We're a very transformed country from the one we lived in apartheid days.
Okay.
Joanne, I don't know what your age is. I'm not going to ask, but I don't know to what extent you experienced apartheid directly. I experienced it as a white South African who was very conscious of the wrong of apartheid, and we're a very transformed country.
All right.
Of course, we're still on the path.
Yeah, no, definitely. We are still on the path, but I think speaking for yourself versus speaking for the vast majority of people from a community may not actually be giving an accurate picture of transformation in this country. Thanks for that, John. Let's take a call from Vela in Johannesburg. Vela, what's your take on this?
Hi, JJ. How are you, sister?
I'm so well, thanks. Vela, go for it.
JJ, I'm a Zulu man. I'm from KZN.
Yes.
I think what divides us in this as South Africans is our upbringings. We all grew up in different upbringings, and for us to come together and understand each other, it takes a lot. No?
Yes.
And then number two, when it comes to the issue of us as South Africans being together, it's going to take a lot because number one, we need to understand that we were sold freedom through a lie. You understand? Because we were told that as we're gaining freedom, there's going to be a lot of changes. There's going to be this, there's going to be that.
Yes.
But our parents, they were sold a lie. And the reason why, the guest that you had, she said she see more break of the Rainbow Nation now than before.
Yes.
And that's the reason why there's a huge difference. Because we were sold freedom on a lie. We were sold freedom on a lie. And now the current generation is picking that up. And as they pick that up, it brings up anger again. That, look, you guys promised us freedom, but we're not getting freedom. Instead, we're picking up a lie that you guys lied to us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So how are we going to be united if we're still picking up lies?
Okay, Vela, thank you. Thank you for that. Thank you for sharing your perspective with us. And I think there's some truth to that what was promised has not materialized, and it's made it more difficult to unite us as a nation. Malukovu in Ngundlovu, do you want to talk about South African identity as well? Hi there.
Yes, Joanne. I think I actually need a little bit of education. I remember that there was a tricameral parliament and Indians and coloreds were represented there.
Yes.
And when we got where we are now, there was a grouping for purposes of redress of those two races into blacks.
Yes.
Everybody was classified as blacks. But I always get troubled
but remember,
when...
Sorry, I just want to go back and say, remember, you say they were reclassified as black. They were considered black by the apartheid government anyway. There may have been a tricameral parliament, but those groups were considered black and were among the oppressed people in the country during apartheid as well.
Yes, yeah. So there was a conscious classification in that regard.
Yes.
But then I get very troubled if one of these groups refer to Africans as blacks, basically saying the blacks when they refer to Africans. I don't know whether it's an issue of education. I've had it for quite some time. I think there was a caller after your guest as well who was making a point similar to that we colored and these blacks, black government or something like that.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know, but it's very troubling because I think when the new classification came about, there were things that or concerns that were saying, but they were, better than us, but then they were for purposes of redress, and going forward they said no. They will be for purposes of that be classified as blacks together with Africans.
Yes. So you're raising such an important thing. I think we need a little bit of time to talk about that, Madlokovu. So thank you for that. But let's go to the news and let's come back and have this conversation. Then that just gives us a little bit of breathing space so that we can talk about what is quite a complex issue. But thank you for raising it. I think it's got a lot of legs to it, the question that you've raised. That brings us to 11 o'clock on the Daily Discourse. Ondela Mbana has your latest news.
Thank you, Joanne. On the top stories, IDEC senior investigator testifies at the Madlanga Commission and allegations of unauthorized disclosure of medical information at AMPEF. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana and a very good morning. A senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Manjara Pesu, has conceded that he was involved in the investigating of crime intelligence officials. This led to the arrest of 8 crime intelligence officials, including the head Dumisani Kumalo. The investigation revealed deep flaws in how the investigation was initiated and managed. State Advocate Drushanta Ramsamy, who testified before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria yesterday, questioned the legality of the investigation, which she said was called Operation Diversion. Rapesu has detailed his involvement to the commission.
There are different groups, so you'll get the groups that are working on SOE's cases, you'll get the security sector cases. So I was mainly involved in assisting in the Estina cases, the Dinel, your Transnet cases, the PIC matters that are emanating from the security sector, and the speaker matter.
Empath Laboratories is facing allegations of unauthorized disclosure of medical information. An employee of one of its pathology laboratories in Rustenburg in the northwest is alleged to have breached the confidentiality between him and a client. It is also alleged that the Empath employee attempted to bribe the client to persuade her to drop her complaint. The client says she has suffered significant reputational damage.
My results were leaked because I hadn't told anybody, but the pathologist that worked at Empathy leaked my results and told people how I was pregnant without my permission. People are now saying that I had an abortion, which is I didn't have an abortion. I did a vacuum cleaner because I had a miscarriage. I came to report the matter at the office. Then the supervisor or the senior, she was like, the pathologist should talk by himself. When he started talking, he wanted to bribe me with 10,000.
The city of Ekurhuleni has fired 3 senior officials over allegations of fraud and corruption. Some witnesses had made the allegations when they testified before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry. The allegations included failing to discipline suspended EMPD Deputy Chief Julius Mkhwanazi in the Blue Light Saga. Balenhle Mthethwa reports.
Head of Legal Kemi Bihari and Head of Human Resources Linda Xashega have been dismissed after an internal disciplinary hearing. They were questioned by the Madlanga Commission regarding their alleged involvement in efforts to shield Julius Mkhwanazi from accountability. Mkhwanazi is accused of using a questionable memorandum of understanding to equip vehicles linked to businessman Vusimuzi Matlala with blue lights. Ekurhuleni Mayor Nkosindiphi Xakaza will brief the public on the council's decision to terminate the employment contracts of 3 senior officials.
The SAPS's Lieutenant General Jan Skippers is the new Limpopo Police Commissioner. He has replaced Lieutenant General Tembi Hadebe, who retired at the end of June this year. The acting National Police Commissioner, Lieutenant General Buleng Timpane, made the announcement in Polokwane a short while ago. A rescue operation is scheduled to be getting underway in the Karakoram mountains of the northern Pakistan. This follows an avalanche on Broad Peak, one of the world's highest summits. Contact has been lost with a 10-man expedition that was being led by the renowned Nepal-born former British Special Forces soldier Nirmal Pooja. The BBC's Anbarasan Ethrijan has more.
Nirmal Purja is a very experienced mountaineer. He's like one of the stars of the mountaineering field. So we are just waiting for information, and what the Pakistani authorities are saying is that they are coordinating with the government. They want to send a couple of mountaineers on the rescue effort. And if the weather permits, they will also use a helicopter in the next few hours' time.
Recapping the top story, a senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Manjara Pesu, has conceded that he was involved in the investigation of crime intelligence officials. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News Headlines at 11:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide, leading the conversation. For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
More on sustainable development. A preparatory conference was held in Bali in Indonesia in June, where governments and civil society delegates met but could hardly reach any decisions.
Can we get back to a point you made earlier, that everybody has her own conception of how it ought to be done, perhaps because Gielgud might have done it that way. For you as an actor, how does this advance your career, perhaps?
Having a live crossing now to Ferial Hafaji, who's at a news conference called by the ANC on land reform, I believe. Tell us a little more, Ferial.
Hello, Sally. Yes.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM. The conversation continues.
Every South African has a Mandela memory, a moment.
You're such an inspiration to all human beings, not just South Africans, but to the rest of the world.
Thank you very much. A speech, a handshake, a lesson.
He just stood there and he said, good luck, boys, and he turned around. And my number was on his back, and I was just so proud to be a South Africa that day.
This Mandela Month, SAFM invites the nation to remember together as we celebrate a life that continues to inspire the world.
The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam. Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
The Daily Discourse on SAFM with Joanne Joseph, unpacking the issues that matter. The Daily Discourse on SAFM, weekday mornings from 9 to 12.
9 minutes past 11 here on the Daily Discourse. Thank you for joining us in the last hour of our Friday show. I'm Joanne Joseph, and of course, this is the Daily Discourse, and we're getting into some slightly lighter matter now. I mean, it's important as we kick off Women's Month to talk about women balancing business leadership, the workplace, entrepreneurship. I've been having a wonderful conversation off air with Natalie Druin, who is the head of conversation at Momentum Group, and she's going to talk about a project that they are busy with to encourage all women to own their success. So we'll talk about that in a moment. I'd love your calls on that as well to tell me how you balance motherhood, work, ambition, studying, whatever it is that you are aiming to achieve, and how you keep all these pots on the boil. We are amazing multitaskers as women, and I think I'd love to hear your stories in this next half hour as we start to ramp up towards Women's Day on exactly how you keep all those pots on the boil. And then a little bit later on, we're talking about the issue of South African students, post-grad students in particular. So those are people who've got a degree already and who want to study further, and how the fact that they are struggling to access finance has forced them to move into entrepreneurship. It's forced them to move into starting businesses, selling things, some of them legal, some of them illegal. But we're going to get into that with the Daily Maverick journalist Siyabonga Goni, who's going to talk to us about what postgrads have to do because it's just so hard for them to make ends meet, which I think is very, very sad indeed. And maybe our young listeners who are in that position can actually share their troubles with us in regard to that. All right. There was one question that I just wanted to answer before we kick off our next discussion. Madlokovu had asked a question about the minority groups in the country, people of Indian descent, people who identify as coloured, and where they fit into the spectrum of black. So during apartheid, you'll know that these groups were equally classified as under the oppressed groups, essentially, in that they too had limited rights. And I suppose there were tiers of rights that people had, right? You had your Africans at the bottom who had the least, and maybe coloured South Africans very close to that in many ways, and South Africans of Indian descent who also were disadvantaged. But again, I would put Africans really at the bottom of that rung in terms of of what they had access to and their limited rights in the country. Post-apartheid, I think an interesting conversation has opened up about how we see ourselves, right? If you belong to those two minority groups, I'd love to hear from you on this, because even the terminology around this has changed. During apartheid, you had those groups working together under the banner of blackness, right? And many people attribute that to Steve Biko and the black consciousness philosophy, and the fact that we all identified as black and called ourselves very intentionally black people as we were fighting the spectre of the apartheid government. But post-democracy, there was a fragmentation of that. What fragmentation do you believe has occurred? Do you identify differently? Do you think of yourself as more coloured or more Indian post-democracy? And is that because it's a choice that you have made to identify that way? Or has classification, has categorization, has job access, for argument's sake, forced you into a little enclave where you have started to adopt that as your primary kind of identity? I'm hearing, for example, all sorts of terms to describe my skin color, and most people will refer to me as brown these days, depending also on what generation they're from. Many young people of Indian descent or colored will call themselves brown people. I don't subscribe to that. I still call myself black because pre-apartheid, that was how I identified. But there has been some kind of shift. And that shift has also been influenced by terminology as we became part of the global village, where brown people are called brown people and are distinguished between black people and themselves. So there are all these dynamics that come into play, but we can definitely have that conversation a little bit later on. 13 minutes past 11 on the Daily Discourse, and let's get right into this, as I promised you. Women's Month kicking off tomorrow, and we're looking at the realities that women are navigating in all sorts of areas, from the workplace to entrepreneurship to leadership to business, all while balancing the demands of their personal lives. And for many, it requires them to break barriers. They have to overcome bias while also building financial confidence and creating lasting legacies. So I promised you this conversation with Natalie Druin, Executive Head of Conversation at Momentum Group, and she's going to discuss with us how Momentum's hashtag She Owns Her Success Media Jamboree is creating a platform for women to share their stories, to learn from one another, be inspired, and also gain practical tools to navigate everyday life. So welcome to the studio, Natalie. Lovely to have you with us this morning.
Thank you so much, Joanne. Lovely to be here.
And what is your theme this year?
So our theme this year is Her Success Has a Number, defined by her, backed by advice. So the theme is super important because we are in the 8th year of She Owns Her Success,
Yes.
which is very rare for brands to be in 8 years of one campaign.
Absolutely.
Which we're very proud of.
Yeah.
But this year we really wanted to make sure that we are helping women actually set targets that they can put a number to, because if you can't measure it, then you can't actually become successful, because then the goalposts shift.
Right.
So for us, it's really important that you partner with a financial advisor to help you reach those goals.
All right. So I mean that was seen very much as the domain of men for such a long time, putting away money, looking after the family, and so forth. How much has that responsibility, financial responsibility in households, shifted to women in ways that make them have to think about these things?
Oh my goodness, it is shifted completely, and I actually think it is a stereotype that the men were, the heads of the household in terms of finances. If you look at South African women, the women are actually the ones who are heading up households, understanding finances, and really driving the success of themselves and the household. We've partnered with Kantar to really understand from a research and a data and a statistics perspective what is driving women's success and what's holding them back.
Yeah.
And it's called the Success Women Want report.
Okay.
And actually, when we asked women what does success mean to them, 68% of women view financial independence as a key measure of financial success. Yet, only 1 in 3 feel financially secure.
And there are all sorts of dynamics that go with that, right? I think there's also this sort of social issue of, and believe me, I've had this conversation with women who are extremely high-powered in business. And some of them have told me, because their husbands earn less than they do, they have a joint account that the husband can draw from, so he feels like he earns as much or more than his wife does. I mean, it's a very disturbing trend indeed. How do women overcome social issues like that?
Sure. I think first it's about having the conversations and really being clear around what independence means for them. And the whole premise of She Owns Her Success is being unapologetic about your success. And, if the roles were reversed, would the woman have access to the shared account? So, it's all very well kind of pandering to the male ego, but actually what suits you and what benefits your success and your independence. And if it's a conversation that you've had with your partner to say, okay, this is how, this is from a mutual respect perspective. Let's share our finances. That's absolutely fine. But you want to make sure that conversation is very clear, so that there isn't this power play and where financial abuse can come into play.
Yeah. You spoke about having a number in mind.
Yes.
How do you choose that number?
So it depends what the number is. Is
Yeah.
it your retirement number? Is it your savings goal? Is it, your investment portfolio? Is it the amount of time you want to spend with your children? Is it the age that you want to retire? Is it the weight that you want to lose? It's, so I think it's a very personal thing. And, the moment you name it, then it's out there in the universe, and the power of manifestation is so important.
Yeah,
and then
so
working
true.
with a financial advisor to make that happen. A financial plan, budgeting, you can't just suck it out your thumb. Not every single woman did finance, studied
Yes.
finance.
Yeah,
and you
of
don't
course.
need to be able to study finance to be able to be financially successful, because you can partner with a financial advisor.
So talk me through this. I mean, you're talking about financial confidence remaining a significant hurdle for many women. How can women be assisted to become more financially empowered and intentional about their futures?
So I think the first thing is knowing what your number is.
Yeah.
And then being relentless in the pursuit of reaching that number. And I also think, you can't do it alone. So having the right woman around you or the right people around you, whether it's your colleagues, whether it's your family, whether it's your friends, and then, like I keep saying, having that financial advisor. And a financial advisor, it's not just about selling products. It's actually sitting down with someone to map out what your financial plan is and what are those milestones that help you reach those goals.
I mean, I wonder if enough is being done to provide women with the tools and resources that they need, or even to provide the platforms and networks that educate women in terms of their financial independence in relation to their career paths.
I don't think enough is being done, to be honest. And you know, the pulse moment of Women's Month is beautiful because, you know, everyone's speaking about it. It's on the tip of everyone's tongue. It's on the top of everyone's mind. But it's actually an always-on conversation. And women need to make sure that they are surrounding themselves with the right kind of people that they can educate them and they can also learn from. I think, from a historical perspective, women weren't really given the opportunity to learn about money and to be financially independent. But times are changing. Women are becoming more successful, more independent, and we need to make sure that we are surrounding ourselves with positive role models that we can learn from.
You know, I think on the face of it, a lot of women long for this, right? And long for financial independence. But I think taking that first step, picking up the phone to a financial advisor, and the title itself is intimidating, right? But picking up the phone and saying, okay, this is my budget. You know, I'm not a millionaire. Maybe I hope to be one day. This is the small pot of money that I have been able to put away. What can I do with it? I think just taking that first step can be so intimidating.
So intimidating. And I think, you know, through this Kantar research, you know, the myth that needs to be busted is that you don't have to be very wealthy to, you know, have a financial advisor. A financial advisor helps you become wealthy and build your wealth. Yeah. And, you know, 46% of women view success as having investments and savings. 44% view it as having a stable income. And then 45% view it as being debt-free, which is, I mean, incredible if you can reach that. But I think it's, you know, everyone's financial plan and budget is different, but it's about starting at, you know, putting the numbers on the paper and seeing how you get there, and not just kind of, you know, putting it in an Excel spreadsheet or writing it and then forgetting about it. It has to be an active thing that you're looking at every single month.
You know, in your notes, I'm looking at this at the suggestion that women create spaces where they can openly share their experiences, challenges, and successes. And I'm just thinking to myself, I know of men's groups that get together to talk about building their businesses, how they support each other, where they invest their money, etc. I know of many women's groups that get together for different reasons. They get together for sisterhood, or friendship, or they get together for for a book club or something like that. But I'm not seeing many women's groups who get together to talk about building wealth. Why don't we do that?
Very interesting question. And actually that is something that we have identified through She Owns Her Success, and that's why we run these beautiful workshops and have these events like our media jamboree, because we want to get like-minded women in a room to discuss these kinds of things. So we identified that as an issue or as a gap, and I think, you know, whether it's a stokvel or a book club or something like that, you know, making sure that we have, you know, create those opportunities like the She Owns Her Success workshops, that other women can take it to their individual collectives to have those conversations. So I'm hoping, you know, all the listeners today actually now start changing the conversations they are having with your sisters and with your friends and your family, so that, you know, speaking about your finances and your number isn't something that needs to be whispered. It actually needs to be something that you can own and have conversations about, because it is so, so important. I
mean, what you're saying is really interesting, because we often don't have the vocabulary, because we never inherited the vocabulary, because it's rude to talk about money, or, you know, it's seen as showing a lack of etiquette. And yet, as you say, women have kept the pot on the boil, doing the budget themselves. You know, there are many husbands who'll come home from work and say to a woman who's been a homemaker, you look after the budget for me, you look after this money for me, and you make sure that the household is taken care of. And so we've been doing it for the longest time. How do we give ourselves the permission to engage in this, engage in these spaces with other women in business, make those connections with other entrepreneurs, talk about money in ways that also encourage us to get a sense of what is due to us from a monetary point of view when it comes to work?
So the first thing I'm going to say is be brave. Just jump in the deep end.
Yeah.
You don't know what you don't know. So rather just, jump in, understand that, with Momentum, especially if you, partner with an accredited Momentum financial advisor, then you will start building that confidence and the vocabulary to have those conversations because, it was super interesting. I just had a baby, so we had to meet with the financial advisor to understand, to plan our kind of financial future.
Yes.
And the questions that our financial advisor asked, I was like, oh my goodness, I've never thought about that before. So it also just kind of stretches your mind to think about things from a different perspective. Even, schooling or saving for education.
Yes.
I don't even know what education is going to look like. I mean, my son will be in grade 1 at 2032.
Sure.
Is AI going to completely take over, or is schools going to be there? So having, those kind of conversations with someone that's their job, to kind of push you to think about not just in the present, but being in the future.
I mean, we also, I think, are often expected as women to excel professionally while carrying significant responsibilities at home. We talk about the unspoken and tacitly understood labor that women are supposed to do, unpaid labor, that is, keeping the home and the family together. How can we better balance the ambition we have with personal well-being and the responsibilities that we choose to have to our families?
So personally, I don't believe in balance. I don't think it exists.
Yeah.
I think there could be an equilibrium or a pendulum, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what I suggest, if South Africa, we are so fortunate that from a help perspective, we've got family, we've got domestic workers, we've got nannies, we've got, some organizations that actually offer childcare, which I know overseas childcare is so expensive that some women actually can't even work because their whole salary goes there.
Yes.
So I think it's about understanding what's in your control. So when you are at work, if you have the luxury to just be at work, then you just be at work. When you're at home, try just be at home. So I think it's less about balance because it's not fair. Balance is not a real thing. There's only certain amounts of time in the day, and you need to be very specific about how you want to spend that time.
Yeah, something's got to give, right?
Something does have to give. And I think, if single mothers especially,
Yes.
I take my hat off to them because honestly, how they work and they manage to look after children is just an unbelievable thing. And they should really unapologetically own their success.
Absolutely. I want to ask about the role of mentorship, networking, shared experiences, because I think these are really important to helping the women around us and us understand how we can improve ourselves and to enter domains that we've been tentative about entering before. How do we build those relationships with people who can mentor us?
Get out of your comfort zone. I think that's an important thing. Sometimes especially post-COVID, I think people have become recluses. They don't really want to go out anymore.
Yes, I'm a bit like that.
Yeah, I think much rather just be on your couch.
Yes.
But actually go out, network. Put yourself out there. Even just start a conversation. People are so afraid to be like, go up to Joanne and be like, Joanne, I've listened to you on SAfm for so many years. Can we go for a coffee? It's just as simple as that. Just initiating that conversation and then seeing where that takes you. Following the right people on social media, reading the right books, surrounding yourself with the right people. I think that's super, super important. And then also, really making sure that, yes, it's about mentorship, but I think, we tend to focus so much on mentorship, but it's also about access. You know, so many women actually need to have the right access if they want to create, start their own business. How do you do that?
Yeah.
You know, from a sportswoman perspective, you're only on the field for so many years. What do you do after that?
Yeah.
So really making sure that you aren't being single, only focusing on one thing. Broaden your horizons. Make sure that you have different kinds of people that you are surrounding yourself with, that you can learn from different people's lived experiences.
I think this is great advice, and I want to thank you so much for coming into studio today. And look out for this for the stories that you're telling. You're really just telling stories of women here who've come forward and spoken about how they've attained success. And just to be clear, Natalie, it's not women who've necessarily shot the lights out, right? It's not every woman is a Michelle Obama, for argument's sake, right? You're talking very much about ordinary women who have made incredible strides in their life just through determination. And how important is it not to to deify the women who have shot the lights out, and to actually look for the humanness in their stories, so that we can see that we could attain some of that ourselves. We're capable. Completely. Yeah.
Us as women, we are resilient, we are powerhouses, and what we put our minds to, we can do it, and we surround ourselves with the right people. So, if you are available on the 15th of August, register to the She Owns a Success workshop. It's an unbelievable day, and they're going to be such interesting conversations. From the weight of the crown. So once you've made it, then what?
Yes.
What happens? From pregnancy to perimenopause to planning, everything in between. How women are, even though they have made it, they still feel underserved. How do we combat that? So there's very amazing conversations that we're going to be having, and giving women advice and the room to discuss things and learn.
Well, it sounds wonderful. I think you should do it throughout the year. Because we need it. Thank you so much for coming in to speak to us. Natalie Druin talking to us there. She's the Executive Head of Conversation at the Momentum Group. 11:30, here's Ondela with your latest headlines.
Thank you, Joanne. On the news headlines, Free State authorities say 4 of the 12 people that were injured in the crash which happened on the N1 north of Tromsburg are in a critical condition. All the injured are still in hospital. A senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Manja Rapeshu, has conceded that he was involved in the investigation of crime intelligence officials, and Empath Laboratories is facing allegations of unauthorized disclosure of medical information. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This week on Expresso, Mandela Day may be over, but the spirit of giving lives on. We reflect on the impact of this year's initiatives and discover how organizations like the Homestead are inspiring South Africans to keep making a difference in their communities all year round. We also get moving with Claudia as she shares simple anti-inflammatory workouts to boost circulation, support your lymphatic system, and keep you active through winter. And we swing into action with Spider-Man, brand new day. Join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 on S3.
In case you missed it,
what is it that we can be practically doing to overcome these challenges?
We have a very unaccountable politicians under the proportional representation system. So our politicians don't account to each other. They don't account to the people of South Africa. They don't account to the voters. This explains why we have uncontrolled corruption in South Africa.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana. The Daily Discourse, more than talk, real understanding.
11:32 on the Daily Discourse, and as you know, NSFAS is supposed to do the important work of funding many undergrad students who can't afford to study at university. But as Daily Mavericks pointed out, an equivalent government funding model doesn't actually exist for postgrads, those who've passed their bachelor's degrees and want to study further. Well, they may have passed even a postgrad degree, like honours or masters, and they may even want to do a PhD. But what it means is that students are resorting to all kinds of ways of making money, some of them legal and others illegal, just to pay their fees. Let's bring in Daily Maverick journalist Siyabonga Goni, who wrote the story. Good morning to you, Siyabonga. Thank you so much for your time on the Daily Discourse. Firstly, why isn't there a centralized funding model for postgraduate students in South Africa?
No, good morning, Joanne, and good morning to the listeners as well. I mean, there are a few, post-grad funding, but obviously there are criteria, there are requirements, and also they work according to a budget. So obviously we have a few, your National Research Foundation, your CETAs also sometimes do fund. You have, others that, are called COSASA Student Financial Aid Program. So those, are available, fundings for post-grad, and sometimes also universities try to do their best to, support students through donations. But, as I said, there's budgets often in these things, and there's a limited number of students that can be onboarded, to a bursary or that sort of stuff. So you find that, thousands of other students are left, to fend for themselves. And that's where then, as you also speak or quote from a story about students coming up with ways to make, money for themselves, So there are a few. But as I said, there's requirements. Some do not, qualify, and then they often have to, find means to make money so that they can be able to pay for their fees, to also buy groceries at the end of the month.
Yeah, I mean, they face the same reality that many of us do. Now, as part of writing this piece, as you mentioned, you spoke to a range of young people who are engaged in many different ways of making money. Let's maybe start with those who are earning legally and paying their fees with that income.
Yeah, so looking at, the sector, you find that within accommodations, the students who are able to find ways to sneak in alcohol, to sneak in, marijuana, and be able to sell it, to other students within, accommodations. So when I was speaking to a few, this is not a situation that they also wanted to do for themselves or a situation that they're proud of. But listening to them, it was a matter of ensuring that they also are able to have, food. They're able to have, buy essentially like toiletries and that sort of stuff. And others, you'd find that it's difficult at home to even, ask for money at home. So you find that the little that they make for themselves, they spend that money also at home to try and support them. One student that I was speaking with told me about the fact that his mother is also ill. Now, that's another problem that he's currently facing at home. So it's difficult then to ask for money, and then when your parents are also, not in a good condition. And for example, for the other one that was selling weed, he told me that he also needed to buy essentials, simple things like eggs and bread, to be able to at least, eat. So that's the situation that they're in. Obviously, they're saying that they're not proud of the situation themselves, but they're saying that they're locked outside when it comes to funding, and this is a way for them to make money and be able to eat.
Yeah, and I see many of those students are resorting to illegal means to pay for their studies.
Yeah, so it's that sort of trend. I mean, we don't know how to then control it. I mean, sometimes I've tried to ask to universities when I was doing the story in terms of whether they, do they know about this and that sort of stuff. I mean, we hear situations about students, drinking and that sort of stuff, but it's always it seems like to be always outside the accommodation, but in most cases it does happen inside.
Let's talk about those who are having to balance entrepreneurship, right, with the demands of studying. How do they actually manage that workload? And I wonder how well they do, given the amount of work that they're having to carry.
I mean, it's really tough. That's one of the things that I was trying to find out from them in terms of how do they balance, both academics but also the business. So mostly would tell me that they would go to school. For an example, there's one that I spoke to who was selling fat cakes at one accommodation. So he told me that how his days goes is that he goes to school, does all his academics at school, ensure that he finds time to do assignments, and then later on he's able to make some dough, live it out so that he can rise, and then obviously start opening a business. So obviously residents do have a group chat where students engage, so they're able to sell through that group, and they're able to deliver to students' rooms. So it's that sort of situation. I mean, speaking with them, they just have to find a way, because there's no other alternative when it comes to funding, but except to stand up for themselves and try to open these businesses that they have.
Yeah. I mean, this obviously also has a material effect on the type of candidates we turn out for either the working world or for academia, which requires a certain level of education for one to lecture or to become a researcher at university. Aren't we just shooting ourselves in the foot as a nation but by not creating a fund, a central fund for postgraduate students to draw on?
Yeah. I think, that's another point that you're raising. It speaks to the need of funding within the sector. It speaks to the need of funding within postgrad, because in most cases you find that, as you talk about employment also, it's difficult for students because, it's you get in and then it's difficult to get out because now you already owe the school when it comes to, outstanding debts and that sort of stuff. So then you just continue with your business. So the moment you get out of residence, you graduate, and then you still don't have, your certificate that proves that you qualified. You only have what they call as a letter of completion. So that's where we at. So it's very difficult, and it speaks to the need of a lot of investment when it comes to postgrad. I think a lot of donations need to be made. Maybe even, the Department of Higher Education should have a discussion around this. I did pose questions also around the sector, about the need, of having funding or trying to, have a resolution with this. So it was the same with NSFAS also when I spoke to them in terms of, are they also looking at possibly finding postgrad and that sort of stuff? But obviously we didn't get a response from NSFAS. So yeah, it's sort of that situation now where I believe also there needs to be funds that are being channeled also to postgrad so that they can be able to, survive and be able to continue with their studies, because education is very expensive, as we know. There's accommodation that's involved there, which is also another massive issue. There's also tuition. You still need to fight so that you can have at least, some food, at the end of the month, or keep buying yourself some essentials. But then again, how do you find work when you still, you don't have your certificate, you only have a letter of completion because you owe the school, and at the same time we know the issues of unemployment and how difficult it is in South Africa to get a job.
Sure, it is such a worrying situation. Thank you for flagging that with us, Siyabonga Goni, an education reporter from Daily Maverick, who wrote this story about young people at universities who are having to do all sorts of things to make ends meet. Many people do get part-time jobs at university, right? But when you get to the point where you are a postgrad, right, you don't have work, and you need to get your qualifications to a certain point to get into a company, to get into a university, and you don't have the funding for that. You still owe money for your undergraduate degree. Imagine entering the world that way, the working world that way, with that debt in hand. It really is. It puts them under such pressure, and I wonder how university students manage that. But I'd love a call from one of you at least to give me a sense of how you navigate this. Our studio line 086 000 2032.
With the ever-changing financial landscape, it can be difficult to make sense of all the moves at times. Join me, Jimmy Moyaha, on the SAFM Market Update with MoneyWeb, Mondays to Thursdays, 6 to 7 p.m, as we break down the key market trends, top financial stories, and smart investment insights, all in one place. It's everything you need to stay financially informed and ahead of the curve.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. You are listening to Joanne Joseph on SAFM.
The clock is nudging us towards 11:45 here on the Daily Discourse. I will listen to some of your voice notes and you'll read out your texts in a moment. But we'll also take some of your calls, and I'd love you to weigh in on some of the issues we've been speaking about during these 3 hours. One of you has not had enough of winter. I can't believe it, but let's listen in.
Hi, Joanne. It's Noah here in Cape Town. To tell you the truth, personally, I would have loved the winter to carry on, just for one more month. bring in a few cold fronts so that, we can have enough rain that is sufficient for us to survive here in Cape Town. I don't think we really had enough rainfalls. So, thinking about just life ahead. Thank you.
No, thank you, Noah. Or maybe I should call you Snower. I think one does need to think ahead to that. And I'm just talking from a comfort point of view, but you're quite right about rainfall. Thank you very much for that. We earlier had the conversation about identity, South African identity. How do we foster and the national identity that we seem to be losing? And some of you want to talk about that. Jacques in KwaZulu-Natal is on the line to us. Hi, Jacques.
Good day, Joanne. To you and your team, thank you for such an excellent show.
Thank you.
Yes, Joanne, in terms of SA identity is actually whatever we bring to that table or what we bring to socially in terms of how we interact. Okay. Your last caller or a couple of callers before this was actually saying that he was talking about the old Indian council or Indian government House of Delegates as well as the colored. Yes, but the problem is that sometimes, and with respect to him, sometimes our ignorance means that we don't worry about what other people have actually done. So the Indian House of Delegates as well as the colored House of Delegates didn't come out because they just wanted to have it. It was actually offered by the nationalist government, and the ANC actually declined that when they said they wanted to have part of the rights or communication within the entire region of South Africa.
Yes,
so
yes.
When we say that, when he says that he actually doesn't understand what he says, that it was actually a political party that denied, and may I say this even though he might get offensive, so the original African black people from this country, let me rather phrase that perfectly. Mm-hmm. So we're talking about that generation group of people. But on a hindsight, I'm an Indian person. I went to school with all Indian people. I didn't go with the other cultures. My daughter actually goes to obviously a state school, so it's mixed.
Yes.
And she will come and tell me about cultural things that have changed and stuff like that. So I'm saying to you, everybody needs to understand that everybody's culture changes. It's easy for me to say that my dad played within the Indian soccer league, and now I don't even know what an Indian soccer league or where there's promotion of grassroots levels for Indian people to play soccer any longer. It's easy for me to say things like that. It's easy for everybody to blame something else. And like I said, it's easy to blame all white people to say that this is what they did or not. But you can't apologize for something that you were not part of. So, yes, you may have gathered or had some sort of advantages because of your forefathers, but it is not us or maybe our kids that now need to also remember that, this is what happened 40 or 50 years ago in terms of trying to enact on it. Because there's the thing, it's not like we forget that black people or Indian people, colored people, white people, all can be racist. I mean, I've been sworn more racist words by other black people than white people or other Indian people. So the thing would be that if I want to harp on it, I can harp on it, but I need to understand that in nature, we don't see lions playing with elephants and giraffes and everything else. Sometimes we do find social cohesion amongst each another because it's just culturally accepted that we know what sort of the slang would be. We know what lingo we're talking to each another about.
Yes.
And especially within the Indian community, we have so many words. Like I can never explain to South Africa or the people that are not Indian what Tani means to Indian people. So I can't tell you how many arguments there are about it, how many shouting and swearing out, because it's just a game. But culturally, we understand exactly what that means. I don't understand a homeless person's need to drink in order to understand that he sleeps on a pavement and he's numbing the pain, so he does drink not because he wants to get drunk, but because he wants to forget the pain of sleeping on that concrete floor. So it's easy for us to say, the South Africa has a lot of beggars, with no hindsight of understanding that sometimes they drink in order to get the pain away, to overcome that night's bitterly cold and circumstances that they find themselves in.
Yeah, I think empathy. Empathy certainly helps in that regard. And Jacques, I think there's a lot to be said for actually sharing those things. And I take your point about certain people will not understand, and that it's true. That's quite true. We all have things within our individual cultures that we don't understand about each other. But the act of sharing that and bringing someone into that culture is actually a very beautiful thing. One of the most beautiful gifts I have is from a friend friend of mine who is, he is Sesotho, language speaking. He is a black South African. He is gay. He is a Sangoma. He loves classical music. You know, he's just a melting pot of everything good about the country, I think, in many, many different ways. But he's shared all of that with me. I even have his clan cloth that he gave me. So I'm not going to mention his surname because I don't obviously want to expose him, but it means when I received that cloth, I kind of became a member of his clan because we're that close, you know, and to have something like that shared with me made a very big difference to my life and to how I am perceived by him, the knowledge that he sees me as a family member, and he incorporates me into a culture that I don't fully understand, but that I do embrace through him and through an understanding of him. And I think we just need to take a little bit of time to do that. It is a bit of hard work, but I think we ought to do it. Perth in Durban. Hi there. You want to talk about fuel levies, Perth?
Hi, Joanne. Yes. How are you doing?
I'm so well, thanks.
Okay. And good day to your listeners. Yes, man. The thought came to me about fuel levies, the RAF fund, and also third-party insurance.
Yeah.
I think the RAF in itself is obviously, you can see it's a disaster, and there's a lot of fraud, and you know, it's again our taxpayers' money has been thrown away, and the impact of that tax being taken on top of the fuel is obviously hindering and unnecessary expenses to the normal layman on the street. It's about time that we have a RAF insurance or third-party insurance compulsory to every driver that's driving a car, where it's a driver's license. So we remove the fuel levy from the fuel, and we let it get paid where it's actually required in terms of insurance. So the private sector can handle the insurance. Why must we waste money on RAF? Maybe you can get a panel in or some sort of expert that can explain, you know, by moving that cost away from us as taxpayers from terms of the fuel, the tax, and moving it to a third-party company like the private sector, and I'm sure we will see, you know, the cost of living in South Africa getting much better and us stop wasting money via things like the RAF and fuel levies.
Okay, thank you very much for that, Perth. Very interesting idea there. Let's take a short break. We'll continue the conversations when we come back.
This week on Expresso, Mandela Day may be over, but the spirit of giving lives on. We reflect on the impact of this year's initiatives and discover how organizations like the Homestead are inspiring South Africans to keep making a difference in their communities all year round. We also get moving with Claudia as she shares simple anti-inflammatory workouts to boost circulation, support your lymphatic system, and keep you active through winter. And we swing into action with Spider-Man, brand new day. Join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 on S3.
This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The Daily Discourse. More than talk, real understanding.
9 minutes to 12 on the Daily Discourse. Let's take a call from David in Durban on the issue of South African identity. Hi, David.
Hi, Joanne. I don't know where to start. I mean, I just as an aside, I don't know if you're masquerading as JJ, yeah? Because you must have heard of Anita Anand from Radio 4, BBC. I know you spent time in the UK, but you're a dead ringer for her.
I didn't.
The Voice. For The Voice. I had to take a double take. Anyway, yeah, where do you start from? I mean, this melting pot, philosophy, it's not really working because I'm here in defense of the minorities, the colours and the Indian, basically.
Okay.
What we have now is a tyranny of the masses. I mean, whichever way you want to couch it. I mean, there was a gentleman said that we don't consider ourselves as black. I mean, during the apartheid days, we're not white enough. Now we're not black enough. If we are black, why do you have the quota system? In universities and colleges and all that kind of thing. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I kind of, took in quite deep into the reconciliation and things like that during the 1996 when we triumphed on the African Nations Cup, and it goes beyond that. Prior to that, I was an avid supporter of all the black sport. I mean, I was a fan of Ace Lengo, Teenage Dadla, Commuter Lamola, all these people.
Mhm.
And when sport was Africanized, that really really set me aback. So much so that I actually taken citizenship elsewhere, and I've taken my skills overseas as well. And really disappointed. You spoke of the House of Delegates and the House of Representatives. These two minorities had no option. They had to go with it. But what's not spoken about at length is about the truckloads of money that was given to the TBV states with Matanzima, Opakos, and Butele. What did they do with that money? They built palaces for their, numerous wives, buying German cars. And with the result, the poor black kids used to go to school bare feet and buy their own textbooks. No, not much is spoken about that, the separate development thing. And, it's a multi-layered thing to talk about. You talked about the Guptas. The Gupta, the word rolls off the tongue. It's easy, but we can't say in Yojing Lai or Shanki Sheikh because they have already captured the place. But be that as it may, Gupta just purely took the crumbs off the table. The pie on the table is still owned by the multinational forces overseas, those dark forces. South Africa has been captured long ago. Gupta has just taken chicken feed. We need to put that in context.
Okay,
and lastly,
yeah.
And lastly, the lady, the Johnson lady, I have no affinity for politicians and people in high office. The only thing that's improved is their gut. Laterally, they've improved size-wise, as far as I'm concerned. She said something to an underling that, if you appear on the Guptas, you must go overseas. Did you say you must go overseas, that you too will go overseas and make yourself absent? I'm not defending the lady. Let's look at that the tape very carefully, that recording. Did she say you too will kind of escape? Or did she say you need to escape? I'm not sure. I just wanted to hear my views, JJ, on that.
Okay, David, thank you for sharing those thoughts with us. I don't remember the exact wording on that tape, to be honest, so I can't give you an answer on that. But thanks for sharing thoughts on the myriad issues that you tackled there. Pico in Pretoria is on the line to us. You wanted to respond to Jacques, who called in a little bit earlier. Pico, hi.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. All the better because it's Friday.
I can imagine. Long week and traveling for yourself.
Yeah, it has been a bit.
I just wanted to provide a bit of rebuttal because even the previous caller just before me now, there's a lot that was covered. Just urge people to, try and educate themselves on what they have an opinion of.
Mm-hmm.
It's quite easy to talk about people that you're not in community with.
Yeah.
So just try, you're talking about culture and the gentleman talking about culture and black people and this, and you can tell when somebody's not in community with black people, right?
Yeah.
So just urge the listeners as well, like, okay, fine, everybody has an opinion, but what is the value of your opinion? Are you in community with those people? Do you spend time with them? Do you understand their backgrounds? Do you understand the reasons for certain things? The other gentleman now was talking about separate development and homelands, and he didn't live in those homelands he's talking about. Do you understand what I'm saying? And our parents did. We talked to them.
Yeah.
So and I myself, for example, wouldn't go on and talk about, for example, the Indian community, because maybe I'm not in community with them for me to be talking about the reasons why they do certain things or why they are where they are or whatever. So just just to provide a bit of rebuttal. People have strong opinions, but why do you have a strong opinion? Have you spent any research? Have you spoken to the people? Are you in community with them? Or are you just mouthing off on radio?
Okay, Pico. Thank you. Thank you for that. And I think there's a lot of value to this. I like this phrase, in community, that Pico has used, because I think that's where we need to be as South Africans. Get to a space where we are in community with each other. And we will never know what each other's life experiences are unless we listen. Obviously, we can't empathize with every experience, but we can sympathize with some of them. We can understand some of them better and just, have a greater level of openness to what other people have experienced if we are prepared to listen to their stories and hear where they're coming from. On the issue of postgrad funding, one of you says, "Hi JJ, I studied through NSFAS and completed my undergrad. When I wanted to apply for postgrad funding, I was told I already received funding and they only fund undergrad qualifications. I am working, but I would have liked to continue studying through NSFAS and at least make a payment every month, as I'm almost finishing my previous debt to them. NSFAS can at least give that option for the working class." I think so. NSFAS could be expanded, but the question is, we've got to make it functional first. Can we do that? Can we make it functional for the undergrads and then extend it to the postgrads? Let's, as we wrap up the show and head towards 12 o'clock, I'd like to just listen to one or two of your voice notes.
Good morning, JJ. This is Bike in Cape Town, and welcome back to the studio. With regard to the classification, I want to say some of the documents, that one is expected to complete really are confusing. But I want to say from my side, when I'm being asked what's my nationality, I will always say, because it is truly so, a South African. And when it comes to race, it is African, and nothing will ever change that. Proudly South African, proudly African, as a matter of fact. This is Baki in Cape Town.
Becky, that's a lovely message. Thank you so much for that. And I think for many of us who are grappling with identity, because identity is shifting, right? That's something that we need to remember. And it's part of some of the academic work that I'm doing. One of the components of my thesis is about shifting notions of Indianness in this country, and how from the time my ancestors arrived in the country as Indian people to their I would say their immersion into Africanness and into South Africanness and into this post-democracy understanding of who we are. It's amazing how our identities, and not just that of the Indian community, but of everybody, has shifted in that time post-democracy. What we want to shift it towards in the coming years as we take our country forward. Have we thought about that? What is it going to be? And are we as individuals in society going to start making that shift, also by penetrating each other's spaces in the most respectful ways possible to learn what it means to be South African in all aspects? I think we're capable of doing it. Let me leave you with that thought. Have a wonderful weekend. Take care from the team and me. Let's hand it over to the fabulous Sakina Kamwedo. Have a fabulous weekend. Bye-bye.
Thanks so much, Joanne. Hope you have a fabulous weekend. And right now it's 12 o'clock on Friday, the 31st of July, 2026. A very warm welcome to Updated Noon here on SAFM. Leading the conversation, I'm Sakina Kamwendo. Coming up in the next hour.
The way I took it is that since we are now taking the dockets, it meant that it's now our responsibility to report or something like that.
Senior investigator at IDAC, Manjara Pesu, takes the stand at the Madlanga Commission today.
Is expected to deliver reliable and cost-effective electricity. This reform will support higher rates of economic growth, investment, and job creation.
President Cyril Ramaphosa has endorsed phase 1 of the report of the Eskom restructuring task team. Coming up in sport.
More people are against Infantino's idea to sell off the World Cup, and Banyana in action today. Must-win match.
Yeah. After last night's netball, okay, we'll wait for John. He'll be back in the second half of the show with some results and also what you can look forward to over the weekend. In the meantime, let us know what's on your mind. 41391, that's our SMS line number. You can also get in touch via X at SABC News_radio, or you can send us a WhatsApp voice note on 082-692-3909. Well, these and more stories coming up on this Friday edition of Updated Noon. First, though, here's the latest news with Onde Lambana.
Thank you, Sakina. On the top stories, IDEX investigator testifies Johnson misled the ad hoc committee, and Empath faces allegations of unauthorized disclosure of medical information. For SAFM News, I'm Onde Lambana, and a very good day. A senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, IDEC, Manjarapesu, has echoed other witnesses' allegation that the unit's former head advocate Andrea Johnson had misled Parliament's ad hoc committee. This relates to Advocate Johnson's statement that she was not investigating the political killings task team. Rapesu is testifying before the Madlenga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria about IDEC's investigations into senior crime intelligence officials, including the head Dumisani Kumalo. Advocate Tabang Boe is the evidence leader.
Sitting here now and having a look at that, you can positively confirm that this is not the Section 27 that Ms. Ramsamy showed you on the 6th of December.
No, this is not the Section 27 that I saw.
Furthermore, you recount in your statement at paragraph 25 that you had a discussion with Ms. Ramsamy afterwards where you confirmed to her that this is not the affidavit she showed you. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Free State authorities say 4 of the 12 people that were injured in the crash which happened on the N1 north of Tromsburg are in a critical condition. All the injured are still in hospital. The authorities have also confirmed that another person has died, putting the death toll at 12. The crash happened when the bus that the deceased and the injured were travelling in overturned last night. The bus was travelling from Cape Town to Zimbabwe. EMS Acting Provincial Manager Sydney Gwili says the affected part of the N1 is still closed.
The N1 was closed since the time of this accident. Northbound motorists must turn off at Tromsburg and take the R717 to Edenburg for 40 kilometers, then rejoin the N1 to Bloemfontein. Southbound motorists must turn off at Edenburg, take the R717 to Tromsburg, and then rejoin the N1 to Cape Town. The road will remain closed and will reopen once the scene has been cleared. The department urges all road users to drive carefully, obey speed limits, and stay alert, especially during long-distance travel.
Empath Laboratories is facing allegations of unauthorized disclosure of medical information. An employee of one of its pathology laboratories in Rustenburg in the northwest is alleged to have breached the confidentiality between him and a client. It is also alleged that the Empath employee attempted to bribe the client to persuade her to drop the complaint. The client says she suffered significant reputational damage.
My results were leaked because I hadn't told anybody, but the pathologist that works at Empathy leaked my results and told people how I was pregnant without my permission. People are now saying that I had an abortion, which is I didn't have an abortion. I did a vacuum cleaner because I had a miscarriage. I came to report the matter at the office. Then the supervisor or the senior, she was like, the pathologist should talk by himself. When he started talking, he wanted to bribe me with 10,000.
The City of Cape Town's Fire and Rescue Service says that the fire that broke out at an apartment building in Sea Point yesterday afternoon has been contained. A man who lived on the top floor of the building succumbed to injuries. Fire and Rescue Services spokesperson Jermaine Carroll said.
Firefighters have isolated the flare-up and suppressed it. They've also used a thermal imaging camera to check for any other hotspots. One crew will remain on scene for the next few hours just as a precaution, and they've also been joined by the South African Police Service investigators tasked with probing this incident.
A rescue operation is scheduled to be getting underway in the Karakoram mountains of northern Pakistan. This follows an avalanche on Broad Peak, one of the world's highest summits. Contact has been lost with a 10-man expedition that was being led by the renowned Nepal-born former British Special Forces soldier Naman Pooja. The BBC's Anparasan Etrajan has more.
Nirmal Purja is a very experienced mountaineer. He's like one of the stars of the mountaineering field. So we are just waiting for information, and what the Pakistani authorities are saying is that they are coordinating with the government. They want to send a couple of mountaineers on the rescue effort, and if the weather permits, they will also use a helicopter in the next few hours' time.
Recapping the top story, a senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, IDEC, Manjarapesu, has echoed other witnesses' allegations that the unit's former head advocate, Andrea Johnson, had misled Parliament's ad hoc committee. I'm on Delambara for SAfm News Headlines at 12:30.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m. Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo.
Thanks so much, Ondela. Good afternoon, everyone. It's 7 minutes after 12. Welcome to Update at Noon. So let's take a quick look at our diary this afternoon. So as you heard there in the lead story in the news, we have a new witness on the stand at the Madlanga Commission. And that is, of course, senior investigator at IDAC, Mr. Rapesu. And he's currently explaining to the commission and going through his notes on why those notes were vague, as you heard from yesterday's witness as well, Ms. Ramsamy, and just explaining some of the purposes for those vague notes for purposes of security. And of course, yesterday was quite eventful, and we are continuing to hear evidence relating to the IDAC stream. So we'll bring you up to speed with a little bit more on that in a short while. Looking at some other stories, of course, the courts have been super busy this week with some very interesting high-profile cases. The former Speaker of the National Assembly, Nosiviwe Mapisa-Nqakula, continuing to stand trial in the Pretoria High Court. And then also in the Pretoria High Court, the judgment electronically in the Democratic Alliance's legal challenge to the City of Tshwane's council decision to suspend the city manager, Johan Metler. That is, of course, also expected today. Then the cross-examination of the state's witness in the attempted murder trial against Vusmuzi Katmatlala and 4 co-accused. That's continuing in the High Court in Johannesburg. Captain Pimi Sekgobela is still testifying in that trial within a trial after the alleged gunman there, Musa Kekana, objected to the state using some of the evidence that was obtained during his arrest in 2024. And though some of these stories, there are quite a few others. Also check in with what's happening with Eskom. President Cyril Ramaphosa endorsing plans to split the national power grid for Eskom, and the president has approved phase 1 of the Eskom restructuring task team's report. And what this will do is to pave the way for an independent transmission system operator. And we'll explain to you what all of this means in a little more detail. And this is quite an interesting story, but also a very worrying one. More than half of South African workers are turning to sports betting and online gambling in order to plug budget shortfalls and to pay off existing debt. That's according to a survey that was conducted. And so we'll just try and get more detail regarding that from Old Mutual, who conducted the survey, and saying that this was revealed in its savings and investment monitor for the year 2026. So those some of the stories that we'll be following up on. John's coming through, and of course also we'll speak to Martin Creamer for another update from the coalface.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
10 minutes after 12, now President Cyril Ramaphosa has endorsed the Phase 1 report of the Eskom restructuring task team. And this, of course, now means that the stage is set to restructure South Africa's electricity sector to create competition and to unlock investment and also reduce electricity prices and ensure energy security for sustained economic growth and job creation. The report sets out recommendations for establishing an independent transmission system operator that is separate from Eskom. Presidency spokesperson Vincent Magwenya says that this move paves the way for reliable and cost-effective electricity.
TSO is a key enabler of a successful, competitive wholesale electricity market that is expected to deliver reliable and cost-effective electricity. This reform will support higher rates of economic growth, investment, and job creation.
Now, that was Presidency spokesperson Vincent Magwenya. But to help us discuss and perhaps get a better understanding of what all of this means, we joined on the line now by Professor Vali Padiachi, a power and energy expert and also former executive manager of Eskom and former senior executive of City Power Johannesburg. And Professor Padiachi, thanks so much for your time and welcome to Update at Noon.
Good afternoon, Sakina, to you and your listeners, and I'm glad to be back on your show. Thank you very much.
Professor Padiachi, first off, what does this mean for us ordinary South Africans in layman's terms? So we're told that the president has now endorsed the phase 1 report that speaks to the restructuring, of course, and this is to the grid itself. So in layman's terms, what does all of this mean?
Okay, fine. That's an excellent question. Maybe just as a disclaimer to preface my comment, I'm not here to talk on behalf of ESCOM or the presidency, but I'll give you my expert opinion. Yes, in ordinary layman's term, I'm glad you asked for that context, because this could be very complex. In very ordinary layman's term, we've now moved into an era or scenario of competition in the sector, and that was made clear through the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, which came into being in 2024. So that's the legislation that's given the mandate. But to the ordinary layman, which is an expectation, is that firstly, the electricity prices need to come down. I mean, the prices now have gone through the roof. It's not good for the economy if it's perpetuated, not good for the lives of the people. So that needs to come down. So that's the expectation. And the other one is obviously to bring in more competition into the sector. And what do I mean by that? ESCOM and the municipalities for over hundreds of years have been in a total monopolistic situation. But now there'll be other players, including the private sector, on that. So those are the key expectations. And of course, it's to give every role player in the sector an opportunity to play in this landscape, Sakina.
And this is, of course, still in that broader unbundling process. So ESCOM will then still continue to generate electricity. So they will still focus on electricity generation. But this then hands the control of transmission lines to a new entity, if I understand it correctly, Professor Baliachi.
Well, maybe just to give, just to realign what you said, basically this report that was given to the president yesterday, 30th, was focusing on the restructuring, phase 1, and the establishment of an independent transmission system operator. Now, what do I mean by that? For all of these previous decades, all of those functions resided within ESCOM. So ESCOM played a role, and that was part of its monopolistic status. But as I said to you, with the new ERAA, the law, the Amendment Act that came into being, there's now this separation. So in essence, going forward, we will have an independent system operator, and they will manage the grid. So they will keep the grid stable and all of that. And pursuant to managing the grid, they will need to procure electricities from different role plays through competition and through a market. So that is when the market operator will come into being. So we'll have a separate organization. All of these should happen within 5 years, although there'll be steps to take before that. And then ESCOM and the municipalities and the private sector and other players will generate electricity so that the system operator can procure that. I'm trying to keep it as simple as I can.
And I appreciate that. We certainly appreciate it, Prof. So what for me stood out there in the spokesperson's remarks was that Vincent Magwenya says this move paves the way for reliable and cost-effective electricity. You also touched on it. But we are very skeptical as South Africans because we've been promised cheaper electricity before with renewables, and look at where we are now.
No, I can't disagree with that. In fact, I've been in the sector for 40 years, and you can have all the technologies and all the changes and amendments, but if the price of electricity does not come down, then to be blunt, we're wasting our time for the sake of the economy and the customers. So I agree with you, and I'm actually waiting with bated breath to see how we can reduce the price of electricity. I also represent the municipalities using another act. In fact, this report alludes to assisting the municipalities in curtailing their arrear debt, which is about 111 billion rand. So that needs to come down. But yes, I think the model that needs to be put on the table has to bring down the price of electricity. And I think most of us are waiting to see what comes out of this report in terms of that, Sakina.
And then, Prof, also, what happens to ESCOM employees who are currently responsible for such tasks that now will be taken over by the new entity and the infrastructure?
No. We're very careful here. Employees and all of that will be, if I understand where your question is going, they're safeguarded. I mean, so in essence, you'll have the anti-CSA, which is the old transmission group. So that entity will manage the system operations, the market operations, and the transmission lines for now. But within 5 years, we'll have those three bodies being totally independent. But then we'll have ESCOM Group on its own. And maybe I must make the point here. I'm hoping, and I think lots of stakeholders are hoping that in this restructuring, which I think this report also covers, is that the viability and the sustainability of ESCOM will be taken care of. Because there was a cause of concern that by moving off anti-CSA with its value of the assets, it may compromise the sustainability of ESCOM Group. But I understand that from this report, that will not be compromised. And maybe I must make the point. Besides the anti-CSA, the TSO, TMO, we still need a viable ESCOM and a municipality, together with the private sector, to ensure that we get a competitive market on a level playing field. And at the end of the day, the customer must benefit. And how does the customer benefit? The lowest priced electricity, Sakina.
And I think that's what we're all hoping for. But of course, time will tell, as it always does. Professor Padiachi, thanks so much for your time, as always. That was Professor Vali Padiachi, a power and energy expert, and also served in various roles. And as you heard him there, even through the interview, changing those hats, that's why we are speaking to him, able to explain to us exactly what to expect.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, IDAC senior investigator Mancha Rapesu has told the Madlanga Commission that investigator Sunil Beluchan allegedly sought to lead the Fadil Adams referral despite not being designated as an investigator. Now, Rapesu says that he became concerned after noticing signs that some investigators had prior knowledge of the case even before it was officially allocated. He also testified that senior investigator Brian Padiachi and chief investigator allegedly met with the complainant before the investigation was formally authorized. Now, the commission is continuing to hear more testimony from IDAC officials after weeks of explosive evidence about alleged failures and irregularities within the unit.
In paragraph 19, you open by saying that there were certain matters that caused you concern. And what you say first is that the name of Mr. Brian Padiachi already appeared on the designation, although he was not at the meeting. I'm not sure that I understand why that would have been odd. I would imagine that when the allocation takes place, and indeed when the meeting at which the allocation is to be announced, a decision would already have been taken as to who the team members would be. So what exactly was odd about Mr. Padiachi's name being there or being part of the allocation?
Chair, I think we worded it wrong here. The way you are explaining it, Chair, you are correct. What was supposed to be odd is the fact that he was already briefed, not the other way around.
Okay, all right. Now I understand.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you.
So the second issue that caused me concern was a colleague, Mr. Sunil Beluchem. He was fighting with Chief Perumal, just exchanging words. But what I could get from that is that Mr. Sunil Beluchem, it looked like he was promised that he was going to be a lead on this matter. So he was asking Chief Perumal, why am I not a lead in this matter? So that also painted a picture to me that now it then means Mr. Sunil Beluchem knew about this thing before.
What exactly did he say which made you believe that he had been promised that he would be the lead investigator? What did he say exactly?
What I've picked up is I asked because basically what has happened is there was commotion. So I asked, what is the problem with what is happening? So because we were sharing the office with some other guys that are working with us, they just informed me that the issue is about this matter that we were allocated to. And I asked, what about the matter? Then they just pointed out to me to say he's fighting with him because he was promised that he will be the leader, the lead on that case. It is not something that maybe I overheard or they were fighting in their own space, in their own corners. But those that were working with them, those are the ones that related the message to me to say they're fighting because he was promised this and he didn't get. I took it from there.
And just to be clear, Mr. Beluchem was not at the meeting and nor was he on that designated list.
That is correct.
And so he would have either heard it before or through somebody else.
Yes, somewhere else. Thank you very much.
And now we can then, Commissioners, that should dispose of the remaining paragraphs.
Chair, just to indicate further, the reason why I'm putting this here is because something else happens during the course where it will now show why the fight was about. In somewhere else is going to be shown that he actually knew, because while we were busy with the investigation, the other witness will now mention that he was in some consultation before. So I'm putting it there so that when...
That's Mr. Beluchem.
That is Mr. Beluchem.
A consultation in respect of these very matters.
That is correct.
Okay.
And then just before we step off that, you indicate that Ms. Ramsamy had also informed you that Chief, as well as Mr. Padiachi, had met the complainant before.
Yes, no, she just indicated, yes, that I can confirm, correct.
And this would have been before the investigation was authorized?
Yes, that will be before the 6th of December, yes, that's correct.
And in your experience, it usually, maybe the first question is, Mr. Padiachi, what level of investigator is he?
Yeah, just to put it short, he was not supposed to have met with the person who's referring the matter at that time, because all of us at our level, we don't get involved in those things. So he's a senior investigator, I'm a senior investigator, so we can't get involved into the matters that involve the chiefs and others.
And that was the IDEC senior investigator Manjara Pesu, who's at the stand at the Madlanga Commission, still testifying with regard to matters relating to the unit. And he's also gone on to speak to the affidavits that were, as he claims, either swapped or hidden, because you would remember from Ms. Ramsami's evidence as well that they worked from a different Section 27 to compile the Section 28 than what was flighted when Advocate Andrea Johnson appeared before the Madlanga Commission. So lots going on with regard to IDEC, and it's not painting a pretty picture. But we have a few moments before we get to headline news. Let's squeeze in a few of your voice notes.
Hi, Sakina. Early out, Dylan. You know, as I said previously, despite many calls on social media and social platforms like YouTube that Malema must be arrested or even brought before the Madlanga Commission, we all know nothing like that will happen to him. And look at Jacob Zuma. He hasn't and probably never will repay the 29 million rand that the court ordered him to pay. And he probably will never appear before court in charge of the arms deal. So it just shows you some people probably are above the law. Errol, Durban.
Yeah, Sakina, I'm made to believe that Minister of Finance wants to bail out the Johannesburg municipality. Whilst initially he was not of that opinion. He was, So why does he not propose the cancellation of the money owed by the citizens of all these locations, so that people start afresh and then the monitoring can take place afresh? Thanks, William Kuma.
Who are the three dismissed from the Ekurhuleni municipality due to corrupt practice? I'm asking for their names so they can get punished and shame them again. There is no politician support this time around. The tide of the time is changing, so is the way government functions too. Now the dishonest officials who work for government will start experiencing difficulties. Peter Rampatlel-Mashid, good afternoon.
Well, thanks so much for that, everyone. And it brings us exactly up to 12:30. Here's Onde Lambana with your latest news headlines.
Thank you, Sakina. On the news headlines, the state's third witness in the trial, alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Ketmatlala, has told the High Court in Johannesburg that firearms recovered from the home of one of the accused, Musa Kekana, matched those used in the killing of Vereeniging engineer Aman Swart in 2024. A senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Manjara Pesu, has echoed other witnesses' allegation that the unit's former head, Advocate Andrea Johnson, had misled Parliament's ad hoc committee. And Free State authorities say 4 of the 12 people that were injured in the crash, which happened on the N1 north of Tromsburg, are in a critical condition. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
Well, it's a Friday. We're joined by Isak Odendaal, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth, just to give us a roundup of the week's economy. And Isak, good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon. So let's start with the Rand. It's currently trading at 16.53. So remember last week it fell quite sharply after the Reserve Bank kept rates unchanged. It's now clawed back most of those losses. Today the JSE All-Share Index is trading at 112,200 points. It's also the last trading day of the month. And we are on course for a positive month for the South African equity market, about 1.5% up for the month of July. Now, obviously, I think the thing that is on top of many of our listeners' minds is what's been happening in Iran and the oil price. It is up about 20% for the month, trading at the moment, the Brent crude price at $87 a barrel. And unfortunately, that means the fuel prices will have to adjust. Now, I don't think they've released the official adjustment for next week, but I'm just looking at the current over recoveries. We might get a slight petrol price increase. I would expect probably flat next week, but diesel unfortunately is going to go up, it seems, by somewhere in the region of R1.70, if not more. And unfortunately, with the case of diesel, there is even more to come. So potentially also looking at a September diesel price increase, because diesel is impacted not only by the war in the Gulf, but also the war in Russia and Ukraine, since Russian refineries have come under quite heavy attack over the last couple of weeks. So unfortunately, that is not good news if you've got a diesel car, like myself. Otherwise, wishing everyone a happy and fun weekend.
Thanks so much, Isak Widdendal, investment strategist at Old Mutual Wealth. Have yourself a fabulous weekend.
SAfm Sport with John Gericka.
Hello, John.
How's it?
Not good, but
let me tell you about, we'll get into the netball. FIFA, this is the big story, right? FIFA insists that nobody is selling football. It's trying to defend plans to allow private investors to buy minority stakes in a commercial company that would manage its major tournaments, including the World Cup. The proposal has sparked fierce opposition. UEFA have threatened to boycott future World Cups if it's approved. CONCACAF's 41 member nations have also rejected the plan. FIFA says the consultation process will continue with member associations voting before a 19th September deadline. UEFA says the World Cup is not for sale, accusing FIFA of putting football's future at risk. But here's football reporter Kave Seleko.
It's not necessarily a FIFA statement. How many people inside FIFA actually agree with what Gianni Infantino is doing? He's in a hole. He needs to stop digging. He needs to start reading the room. He needs to start accepting the fact that his power is starting to ebb away, and he needs to start by apologising to football. He needs to start by apologising to football fans all around the world, and also he needs to start apologising and explaining himself to members of the FIFA Council, the presidents of the confederations, also the presidents of the 211 member associations.
Well, this morning, the Asian Football Confederation says it stands in solidarity with UEFA and CONCACAF in opposition to the proposal. The number of associations now against the proposal are the majority, making probably a non-starter. Meanwhile, one of Infantino's advisors, Carlos Cordero, has quit in protest to the plan to sell the stakes. In a statement to Sky News, he said, quote, "As a senior advisor to the FIFA president, a former banker and a lifelong football fan, I cannot stand by while FIFA considers selling a stake in the World Cup." He went on to say, "Let me be clear, I had no involvement in this proposal. I oppose it unequivocally. It was a bad deal for FIFA's member associations, a bad deal for football, and a bad deal for the long-term future of the game."
And it doesn't help that the name of Josh Kushner has been bandied about, a brother to Jared Kushner.
Yeah.
And he's the son-in-law of Donald Trump, President of the United States. So I think it just gets muddier and muddier.
Okay, let's get on to the on-the-field action. Speaking of, hopefully no mud around. South Africa need to beat the Ivory Coast today at the Women's Africa Cup of Nations. Kicks off at 7 o'clock. Remember, Banyana lost their opener, and the Ivory Coast was strong. They beat Burkina Faso 4-1 in their opener. Let's hear from midfielder Isabella Ludwig.
As players, we understand that this is football and sometimes things won't go away. But I think the biggest thing is to dig deep, and it's a tournament. It's a long tournament. There's a lot of games that are going to be played. So for us is to dig deep and take one game at a time. There's still more games to play, and it's very important games. And we're not going to put ourselves under pressure. We know what we're capable of, and we'll just do the work when we get to the field.
I forget Bafana lost their opener and they went on to the next round. Slowly. Burkina Faso take on Tanzania at 10 o'clock tonight. And it's official. SAFA have announced that Hugo Bruce is no longer the Bafana coach. FIFA President Danny Odan thanked the mentor for the work that he did with the national side.
You mean SAFA President?
SAFA, what did I say?
FIFA.
Yeah, FIFA. I'm so busy with the FIFA story at the same time. SAFA President Danny Odan. I wrote it twice. Check. I made the mistake
exactly.
twice. SAFA President Danny Odan thanked the mentor.
and we want to thank him for the contribution that he has made, the team that he has built. Many of the players that did not register as national team players are now established national team players. Many of them unknown when they, but you had the foresight, you have the vision, determination to select all of them. We changed in the period, but ultimately we have established a very, very good team, and we want to thank you for that. South Africa now is among the top 10 best teams on the continent.
No news on his future yet. There was speculation that he would hang around and pick new players. We're waiting on that. Let's go to Glasgow now for the Commonwealth Games. South Africa will play Uganda for 5th place at the Commonwealth Games netball tournament. Proteas beaten by England last night to set up the All-African match that starts 5 p.m. this afternoon. New Zealand, England, Australia and Jamaica advance to the medal matches. There's judo happening today. Donna Breitenbach is in the 57-kilogram quarterfinal. She got a bye in the first round, so hopefully a medal for her there. As it stands, Australia top the medals table, England second, Canada third. South Africa have 23 medals now after Masala Makatu won silver in the men's 100-meter T12 final. He's the first non-swimmer medal for Team South Africa at the Games. Football, the Premier League kicks off tomorrow afternoon. You ready? Orlando Pirates begin their defence with a match against Milford FC. Here's their coach.
We have seen a lot of difficulties during the season. Of course, we were exciting. We were working to win this title, but some moment, in the middle of the season, a lot of colleagues were challenging us, were studying us, the game plan. It was not easy, but with the work of the players, the belief, the support of our fans, the support of our management, of course, we all the time believed that we can go through, and it's really a good moment for us to win this title. It was a plan of 5 years for the club, how the club is working. So it was the continuity of the previous coach as well that did a great job. But like you said, it's another season. I think a lot of coaches now are ready to compete, and it will be really a fantastic season, an exciting season.
Don't forget rugby this weekend. Currie Cup, Griquas against the Cheetahs at 7 today. Tomorrow the Stormers host the Sharks and the Lions take on the Bulls at 5.
Yeah, I didn't get much sleep.
You still sad?
The last time a team kept me out of sleep from just being upset was Arsenal.
Oh, really?
The Proteas, I couldn't sleep. I was so mad.
It was. What was it? The third? Was it the third quarter again?
No, it was everything. It was the only quarter we won was the first quarter, and then everybody was seeing, because I even went to the socials. Everybody saw the obvious except the South African coaching staff.
Really?
Let me leave it.
Okay, bye.
Update at noon, midday to 1 p.m.
Thanks so much, John. Less said about the netball, the better. All right, let's move on to this. It's 20 minutes before 1. Now, more than half of South African workers are turning to sports betting and online gambling in order to cover their monthly expenses and also to repay debt. And that's according to Old Mutual Saving and Investment Monitor 2026. Now, the study found that 53% of workers are actually betting, with 42% doing so frequently. And Old Mutual wants they basically put this out to show us that this trend is eroding household savings, it's deepening debt, and it's exposing financially vulnerable families to greater financial risk. But for more on this, we're joined by Old Mutual's Head of Financial Education, John Manyike. John, always good to speak to you. Welcome to Update at Noon.
Thanks for having me, Sakinan. How are you doing?
I'm very well, but this is worrying news. 53% of workers gambling to make ends meet, according to your survey. Talk to us. What's going on?
Look, that remains a major concern in South Africa. I mean, we're seeing a lot of South Africans relying on credit, personal loans, and informal borrowing to manage their everyday living expenses. I mean, for me, this signals an ongoing problem of affordability. But again, let's not forget the fact that We're still dealing with the issues surrounding the rising cost of living. But then generally, just the discipline in managing money also remains a challenge. There are things that are within our control. There are things that are beyond our control. So when the economy is taking a knock and people are feeling it in their pockets, people are finding other ways of making money. And then for people to start gambling with the intention of keeping up and for daily living expenses, that's a concern, especially when people are starting to even sell some of their stuff in order to gamble, or even borrow money in order to gamble.
And that, of course, is worrying. Your survey also mentions something about people eroding their household savings. It's a bit tough at the moment for people to save, isn't it, John?
Indeed, it's not easy. As much as South Africans are optimistic about the future, and we can see some level of resilience, but the fact that we're seeing growing debt. But again, the realities are not the same. And when you look at people earning 30,000 above, and you compare them with people earning less than 30,000, you can see that South Africans have got divergent economic realities. So those who are financially stressed are mostly those who earn below 30,000 when you compare them with those who are earning above 30,000. So the gap continues to widen between those who have and those who don't have. So I guess that's one of those things that one should consider. But it does not necessarily mean that those who are earning more are better at managing their expenses. It just means they might have a bit of leverage compared to those who don't earn within those brackets.
I'm just curious, was your survey able to shed some light on why we are seeing in the survey lower and middle income earners particularly vulnerable and relying on betting as a financial strategy?
No, absolutely. I mean, as I said earlier, so unfortunately, in a South African context, at times, credit financer, for example, would consider how much you earn and your affordability and so on. So you'd find that those who earn less, I mean, they are likely to get less access to credit because they're probably seen as a high risk, because if the affordability is not there, versus those who seem to be earning more and they've got leverage. So I think that's where maybe you find that there's more pressure. It is definitely expensive to be poor.
So what is the alternative? What practical alternatives are there for people who are financially stretched?
The good thing is that, I mean, in this study, we also picked up as South Africans are finding other ways to cope, with the financial stress and challenges they have. We're seeing South Africans switching from, to cheaper streaming options from a TV point of view, because now people realize that, there's no point in staying on there. And then also we're seeing South Africans switching to cheaper supermarket brands. Unfortunately, some have gone to extent of even cutting back on domestic help. But there's certainly certain things that South Africans are doing as part of coping mechanisms to deal with that. In fact, there's 29% who are switching to cheaper streaming options. We're also seeing 24% moving to cheaper cell phone and data options, because we know there's people buy data and they have these cell phone contracts. So South Africans are starting to look at those, and then 18% actually put major expenses on hold. So I guess based on those coping mechanisms, there is some relief for South Africans who are moving towards this direction.
When are we about to see a turn in this tide of the cost of living that keeps escalating, though, John? Because at this point, where else are we to cut?
Yeah, look, that's why I said earlier, there are things that are within our control, there are things that are not within our control. Yes, we can blame certain things on the Strait of Hormuz and with the war between Iran and the US and the impact on fuel and inflation, but then there are other things that are within our control. The lifestyle financial decisions that we make in terms of the type of car you buy, the type of place you're going to buy if you're buying a house, the type of schools you want to take your children to, whether it's private or public school. Rather, let's focus on things that are within our control.
John Manyike, always, bringing us down to earth with a thump. Thanks so much for that. Old Mutual's Head of Financial Education, John Manyike.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
Now, former Justice Minister Jeff Radebe has told the TRC Cases Inquiry that his constitutional responsibility over the National Prosecuting Authority never included directing prosecutors on who should or should not be prosecuted. Now, Radebe says his role was limited to requesting information in order to understand developments and to ensure that the law was being followed. He cited the prosecution of former ANC Northern Cape chairperson John Block as an example, saying that he sought a report from the National Director of Public Prosecutions, then Menzi Smelane, and supported the prosecution after being satisfied that it was lawful.
You have this section which says that insofar as the NPA is concerned, you have the final responsibility over them. What is your understanding of that?
My understanding was that if for any reason there is an issue that I need to understand as a minister, I can ask the NDPP or any director to furnish me with the report so that I can appraise myself of what the latest developments are. And in fact, I do recall some instance where I did that. For an example, there was a time when I was overseas and I came back on a Saturday morning during the time of a meeting of the National Executive Committee. So when I arrived that morning, the meeting had started the previous day on Friday, and I was informed by one member of the NEC that in my absence there were some members of the NEC who were very concerned about the prosecution of John Block, who was a chairperson of the ANC in Northern Cape. The concern was that the then National Director of Public Prosecutions, Menzi Smelane, had personally gone to court to deal with the matter. So it sort of rattled some feathers there. So I then asked for a report from Menzi what was happening. So he did give me a detailed report about the corruption that was taking place there. And I actually supported him because the John Block at the time was a very powerful figure in Northern Cape, and some prosecutors were very hesitant to sort of start the process. So as a leader of the NPA, he took the lead of showing that it can be done. And as we all now know, eventually the said Block was convicted and sentenced to 15 years. So it's one instance that I was able to exercise that final responsibility of requesting information as to what is happening. And I did explain to my own comrades there was absolutely nothing wrong that was happening there. The law is the law, as the Germans say. Das Gesetz ist das Gesetz.
Could exercise of final responsibility not have included you having to ask the National Director of Public Prosecutions, why have you, or why are you prosecuting John Block?
Definitely not. I would never ask a question like that. I just wanted information so that those who want to know, I can be able to explain to them, and also to satisfy myself that everything is in accordance with the law. And the other instance, but I never asked that is related to this, that case also involved some ANC leaders in KwaZulu-Natal. They were eventually arrested, and one of them was actually convicted, who was the head of a department in KwaZulu-Natal. So I'm trying to explain that even though this Section 33 indicates that the minister exercises final responsibility, but that can never be construed as meaning that the minister must tell the prosecutor what to do and not to do, and also to choose who are the people who must be. Otherwise, that means the law will be wide open, because justice must always be blind.
And that was former Justice Minister Jeff Radebe at the TRC Cases Inquiry.
Update at noon with Sakina Kamwendo, midday to 1 p.m.
The African Union Executive Council has agreed that migration remains one of the continent's most pressing challenges. A ministers' meeting in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia have recommended that African leaders hold a comprehensive discussion on migration, border management and the free movement of people at a summit expected in Egypt later this year. Now, South Africa says it is strengthening border management while ensuring that migration is governed in line with the rule of law. Butlale Pele has more on this.
At the African Union Executive Council meeting, discussions centered on addressing undocumented immigration amidst protests, particularly spotlighting South Africa. Ministers acknowledged that migration is a continental challenge requiring collective action rather than focusing solely on one nation. The Council recommended escalating the topic to the heads of state for further discussion. President Cyril Ramaphosa emphasized the need for a broader dialogue on migration, advocating for African-led solutions that balance movement with security and development. While Minister of Justice and Constitutional Development, Mamoloko Kubai, says South Africa will continue to enforce immigration laws while enhancing border management.
So through one of the work streams led by Minister Motshekga, we have now put together a plan with the time frames, with the areas, and also a comprehensive one that deals with the border entries, that deals with the border line, that deals with the technology that is needed. So it's about the infrastructure, the technology, and also the management of the people.
Kubai says the Ministerial Committee on Migration is finalizing a comprehensive border management strategy. This will be presented to Cabinet before being considered by African leaders. It's part of broader discussions on migration across the continent. Meanwhile, as the Pan-African Parliament concludes its latest sitting, members of the Parliament have also weighed in on the growing migration debate.
We have to strengthen our solidarity, our unity, and we should not encourage hatred between Africans. How can we accept that Africans should develop hatred towards their fellow Africans? A given situation is contrary to the ideals of Pan-Africanism.
We are not here to condemn the government of South Africa. We appreciate the work they have done. We know that they have arrested many people who are involved in this.
Migration and border management expected to feature prominently when Southern African leaders meet at the SADC summit next month. Governments across the region will seek coordinated responses to increasing cross-border movement and regional security challenges. I'm Butlali Pele, SABC News.
We're delving deeper into the world of mining and engineering. From the Coalface with Martin Creamer.
Well, it's that time again on a Friday when Update at Noon presents another update from the Coalface with Martin Creamer, publishing editor of Engineering News and Mining Weekly. Good afternoon, Martin.
Good afternoon, Sakina.
Martin, test mining will take place this year at a new emerging platinum mining project in Limpopo.
Yeah, this could be very good news for South Africa, that a new underground platinum group metals mine could be developed and start as early as next year. In fact, the test mining will begin this year, and it's part of a very rich platinum group metals area in Limpopo. It's part of the Mogalakwena complex, which has delivered, fortunes of good platinum metals to South Africa and earned us a lot of foreign exchange. And now the hope is that this will be further extended, because Mogalakwena has only been an open cast mine, and this will take it underground. And platinum at the moment is receiving a lot of attention around the world, and there is more and more conviction that demand for platinum is going to be very high.
Martin, modernization of South Africa's mining industry is being viewed as an urgent strategic priority at this point.
Yes, Minerals Council South Africa has organized a showcase of modernization to try and alert South Africa to the fact that they've fallen behind when it comes to technology, regulations, the use of automation, and even beneficiation, which is supposed to be our strong point. We're supposed to add value to metals and minerals in the country. They took 9 competitors. In fact, we were the 10th, and South Africa did not fare well at all. The other countries are advanced when it comes to modernizing their mines. So this is a pressure they want to put on the mining industry now, alert them to this, and alert them to the fact that those countries that have modernized and have moved forward like this have got investment. And we need to also attract investment here, so that this will be an ongoing thing with mines at the moment. When new mines go up, they'll talk modernization. Do we match what's happening around the world? Particularly as well with the regulatory environment. So the government also has to be involved. And it was good that all the representatives were there when they did the showcase. There was government representative, and private sector all working together. So I think the hope is that we will modernize.
Well, Martin, the use of that artificial intelligence to stimulate the mining exploration is also something that is on the cards.
Yes, artificial intelligence. This, everywhere we go now, you just hear AI, artificial intelligence, everybody talking about artificial intelligence. And we know that we've fallen behind very badly when it comes to exploration. We're also waiting for the government to introduce this cadastre system. A cadastre system, tells you where there are possibilities for you to explore and where you can get licenses and what's available. But what they were pointing out is that, you need to know what is in those areas. So the cadastre will give you a square area, but what is in that? What is below the ground there? So they're saying that even before the government comes out with this, there should be artificial intelligence done to actually see what deposits are in those areas, so that when the cadastre does actually come into operation, people will know exactly what metals and minerals are in the ground there. And they give the example of Zambia, where Americans came into Zambia. They had no experience in mining. They actually used artificial intelligence to go through 300 years of handwritten documents. And they reached a point where they decided that they should drill. They drilled one hole and, they hit the jackpot. And now we see there is a $2.3 billion investment going into this new mine. It'll be the biggest copper mine in Zambia for ages.
Well, absolutely fascinating. Thanks so much, Martin Creamer. Martin Creamer will be back with another edition of At the Coalface, same time next Friday. And that's all our time for this afternoon. Thank you so much for being with us. And of course, thanks to the production team for putting it together, making sure it all went out loud and clear. Have yourself a fantastic weekend and stay warm. See you back here on Monday. Here's Onda Lambana with your news at 1.
Thank you, Sakina and the team on the top stories. Testimony heard in a trial within a trial in the Matlala case, and N1 remains closed in the Free State. For SAFM News, I am Onda Lambana, and a very good day. The state's third witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Matlala has told the High Court in Johannesburg that firearms recovered from the home of one of the accused, Musa Kekana, matched those used in the killing of Vereeniging engineer Amand Swart in 2024. Captain Phemiso Khubela is currently being cross-examined in a trial within a trial, which is detailing the events surrounding Kekana's arrest in connection with Swart's murder. Kekana, Matlala's wife Tsakani, Diego Mabusela and Ntabiseng Zama are facing charges linked to the alleged attempted murders of businessman Josie Banyoni, socialite Tabucho Tobejan and music producer Sienki Mukubong. Khubela was speaking through an interpreter.
We are arresting them for the murder that transpired in Vereeniging.
Charge ya dithunya e tsene ka morago ge di kreiwa ko gare ga I-20 ko house number 34.
The firearm charge then came out later when the firearms were discovered in the house.
A senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, IDEC, Manjara Pesu, has echoed other witnesses' allegation that the unit's former head, Advocate Andrea Johnson, had misled Parliament's ad hoc committee. This relates to Advocate Johnson's statement that she was not investigating the political killings task team. Rapesu is testifying before the Madlenga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria about IDEC's investigations into senior crime intelligence officials, including the head Dumisani Kumalo. Advocate Tabang Boe is the evidence leader.
Sitting here now and having a look at that, you can positively confirm that this is not the Section 27 that Ms. Ramsamy showed you on the 6th of December.
No, this is not the Section 27 that I saw.
Furthermore, you recount in your statement at paragraph 25 that you had a discussion with Ms. Ramsamy afterwards where you confirmed to her that this is not the affidavit she showed you. Is that correct?
That is correct, Chair.
Free State authorities say 4 of the 12 people that were injured in the crash, which happened on the N1 north of Tromsburg, are in a critical condition. All the injured are still in hospital. The authorities have also confirmed that another person has died, putting the death toll at 12. The crash happened when the bus that the deceased and the injured were travelling in overturned last night. The bus was travelling from Cape Town to Zimbabwe. EMS Acting Provincial Manager Sydney Julie says the affected part of the N1 is still closed.
The N1 was closed since the time of this accident. Northbound motorists must turn off at Tromsburg and take the R717 to Edenburg for 40 kilometers, then rejoin the N1 to Bloemfontein. Southbound motorists must turn off at Edenburg, take the R717 to Tromsburg, and then rejoin the N1 to Cape Town. The road will remain closed and will reopen once the scene has been cleared. The department urges all road users to drive carefully, obey speed limits, and stay alert, especially during long-distance travel.
On election news, the ongoing process of selecting councillor candidates has exposed intensified factionalism in the ANC in the Northwest. The allegations of irregularities, fraud and interference from some leaders in the process ahead of the local government elections in November. The ANC's leadership in the Ngakamudiri Mulemo region says many branches are yet to select candidates. These ANC members accuse some regional and provincial leaders of imposing their own candidates.
We are saying, if they want to kill ANC or to destroy ANC, it's fine. We are going to help them to destroy ANC on coming 4th November. We are going to make sure that we destroy it because they want to.
There's allegations that their comrades or leadership that is changing the packages when they've been submitted at the offices of the African National Congress. This has been done by factions within the ANC in Ngakamudiri Mulema.
Former Build One SA member of the Gauteng legislature, Ayanda Ali, has joined Action SA. The party has announced that she is its 2026 election campaign ambassador. Ali's Bosa membership was terminated last week following an internal disciplinary process. Recapping the top story, the state's third witness in the trial alleged criminal kingpin, Vusimuzi Ketmatlala, has told the High Court in Johannesburg that firearms recovered from the home of one of the accused, Musake Kana, matched those used in the killing of Erienegeng engineer Aman Swart in 2024. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News Headlines at 1:30.
SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Before history wrote about him, the microphone captured it.
It is an idea of which I hope to live.
Here, Nelson Mandela, In his own words,
I am the product of Africa.
alongside the voices of those who walked with him,
Along the cherished hill.
learn from him, and continue to be inspired by him. Mandela Man, only on SAfm.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
You know, one of the things I love about doing this show, and when we were debating Sishego yesterday, and then I broke down the sort of demographics of language in the studio, a few people said we should all just speak whatever we want to speak at any given time. Now, I don't know how this is going to land, the fact that we are debating the title of the song, but what makes it worse is that we are actually debating the title of the song with the writer of the song and the singer of the song in studio.
I mean,
yeah.
I mean, it's okay to have debate. It's very interesting. I didn't know BBM was in still. That's what is that what we're that's what we're talking about.
I mean, we got BBM
inside of still. Somewhere.
We had, what was the other one? Josh
there was
said,
another one.
Josh said it was Fairy Tale.
He said still was Fairy Tale.
Still was Fairy Tale.
It's very interesting debates we're having in this office, in this radio station right now. But it's beautiful. Happy Friday. You know, all of the people who are on the road going at 40K and chilling at the robots, we love you. We love you very much. We're not honking. We're just, you know, hoping that you get to wherever you want to slowly. Get there safely.
It is the voice of Zion. We've got Liquid Deep in studio with us today for full access. But first, we've got to handle some business with Spahle Mota, reflecting on day 152 at the Madlanga Commission. Spahle, are you... Oh, okay, quick pause and then we'll come back with Spahle on the other side. And of course, like I said, Zion is joining us, one half of Liquid Deep today. We're going to catch up with them, find out what they've been up to, what has led to them deciding, you know what, they're going to come back into a studio and back onto stages for all of us to enjoy. And then on the other side of 2 o'clock, Siwela Langeni is coming through, co-founder of the Book Circle Capital, for our weekly book circle with the latest book offerings. It's gone 1:15 o'clock. A quick pause and then we come right back.
As we celebrate 90 years of existence, SAfm takes you back to the voices that shaped a nation.
Berea, the home of the 4 bespectacled Tisson brothers, all of whom work or have worked on the English service, particularly Audio Mix and Radio Today. Watch how the night proceeds towards dawn.
And
I need a lot of consoling when I started the early program. People couldn't believe that John O'Donnell and B. Reid were chosen for the early morning program, because if ever 2 announcers used to want to swap a morning shift for an afternoon shift, John and I would do it.
90 years of trusted voices. This is SAfm.
Pedestrians, winter days are shorter. That means more walking in the dark. If drivers can't see you, your life is at risk. Wear bright or reflective clothing, add reflective strips to your school bag, and use a flashlight when walking at night. Walk in groups where possible. Being visible is not just a choice, it's your protection. Be bright, save your life this winter. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Are you a SASSA beneficiary? Have you received a message to go to a SASSA office for a review or to verify yourself through a self-service portal? Or have you only received your payment on the 7th of August? Do not ignore this message. Attend to it immediately. Your grant is under review. This is being done to ensure that social assistance is paid to eligible beneficiaries only. This process also assists in ensuring that your personal details are up to date in the SASSA database. Social grant beneficiaries are requested to report and update any changes in their financial circumstances, change of marital status, change of address, and change in contact details. Avoid being a victim of scams. Do not share your personal information such as identity number or document with any stranger other than an identifiable SASSA official. #SASSA Cares.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
Experience the magic of world-class ballet at the International Winter Ballet Gala, coming to the AfriForum Theatre in Pretoria today, Friday the 31st of July. Featuring international stars from the Bolshoi Ballet, acclaimed Cuban artists and South Africa's finest dancers. This spectacular one-day event has performances this afternoon at 3 p.m. and at 7 p.m. Book now at Tixa or AfriForum Theatre.
Bridget Masinga on SAfm.
Spahle Mota, a very good afternoon to you as we reflect on day 152 at the Madlanga Commission.
Good afternoon to you, Bridget, and thank you so much for having me.
I mean, I guess we have to start off with where we left off yesterday with State Advocate Ramsamy on the stand. And of course, she didn't conclude her testimony. She's working on her second statement, and she's set to return to the commission sometime next week.
No, definitely. I think, Ramsamy's testimony is one that has really set social media abuzz, especially with that recording that was played between her and Advocate Andrea Johnson, and where it seemed like Andrea Johnson was seemingly panicking about the sort of questioning that she had been subjected to before the Matlanga Commission. So we do anticipate her return at the Commission next week, Tuesday. And then also, I get a sense that this is when the Commission will then issue out this Notice 3 to Andrea Johnson to respond to the allegations that have been made by Ramsamy and ultimately, hopefully, return to the Matlanga Commission to face further cross-examination.
I mean, how awkward some of the discussion in that 12-minute long voice note. And I've only heard half of that voice clip because one had to attend to the commitments of live radio yesterday. But the half that I heard already, I couldn't help but think it's going to start off on a very awkward note when Advocate Johnson makes her return to the commission, because not only did she sort of infer some actions with Ramsamy, but she also went on to have a little bit of a personal snicker attack at the commissioners, I guess.
No, definitely. And I think that was the funniest part for me, because now she has to face the commissioners as well as the evidence leader and the chairperson. And ultimately, I think it also, her, saying that, I think speaks to just how unprepared she was. And obviously now she was having to answer questions from people who have been in the law for years, and I mean an entire justice and a judge. And as we all know, the chairperson is somebody that's very, very sharp, knows the law from A to Z. And another thing is the fact that he had somehow, scrutinized her about not knowing the basic 101 law in terms of the subjective opinion and I think the subjective test rather, and the objective test. And, she felt like she was dumb. I think she even described herself as somebody who was like two breaks. She knew nothing. She didn't know what a Section 27 was, as well as a Section 28. So I also do get her frustration, because, I mean, she was up against some of the top legal minds in the country.
You're being more understanding than most, Sbatla, because she definitely was positioned as one of those top legal minds in the country. To be the head of IDAC is no small task. So you're being very, very, very diplomatic and very gentle. This afternoon, we have another witness also coming from IDAC on the stand, senior investigator Rapesu, and he is the one that is backing up a lot of the allegation and the incidences as stated by Ramsamy. In fact, she referred to him as someone that she trusted implicitly yesterday.
No, definitely. And he's just further corroborating some of the allegations that Ramsamy had made, in the sense that a lot of the processes that the IDAC embarked on in arresting the crime intelligence officials were actually unlawful. And I think the more astounding one that has come out from the morning is the fact that, and he alleges that Andrea Johnson misled the ad hoc committee when she claimed that the unit was not investigating the political killings task team. And he was shocked to find that she had actually concealed that information, because he claims that, he had sight of the Section 27, which was shown to him by Ramsamy, and he read through it or perused through it for, I think, 10 minutes. And he saw that there were complaints against the PKTT in how they handled the Sindiso Magaqa matter, as well as the Sergeant Dumsani Dlamini matter. And I think ultimately it's also speaking to the fact that possibly these investigations into the IDAC were really targeting the PKTT and some of these complaints, and also speaking to the allegations, I think, that were made by one of the commissioners, where they alleged that, it seemed as though IDEC was embarking on a fishing expedition and ultimately just casting their nets very, very wide in order to catch something.
Well, we'll have to leave it there for this afternoon, Sbahle, but we appreciate the time. We'll keep track of how the week concludes at Madlanga, and then we'll catch up with you on Monday. That was Sbahle Mota, SABC News reporter, out at day 152 at the Madlanga Commission. A quick pause, and then we come back with one half of Liquid Deep. Zion is joining us in studio for Full Access today. They're back together again, and we're going to delve a little bit deeper into some of the moments of life that has happened and life that is happening and things that are about to happen.
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained. The conversation. From the voices of yesterday.
Yes, morning to me. Well, it took 8 attempts, but the Big Easy finally did it. South Africa's Ernie Els finally recorded his first win.
And it's just a month and a half until the start of the World Summit in Johannesburg. Now, most people are aware of the summit's goals.
The other thing that I wanted to mention is the fact that she has really paid a very big price for taking up music. Because what happened is that she left her daughter, one and only daughter.
You're listening to SAFM 104 to 107, and it's time for our music documentary series, The Music Makers. What is it all about?
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation's story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. Arts, culture, and robust conversations with Bridget Masinga.
It's Zion and I discussing Fourways problems.
Yeah, you know, and that was my hood for the longest time. I mean, for probably almost a decade. Yeah, but you know, we'll get to baseline. You know, we love the country, and we'll get to baseline. You know, all of the things that need to be worked out will be worked out
at some point. We got to stay positive. I used to see you're like so chilled, because the thing with Fourways is it's kind of like Pasadena. If you've ever been to LA, it's kind of without the glitz and glam of Pasadena, but it's kind of like Pasadena because everybody lives there. Like everybody is on your screen, everybody you listen to on the radio. So you know, you'd be casually stuck in traffic on the main road to your neighborhood, and then you see Zion taking a walk to the local Pick and Pay.
Hey, I loved my walks. I still love my walks. I didn't really care about, like, you know, who saw what. Like, I enjoyed just slowing down for a minute. You know, a lot of songs come that way where, you know, you just slow the pace down just a little bit. I think we get caught up too much in the appearance of things sometimes.
True.
Especially you know, living in that area, you kind of want to keep up with certain appearances. I'm like, it doesn't really matter.
True.
What matters is, like, how are you feeling mind, body, and soul, you know? So, those walks were always, still to this day, I do the same thing. Those walks are very key and very important for me. Right. So if you saying that I can see the route I used to take, you know, it brings back nice memories too.
Yeah.
You know?
I love walking. I mean, I don't know. Well, you know, it sounds like you're a walker. I love walking, and I think for similar reasons. I like just being in my own pace and space. And so I walk. I think I just get irritable by the fact that the traffic never really slows down enough for you to just really soak in the walk.
True.
Except on a Sunday, then you then you really are at one with your environment.
But I like to explore. So even when the traffic isn't going maybe the way I want, I'll go off of the beaten path.
Yeah.
You know, get lost, find my way back. You know, I like those things.
We're going to double back to getting off on the beaten path, getting lost and finding your way back. I like that. What songs have come from those walks, by the way?
I'll say one in particular is BBM.
Really?
BBM. Actually, I was getting dropped off before going to a friend's house, and I asked the taxi guy, "Can you drop me off a little bit further from the house so I can just take a little walk?" And he obliged. And while on that walk, I was, kid you not, I'm chatting on BBM. At that time, I was sending people demos to see what they would think about the songs that were about to come out. Fabrics of the Heart had not come out at the time.
Yeah.
It was just Fairy Tale that people knew at the time. So I could see when they were playing the demo, I could see the status of what they were playing. And I found that cool. Like, oh, that's pretty interesting. And then a song started forming as I'm walking to the house. Like, oh, check BBM. Oh, that's pretty nice. So I recorded it. I recorded it onto, because they had a voice recorder on there as well. So I recorded the idea down, went to the party that they were having. The next day, went to the studio and recorded it. And the rest is history. So there's a lot of songs like that. Secrets is another one from my solo stuff. Secrets is another one. There's lots. There's plenty that come that way.
Wow.
You know, it's like a download. You know, you just got to be open. Yeah.
Oh, why do I get the feeling that will make it into a song lyric one day?
Hey, I can put it in there somehow. I'll find a way. I'm pretty good with that. I think so.
Right? Yeah, not too shabby at all. We're catching up with Zion Shame. Razor was supposed to be part of the conversation, but he's down with the flu. He's got the fever, so we're like, hey, stay away from us.
Hey guys, and I need all of you to really take care of yourself. This flu is not a joke. I don't know why people aren't talking more about it, but please take care of yourselves. And I think that the weather is not making it any better. The fluctuation of the hot and cold is not making it any better. Make sure to stay warm, get your Corinza C, make sure to be vitamin C'd up, and get out into the sun if you can as well, just to replenish a little bit. But yeah, distance yourself. It's a very serious one, you know. Yeah, I had it as well. I was quite weak. I'm at the end of it myself, you know, but my family is also down. My son is down right now. I've not seen him like that before. So please take care of yourself, guys. You know what I mean? Yeah.
So important. 061-410-4107 is our WhatsApp line. A quick pause for the headline news. We'll come back on the other side.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, a senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, IDEC, Manjara Pesu, says that a Section 27 referral submitted to the unit contained some serious allegations. The state's third witness in the trial of alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Ketmatlala has told the High Court in Johannesburg that firearms recovered from the home of one of the accused, Musake Ghana, matched those used in the killing of Ariane engineer Aman Swart in 2024, and it's official, Hugo Broos will not continue as Bafana Bafana coach. The 74-year-old Belgian, who has been at the helm of the South African football team for the last 5 years, made the announcement in Johannesburg on the day his contract with the South African Football Association ends. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Arts, culture, and robust conversations with Bridget Masinga.
All right, we are catching up with Zion, now one half of Liquid Deep. And of course, Razor is excused for this afternoon because he's down with a very, very bad flu. Let's go back before we get to the new stuff. Because then you guys decide you're going to drop the bombshell at the height of Liquid Deep, at the height of your domination. You drop the bombshell that, you're going to get lost on a beaten path, to use your own words.
Yeah.
And I know at the time, you know, there was some conversation, and you did 1 or 2 exit interviews. But what sort of led you all to the point of saying, actually, let's step away. Let's step away from the duo for a second.
You know, I think Razor kind of saw it 4 years earlier. He had 2010. He had a conversation with our manager at the time, just after Fabrics of the Heart dropped, and it was starting to take off. I think he could see where things were going, especially since his face was on the cover too. You know, before, you know, we were kind of incognito. People didn't really know who we were, and I think he was okay with that life. You know, but I think once, you know, the visibility started to break a bit more, I think he wasn't, I don't know if he was able to handle it a bit. And he could tell for himself, I only have this amount of time in me, I think. And to the T, 2014 comes. And like you said, we had plenty of discussions with friends, with mentors. I think the last discussion we had was with my stepfather, Victor Masando, which was still our mentor now, just to talk about, the way forward. And he said it's something that he had to do, and I stood behind him. I think at the time it was very hard to accept because I knew that the bullseye was going to now be on my chest. People are now going to automatically assume what is happening and why it's happening. And I'd have to be front facing with the answers, But now, fast forward, in retrospect, it's beautiful how things look in retrospect. In retrospect, I wouldn't have changed it for the world, And every space and place that I go where people would ask, I would just say, look, I'm just trying to protect my brother's peace that he needs right now. And the Razor that I see right now is a person who has embraced the space in which he's in right now, who he has embraced being Razor. I used to say to him, the people that you look up to, you are now that person.
Yeah.
You've become that person. You've become that figure, I think that he's able to embrace and accept that now, and I can see it the way that he talks more than me in interviews these days. I can't believe it, but I love it. I love that he's able to express himself and people can see who he is now, Back then, it just wasn't the time, The music was there, but I don't think that we were ready to accept the position that we had in the public eye,
And it's so interesting that you say that, Jonathan, because, I don't know Liquid Deep, like deep, homies like that. But we've interacted over the years on radio and interviews and in personal spaces at some point.
Yes, we have.
You worked with my ex-husband on some campaigns.
Yes.
And the one thing that was always evident was, and maybe also our perceptions were, it almost seemed like you were reluctant celebrities. You were creatives and musicians, and you wanted to be about the music, but very reluctant celebrity.
The funny thing people would say to me is, well, you knew what to expect when you became famous. And it's like, not really. No one prepares you for what you have to let go of when you are a public, what it means to actually be a public figure.
Yeah.
As soon as you step out the door and you come across someone who loves what you do and it has had impact on their lives, you need to give them time. If they want to talk, you have to give them some time. And some days you might not be in the space to do that.
Yeah.
But they're always warranted to have that time, because when are they going to see you again, or when are you going to see them again? I think back then it took us some time to get used to that. I think I was more acclimatized to it just because I was brought up
in music,
for a little bit longer, but it affected me the same way too. So I think for the both of us now, because we've been given the privilege of the platform again, we want to use it more intentionally. And I think that's why you can see us more out there, because now we know we have a purpose behind it.
Yeah.
We understand where we stand in this thing, and it's to bring people together. That's all that we're supposed to do. Our music, how we speak with people when we come across to them. We want to bring people together and make them feel at home, make them feel loved, make them feel respected, it's not about being seen, it's about being felt.
Yeah.
That's what it is about. That's what it has always been for us, But I think now we're able to take this platform and fill up the space, because we know what we're here for this time. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
And as you're talking, I'm just thinking about the fact two young men that I highly respect, who I think are great creatives as well, Parlance and Stumo, the acting duo friends. And I remember Parlance doesn't do interviews. Stumo barely ever.
Really?
Yeah. Parlance doesn't, and he made a decision to say he wants to move as far away as he can from the celebrity. of
Okay,
it all.
okay.
You know, so you have to be a special person for him to grant you the interview,
Yeah.
and I completely understand his safeguarding of that.
Yeah.
Because I remember a few years ago we spoke on Kaya, and he said, you know, part of the reasons I don't come out, Bridge, is because all that other stuff clouds the work. But it's difficult when you're a musician. I think actors can put those guards because they bring a character. When you're a musician, you are the music, and as you say, there's an expectation that people they expect to engage, and you know.
I just think it's the age that we are in right now, where it's just everything is now. You know, chill out. You know, it's okay to just chill out. It's okay. Everything doesn't have to be a viral moment. You know, what this gentleman is trying
on Instagram.
Thank you. What this gentleman is trying to say is, I'm here creating art, and you guys just want to extract a moment for yourselves from it, and that's not what we're here for. We're here to create art and have it live a test of time, you know, and we can all work together to make that happen. But it doesn't have to always be about virality and this and that. You know, why can't we just make the art and let the art stand on its own, you know? Yes, we got to promote it. Yes, we got to, you know, make sure that it's out there. But it has to be more than just a quick moment, you know. It has to be more than that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We're going to take a quick pause in a moment. When we come back, we're going to talk the new music. But before we get that, so Fairy Tale.
Yes.
Did you think it was going to do what it did for you guys?
Absolutely not. We've said many times we did not like that song. Well, I liked it enough to give it to let people hear it.
Yeah.
But as a deep house head, no, that was like cheese on a block. But what we learned is it's not about us in the end. It's about what the listener does with the music in the end. The memories that they attach to it, you know, the meaning that they attach to it. That's what matters, you know. So we have to kind of get out of our own way to let that thing happen, to let the spirit move. And I think that's what's happened with the rest of the discography is we learn to just get out of our way, you know, not think too much and just let it go.
We're going to come back with Zion on the other side. It's at 2 o'clock. 0614 410 4107 is our WhatsApp line.
At the current rate that unemployment is increasing, and parallel to that, we have more and more graduates also graduating, but we have no way to fit the graduates. We have no way, you know why? Because the focus is on school and graduating, but there isn't, especially in the business sector, there isn't any growth and there isn't any injection from the government to say, hey, you know, let's rather expand sectors so that we can handle the capacity.
The Central African Republic gained independence in 1960, a country rich in resources yet deeply affected by instability. Agriculture and mining support the economy, but decades of conflict, political unrest, and humanitarian crisis have shaped daily life.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
Did you know you can buy SABC programs to enjoy at home at your own time? From your golden oldies like Ashifa Shaba to Inyaga Nyaga to Okni Snorkni, and of course box sets of Isidingo The Need and other soapies for binge watching. Is it the legendary old games or programs from our radio stations that you're looking for? Well, we have you covered. For more information, simply place an order on contentsales@sabc.co.za.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madlanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAFM Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAFM Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming.
Groceries may be getting more expensive, but when you switch to OUTsurance, you could actually drop the price of your car insurance premium and save money. You could save big, like 37-year-old Lerato saves a whopping 599 Rand a month on her 2026 Kia Sonet. Ready to drop your current insurer to switch and save with OUTsurance? Get a quote today. Simply SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754. OUTsurance is a licensed insurer and FSP, and T's and C's do apply.
Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm.
OUTsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga. Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
OUTsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
Real talk, one time. Just really want to get something off of my heart, you know. It took me a little while to recognize, but I see it. And I know you see it too. Sweetheart, we were a team, we still are. Be romantically involved, but there's still that bond that keeps us together somehow. So no matter how things turn out, just let me get this off my chest. Baby girl, I love ya. I really, really love ya. Something that has never changed. I know that we've had issues, but darling, I do miss you. To be more than friends. Now I know I may be dreaming, but all of that you're meaning, and everyone around could see. So let me make this public. It's you that I'm in love with, and darling, this will always be so. Can I be a fairy tale? Promise I will love you well. Be a fairy tale. To, in order to have you, I would do it all again.
culture, and robust conversations with Bridget Masinga.
Check BBM and you will see her status says she's playing my song, playing my song, playing my song. Her status says she's playing my song. You don't have to be alone. I am always here for you. You don't have to be alone. All you have to do is call. You don't have to be alone. I will always be around. You don't have to be alone. Alone, 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 alone. I want commitment and loyalty. I gotta know your love is only for me. We live for the night. Someone who cares. When I call them, I know that they'll be there. Yeah. Whenever struggles come around, I need someone I know will hold me down through the sickness and in health. Wanna share this love between ourselves. Till then, I'm saying no. Settle for less. And I don't want us if we ain't the best. No, I won't settle for less. Said I won't settle. No, I won't settle for less. And I don't want us if we ain't the best. No, I won't settle for less.
Arts, culture, and robust conversations with Bridget Masinga. This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Hashtag Mandela Month on SAfm.
It is in your hands now.
July is Mandela Month on SAfm. A month to ask the difficult questions. 30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? Arts, culture, and robust conversations with Bridget Masinga.
All right, it's gone 10 to 2 o'clock on the Full Circle, and we're hanging out with Liquid Deep ahead of them coming back with some new music and, of course, some new performances that are lined up for the summer, because any artist worth their weight in gold knows that when you make your comeback, you got to make sure that you are ready in time for spring, summer. Am I lying or am I lying?
No, you're not lying. You need to be ready for spring, summer, but also never rush.
Mm-hmm.
You know, don't rush for the trend. You know.
Yeah.
You know, people. Obviously, people wanted us to put something out immediately. I mean, it's been a long time. You know, but we took our time. We took our time just to create something that we could stand behind, that we were happy about. It just so happens that it's ready for now, you know, yeah.
And when we talk about taking time, I mean, so you guys then sidebar, decide, okay, this is the moment, we're good, we're ready. When do you start working on the music? Or have you always been working on the music and sending each other stuff and coming together? And
so the way we do it is for the last few years, we've been sending like songs we love.
Okay.
We've always done that, like songs we love or mixes that we really enjoy. You know, we'd send back and forth to each other, things like that. But when it came to actually making the music, I think the first time we sat in studio together was January. I think it was probably late January.
Oh.
First time he came over to the house and we started just going through beats, you know. I think the first demo that I made, mind you, I was in like a 5-year writer's block. The first demo I played for him was in February. But the particular track that we have out, that's out today for the night, you know what I'm saying? I think 3 months ago, I finished, you know, I was able to finish it up and get it to where I want it to be, you know. It's just dedicated to, you know, the fans and where we find them at the shows, which just so happens to be at night, you know, but it's just a celebration for us to just come together and be binded by the drum, by the movement, you know. So yeah, it wasn't hard for us to get back together and make music just because we have similar tastes, you know. But I think what I can say about him is he helps me to not think so much. I think I think a little bit too hard when it comes to releasing things. He's able to be like, it's all right.
Yeah.
You did well. It sounds nice. Let's move forward, you know. I miss my brother for things like that, you know. I didn't realize how much I missed him for things like that until he came back, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, we already had the bond, the friendship, but musically, it's just so nice to just be able to do it again, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, see him right by my side, you know.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now I'm curious to know, and we're going to play out with the new track in a moment, but I'm curious to know that overthinking for you.
Yeah.
You know, what are you overthinking? Are you, which part are you overthinking?
I think sometimes I live with the song maybe a little bit too long, and certain things I might get bored with and I want to change, and that's not always the best practice, you know.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to bounce it off of other people and say, no, it's actually in the right space, you know. Don't think too hard or try to change too much or overdo, you know. I think I'll have a tendency sometimes to overproduce, you know, and it's just need to just pull back and let it loose, you know.
Absolutely.
Razor tends to help me out with that quite a bit. You know, we bounce a lot off of each other, you know, which is why I think it works for us, because we both feel safe. We both feel safe to give the critiques that are necessary in order to get this thing moving, you know. So yeah, I hope that answers the question.
No, it does.
Okay.
It really, really does. I mean, I want to play the song because we've got 4 minutes to the top of the hour, but you also have a new rendition of Fairy Tale with Tyler.
Yes.
You had a listening session the other day where everything really
there
went
was so
really
much
cool.
happening last week.
There's a lot happening.
There was a lot, like so the 22nd and the 23rd. You're correct. We were at Untitled Basement. Man, what a beautiful experience that was. All of the people that came out, not just from fans, but even our peers that came out. It was such a humbling and beautiful experience. I was able to also perform with Julian Gomes to celebrate his Late Dreamer, 10 years of Late Dreamer. Then we were out in Nelspruit. There was a lot going on, you know, last week. A lot of beautiful things going on last week, including, you know, the release of Tyler's project as well. That just so happened to have Fairy Tale on it. You know, if anybody told me since September that things would turn out the way that they have, I probably would have laughed. If you told me last year things would be the way it is right now, I probably wouldn't have been able to see it, you know. So I'm both of us, we're so grateful, so thankful to have these opportunities, to be seen in that way from someone who is in the stratosphere, you know, from Tyler, someone like that. It means a lot, you know. It means a lot to the young writer in me, the 19-year-old me who was just trying to make it, you know. There's a lot of variables that hit just with this one thing, you know. Yeah, I have to be honest, you know.
I love it. Well, listen, congratulations to you guys for putting the band back together, so to speak. Looking forward to seeing you out there performing for us all through summer. We'll be the ones screaming.
Thank you.
The original fan base.
Thank you.
Zion from
Thank
Liquid Deep. It's but a pleasure. And of course, Reza, we know that you were listening from home. The new single is out as of today, For the Night. Get it wherever you get all of your good music.
Thankful for the day, and now the night has come. Searching for a place where we're all moved by the drum. Come on, we dancing under the moonlight, dancing under the moonlight. Everyone's feeling alright, everyone's feeling alright. Come on, we dancing under the moonlight, dancing under the moonlight. We'll be here to the sunrise, we'll be here to the sun. I know. We live for the night. Come on, rock your body. Come on, rock your body. Rock your body, baby. Rock we your live body. For the night time. Come on, rock your body. Come on, rock your body. Rock your body, baby. Rock. We live for the night. Come on, rock your body. Come on, rock your body. Rock your body, baby. Rock we live for the night time. Rock your body. Come on, rock your body. Rock your body, baby. Rock. We live for the night. We all have a place, so let's all move as one.
On the top stories, senior IDEC investigator continues with testimony at the Madlanga Commission and prison sentence overturned for Peru's former president. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana and a very good day. A senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, IDEC, Manjara Pesu, says that a Section 27 referral submitted to the unit contained some serious allegations. He says the allegations related to investigations into the murder of former ANC Youth League Secretary General Cindy Somagaqa and SAPS member Sergeant Dumisani Dlamini not being properly handled. Rapesu is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. He has told the Commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuseli Madlanga, that State Advocate Drushanta Ramsamy showed him the referral.
So the information was trying to say that the PKTT is maybe trying to distort something, or they're trying to not to investigate those cases properly, something like that.
Amongst others, the Cindy Somagaqa murder.
That is correct, Chair.
And Sergeant Dlamini.
Sergeant Dumisani Dlamini, correct, Chair.
The state's third witness in the trial, alleged criminal kingpin Vusumuzi Ketmatlala, has told the High Court in Johannesburg that firearms recovered from the home of one of the accused, Mosakekana, matched those used in the killing of Vereeniging engineer Armand Swart in 2024. Captain Pimi Sokhubela is currently being cross-examined in a trial within a trial, which is detailing the events surrounding Kekana's arrest in connection with Swart's murder. Kekana, Matlala's wife Tsakani, Tiakhoma Busela and Tabiseng Zama are facing charges linked to the alleged attempted murders of businessman Joe Sibanyoni, socialite Debo Khotobejane, and music producer Sienki Mokubong. Sokhobela was speaking through an interpreter.
We are arresting
them for the murder that transpired in Vereeniging.
Charge ya dithunya e tsene ka morago ge di kreiwa ko gare ga
I-20, or house number 34.
The firearm charge then came out later when the firearms when the firearms were discovered in the house.
The Seriti Resources Group Chief Executive Officer Mike Dege says they will continue to invest in renewable energy. Dege was speaking at the ribbon-cutting ceremony at Umbila Emoyeni Energy Farm near Bethal in Mpumalanga. This occurred ahead of the official start of commercial operations over which President Cyril Ramaphosa presided. Electricity and Energy Minister Josienzo Ramogopa and Mpumalanga Premier Mandla Ndlovu joined Dege, who had this to say.
Human progress is going to advance. And as we advance, transitioning in making sure that we complete these projects, I give you three things. One, just energy transition is not on paper, it's real. Two, Seriti is not a coal miner. We're not greenwashing. We are an energy business. We will dictate the agenda and we'll work with you. Three, ladies and gentlemen, the story of climate change, the story of global warming shouldn't detract the debate and the building of these things and lead us to spending time in boardrooms.
The death toll from the bus crash on the N1 north of Tromsburg in the Free State has been revised from 12 to 10. Authorities say this follows further verification at the scene during the extrication process due to the severity of the crash. The bus overturned last night about 24 kilometers from Tromsburg in the direction of Edenburg, leaving many passengers injured. Other passengers with minor injuries are being processed for discharge at Albert Nzula Hospital. Free State Health spokesperson Mondli Mvambi says traffic is still being diverted to alternative roads as the investigation of the crash continues.
Due to the severity of the crash, some remains were initially counted more than once. The bus has now been recovered and placed back on its wheels. Road recovery operations are still underway and the N1 diversion remains in place until further notice. Motorists are still urged to continue using the alternative routes and to exercise caution in the area.
It's official, Hugo Broos will not continue as Bafana coach. The 74-year-old Belgian, who has been at the helm of the South African football team for the last 5 years, made the announcement in Johannesburg today, and the day his contract with the South African Football Association ends. Broos says being away from his family for long periods of time is the only reason he has not agreed to have his contract extended.
The lonely moments and the long periods I was away from my family began to be very difficult for me. And that is the only reason why I leave Bafana. I leave fantastic people who I worked with during those 5 years. I got an extremely big respect and gratitude, not only from the people who I worked with, but nearly from all South Africa. It's amazing when I go out, when I left my apartment and I go do some groceries, 5, 10, 15, sometimes 20 people stop me and say, "Coach, can we have a photo?" "Oh, thank you, you make us proud."
Peru's constitutional court has overturned the 15-year prison sentence of the former president Ollanta Humala. He was convicted on corruption charges last year. The court declared the entire criminal proceedings null and void. Humala had been convicted of money laundering for receiving illegal contributions from a Brazilian firm and the Venezuelan government. Recapping the top story, a senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Idek Manjarapesu, says that Section 27 referral submitted to the unit contained some serious allegations. I am Mondela for SAfm News Headlines at 2:30.
SAfm 104 to 107 nationwide. Leading the conversation.
Head to Dis-Chem for your best winter buys. Look out for the yellow label to enjoy bulk savings on Better Rewards brands. Swipe your Better Rewards card when you buy 2 packs of Pampers Premium Care Nappies and save 189 Rand, now just 409 Rand 99. And bulk up for less when you buy 2 bottles of Crash Guard 200ml syrup for only 389 Rand 99. Save 129 Rand. Valid until 9 August at Dis-Chem. Better health starts here.
Scholar Transport drivers, every winter morning, our children depend on you to get them to school safely. But overloaded vehicles and rushing against time puts lives at risk. Remember, our children are not cargo. Overloading reduces your ability to stop on wet or icy roads. Drive responsibly. Arrive safely. Protect every child, every trip. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
I mean, Zion put us in this mood. So he is to blame because, you can't have Liquid Deep in studio talking about the good days of Liquid Deep and the good days ahead for Liquid Deep. They've got a brand new project, by the way, For the Night, which is out today. And then they've also, Tyler has collaborated with them to rework the iconic fairy tale that's on her new project. The band is back together. And so, of course, we were touching base a little bit around, the dance era. It's very nostalgic for us in studio as all millennials. So we thought, well, why not continue that kind of flow? And let's put some Osen Lade into the mix with my reflections. It's gone 10 past 2 o'clock on this fine Friday afternoon. We're going to catch up now with Siwela Langeni, co-founder of the book Circle Capital and author of the children's book, Making Friends with Feelings. How are you doing this afternoon, Siwela?
I'm good, thanks, and you, Bridget?
I'm fantastic, cannot complain. Okay, firstly, I'm hoping that you're not going to make me a liar. Because remember, we touched on this, was it last week before, where we said as we wrap up Mandela Month, we're going to wrap it up maybe with reflecting on some books that have chronicled the lives and times of the leader, the husband, the father, etc. So I'm hoping that you're not going to make me a liar.
No. Won't make you a liar. We did our homework in Toshanai.
Okay. Well, I'll let you lead the way in terms of the order of the business of the day. So where are we starting today? What are you bringing us?
So we can start with some of the books written about the life of Tata. I was so shocked to find out there's over 2,500 titles written about him, and 100 of those are comprehensive biographies, about the life and work of Mandela. And of course, we know the authorized biography was by Anthony Sampson, and Chris Van Wyk did a children's book, which still continues to do very well today. It's like the animated version of Long Walk to Freedom. So there's definitely a lot of books, but some of the highlighted ones that we can include is, Nelson Mandela, a very short introduction by Elege Boma, and Dare Not Linger, which I mentioned last week, the presidential years of Nelson Mandela by Ubabu Umandlalanga. And then some of the others, includes Mandela's favorite folk tales, and then Hunger for Freedom, the story of food in the life of Nelson Mandela by Dr. Anna Trapido, and Goli Sandoia. That's the one I mentioned last week about his favorite meals, and which to this day are still being served at his former house in Houghton, which is now being converted into a hotel. So there are plenty of books on Utata that we still must discover.
Absolutely indeed. And interestingly enough, earlier in the week, was it yesterday, in fact, Patrick, or the day before, when we had Prof. Xolela Mangu. Yes, and he wrote the first African biography written by an African of Nelson Mandela. I didn't realize that there were over 2,500 books written
and a lot of
on Mandela.
And a lot of those are international. So that's why, written by people outside of the continent. And that's why there was this concerted movement to actually write them, from our own lands. And if the listeners could also visit the Nelson Mandela Foundation, they have a whole section on books that they endorse, of course, because with big figures like Utata, there's always this contention around, was it authorized, so if you wanna look at the ones where it was looked through the lens of the foundation, they have a detailed list on some of those books. There's even graphic novels for young readers. There's that other one, The Black Pimpernel, which was first published like a while ago, but I know Dr. Zuki Swabana, whom you hosted here on the show, has done one. So there are plenty of books, and I think there'll still be more books to come as and when people discover him and have different lenses coming. That's what we'll continue to see.
It will be interesting, and I think I will pop into the foundation one of the days, in fact, and have a look to see what is in the archives of their libraries, because it's one thing to keep books that are, commissioned and authorized or approved, but also it kind of speaks. Sometimes I wonder, it's like watching an authorized biography. You know, you go, well, how much of it has been distilled and curated to portray the person in a particular light? So I think for the sake of history and for an institution like that, also important to have on the shelves the books that maybe they are disagreeable with, or that don't paint him in a positive light, because it sparks conversation even in the corridors of the institution that is the custodian of his legacy.
No, absolutely correct. You know, you don't make yourself a gatekeeper of who gets to write what, you know, just like give people a chance to review and make up their own opinion.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's get into what else is on offer today. Or maybe before we do that, let's take this opportunity to take the break, and then we'll come back on the other side and we start off fresh.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like 750-gram Nescafe Recoffee tin or 800-gram value pack, excluding decaf, for $129.99. Save 38 Rand. Or 1 kg Kellogg's Cornflakes for $69.99. Save 18 Rand. Price is valid from 22 July till 10 August, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
At Specsavers, we're committed to offering affordable and professional eye care. That's why we're offering 1,500 Rand worth of savings with our winter promotion. Get a free frame up to the value of 1,500 Rand, or use the 1,500 Rand on one of our leading vision enhancements, like Climate Eyes, which automatically adapts to changing light. To qualify, simply purchase a comprehensive eye examination and prescription frame and lenses. Affordable eye care, Specsavers. T's and C's apply.
Experience the magic of world-class ballet at the International Winter Ballet Gala, coming to the AfriForum Theatre in Pretoria this afternoon, Friday the 31st of July. Featuring international stars from the Bolshoi Ballet, acclaimed Cuban artists, and South Africa's finest dancers. This spectacular one-day event has performances this afternoon at 3 p.m. and at 7 p.m. this evening. Book now at Tixar or AfriForum Theatre.
The Full Circle with Bridget Masinga, Monday to Friday, 1 to 3 p.m.
All right, it's our Friday Book Circle with Siwela Langeni, co-founder of the Book Circle Capital. And as per usual, she ensures that you and I keep informed with the latest titles hitting the shelves. What are we anticipating? What do you have for us today?
So we know that, August starting tomorrow is Women's Month. So I'm sure for the rest of August, we'll be seeing a lot of books by women. And I think before I dive into them, I just want to tell you that on the 10th of August, we've got a one-day festival that we're hosting with Dr. Zuki Zwavanner. You know, she's taking advantage of the fact that this year marks 70 years since the historic 1956 Women's March and 50 years since the Soweto Uprising. She's using literature to ensure that, we give our flowers to anti-apartheid activist Bongile Mkhabela. So the festival will be centered around her, but celebrating other authors who were born in 1976. So her, Angela Makholwa, Bulela Mabasa, and Kagiso Lesogho Molobe will be at that one-day festival to celebrate women and women writers, but with Sibongile Mkhabela as the headliner. So that's one thing that Joe Beggars shouldn't miss as we celebrate Women's Month. But two books we're profiling today, written by women. First is Divine Arrangement by Takalani M. She writes a lot of fiction. She also first wrote, as a self-publisher, but she's caught the eye of mainstream publishing. So her latest book is called Divine Arrangement. So here we meet Rendani Magwarela, who swears off men. Instead, she pours her effort into becoming a chef. With her parents' help, she starts, a catering business on her grandmother's land, and for decades she tirelessly builds the brand of this master chef, to the vendor elite. Along the way, she befriends Pumulani, a divorced property developer who's trying to find his feet in the area, and their friendship blossoms into romance. Just they don't realize how deeply their lives are intertwined. As you would have it with a fictional story, there's a plot twist. Her father's business is threatening to crumble, and her dreams are at risk, and she will do anything to try and keep this dream alive. But does that dream include an arranged marriage, which could mess up her relationship with Pumulani? We don't know. So we have to then read the book to know more. It's described, as a story of a woman trying to find herself and cooking herself into love. Takalani is known for writing stories like this, where we see ourselves on the pages and, writing romance and depicting, real people facing real struggles while finding real love.
Oh, interesting. So you say she was self-published, but now being discovered by mainstream publishers.
Yes. So she first a few of her first few titles she did herself, and then I know the book before this one was done by Kwela Publishing, who are now Jonathan Ball local, and this one, Divine Arrangements, is done by Penguin Publisher. So she's definitely, and we've seen this a lot, where people are writing even on Facebook. They're writing to just their close group of loyal followers, and publishers see the potential and give them that notoriety beyond their community.
Absolutely. I mean, it sounds like a nice, easy, get us into spring read.
That's it.
So I'll definitely be copying as the young kids say, I'll cop a copy of it. We've got to stay abreast with the colloquial language.
I'm telling you, these kids are forever changing the rules.
All the time. And then the other book that you have is one titled Corporate Rebel.
Yes, I don't know if you're aware of Sadika Fakir. I've seen her on TV. She's a marketing boss lady, and I think she even had a show where she was cooking because she loves Indian cuisine. But in Corporate Rebel, it's described as fearless and funny, no BS guide to surviving and thriving. Listen to this: inside a system that profits from women's ambition while quietly diminishing it. That statement made me sit up. I was like, okay. She says, from unpaid gigs to free consulting to boardrooms, breakdowns, bad bosses, even worse job offers, and finally rising to senior leadership, she tells it like it is. Her lived, experiences, contradictions of corporate life, and it's done. She's done pretending that hard work alone is enough. No corporate jargon, no girl bosses cliche, just hard-won lessons with sharp humor, radically honest, and where she explains what it takes to be a woman in the world of work in corporate. She says this is not a lean-in. You remember the lean-in phase, where everybody. She says this is not a lean-in, confident pep talk. It's real strategy on how power actually works. Why ego derails careers. When working for free is a trap, and how to stop playing small without burning everything down. Because sometimes being a corporate rebel means knowing when to break the rules and when to rewrite them, and when to laugh at how ridiculous they were in the first place. So the book was launched actually this week. I thought this is one to read, because we're always getting all sorts of different sides on how people are navigating corporate. So this is a fresh new voice.
Interesting. And I mean, that was quite a moment with Sheryl Sandberg, who was, I think, at the helm of Facebook, if I'm not mistaken. That lean-in moment really did spark an interesting kind of conversation for female entrepreneurs globally, for female, and I think specifically also for females that were infiltrating sectors that weren't predominantly female led. But I also find, as you talk about this book by Sadika Fakir, Corporate Rebel, that she says, it's not a glossy lean-in manifesto or confidence pep talk. It's real strategy. Are we finding, Suella, that a lot of the books we're seeing now coming out from female entrepreneurs, are speaking the real truth of what it takes for a woman to succeed in the corporate world. And I think even moving away from the narrative of you gotta play by the male's rules, beat them at their own game. Now it's almost like, listen, we are women and we come with all kinds of T's and C's. But we've got to dictate how we move in these spaces.
Yes, that's definitely what the caliber of books are coming out right now. It's like, and people like Sadiqa are almost like, let me save you the lesson. Don't start it this way because it's not going to end well for you. So rather just go in being clear about what you can do and what you cannot do. You remember, when we came into corporate, they were like, oh, Fridays, you have to stay. You can't be seen to be leaving, because then that's how decisions are made beyond the working hours. It's not just about the work you do. So she's trying to show you what some of those things are and almost like deciding what you want to do and then charting that way and trying to show that there are other ways to almost like make a name for yourself or to make to break into a field that you thought was inaccessible to you instead of just, playing just the corporate games. We are seeing that. That's a correct observation.
It's a cheat sheet. It's a cheat sheet of sorts.
Yes, it is.
Interesting times indeed. Well, Siwela, I always appreciate your time and your contribution. That was Siwela Langeni, co-founder of the Book Circle Capital and, of course, author of the children's book, Making Friends with Feelings. 10th of August for one-day festival with Zukiswa Barna out at the Book Circle Capital, and you can follow Siwela on social media. Make sure that you reserve your spot, but you do actually have a dedicated email, Siwela, for all of your event RSVPs. Oh, she's gone. Okay, she's gone. It's fine. Siwela?
Hello.
Yes,
I'm
sorry.
back. I'm here.
Just to reconfirm the email for all of your event RSVPs for the 10th of August.
Yes, for the 10th. It's bookcirclecapital@gmail.com. Book your seat. The first 50 women that arrive on that day are in for a beautiful surprise.
Wonderful.
That RSVP. Yeah.
Wonderful indeed. Thank you so much, Siwela. Have a great weekend. So bookcirclecapital@gmail.com is where you can go to ensure that you book your seat if you're going to be in Johannesburg on the 10th of August for that one-day only festival led by Zukiswa Barna, who happened to be here in studio with us as well about a month ago. It's 2:30 on the dot. Seeing the president on the news just reminded me that you guys saw the breaking news yesterday, right? That we don't have to renew our licenses every 5 years anymore. We can do it every 10 years. Yay! It's the small wins that make us happy. It's the small wins. Ondela Mbane is standing by with the headline news, and then that will bring us into Nalibali.
Thank you, Bridget. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission has confirmed that Member of Parliament Fadil Adams will appear before the Commission on the 11th of August. A senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Manjara Pesu, says that a Section 27 referral submitted to the unit contained some serious allegations. And the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, David Meinir, says the department is in talks with SANParks on the strategies needed to protect national parks from environmental criminality. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
Bridget Masinga on SAFM. This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
Hello friends and happy Friday. Welcome to another exciting episode of Kids Corner on SAFM. Today we're talking about school projects, homework, and taking responsibility for our learning. Do you enjoy doing school projects and homework? When you have a school project, do you like working on it alone or getting help from your parents or family? How do you make sure you finish your homework and projects on time? Why do you think it's important to do your own homework instead of letting someone else do it for you? Alright friends, let's hear from some of our friends while you share your answers with the people next to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alwande Penge. I am from Brixton Primary School and I am in grade 5. No, I don't enjoy doing school projects and at home because sometimes it can waste your time because you'll be feeling tired or sleepy in homework. I prefer having someone to help me so that I cannot do it on my own because sometimes I would not know what to do. How I make sure I do my homeworks and projects on time is by finding someone quickly that could help me and do the project as fast as I can, but take my time so that it could look good. What I do when I don't understand my school project or my homework, I call my parents to help me so that I can understand everything, and then the next day when the teacher asks me, I will be able to answer. Why I think it's important for you to do your own homework instead of someone doing it for you is because you won't know, because sometimes some teachers tell you that you should explain what you wrote because some teachers know your handwriting and stuff. Thank you everybody for your time, love and support. I really appreciate it. Goodbye.
Good afternoon, my fellow audience. My name is Leon Chimeza in Bristol Primary School. I'm in grade 6A. I'm 11 years old. Yes, I do enjoy doing schoolwork and homework and projects at home because I have fun while I'm doing my project at home and my homework without getting disturbed. I like working it with my parents and siblings.
Why?
Because they can tell me what to do and I can learn from them. How I finish my homework and school project in time is to start it at school and end it and finish it at home. I think it's important to do your schoolwork alone because sometimes your teacher can ask you who wrote for you this and how did you get the answers instead of that. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Chinedu. My surname is Sikakane. Yes, I do enjoy doing schoolworks at home because it helped me to understand how the subject goes. It keeps you busy from other bad things, keeps you busy with your schoolwork, so that's very important. To be honest, I like working it alone because sometimes my parents can go out and I have a homework and I am home alone. No one's going to help me, so it's important also to know how to do your own homework alone. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Matlahana Bushello. I'm in grade 6A. I go to Brixton Primary School and I'm 12 years old. Yes, I do enjoy doing school projects and homework at home. It helps me feel comfortable, happy doing something when I like. I like it when I do school projects. No, I don't like working it on alone. I rather get someone to help me from my family or parents or even a friend. For me to make sure I finish my projects, homework on time is to put a schedule on a paper. I have to paste it on the fridge to see whatever I've been done and tick tick, then I'm done with everything.
Hi everyone, my name is Zelanda Mzobe. I am 12 years old. Yes, I do enjoy doing school projects and homework at home because it helps me gain more knowledge and skills. When I have a school project, I like working on it alone, but sometimes I really need help from my parents if the project or homework is very difficult. How do I make sure I finish my homework and projects on time? I have a notebook whereby I do a timetable and write different subjects following each other, knowing very well that when I reach home, I know what to do. I ask my class teacher, then she will explain. But if I still don't understand, I will ask my parents or siblings and they will explain to me better and then I understand it. Because you can gain more knowledge when doing your own work and become more clever than you were before. And you can chase your dreams by doing projects, especially when you want to become an artist or when you are. Thank you, everyone.
My name is Maya and my surname is Makele. I am registered in the school of Brixton Primary School. I do enjoy doing my school projects and homework at home. It gives me less chores. I prefer working on my school projects and homework with my siblings. I make sure that every time before I start a school project or homework, I have a schedule on when to finish. If I don't understand my schoolwork, I just ask the teacher before I leave. I head off. I think it's important to do your own schoolwork than rather another person do it, because if you are near another person do it, you're not going to understand what you wrote. So it's better when you do it on your own and boost your knowledge up.
Greetings to everyone. My name is Nisisa and my surname is Pepe. I am in grade 6B. I am 11 years old and I'm in Christian Primary School. I do enjoy doing school projects and homeworks at home because it helps me understand more better on the project and what we're learning about. When I have a school project, I like working it on my own and using my brain. I do not like using other people's brain for something I was learning about at school. If I'm using someone else's brain, it is when I do not understand something about the project or the lesson or the question. How I make sure I finish my homework and project on time, I set a timer, and if I do not finish while the timer stops, I give myself a punishment, or I ask my mom to give me a punishment. If my mom doesn't give me a punishment, I will give myself a harder punishment because I have to do things on time even though it is the easiest thing. I have to do things on time and be a responsible person because a responsible person is a person who does everything on time. It may not be everything, but doing everything on time, doing what you have to do, doing important things first, and yeah. When I do not understand my homework or school projects, I ask my mom or dad for help or somebody else in the family or a family member to help me with this particular question that I do not understand. I think it is important to do your own schoolwork instead of letting someone do it for you because it helps you understand more better. It helps you think, and when it's time to go to class, you will not forget. But if you're using someone else's brain, that person will not forget, and you don't even know what that person was writing. You didn't even get a single explanation from what that person was writing. So it's important to use your brain because it helps you understand more better on the subject and the lesson, and you get to pass because you understand the better on this particular subject. Thank you for listening. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, friends. It's always great to hear from you. And to our friends listening, I hope you shared your answers with the people next to you. School projects and homework are important parts of learning because they help us practice what we learn in class and develop important skills. While other learners enjoy doing homework and projects at home, others may find them challenging or sometimes feel like they would rather be playing. Both feelings are normal, but completing our schoolwork helps us become responsible and independent learners. When we have a school project, some of us enjoy working alone because it allows us to use our own ideas and creativities. Others enjoy getting help from parents, guardians, siblings, or family members. Getting support is a good thing because adults can guide us, explain things that we don't understand, and encourage us, but they should help us to learn and do the work for us. Doing our own homework and projects is important because it helps us practice our skills, improve our knowledge, and discover what we're capable of achieving. If someone else does our work, we may get a good mark, but we miss the chance to learn and grow. The real success comes from knowing that we've worked hard and achieved something by ourselves. To make sure we finish our homework and projects on time, we can create a study routine. So whether you enjoy homework or find it difficult sometimes, always do your best, take pride in your work, and remember that every assignment is an opportunity to learn something new. That's it for today, friends. See you next time.
This program is brought to you by SABC Education. And if you miss any of our programs, you can catch up anytime on the SABC Plus app or on the SABC Plus website, www.sabcplus.com. Brought to you by SABC Education. Enriching minds, enriching lives.
This week on Expresso, Mandela Day may be over, but the spirit of giving lives on.
We reflect on the impact of this year's initiatives and discover how organizations like the Homestead are inspiring South Africans to keep making a difference in their communities all year round.
We also get moving with Claudia as she shares simple anti-inflammatory workouts to boost circulation, support your lymphatic system, and keep you active through winter.
And we swing into action with Spider-Man, brand new day.
Join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 on S3.
Do you know what our problem is?
We have a problem?
You're a little clingy.
Clingy?
Every time I start getting somewhere, you want me.
But I need you.
You can't have all of me. I need a little room to grow.
So what are you saying?
Put me in a Nedbank 32-day notice account. Give me some time. I'll come back better. Open a Nedbank 32-day notice account on the Money app and bank your money this July savings month. Go to nedbank.co.za. See money differently. Nedbank. We're a licensed FSP and registered credit provider. T's and C's apply.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
We as South Africans, we need to thank God for Madiba's life, for his love, for his compassion, and for teaching us to work and live together.
This Mandela Month, SAfm honors the life, the leadership, and the enduring legacy of Nelson Mandela.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on The Full Circle.
I remember the lessons Mama used to tell me. She told me fear is the greatest enemy of mankind. Keep on
All right. You know, one of my favorite things is getting introduced to new artists and new music. So Brandon Ora is in studio. That was Run Boy. How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Okay. I said to Brandon, because I share my weird unfiltered thoughts. I said to Brandon, I was like, that's not how I expected that song to sound. And I don't know how I expected the song to sound because so I based it off just the title because I've not explored your music, you know. Very, very interesting.
Thank you so much. I feel like a lot of people usually think whenever Run Boy, what is it about? I think the title of the song is not like very common like that. You never hear of a song called Run Boy. It's usually like love songs, like falling in love by the beach or something. Yeah.
Nah? Give me the context. And also I don't know why I would have thought it's reggae infused because I mean he walked into the studio with his acoustic guitar, so already in my mind I kind of moved you into a particular creative box. Give me the context behind the song Run Boy.
So my parents my mom is from Zim, my dad is South African. So there was a time when my dad moved to Zim, and he happened to meet my mom. But things were very bad in Zim, and when my dad moved this side, my mom decided to come and join, not knowing like the situation was bad in South Africa. Turns out when my dad was staying this side, he was homeless. So he came through and we stayed with him. He was homeless for like the first year of us moving the side. And with that, my mom would always say, I would ask, why did we move from Zim to come stay in South Africa? She'll be like, no, man, we're moving to a better life because South Africa, it's where everything happens, you know. Then at a later stage, we just started experiencing a lot of things, like things that were happening around us and certain things. So we'd always run away, always on a run. Maybe community members just didn't like us that much, you know, because of the language and things like that. So we ran away. My mom would always tell me, like, you know what, Brandon, running away does not necessarily mean that you are weak or anything, but it means you're running towards something beautiful and you believe that there's a better future out there. So those words really stuck with me for the longest time. And I think in 2014, that's where we in school. Okay, I'm not sure if 2014, but there was a time in school. I went to an art school, ERSA. Shout out if anyone from ERSA is listening. We watched a theater piece called Freedom. Freedom was about students that wanted. They were protesting against Fees Must Fall, the Fees Must Fall march. And watching the theater piece, the song that's on the introduction really resonated with me. The next day, while I was sleeping, I had the dream about my mom telling me to run. So I woke up and I was like, oh man, what if I make a song about this so I can just touch people with my music the same way the theater piece touched me.
Wonderful. And it's worked out incredibly. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back on the other side and get to know Brandon Ora a little bit better.
In life's most challenging moments of loss, compassion can be your greatest comfort. You shouldn't have to face the financial burden of losing a loved one by yourself. Rest assured, Clientele's funeral plans pay out cash within 24 hours. You can cover up to 13 family members on one plan, ensuring all your loved ones are taken care of, and 3 children are covered at no additional cost. With Clientele, you are not just buying a plan, you are also buying peace of mind. When the time comes, you will need to make important calls with your 200 Rand airtime you will receive when you claim. Plans offer double accidental death cover as well as a transport, grocery and unveiling benefit. Apply today, it's easy. There are no medical examinations and no paperwork. SMS SAFM to 48031. That's 48031. Clientele Life is an authorized FSP and licensed life insurer. T's and C's online. Standard rates apply.
Important message to all social grants beneficiaries. Did you know that SASSA verifies beneficiaries monthly? Did you receive a message to have your grant reviewed or to undergo eLife certification? Do not be scared. Just comply. For the month of August, older persons grant beneficiaries will be paid on Tuesday the 4th, disability grants on Wednesday the 5th, and children's grants on Thursday the 6th. If you do not get your grant on these dates, worry not. Do not rush to the SASSA office. Wait until Friday the 7th of August. Should you receive your grant on the 7th of August, note that your grant is under review and you need to visit your nearest SASSA office in August to conduct a review or life certification. This message is brought to you by SASSA. #SASSA Cares.
Stages, pages, screens, and more on the Full Circle.
We're hanging out in studio with Brandon Ora, singer-songwriter. Joining us today, we've just heard the new single Run Boy, which is available for you to download wherever you download your music. How would you sort of, and I ask this question very cautiously because I know a lot of young artists don't like to box themselves.
Yes, ma'am.
So when we listen to you guys, we hear different elements from different spaces. But you've also been sort of given the moniker of the folk kid. How do you see yourself and how do you receive that?
Yeah, I think the folk kid is like I really accept the name. I feel like it works, you know. But also how I got the name was I used to do like street performing in Joburg. So when I finished I think when I came back from varsity, I was sitting at home for the longest time, and I told my parents, I was like, I can't do this, man. I really like to do music because I'm not getting employed or nothing is working out. How about I really do this music thing? Because all my life I've really felt like there was a calling. So I went to Joburg, Maboneng, started doing street performances, going to every restaurant, asking them to let me perform. They were like, we don't know you yet, man. We don't want to take risks. And I was like, okay, it's fine. I'll perform. And every time I would perform, I'd always tell stories because I feel like with most of my songs, they really based around everything that I went through. If it's not that, it's something someone went through. And I would always like relating to something, especially if I'm going to sing about it. And that was the whole where the name The Folk Kid came from, because they're like, man, Brandon's music is very folky. We don't really have like a genre that we can't say it's R&B, we can't say it's Afropop, but the storytelling is just so different. And they're like, yeah, The Folk Kid. Also, I think it was because someone was like, yeah, you sound a lot like Babu Vusi Mahlasela, and he does folk music. So yeah, he's the folk kid, and I just went with it. You know,
I love it.
Yeah.
Being a young person, sort of in the space, emerging, breaking through. Do you think this is a beautiful time for you guys? Because I look at you and I was saying that I love how y'all are creating and how in the spaces that y'all are creating from, and the stories that you tell, as you say, that are deeply personal experiences to you guys. But your approach is so beautiful because I look at you and I think yourself, Manana, Munei, there's a particular kind of music that's happening right now. And it seems very authentic and very real.
I feel like this is the perfect time for this type of music because there's like Afropop, there's Mapiano, there's hip hop, you know, and I feel like with this type of music, it just takes people back to like the original, the reason why music was made, to connect with people, to tell stories, untold stories, to be voices of the voiceless, you know, and just evoke emotions. The most important thing I feel about music, it needs to evoke certain emotion, get people talking about something, you know. Whenever you come to, I think if you come to a Brandon Ora show, you always feel something like how I usually tell stories. It's like I just want you to, whether you might have not gone through whatever I went through, you don't know the actual pictures of the actual thing, but you get to understand and you feel like somehow this music is connects with a certain part of my life. So I feel like music is the connection, man. Everyone just connects with. It's like a Wi-Fi that just connects with everyone.
Well, speaking of that Wi-Fi, as we wind down the conversation, maybe because you've got your guitar here, and
Yes,
we always
ma'am.
appreciate a musician who comes. We never ask musicians to come sing for us because we respect the craft. But when they bring their instruments, then we know that they wanted to sing. Do you want to give us a little something live?
Yes, sure, definitely. Okay, right now.
Ngizengesikalo ngizengokhulu okusemahlombe yami izinyembezi zabazali bami asiweli phansi noma kungashona ilanga kusazokhanya mwari wangu we inga maitiwani tikanamata rishanaka mwari wangu misotsi yongobuda mumaziso wangu mwari we sakarirwaitwa se nangwezuva rikabuda ndodana nikoa
Literally, my entire production at the back was going crazy from the first note. Brandon Ora, thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your talent and your gift, and we wish you the very best.
No, thank you.
Your official Instagram and social media quickly before we
yes,
get
it's
to the news.
Brandon Ora, Brandon, Ora, Aura.
Wonderful
Yes.
stuff, and that's where you can keep up with his performances. 3 o'clock on Delambane standing by. Ashraf is coming through from our end. Thank you for a beautiful week. We'll see you on Monday. Be safe out there.
Thank you, Bridget, and the team on the top stories. Fadil Adams to appear before the Matlanga Commission in August, and a spike in courier vehicle hijackings. For SAfm News, I'm Ondelambana, and a very good afternoon. The Matlanga Commission of Inquiry into Criminality and Political Capture of the Criminal Justice System has confirmed that Khaled Congress Party leader and MP Fadil Adams will appear before the Commission in August. This comes after Adams was implicated by several IDIC members in the current stream by the Commission over issues relating to crime intelligence as well as the police killings task team. Commission spokesperson Jeremy Michaels confirmed Adams' appearance.
On the matter of Mr. Adams, Mr. Fadil Adams, we've had quite a number of queries in this regard, particularly because he had taken to social media. In light of that, we had received quite a number of queries, And we can now confirm that Mr. Adams, we first served him with a Rule 3 notice in October 2025, last year, and we have now confirmed that he will appear under subpoena before the Commission on the 11th of August 2026.
A senior investigator with the Investigating Directorate Against Corruption, Manja Rapesu, says that a Section 27 referral submitted to the unit contained some serious allegations. He says the allegations related to investigations into the murder of former ANC Youth League Secretary General Sindiso Magaqa and SAPS member Sergeant Dumisani Dlamini not being properly handled. Rapesu is testifying before the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry in Pretoria. He has told the Commission's chairperson, Justice Mbuyiseli Madlanga, that State Advocate Drushanta Ramsamy showed him the referral.
So the information was trying to say that the PKTT is maybe trying to distort something, or they're trying to not to investigate those cases properly, something like that.
Amongst others, the Sindiso Magaqa murder.
That is correct, Chair.
And Sergeant Dlamini.
Sergeant Dumisani Dlamini, correct, Chair.
A Durban court has rejected an attempt by a traditional healer being charged in connection with 3 murders to have his arrest warrant set aside. Ketukutula Ngayana appeared in the Hammersdale Magistrate Court west of Durban, facing 7 charges related to 3 murders. He's alleged to be the kingpin behind the murders of a local ANC Youth League member and 2 Durban Metro police officers in 2020. He was arrested last week by the Political Killings Task Team. During his court appearance, his lawyer, Lindani Ngwensa, challenged the validity of the arrest warrant, saying it was defective. However, the magistrate agreed with the prosecution that the challenge should be made to the High Court. The matter was postponed to the 17th of August for a formal bail application. The Gauteng Community Safety Department has revealed that there has been a spike in incidents of hijacking of courier vehicles across the province. It has called on courier companies and delivery vehicle operators to be vigilant. The department spokesperson Ufenza Murwane has also encouraged companies to strengthen their security.
We have noted a spike in incidents of courier vehicles being targeted by criminals in the province. We therefore advise courier companies and in particular their drivers to exercise caution and remain alert when making deliveries in unfamiliar and high-risk areas. It is important for courier companies to conduct risk assessments at all times.
The Minister of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment, David Maynard, says the department is in talks with SANParks on strategies needed to protect national parks from environmental criminality. Maynard was speaking during World Ranger Day that was observed at Ograbis Fall National Park in the Northern Cape. Some parts of the province are prone to illegal harvesting of endangered plants. World Ranger Day marks the contribution made by individuals in protecting the animals and the environment. Maynard elaborates.
It has struck me the extent, I think, of environmental crime in our country is probably underestimated. And certainly one of my priorities going forward is going to be to strengthen the fight against environmental crime in South Africa.
A study has found more than 80% of Australians under the age of 16 are still using social media. This is despite a landmark ban. The country's online safety watchdog says tech companies have failed to implement effective age checks, allowing many to retain their existing accounts or create new ones. The report showed minimal change in sports and physical activity, arts and music, spending time with friends and family, and attendance at community events. Recapping the top story, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry into Criminality and Political Capture of the Criminal Justice System has confirmed that Coloured Congress Party leader and MP Fadil Adams will appear before the Commission in August. I'm Ondela Bara for SAfm News Headlines at 3:30.
In sports this hour, South African Football Association confirms Hugo Broos's departure and Lambrecht eyes historic bog test debut. More details at 3:30.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAfm. You're listening to the National Pulse Weekdays, 3 to 6 p.m.
Welcome indeed to the National Pulse. It's, Friday afternoon, and the goings-on at the Madlanga Commission will ensure that there's no way you're going to switch off and say, you know what, Friday afternoon, there's no news. There's nothing like that at all. I mean, there's other developments regarding competition, I would think, in the electricity or power sector, and we'll pick up on all of that too. And by the way, have you been following the story of these Moroccans who have crossed over into Spanish territory, the Spanish enclave, I think it's Quito, in their numbers, like huge numbers. We'll talk about that too, and any other issue that you feel will get your pulses racing. What, in fact, does get your pulses racing? To connect live, it's 086 000 2032. And then to WhatsApp, it's 0614 104 107. That's text or voice note. And you can tweet as well, hashtag the National Pulse. And if you were like Hassanain yesterday, who decided to meet a friend who's listening to the show, and if you want to send a picture of where you are, in fact, saying, hey, I'm tuned in to the National Pulse, well, just tag us, just WhatsApp us, and we'll be able to pick it up. Or you can tag me and SAfmRadio on our social media platforms, right? So first things first, developments regarding Eskom and power supply in general. Let's talk about that next.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs take a road trip to the beautiful Elgin Valley to celebrate fresh seasonal produce. It's all about cooking on fire. And with elimination on the cards, they'll have to bring the heat if they want to stay in the competition. Who will make it through to the next round? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Scholar transport drivers, every winter morning, our children depend on you to get them to school safely. But overloaded vehicles and rushing against time puts lives at risk. Remember, our children are not cargo. Overloading reduces your ability to stop on wet or icy roads. Drive responsibly. Arrive safely. Protect every child, every trip. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Mandela is more than a chapter in our history.
And as I have always done,
He's a reminder of courage over fear.
I will do what I can within the discipline of the broad movement.
Dialogue over division.
For peace and democracy, to which I belong.
Hope over despair. This Mandela Month, celebrate the values that unite us. Only on SAfm.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, let's talk about this then. President Ramaphosa has endorsed the Phase 1 report of the Eskom Restructuring Task Team. And that paves the way for the establishment of an independent transmission system operator. This aims to create a more competitive electricity market, attracts investment, hopefully keeps the prices down as well, I would think, and definitely improve energy security. Let's get the thoughts of Professor Vali Padiachi, who is a power and energy expert. Prof. Padiachi, thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, Ashraf, to you and your listeners, and I'm glad to be back on your show.
Thank you indeed. So how groundbreaking is this?
This is groundbreaking, but it's part of a package where, to keep it simple, seeks to change the energy landscape drastically vis-a-vis we are now moving from a total monopolistic situation with Eskom and the municipalities to now a total competitive, hopefully, on a level playing field, which is mandated by legislation and regulations. And hopefully and importantly, this leads to a significant drop in the price of electricity, which is very high at the moment and needs to come down.
Okay, but help us understand this, and I was a bit puzzled by this because it talks about a more competitive electricity market, which for me means alternative supply from others who would compete with Eskom. So why then would they call it, the phase 1 report of the Eskom restructuring team? Am I missing something here in understanding who's saying what here?
Well, maybe partially, maybe not totally. I kind of alluded to that for over 100 years, 103 years, Eskom and the municipalities, I think it's common knowledge, were operating in a total monopolistic situation. In other words, inter alia, they set the prices, they manage the prices, well, together with NERSA and other regulatory bodies. And the private sector had very little room to play in the sector. Actually, I would argue that Eskom and the municipalities tried their best to keep that monopoly within their realms. But now, and I must state this, that the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act, which first came up in 2006, but with subsequent amendments, and the latest one in 2024, August, signed by the President, has now changed this landscape. We've now moved 180 degrees, and which now means that there'll be a total competitive landscape. And to talk to your question, both Eskom and the municipalities, together with the private sector, IPPs, etc., now all have got an equal say in operating in this landscape, and Eskom and the municipalities don't have that monopolistic play, Ashraf.
Okay, so how then, and this is phase 1, how then will this practically change the terrain? Because ultimately, as you and I talk, there's an audience listening and, they would naturally ask the question, okay, so what's in it for me?
Right, so to keep it as simple as possible, remember Eskom, for over 100 years has operated as a vertically integrated entity. Meaning simply generation, transmission, distribution was all under one roof. Okay, and that facilitates the sort of traditional monopolistic environment. So to move into a total competitive environment, you got to inter alia split generation or unbundle, Eskom. So generation, transmission, and distribution will now be operating as separate entities. Now, this support that was given to the President yesterday, the phase 1, talks to the, let's call it the transmission entity, which is now called the NTCSA. I'm trying to keep it simple. And that entity will be the key player in driving the competitiveness, and in that, there'll be a independent system operator, independent market operator, and an independent grid operator through the NTCSA. And that's what's been approved by the President, or he supported that yesterday in the report.
Okay. And in terms of, therefore, that approval, do I take it then, in the light of what you said, it's not actually a surprise? It's significant, but it's not a surprise. It was expected, right?
It was expected. This was started actually when the late Praveen Gordhan was here a few years ago, when he started the first restructuring of Eskom, and that evolved, because it's a complex process. Remember, there's a government restructuring of Eskom, and there's an operational restructuring of Eskom. The operational bits have been done. This is part of the government restructuring, and hopefully, Ashraf, in this restructuring, we cannot negate the importance of Eskom as an entity and the municipalities. Those two entities, together with the private sector, as a collective, seek to talk to the competitiveness, and at the end of the day, the customer must benefit with absolutely cheap electricity prices, but with a reliable and safe grid.
How, just before we conclude then, when we then talk of these competitors, right, who would they be?
Well, inter alia, it'll still include Eskom, it'll still include the municipalities, IPPs, traders, aggregators, even prosumers, people that generate from their backyard, if they qualify, they would be part of that mix, if I can call it, that could be allowed to play in that market space. So essentially you'll have a market which is non-regulated but effectively and efficiently managed by the independent market operator. And then you'll have a system operator who will seek to ensure that the grid is reliable and stable and safe. And the system operator will buy the electricity from the market operator, and the market operator will buy through a competitive market from ESCOM, municipalities, and private sector. And that market is coming into effect around the corner. It's been moved to April 2027. So the first time in over 100 years, South Africa will have an independent electrical energy market, which in my opinion is going to revolutionize the electrical energy space, let alone the energy space, which is good for energy security as well.
And just lastly, when will we see that difference? Timelines?
Well, as I said, it'll come into effect April next year, but there's a 5-year transition window, and hopefully in that 5 years, maybe under 5 years, the so-called rough edges will be ironed out, and hopefully by the end of the 5 years, we'll have a totally competitive market where the electricity prices will be rock bottom, customers will be happy, the economy is gone from 5% to 3 to 5%. We don't have any more load shedding, and we're back to the old days, Ashraf.
Back to the old days. I won't say the good old days, just the old days. Let's leave it at that. Appreciate your time. Professor Vali Padyachi, power and energy expert, reflecting on the news that the President has endorsed Phase 1, the Phase 1 report of the ESCOM restructuring task team. Bottom line to all that, more competition and alternatives and a much cheaper electricity price. But it won't happen in one day. It could take a good few years before you see the difference. Right, let's get to the goings-on at the Madlanga Commission.
The world's finest athletes are coming together for the Commonwealth Games.
Mary Mora with an incredible performance.
From athletics, swimming, boxing, netball, and more.
Keely Hodgkinson has to settle for silver again.
Witness every inspiring moment as Team South Africa takes on the best from across the Commonwealth.
Yes, it's a world record, 2:18.95.
Don't miss the excitement, the pride, and the pursuit of glory. Watch the Commonwealth Games live on the SABC Sport channel, on SABC Plus, and daily highlights at 10 p.m. on SABC3.
Schoonmaker takes it away from Denmark.
SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the Commonwealth Games 2026.
For the love of the game.
Looking to save money on your business insurance? Switch to OUTsurance Business Insurance and you could get a massive 20% discount on your business insurance premium. Here's Niku from the Gas Mart.
I was my previous insurer for 9 years before switching to OUTsurance Business Insurance. I'm very happy with my premiums at the moment. I wish we switched sooner to OUTsurance Business Insurance.
Get a quote to switch and save today. Visit outsurance.co.za or call 0800 60,000. Licensed insurer in FSP. TCs and information online.
This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, let's get then to the Madlanga Commission. It's been quite a dramatic week or two, isn't it? Today, the Madlanga Commission turned its attention to the controversial Project Diversion a senior independent directorate against corruption investigator, Mansha Rapesu, took the witness stand. Rapesu's testimony has been providing further insights into mounting corruption allegations against the unit, which were allegedly led by the former IDEC head advocate Andrea Johnson. So let's get some of the clips we're going to play. First of all, the senior IDEC investigator, Mansha Rapesu, talks about Andrea Johnson, the ad hoc committee, and the PKTT. Just listen to this.
Just so that we finish the topics, some of the related topics to the section 27 that you saw, you noted that at paragraph 23, that the ID gave evidence relating to the investigations that were ongoing, and she mentioned that the PKTT wasn't part of the investigation.
That is correct, Chair. I was watching when the ID was presenting at ad hoc. So there was a point where she indicated that PKTT was not part of the Section 27 referral. So that is where now I started looking at it differently, because I was shocked because the Section 27 that I saw, that information was there.
When you say,
were you shocked because she had misled the ad hoc committee? What exactly shocked you about what you heard or what you saw?
I was shocked that the information that she was putting there was not entirely correct.
Don't be diplomatic. It was true or it was false? Entirely correct means yeah, but not everything. It was true or it was false?
It was false.
Thank you. Now you note that you also watched these proceedings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And there you saw the ID and a Section 27 that was shown in these proceedings.
That is correct, Chair.
Can we then?
Okay, then moving on. Again, you're getting the voice of Mansha Rapesu, who spoke about collecting dockets and, well, reflected on what the General Jacobs told him about the Minister of Police.
Before you do that, that affidavit at page 29, your affidavit, the one that you say you prepared after you heard what was said in the ad hoc committee.
Yes, Chair. Commissioner.
Can you just explain more what you say in paragraph 8 of that affidavit? It's still in the same file, your statement file?
Or paragraph 8?
What, in fact, was that discussion?
Oh, yes. When I collected the dockets, I had a chat with General Jacobs, wherein we were just having a casual chat where he was saying to me that each and every 10 days he needs to report to the Minister of Police to give him progress regarding these matters. So basically, the way I took it is that since we are now taking the dockets, it meant that it's now our responsibility to report or something like that. So that's why I just put it the way he said it to me.
And this was about the dockets?
This was about
the matters
dockets.
In these dockets?
That is correct, Chair.
Okay. And did he say why there was that kind of position that they needed to report to the Minister of Police?
No, he didn't indicate, Chair.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, and there's more. Then Rapesu says he requested to be removed from Brigadier Mokweli's investigation.
The investigation on the Lushaba matter, I subsequently produced a report on the findings of the investigation. Then I submitted the report to Chief Perumal.
And then in relation to the Mukweli matter?
In relation to the Mukweli matter, I refused to work on that matter or to be involved in that matter because while I was busy with the Lushaba matter, I became aware that Mr. Perumal and Mr. Padiachi were meeting some of the witnesses, I can say in the corners. They were meeting in some places that I was not aware of. So what will actually happen is they were booked in a hotel. So because I'm local, after work I'll just go home. Then when they are at the hotel, they were making arrangements to meet people, which they were bringing affidavits that I was not aware of. So I took issue with that. I reported to Advocate Ramsamy and Mr. Sisoko to say this is what is happening, they must deal with the matter. Eventually, I requested to be removed from that matter, and I was removed from the investigation of that case only.
And as a lead investigator, are the two other investigators allowed to proceed with investigations and interviews without you?
No, they were not allowed to. What should have happened is, even if they informed me that they are going, what was going to be, let me phrase it this way. If they informed me that there was a witness that they are going to see, and I've agreed to say, no, it's fine, then it will not be a problem. But for them just to identify someone and go and interview those people without my knowledge, that was not supposed to happen like that.
Right, well, that's some of the aspects coming out of the Madlanga Commission today. By the way, you can react to that conversation, react to anything else you want to get off your chest as well. And certainly people have already reacted.
Good afternoon, Mr. Asraf. Mbongo Sundi Sambuisa here. Mr. Asraf, we need government to employ these labor inspectors as soon as possible, and then introduce or establish call centers provincially where we can report the employers who are employing these illegal immigrants without passports and permits, so that they can be arrested, both employers and the employees. Thanks.
Okay, I think you've made your point very strongly, and I expect reaction from that too.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. There is absolutely nothing positive about the decoupling and privatization of Eskom. Absolutely nothing. There's nothing about prices that's going to be more competitive and all of those other things that they're talking about. Eskom was built by the blood, sweat, and tears of South Africans over years and years and years. And it's our own money that has built that institution, and it's supposed to remain in the hands of South Africans. No private hands whatsoever. There's nothing positive about privatizing Eskom. It's a betrayal to the democracy here in South Africa. Thank you. This is KG from Ekurhuleni.
Okay, well, interesting what you say. Vali Padiachi was so positive, and he's the energy expert. Of course, that's the purpose of these conversations. We're all on the pulse. We all feel it differently. And I know what I need to feel what you feel. 3:30, here's the news headlines with Ondela.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, the Madlanga Commission of Inquiry into Criminality and Political Capture of the Criminal Justice System has confirmed that National Coloured Congress Party leader and MP Fadil Adams will appear before the commission in August. Gauteng police have seized counterfeit and illicit goods worth more than 27.5 million rand during a 4-day operation across the province. And the bodies of Notabo Chuma and her two daughters, Natalie and Nala, are expected to be repatriated to Zimbabwe on Sunday. Her family says they will be buried in Bulawayo on Tuesday next week. A full update follows at the top of the hour.
This is SAfm Sports with Duming Khapele.
What is the story about Hugo Bruce being given a 1-year extension? You can tear that report up, right, to me?
Yeah, we can definitely tear it up. A very good afternoon to you, Ashraf, and our listeners. Well, the SA Football Association have confirmed that Bafana Bafana head coach Hugo Bruce has left the national team after 5 years, with today marking the end of his contract. The 74-year-old Belgian guided South Africa to a third-place finish at the 2023 Africa Cup of Nations and also led Bafana Bafana back to the FIFA World Cup for the first time in 16 years with their best finish at the World Cup. And Bruce says that he's leaving to spend more time with his family. Now, SAFA has not yet named his successor, but former Bafana coach Bito Musimane is widely reported to be the favorite for the job. Meanwhile, Bafana and Orlando Pirates attacker Ozwena Paulus has thanked the club for giving him compassionate leave to mourn the loss of his friend and teammate Jaden Adams before joining the team in Spain. Adams passed away just a few days before Pirates left for the preseason in Europe, and the club gave Apollos time to travel to Cape Town to visit Adams' family. Now, the two players have been very close and were also roommates during Bafana's 2026 FIFA World Cup campaign in Mexico and the USA. The Bishop Levers-born player is now focused on taking his career forward in remembrance of his friend.
Obviously, it was tough at first, thank you to the club, for giving me the few days to pursue his family. But, after, that is my job, I have to work, there's family, who I have to feed and stuff, and that's how I go on with my business, because I have to work, it's my job. Yeah, obviously it was shocking, but like I said, what can I do, things happen, God knows the reason why he took Jaden, so it's for me, to have strength, man up, and do something that I love, and that's playing football.
Elsewhere, Chelsea manager Xabi Alonso has spoken out against FIFA's controversial proposal to sell stakes in the World Cup's business operations to private investors. Speaking in Sydney today, Alonso insisted football must remain for the people and not in private hands. His comments echo UEFA's strong opposition, with Europe's governing body warning that it would boycott future World Cups if the plan goes ahead. CONCACAF's 41 member associations have also rejected the proposal, and FIFA says that the move could raise up to $4.2 billion and has promised an open and democratic consultation. In rugby, at just 23, Shaniqua Lambrecht is on the brink of another milestone, a first Springbok women's test cap against Fiji next Saturday. Lambrecht already carries Olympic memories, having helped the Bok women's sevens, beating Fiji 21-15 at the 2024 Paris Games, and now she's one of the two uncapped players in the touring squad alongside Maria Tiremba. She says that the switch back to 15s feels natural, with her physical style suited to the inside center role. In terms of tennis, quarterfinal action is heating up on the tennis court in Washington. Second seed Elina Svitolina booked her place in the last 8 at the City Open with a 7-6 and 6-4 win over Polina Kudermetova of Uzbekistan. She now faces Alexandra Ila of the Philippines, while American star Ben Shelton rallied from a set down to defeat France's Hugo Humbert 6-7, 6-3 and 6-4 at the DC Open. And then finally in athletics, South Africa's para-athletics star Masala Makatu delivered the country's first track and field medal at the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow yesterday, when he won silver in the men's 100-meter T12 final in 11.4 seconds. The 20-year-old visually impaired sprinter finally gave Athletics South Africa something to celebrate about after a quiet opening 5 days of competition on the track. His impressive run also increased Team SA's medal tally to 23. Now, Makatu produced a personal best on the major championship stage and earned himself 100,000 rands medal incentive that was announced by the South African Sports Confederation and Olympic Committee before the team left for Scotland. The younger sprinter admitted that he never expected to win a medal at his first Commonwealth Games. Well, that's it from my side. I'll have more on other sports. Ashraf, I don't know if it's an embarrassing moment for SAFA, but I did say when they sent out that statement that Bruce is not leaving Bafana, perhaps they wanted to do the announcement themselves.
Maybe. I mean, look, we can fiddle all day long about who said what, who didn't say what. Bottom line, he's gone, right? And I mean, do you think it's a good thing for South Africa that he goes now, or in fact that initial rumor that he stays for 1 year transition makes the most sense?
I think if he wants to go, we should allow him to go. He's done his job. Let's get someone in that can take the team forward. Who that's going to be, it'll be interesting to see, but he's been saying that he wants to spend time with his family. Whether he's going to stay on board and on an advisory role, we are yet to see with regards to that one, but I'm sure he's tired.
He's tired, and we need to make sure that we as a country are not retired, meaning we need to galvanize ourselves and pick up the pieces, whatever comes next. Thanks for that, Tumi. More sport in an hour.
This week on Expresso, Mandela Day may be over, but the spirit of giving lives on.
We reflect on the impact of this year's initiatives and discover how organizations like the Homestead are inspiring South Africans to keep making a difference in their communities all year round.
We also get moving with Claudia as she shares simple anti-inflammatory workouts to boost circulation, support your lymphatic system, and keep you active through winter.
And we swing into action with Spider-Man, brand new day.
Join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 on S3.
Mavis, I wonder if I should sell my car. I'm not sure where to go.
Wanna sell your car, but don't know what to do. You don't have to go far, we come to you. If you're rolling on a 1.5 or a Lacquer 2.2, doesn't matter what you drive, we buy cars once you.
We Buy Cars, the easiest way to sell your car by far.
SAfm.
Cape Verde gained independence in 1975, a small nation that built stability through resilience and connection. Tourism, services, and remittances power the economy, one of West Africa's strongest democracies. But challenges remain: drought, limited natural resources, and economic dependence on imports. Still, Cape Verde continues to shine through creativity.
It was not a racial war at all. It was the black students against the system.
This is what we are becoming. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
It is the National Pulse indeed. We're going to talk about developments regarding migrants from Libya in a moment, but let's get to Durban first. Ronnie, you want to talk about the Madlanga Commission, Ronnie? Go for it.
Ashraf, good afternoon to you. I just need some clarity as a layman on the IDEC operating procedures. Have they got a guidelines in a standard operating procedure? Because it seems like these investigating officers are just doing their own statement. They actually trying to frame people. So, there should be a standard operating procedure and guideline for this investigating officers.
Well, I would expect there is. The question is, how do you create a standard operating procedure for leadership when leadership chooses not to lead?
Now, leave the leadership at the moment. I'm talking about the officers at the moment. We'll come to the leadership in it. There should be a standard operating. You cannot go and dock and statement on an affidavit. This is exactly what they've been doing, these investigators. And then obviously now you're talking about the leadership. Well, that there is no room for her on her part. She must face the crime in it, and she must face the time as well.
Okay.
That is one of my issues. So there is no standard operating guidelines from what I'm seeing, and that's a layman. The second aspect is, and this is very concerning, as on basis of what they docked and they presented it to the prosecutor, and then they come to the presiding judge. Does the judge really looks at the act For instance, if you charge me next or A, B, and C, and you got E, F, and G left behind, so does he just hear the case out and he says, listen, you find Ronnie, guilty? So there's a bigger picture of this whole thing that this judicial system has to be looked at. I'll tell you why I asked you this.
All right, just quick one. We need to wrap up. Yeah, quick one.
Okay, I'll wrap it up just now. I've listened to this one of the sister stations last night. There was a gentleman. 10 years he'd been harassed by the same crowd here with Sunil Balochan and Dylan Naidu and everyone. And I tell you quite honestly, I think personally they need to really look at the whole system of the judicial system.
Okay,
here.
I think
innocent people are being thrown into jail.
All right, Ronnie.
Thank you, Ashraf.
I think you've made your point very clearly. I think many people are talking about that. So one is leadership and the ethics of leadership, but then obviously they must have a standard operating procedure. But then, in practical implementation, how does that work? I think, and that's the big issue. Right. Let's get to Global Watch in a moment.
This is Global Watch on the National Pulse.
Right. We have a focus on Libya in particular. The former Minister for Foreign Affairs and head of the United Nations Support Mission in Libya, that's Hannah Tete, has warned that the humanitarian crisis confronting irregular migrants in Libya is far more severe than the anti-immigrant tensions currently unfolding in South Africa. And she's urged African governments to address the root causes driving, in this case here, unsafe migration. So speaking at the 21st Kronti Ne Ekwamu public lecture organised by the Centre for Democratic Development at the British Council in Accra yesterday. Listen to this.
And I'm saying that because we've all seen recently the whole narrative about South Africa and the challenges that African migrants have had in South Africa. I have to tell you that it's not just an issue for South Africa. Where I am in Libya, it is a point where the majority of African migrants trying to go to Europe try to exit through Libyan corridors because the state institutions are weak. But I can assure you that that journey is probably more perilous than the current situation in South Africa. And the number of people who die on their way there, right? And the work that I think, well, not that I think, I know that our embassy has to do in Libya, especially when they find out that there are Ghanaians who have perished along the way, and they actually retrieve their bodies and give them Muslim funerals. That data has not been in the public domain as much, and so we're not cognizant of the scale at which it is happening. But I think that we should pay more attention to it, because for all of those who believe that the path to Europe is the way in which they are going to achieve their futures, we should be very, very sensitive to the fact that Europe and the Western world is closing its doors to illegal migration. And so what does that mean? With regard to the Western world, I think both at the continental, sub-regional level and as a country, we would have to expand our efforts to negotiate for legal labor channels and the protection of the rights of diaspora citizens, whose remittances are an important source of foreign exchange inflows. Among African member states themselves, I anticipate that this will be a contentious issue that will require very sensitive conversations to take place, because juxtaposing the desire of some member states to get rid of what they consider to be illegal migrants, returning them to their host countries, while at the same time advocating for the ease of travel restrictions and making it easier to travel across our continent in order to be able to do business, is going to be a very sensitive balancing act. And given the fact that we have quite a large diaspora, both abroad in the Western world, but also within the continent, I would say that going forward, that is going to be a particularly significant issue for Ghana that we should be paying attention to, because we also do not necessarily welcome all the migrants who come into our space. And we also are not necessarily entirely pleased with having people congregating around our traffic lights, coming from different parts of the region, who we consider to be foreigners. And even though we're not expelling them, the truth of the matter is that we're not really welcoming to them either. And so if we think that this is not going to be something that we have to focus on both in the short and medium term, then I think we're deluding ourselves. So going forward, especially at the national level, I would suggest that this is something we have to focus on in much more detail. So, in short, we've got to invest in building institutions that are in a state of readiness, not just to promote our economic development, but to respond rapidly to threats and crises. That means not only focusing primarily on economic growth and prosperity, as important as that is, but also on human security, social cohesion in order to build a resilient state. Over the years, we've done an incredible amount of work on policies, programs, and initiatives. Now the emphasis must be on effective implementation and execution, monitoring and evaluation, and ensuring that the resources we have available are put to efficient use to achieve these outcomes. We need to build a resilient state to meet the challenge of a multipolar, competitive, and interest-based world order, and engage in active diplomacy within our continent and beyond, especially with our sub-regional neighbors.
So that is the voice of the United Nations support, the former Minister for Foreign Affairs and now head of the United Nations support mission in Libya. That's Hannah Tete, right? Now, linked to that, and I think it's just worth considering at this point in time, so that is just regarding migrants or illegal migrants trying to cross through from Libya into Europe. And I suppose the word of the year at the moment has got to be migrant, isn't it? The migrant. Now, have you seen what's happened in Morocco? So immediately my initial thought was, you're having these migrants coming from West Africa predominantly who try and cross over North Africa into the Mediterranean, a crossover, and then get into Europe. And I would have thought it would be the same, maybe perhaps from Mali and other countries like that. And then you find, no, in fact, the 1,000, 2,000, maybe even more people, all young people, and all of them like in bathing costumes, right, who had crossed over into what is called Quito, the Spanish enclave, in fact, are all Moroccans, like the overwhelming majority of them. And then you find, that at Quetta, this enclave is actually not in Europe proper. It's actually on the very tip of Morocco, so in Africa. And the story is just fascinating. Why are they going there? Offhand, it seems like maybe they want to get away from a bad life in Morocco. The conspiracy theory suggests they've been deliberately set up to go there to try and stir trouble in that region, propped up by Morocco, propped up by USA, propped up by Israel, by the way, as a means of destabilizing Spain. Now, I'm not saying I know the story. I'm just saying that's the story that's coming through on multiple platforms. Believe it or not. In fact, we've got a time for a quick call. Simiselo, let's get your thoughts. Hi.
Thank you, Ashraf, and good afternoon to the listeners.
Good talking to you.
Yes, Ashraf, I just wanted to comment. I think there was a very interesting question which was asked about the standard operating procedures.
Yeah.
I just want to put throw a spanner in the works just on that question. Where is AG in this whole thing? Because then all the departments are subjected to audits.
So you mean when you say you mean Auditor General you're referring to, yeah?
Yes, exactly, yes. Because then, where were they? Do they not form part of the scope when they do their audits? Because surely there should have been someone who was providing oversight. Otherwise, these guys were just left to do things on their own and in their way only. And we are here now because of that very reason. I don't think the checks and balances were put in place. And just lastly on this issue, Ashraf, who guards the guardians? Because I think that's the other question that we need to ask as society in general. But ITEP might be on the spotlight now, but I think in future we'll have other guardians as well that we must reflect on, so that we don't get to reflect on when there are problems like we are experiencing now. That is just my comment.
Okay, and I think you've raised important issues, and that issue of the role of the Auditor General in ensuring that organizations, that's one. Public Protector is another, right? In terms of ensuring there's great governance, and in the absence of that, what happens next, and when do they find out? Now or much later on? Like the public. Thank you for that call.
Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues. Every generation has a story. Every generation has questions. Every generation has a voice. For 90 years, SAfm has been part of the conversation. This August, we listen back to the voices that brought us here. We celebrate the people who shaped our journey, and we listen for the voices that will shape what comes next, including the launch of a new annual SAfm property. This Women's Month, we are in search of an SAfm woman. 4 extraordinary women, 4 extraordinary journeys. One question: what does it mean to be an SAfm woman? SAfm 90 years. Women, a new voice. 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. From 1 August, SAfm. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, so I'll tell you what, I welcome your reaction, both on the conversation we had regarding the migrants crossing through Libya to Europe and many of them not succeeding, and the comments made by the guest we just heard, and then the general issue about these Moroccans moving to Quetta in big numbers, and it looks like it's not your typical migrant. I think it's very clear, right? And then the ongoing discussions around Madlanga, that commission today, and the earlier chat about alternatives to Eskom transmission. Do you buy that story? Let's, however, talk about another take on that issue of June 30th and what that means around xenophobia, and we chat about that with the representatives from the Kopanang Africa against xenophobia next.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
So here's an interesting thought. South Africa, as we know, has battled with recurring waves of, well, listen, some people frame it as xenophobic violence. Others are saying that's not the case because it's not widespread, but there are clearly incidents of that, right? But there's also been examples of racial profiling as well. So let's find out more about it, right? In terms of their take with Sharon Ekam Baram, the leader at Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia. Appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Thank you for having us, Ashraf.
Thank you. Now, I understand that your organization, specifically, you're taking the state to court. For what?
Well, there has been a part A of this litigation, which was taken on an urgent basis, and it relates specifically to the refugees who sought protection at the police station in KZN, and they were fleeing from their homes. They were displaced because of actions of the vigilante groups like March and March, who were going door to door, evicting people, threatening landlords who had tenants as foreign nationals. And in fear of their life, they went to the police station for protection, and instead they were, targeted with rubber bullets, tear gas, and eventually ended up outside the Diaconia Center. And so we then went on an urgent basis with the argument that when people are seeking protection, it is a constitutional obligation to ensure that they are protected and feel safe in our country. And instead, the Department of Home Affairs and law enforcement began verifying their documentation status. So it was a clear indication of how law enforcement is unfairly influenced by the demands of the anti-rights groups like March and March, and leading up then to the 30th of June, which is a date that has no basis in law.
And just to be clear, I mean, you called March and March a vigilante group. I mean, clearly they certainly challenged that. You know, their position in terms of foreign nationals are well documented. We know that. But does that constitute a vigilante group if people operate, outside their formal structures? How do we hold them all accountable under March and March, for example?
Well, there is sufficient evidence and reports on the fact that when March and March does, protest, then people who are part of that march go and demand that people, wherever they are, must produce their documentation, or they walk into spaza shops and demand, if you're a foreign national, to leave that premise. And that's the issue here. Is it's not about the marching is not what makes them a vigilante group. And as you would know, and I am also one of the founding members of the Treatment Action Campaign, and I know that when you do march, you firstly have to inform the relevant authorities, and you have a convener who takes responsibility for everyone who joins the march and for their actions. So if there is looting or if there's people being beaten up, then the convener has to be held responsible, even if in the first instance they were not part of the march, because you have to have marshals to ensure that your march is peaceful and that you convey the message of your march in an orderly manner, which is as per our constitution and laws. And throughout the period, the June 30th marches and to date, we are continually seeing, in the presence of law enforcement agents, individual civilians taking the law into their own hands and demanding people produce their IDs and the kind of activities which is what I describe as vigilante acts.
I see.
Because it is unlawful.
And I mean, you made the point about there's nothing in law linking that deadline of 30th of June. I mean, explain, why is it that date has been so widespreadly quoted by so many people as, in fact, like a state-made deadline?
Well, that's exactly the point, and that was part of the Part A of our litigation, is to call on the state to distance themselves from that date, because unfortunately, Ashraf, elements of the media also contributed to turning that date into something which it wasn't. And they amplified the messages around that date. In fact, we lodged a complaint against one of the media houses, which even before the date began advertising the event as if it was an official, national day of action. And so I think that's partly what resulted in the kind of attention that was given to a date declared by a small grouping of individuals.
We have about 30 seconds to news. So just a quick answer on this one. I see also one of your concerns has been the 600 million rands that was set aside to maintain security around that date, June 30th, right? What's your concern about that?
The concern is that how much it's going to take every time groupings who are not being held responsible for people who join their marches, and where there's vigilantism, where there's shops are being looted, is that how much the state is going to have to spend in order to manage that process? And our argument is that officials are sworn to enforce the law, and yet they stand by, and we are asking the state for a plan on where we have the president, the acting minister making statements about the fact that these are unlawful acts, that only government officials have the power and authority. But but there's no action taken on the ground. The police are not enforcing law and order, and that's the simple message. We have laws, we have policies, and we have to work within the law and order. This is a constitutional democracy, and that's what it means.
Okay, I'm sure there's so much more we can talk about that, but we'll leave that for another day. Sharon Akambaram, the leader at Kopanang Africa Against Xenophobia, very clear about their position regarding what's unfolded, and the attention given to June 30th as if it's like an official state day. However, that's come across. Right, let's get the news. It's just gone 4 o'clock. Here's on Dela Mbana.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the top stories, Ramaphosa launches the Seriti Green Umbila Energy Farm and Fadel Adams to appear before the Matlanga Commission in August. For SAfm News, I am Ondela Mbana, and a very good afternoon. President Cyril Ramaphosa says power generation competition will help reduce electricity prices. Ramaphosa officiated the launch of commercial operations at the Seriti Greens Umbila Emoyeni Energy Farm near Bethal in Mpumalanga. The project marks a major milestone for the country's renewable energy capacity and energy security. The project boasts 25 turbines. The wind farm is now capable of producing 155 megawatts of power. Ramaphosa says more renewable energy projects should be built in the country.
Today represents more than the completion of an infrastructure project. This project underscores the value of partnership between government, Eskom, the private sector, finance institutions, and companies. And I want to commend the company that has built these turbines that have enabled this project to be where it is. I hear it is the largest turbine company in the world.
The Matlanga Commission of Inquiry into Criminality and Political Capture of the Criminal Justice System has confirmed that Coloured Congress Party leader and MP Fadel Adams will appear before the Commission in August. This comes after Adams was implicated by several IDEC members in the current stream by the Commission over issues relating to crime intelligence as well as the police killing task team. Commission spokesperson Jeremy Michaels confirmed Adams' appearance.
On the matter of Mr. Adams, Mr. Fadil Adams, we've had quite a number of queries in this regard, particularly because he had taken to social media. In light of that, we had received quite a number of queries, and we can now confirm that Mr. Adams, we first served him with a Rule 3 notice in October 2025, last year, and we have now confirmed that he will appear under subpoena before the Commission on the 11th of August 2026.
The Matlanga Commission has heard that the Office of the Minister of Police, Senzo Mchunu, allegedly received regular updates on the Investigative Directorate Against Corruption's investigation into senior crime intelligence officials. This was confirmed by senior IDEC investigator Robert Manja Rapesu, who concluded his testimony before the Commission today. Rapesu confirmed with evidence leader Advocate Tabang Boy that former Crime Intelligence Head Lieutenant General Peter Jacobs informed him that he was reporting on the progress of the investigation to the Minister's office every 10 working days.
And so the sentence will read, I was informed by General Jacobs that he was reporting to the Office of the Minister of Police on the progress of the matter every 10 working days. Can you confirm this?
I confirm, Chair.
Gauteng police have seized counterfeit and illicit goods worth more than 27.5 million rand during a 4-day operation across the province. The raids, conducted between Monday and today, targeted businesses and storage facilities in Tshwane, the West Rand, Sedibenge and Johannesburg. More than 56,000 counterfeit and illicit items were confiscated as police say they continue cracking down on the illegal trade. Spuem Kiza reports.
The
operation began in Pretoria Central, where police confiscated counterfeit toner cartridges before moving to Kagiso and Everton. There, they seized counterfeit goods, illicit pharmaceutical products, and other illegal items. The biggest haul was made at storage facilities in Randburg and Heidelberg, where police recovered more than 54,000 counterfeit clothing items and shoes. Gauteng police say they will continue working with brand owners and other law enforcement agencies to dismantle the illegal trade in counterfeit goods. Spium Kiza, SABC News.
The bodies of Notabo Chumba and her two daughters, Natalie and Nala, are expected to be repatriated to Zimbabwe on Sunday. Her family says they will be buried in Bulawayo on Tuesday next week. The three bodies were found at their home in Bedfordshire in the UK earlier this month. The deceased woman's husband, Ndodana Chuma, has abandoned his bail application in a Johannesburg magistrate's court. He's facing charges related to possession of an illegal firearm and is also wanted in connection with the alleged killing of his wife and their daughters aged 15 and 5. Chuma was arrested in Kensington, Johannesburg after fleeing the UK. The Spanish Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez has condemned the mass influx of migrants into the North African enclave of Ceuta from Morocco as an attack on Spain. Visiting the city, he told residents that all Spain was with them.
Lo que ha sucedido en el día de ayer como un ataque, una violación.
What happened yesterday was an attack, a violation of Spain's territorial integrity. Ceuta is a Spanish city. What happened deserves our utmost condemnation. We will cooperate with the autonomous government of Ceuta. We will use all state resources to guarantee safety.
Recapping the top story, President Cyril Ramaphosa says power generation competition will help reduce electricity prices. Ramaphosa officiated the launch of commercial operations at the Seriti Green Umbila Emoyeni Energy Farm near Bethal in Mpumalanga. I'm on Delambana for SAFM News headlines at 4:30.
In sports this hour, Ellis believes Banyana can bounce back against Cote d'Ivoire and Gleam Stars as SA Emerging Seal Tri-Series opener. More details at 4:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
It's a month-end Friday, so it's pretty high volumes across the country. We'll keep you up to date with the worst of it as we get through the next couple of hours. We started Pretoria with a crash scene on Eskia and Pathleli. If you're leaving Marabastad heading towards the Mopani Highway, it's a heavy one. Also, N1 North, John Foster, up to a breakdown around de Gaasfontein, fairly heavy. Joburg's N3 under pressure from Buccleuch down towards the London Road exit, and a crash just south of Crown means the Mike 1 under pressure from Parktown heading into that Boysons area. Durban breakdowns both sides of the N2 between Umgera Road and Spaghetti Junction. Southbound it's stuck at Clare Road Bridge. Northbound the breakdown in the roadworks up by Westwood Mall. So heavy coming through from Booth Road Bridge from the M7 side through towards Spaghetti and Westwood Mall territory. Cape Town fairly busy. Don't forget the roadworks on the N7. Friday afternoon puts more traffic on that route. It's queuing heavily from Plattercliff Road through to the single lane section in front of Dunoon. The M5 going south has the breakdown at the N2. So coming through from the Kuba Interchange, that looking quite heavy. And Stellenbosch Arterial Road queuing between Delft and the Noinsfontein Junction into Cales River. With your traffic update, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you.
The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Well, I mean, yesterday has been a day of high drama, and so is the day before, and so is the day before, and the day before, and all of that linked to, well, the Madlanga Commission, as well as what's happening at IDEC. Central to all of that, of course, has been Advocate Johnson and you know, where she's come from and where she's headed, and everything else linked to that. I mean, that connectivity of like the spider's web, and the way you think of the internet is just there for all to see. So it's a fair question, therefore. And you know, yesterday, as we just ended the show, pronouncements were made around IDEC. It's a fair question to ask, you know, where to from here, and what impact has this had on South Africa, certainly the credibility of IDEC itself, and then just general, once again, on the issue of state security and the overall state of our nation. So we'll talk about that in just a moment. This is the National Pulse, and as always, I always put out a caller for you to send your pictures, because often we get these lovely pictures or videos when people, and videos are even better, just a quick short videos like, hey, this is where I am, that's what I'm doing, and I'm listening to the National Pulse. And you can post it, tag it on our X platform, as well as on Facebook and Instagram too, by the way. But you certainly can do it via our WhatsApp immediately, and then we'll be able to share it as well with the audience, and they can hear you talking about where you are listening to the National Pulse today. But hey, that's not all. That's the fun stuff. The serious stuff is any reaction to the conversation I just had from Kopanang, Africa, against xenophobia, linked to the ongoing marches that are taking place and the pressure to ensure that undocumented foreign nationals return from where they've come from.
This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Wherever you are in the world, SAfm 104 to 107 is accessible. We're also streaming live on Facebook, X, and YouTube at SAfmRadio. We acknowledge and appreciate everyone tuning in and watching our streams. Stay with SAfm 104 to 107 as we bring you commission live, breaking stories, and thought-provoking lectures. SAfm, leading the conversations that move us.
Some voices fill a room, others echo across generations.
So I was one of quite a large group of, of police officers, men and women, black and white, who were assigned to protect Madiba, and that's what we did. And we were one of the members of that unit, loved him, and would have done anything for him, and we took our job and our responsibility very seriously.
Through the voices, moments, and conversations that help shape our democracy. Reflect, remember, and continue the conversation only on SAfm.
Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAfm Radio.
Just now we'll be talking about the President appointing a National GBV Council to lead the fight against femicide. And, it's been an ongoing fight for years, and you just wonder what will create the type of momentum shifts that we so desperately need. But for now, let's talk about a momentum shift. Are we experiencing a momentum shift regarding the state of our nation with reference to state security? And as you know now, the conversation about IDEC, the Independent Directorate Against Corruption. The government, we know, has given IDEC, in fact, 6 months to prove it can regain public confidence and strengthen South Africa's fight against corruption. Let's get a response to understanding where we are with IDEC, in particular with Dr. Levi Ndo, who's a political analyst. Appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us on the National Pulse.
Afternoon to you, Ashraf. Good afternoon to the listeners at home. Thank you for having me.
Appreciate it. A lot has happened. What do you make of you have 6 months to clean your house up?
The fight against corruption in South Africa is something that government has to take very seriously. And you'll recall that there is a general concern about the fight against corruption and ensuring that something is seen to be happening and in the right direction. But when we have got an institution like IDEC that is supposed to be fighting crime and is embroiled in the number of things that we're seeing happening now and hearing them, you therefore need to take a decision whether you do away with IDEC or ensure that it actually has to work on the basis of its mandate. My view is that the decision to have IDEC in South Africa was informed by the situation on the ground, and maybe we could not have had right people to be in that institution, and that's why we find ourselves where we are now.
All right, so this is where we are now. What's come through, and I pick up the callers we had earlier. I think was it Ronnie who spoke about standard operating procedures within IDEC. I mean, how much do we know about that? Has there been standard operating procedures, and have they been maintained over the years? And if they've not been maintained, then how come action was not taken sooner?
Unfortunately, it appears as if some that were part of IDEC did not have a clear understanding of the mandate of IDEC. Maybe wrong people could have been appointed. And I think what becomes very important is for those that are in IDEC to have a moment of reflection and indeed go back to simple things, the basics, understanding why IDEC is there, understanding their mandate, and indeed having to recommit themselves to the reasons why IDEC was established at the first place.
Now, should we be talking about the overall, state of state security now, or is that premature in the light of the final report for the Madlanga Commission still pending? I mean, it will come, right? But there's a lot that we've seen already.
We have seen and heard a lot. Since the July 6th press briefing, we have had things that we thought could not be happening with our law enforcement agencies. And most of these agencies that are coming one by one, we are always in shock when we hear about the activities happening right there. And it is not only IDEC, it's many of them. But I think what becomes very important is that we need a mind shift. We need a new refocus in terms of people having to understand why they have to occupy certain positions, what is the actual mandate, and what are the expectations of the citizens on the ground. And as things stand now, I don't think there are people who have got confidence in IDEC now, and it is in their hands that given this period that government has spoken about, they should be able to convince all of us that indeed they remain relevant and they can still deliver on their mandate.
I mean, is it a case of a mindset shift, or is it simply a case of people in positions of power and influence and control as they are at IDEC simply understanding that they must do their job, simply knowing that why were they appointed in the first place, and that's it?
When we had the Scorpions, we did not have situations similar to this one. And maybe we should have people going back and say, indeed, they regret why at the first place they disbanded the Scorpions. But I think it's also important that when you have got people that are running institutions and they are the ones who don't seem to be sure of what they're doing and they break the rules, it becomes a problem to those that are working as their subordinates, because they will also do as their leaders do. So what becomes important indeed is the change of mindset, and indeed have right people occupying positions in IDEC so that they're able to deliver on their mandate.
Who needs to lead that change?
All people, all the stakeholders should be able to lead the change. Going back to basics, it's about developing new strategies. It's about making a new commitment to those that are in the institution, and those who feel that they cannot be able to work within the institution and delivering on its mandate, they should therefore vacate the institution, because whatever they do creates big problems for the citizens of this country. and the institution itself.
And the question is, let's see if that happens. Appreciate you giving up your time tonight, Dr. Levi Ndo, political analyst, looking at reflecting on IDEC and what that means within overall state security. And you may come up with your own thoughts. Thanks for your time. And again, as always, many people reflecting on the positive impact of Mkhwanazi and what he said and what that sparked off.
Before there was the SAFM You Know Today, there was the English service, there was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid,
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion had occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAFM emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAFM looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Okay, let's talk about another important issue, and that's the president appointing the National GBV Council to lead the fight against femicide. Now, ordinarily, that makes sense. You have a problem, you appoint a committee or a council, and yet the other issue, and it's an ongoing thing, we've had the 16 days of activism, and we repeat it every year, that we have Women's Month that starts tomorrow, and there's a huge focus on women, and not just celebration, but empowering them and protecting them. And then the issues of violence perpetuates, and it just does not seem to go away. So you may wonder, even in this declaration of, declaring gender-based violence a national disaster, is it going to be treated just like that? There's been some clear strategies around it, and let's, however, get some thoughts from a gender specialist, and that's Ricky Minyuku. Appreciate your time, Ricky. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, I'm not Ricky Minyuku. I'm Sibongile Ndashe.
Okay, I'm sorry. I think that name got changed. My apology for that, right? It's Sibongile Ndashe, who's a feminist lawyer and founding director of ISLA, ISLA, right? Well, thanks for connecting with us, right? First of all, what do you make of the president appointing this National GBV Council?
It is a sad day that we now have a council, because I am part of a formation that's also known as Not Fit for Purpose, which was formed immediately after the legislation that is used to set up this council was passed. We have been working with government from 2018. Tomorrow is the 8th year anniversary of the movement of the total shutdown, where we started making the demands about the kind of leadership, governance, accountability, and coordination of the gender-based violence response. We went through a number of presidential summits, including the Interim Steering Committee and the National Strategic Plan. And we have always been clear and in agreement with the government about what we needed to see. We wanted government to resource the response. So this legislation that sets up this council does not have a funding mechanism. Funding is still sitting outside with the private sector. And there are no clear lines of kind of budget accountability, so we don't know what Treasury is actually allocating to each government department in the response. But also the leadership of it. In the National Strategic Plan, there's an agreement that the President is going to be the champion of the response. We are going to have an interministerial committee that ensures cross-department inter-coordination. And also the plan was also clear that we are going to have this intervention at national, provincial, and local government. All of these things that we believe will help with the coordination, leadership, and accountability have been hollowed out of this council that's being set up. And also Parliament has actually proposed now that it's not even an accountability body, but an advisory body. So we are moving further away from where we actually started with government 8 years ago. So it is a very sad day for us.
And if it's an advisory body, then I may say, and you would probably nod your head in approval, like, then what's the fuss? Meaning, then what's so groundbreaking about an advisory body versus many other advisory bodies? I mean, someone calling in on a talk show is giving advice as well, isn't it?
Yes. I mean, I think when there has been a diagnosis of the problem, there are quite a number of demands on the 24 demands. And one of the first demands that says, we want to review all parts of the National Strategic Plan to understand why they have failed, because this was not the first time we developed a National Strategic Plan. So that when we build this one, we build it with a very clear understanding of what it takes to make the response work. So what is the point really of agreeing? So if now it's being kind of dismantled to a point that it's really not even becoming an accountability body, this kind of advisory that Parliament is proposing, we are asking ourselves, what was this 8 years all about? Because it's not civil society that came to impose this, to government. This was a multi-sector plan. It's got the signature of the president. If you look at the National Strategic Plan, it's got the institutional framework. It's important that you mentioned the declaration of the disaster. When this happened on the eve of G20, the plan that was put in place, it actually resembles what's in the National Strategic Plan. So the things that they are refusing to put in legislation to set up the council, they say they are going to use to respond to the disaster. If you remember, there was a plan, there was a body that was going to be set up. I am telling you now, this happened around October 2025. We are sitting today on the 31st of July. That body was never set up, and that's why you haven't heard anything about this disaster that was declared.
All right. Let's pick up on your point, and you talk of the organization you're also a part of, hashtag not fit for purpose. So in effect, if what you've just heard from the president and the advisory committee is not fit for purpose, then what for you would make it fit for purpose? What needs to happen for it to be fit for purpose?
So we have to go back to the drawing board. We are not looking for anything that is perfect. But in 2020, in April, when the National Strategic Plan was delivered, most of the parties were happy that we now have got a response that we have agreed to and that looks like it could be a solution to our problem. What we have been dealing with since that National Strategic Plan was adopted 6 years ago has been a series of diversions, distractions, and us having to call government back and said, this is the road that we said we were going to work together. So the solution now is to go back to what was agreed to. We need a funding mechanism to resource the response. We need to have accountability measures in this legislation. We need to have intergovernmental kind of collaboration, the interministerial committee, so that we don't keep on passing the buck from one department to another. We are saying this response must be coordinated from national, provincial, and local government. So we are not asking for anything new. It's the things that we agreed to in 2020, the things that are in the National Strategic Plan to say, put these things back. This is what we have been talking about from 2018.
Well, okay, lots to reflect on what you've said, but you've certainly put that on the agenda. The question is, in terms of moving from not fit for purpose to fit for purpose, I can just hope that someone listens and your advice is an action plan in its own right. Sibongile Indashe, feminist lawyer and founding director of ISLA, but also in this case here, hashtag not fit for purpose. For 30 years on Della with the news hits.
Thank you, Ashraf. On the news headlines, Lieutenant Major General Apafia Modise has been announced as the new police commissioner in Mpumalanga. President Cyril Ramaphosa says power generation competition will help reduce electricity prices. Ramaphosa officiated the launch of commercial operations at the Seredi Greens Umbila Emoyeni energy farm near Bethel in Mpumalanga. And the president of the Pan-African Parliament, Dr. Fateh Botbek, says the continent's parliament must move beyond making commitments and focus on delivering measurable results. A full update follows at the top of the hour with Greg House.
SAfm, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We started Joburg with an update on that crash. It's on the N3 South at London Road. Traffic very heavy into Buccleuch, and in fact, halfway back the N1 South to about the Yuntsgate River Bridge. So Allendale through to Alex is pretty heavily backed. Also, from Buccleuch down to William Mandela, solid as usual. N3 North is slow today from Heldenace, getting up into Galulis, and a crash on the M2, driving into Joburg just after Joe Slover down by Rissik Street. The M2 coming in from Benrose side is very slow. Always worth checking Pretoria's N1 North on a Friday, particularly month end, and it's pretty busy today. There is traffic between John Foster Drive in Centurion and Linwood Road, just busy all the way through. Some roadworks on the N4 going down to Dr. Swanepoel. That's the roadworks that caused delays this morning. They're causing delays again this afternoon. Coming through from Lavender Road on your way to Durhamport Plaza. That's all jammed up. Looks like a single lane section to work through there. Durban, the N2 between Inanda Road and Spaghetti Junction going south remains slow. Possibly another breakdown, we think, near Clare Road Bridge. And northbound, two broken down vehicles around Spaghetti Junction. So coming through from Booth Road Bridge up into the roadworks at Westwood Mall is very slow. N3 from Pavilion, busy getting into that N2 North as well. Busy in the Durban CBD today, absolutely jam-packed. It has been since about lunchtime, just generally a lot of traffic, and it's moving quite slowly. Cape Town, the N7 North queuing heavily past noon. That's into the roadwork section. Friday volumes mean extra delays on that run with a queue that gets back to Plattercliff Road. And there's a crash on the busy N2 outbound at the R300, slowing traffic passing the airport runway towards Khayelitsha. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, to me. So we spoke about goodbye Hugo Bruce earlier on. What now?
Well, this evening, all focus is going to be on Banyana Banyana, and Banyana coach Desiree Ellis says that her side has worked on a fresh game plan ahead of their second group stage clash at the 2026 Women's Africa Cup of Nations. South Africa will face Cote d'Ivoire, looking to bounce back from a 2-1 defeat to Tanzania in their opener. Ellis admits that the loss was disappointing, but insists that the team remains positive, taking the tournament one game at a time. Meanwhile, outgoing Bafana Bafana head coach Hugo Broos has reiterated that the long and lonely periods away from his family is the only reason that he's decided not to renew his contract and is heading back home to Belgium. It was an emotional goodbye to South Africans for the 74-year-old coach as he reflects on his time in South Africa, a state that he has enjoyed, taking the team to 2 AFCONs, returning with a bronze medal at one tournament, and also helped secure the country's best finish at the World Cup, reaching the knockout phase for the first time.
So you understand that for me, at one side, I'm very proud and happy that I worked here 5 years and what we achieved together, because it's not only me. Let that be very clear. It's not only me. All the people I work with, they contribute to that success. But at the other side, you have that sad part of the fact that I leave this team, because also I made friends for life. I didn't know Elman, I didn't know Grant, I didn't know Copano, I didn't know the doctor. Those guys are now, for the moment, they were friends for life. They are not colleagues, they are friends for life. And that made it so amazing, and it made it also so difficult for me to leave this team.
Elsewhere, the backlash against FIFA's proposed private investment plan is intensifying. Today, the Asian Football Confederation joined UEFA and CONCACAF in condemning the move, warning that the fact World Cup boycott is now part of a public debate should alarm everyone who cares about the future of the game. The criticism was compounded by the resignation of senior advisor Carlos Cordero, who described the plan as a bad deal for football and its long-term future. Now, FIFA insists that nobody is selling football and has promised an open and democratic consultation during the plan, which could raise around $4.2 billion. But the UEFA, CONCACAF, and now the AFC united in opposition, and FIFA President Gianni Infantino faces mounting pressure over the proposal. In rugby, Springbok captain Siya Kolisi has been included in the 26-man squad for next month's test against Argentina, in what is likely his final chance to hold on to a place in the team. Kolisi returns from injury alongside Lut de Jager, Eben Etzebeth, Sasha Feinberg Mgomezulu, and Monet van der Berg for the warm-up international in Buenos Aires on the 8th of August before South Africa hosts New Zealand in their 4-test series later in the month. Kolisi's injury woes have allowed several players to emerge as possible replacements for the 35-year-old who remains an icon of the world game as the first black captain of the Boks, but is now under serious threat of losing his place in the team. Then in terms of cricket, LOC board chairperson for the 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup, Trevor Manuel, says that they've been hard at work to make sure that they're ready for the tournament in October and November next year. The LOC board was announced almost a year ago in August 2025, but went under the radar since then. But Manuel says a fair amount of work has been done behind the scenes, not only with the host cities, but also in terms of logistics for the event. South Africa will stage the World Cup for the first time since 2003 and will hold the bulk of the matches, with Zimbabwe and Namibia also taking part in the festivities.
There's a fair amount of organization in preparation, right? On some of the issues like deciding which areas to put out to tender when, you would have seen that the presentations this evening are part of the work that's done. You've got to construct the image, and then there's a lot of below the radar work. Take for instance the approach to ticketing and visas. All of that stuff is underway. The work at all of the stadiums. I mean, we can give you a rundown of every host city and stadium, what the state of play is. These things are not just announced in a meeting. There's actually been visits to the stadiums and a fair amount of work that's been done in that regard.
Well, that's it. It is a wrap from myself for now. I'll have more in the next hour.
And I think the big question for all of us, if not Hugo Bruce, then, Hugo who? Meaning, who's going to be in charge next?
For 90 years, South Africa has changed. Governments have changed. Generations have changed. Technology has changed. But through it all, one thing has remained: the conversation. From the voices of yesterday,
the situation in the Democratic Republic of Congo is not improving.
Good morning and welcome to the Sunday edition of the JSB House. I'm Michelle Constant.
If a union treasurer is popular, then there must be something wrong with the finances. You are extremely popular this morning, Minister Manuel. Is there something wrong with our finances?
It's a very good evening, or rather afternoon, to you, Mzansi. Welcome to Otherwise on SAFM, South Africa's news and information leader. My name is Shadow Twala.
So, you know how important social grants are, right? And it turns out that there's a big study that's been done. The University of Johannesburg's been looking at it.
To the voices shaping tomorrow. This August, SAFM celebrates 90 years of conversation. A nation story, our shared future. SAFM turns 90 from 1 August. SAFM, the conversation continues. In case you missed it,
former Group Chief Executive Office of the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, Lucky Montana, could no longer touch two of his expensive properties for the time being. spending billions on locomotives that were inappropriate for South African railways. When billions were lost, Lucky Montana blamed former board chair Popo Molefe at the Zondo Commission for much of what went wrong. How do you respond to the news that Lucky Montana's properties have been frozen?
You haven't told me your name.
Joanne Joseph.
Oh, Joanne, yes, I got a message that you're going to call me.
That was the Daily Discourse with Joanne Joseph. The soundtrack of your life with Ernest Pillay.
Some songs take you back instantly to your first love, a road trip, or just simpler times. The soundtrack of your life with me, Ernest Pillay, is where timeless hits and forgotten favorites come together to tell your story. It's not just music, it's memories, moments, and the meaning behind this jam.
Don't you change someone by night.
Rediscover the songs that shaped your journey. Tune in to The Soundtrack of Your Life with me, Ernest Pillay, Saturdays and Sundays, 1 to 4 p.m., only on SAFM 104 to 107 nationwide.
Standing on his own.
Economic news on SAFM. Facts and figures you can count on.
And those facts come on a Friday with Paswane Mpatlele. Paswane, you got all the news, local and global. What are you going to start with?
We'll do the whole global issue and head through the markets. Actually, afternoon, we're seeing interesting shifts at play following the US holding interest rates earlier in this week, and we're closing out the month of July, where we've seen the likes of gold hit its first monthly gain since February at $4,040 an ounce. Higher lows have been done consecutively throughout this week, reflecting a rate of change that is brewing positively. Meanwhile, the likes of interest rate risk kept its gains. When you look at the likes of oil, they are up 20% for the month, sitting at $88.20 a barrel, holding above a key level of $86 a barrel. As we go into a volatile week where we've seen Trump and his cabinet will be moving to Camp David to discuss intelligence briefing. Based on bond yields having moved back up to their highs, it's indicative that we might see a little bit of escalation before middle ground is get to be found, as we see new players continue to get involved into finding peace. Inflationary risks remain, and while the likes of the dollar rebound after a disappointing US GDP number up 1.5%, and we're going into a quarter where it's expected to even remain weaker. Emerging markets like South Africa have benefited from these brewing developments, locking in their first monthly gain since April, while technologies are recording its second month of losses. In the next 2 weeks, General Alshef will give us clarity, especially with the key pin being in the conflict, whether Trump will be finishing off the Middle East developments or easing them, and this would help a lot of flow through in terms of risk taking. So we'll be looking out for that. In the US markets, everything is relatively flat after that fake bounce that happened overnight. In Europe, we're seeing the FTSE is down 0.5%, JSE is down 0.7%, with losses from resource sector 2.3, industrial 0.8, while financials were up half a percent. When we come into our currencies, we are just generally better off. But yeah, the rand is weak at 16.60 against the dollar, 19.04 against the euro, and 22.26 against the pound.
Well, thanks for that, Paswane. Have a great weekend. We'll engage you and your team on Monday.
Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, we're going to chat, as you know, on a Friday we have this feature in marketing and branding. So we'll talk to Gillian Rightford coming up just now about the 2026 Effie Awards and how significant that may be. So if you are in the marketing and brand building business, when you'd be very clear to take close attention to that. That comes up just now. But for now, I need to hear what you have to say. Here's a question, who needs to lead that change? Good question, Ashraf. Perhaps voters need to lead that change, not just bureaucrats and political principles. Okay, we'll see what happens. Things unfold by the day, don't they? And some things we don't even fully understand.
Good afternoon, Ashraf and your team. I fully agree with the voice note from Mbuisa saying that the government must employ more inspectors to do the inspections for the employers who are hiring illegal foreigners. I don't think South Africa has this much high employment rate. I think most of the people who are working are non-South African, and majority of those non-South Africans are illegally. So I concur with him. Thank you.
Okay, got that. And I wonder who else does the concurring.
Ashraf, this is Ngondi in Cape Town. What Rapeso were to say about investigations at IDEC leaves too much to be desired, you know? For instance, I would prefer Andy Maile or Mashaile together with Institute of Security Studies, both of them, to do an overhaul of IDEC. They can change it to whatever name they desire, but IDEC needs to be changed.
Interesting. I mean, you know the example I think was given about ESCOM, to say when ESCOM was a mess, we didn't say scrap ESCOM, we say reform it. So in this case, because there's been calls from people to say just disband IDEC completely. And in fact, there's now a call to say, but actually no, look at the ESCOM example, reform it completely, don't scrap it. If the current form is bad, just change the game players.
Yeah. Afternoon, Ashraf. You know, Ashraf, I feel like we need to do something, especially for our kids, our next generation. This Matlanga Commission, it must be known, even in the next coming years, it must be known that there was something like Matlanga Commission. I believe that if there's people who are very passionate about writing the books, they can write about or the book that called 121 dockets. 121 dockets. Thank you, Ashraf. Bye.
Well, there we are. 121 dockets is what you say. Now, here's a question linked completely to the conversation we had earlier.
Ashraf, good afternoon, man. Flores from a beautiful winelands. Ashraf, no, it's not xenophobia. My personal view, it's Afrophobia. Because we are not so hard on the Asian people, the Pakistanis, Bangladeshis, and the Chinese. It's mostly just the African countries. But then again, we allow African countries to come and dictate to us because they think we still owe them for Madiba, which is absolutely nonsense. Have a good show. Bye-bye.
Okay, there we are. I don't know if that's true. I think, in my opinion, the point of difference, because people have said, you know, what's a foreign national and what's not, in this case documented, I think the difference is certainly those that bear the brunt of unemployment are those that live in townships. And for them, their priority is not someone who lives in a suburb, but someone who lives in a township. And when they see the townships being, you know, run, in this case here, by foreign nationals economically, and they find out that not all, but many may well be undocumented, or they could be documented, but then they don't have a business license. They've been able to circumvent rules because of conspiring with South Africans, right? Then their target would be those people. So I don't even think it's a case of Afrophobia or xenophobia. It's a case of targeting what they see as the problem. And that's what they see in their face. What they don't see as a problem is somebody in Camps Bay. If you can understand the point I'm making, right? Here's another.
Hi, Ashraf. Uvosilusha about Durban. I'm quite irritated by this lady you've just interviewed, who says March and March is a vigilante group who goes door to door removing illegal foreigners from wherever she says they do. I challenge her to go to the nearest police station and open up a case with evidence. I challenge her. We cannot have these people coming on national radio just spewing these frivolous allegations without any shred of evidence. If she has any evidence, she must go to the nearest police station and open up a case against March and March and Jacinta.
Well, I mean, look, I certainly challenge her. So on what basis do you say vigilante group? They believe, and this is her opinion, but she's not just a caller. I mean, she's someone who has a position within an organization. They believe, based upon what they see, and she made the point about being part of Treatment Action Group, that you have to take responsibility for your followers during marches. And if you get a spillover from a march into other forms of vigilantism, even if it's not the leadership, that ultimately leadership then must take responsibility for that. Here's another quick one that I want to pick up on.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. Ashraf is KG and Kurma. Ashraf, I don't think that lady is really advocating for human rights. They're just advocating for slavery. Because now, if all these Malawans and all these people leave, so it simply means that there's no longer cheap labor. So there's no longer slavery. So they're not actually advocating for human rights. So they're just advocating for slavery. And then what is wrong with our citizens reminding the government to enforce the laws? Because being in the country illegally, it's a crime on its own. Thank you, KG and Kuruman.
Well, thank you for that, KG. I think it's an issue well documented to say how did the problem start? And is this the solution to the problem now? Right, let's talk marketing and branding after this.
Unleash your inner chef with Spar. Get up to 80% off on NutriFresh kitchen essentials when you buy products like 200-gram Nescafe Gold coffee jar or 220-gram pouch, excluding decaf, for $149.99. Save 50 Rand. Or 700ml all gold tomato sauce for $32.99. Save 10 Rand. Price is valid from 22 July till 10 August, while stocks last. Only at Spar. T's and C's apply.
Limpopo, are you ready? The Limpopo Champions Boxing Promotion proudly presents the World Kings Boxing Tournament on 31 July at the University of Venda Stadium. Witness Akane Sambo take on Alvin Komik of the Philippines for the vacant WBF World title, plus 2 provincial title fights and an action-packed undercard. Catch the action live on the SABC Sport channel 31 July from 7 p.m. A punch for hope, a punch for unity, a punch for peace. SABC Sport is the official broadcaster of the Limpopo Boxing Challenge 2026.
For the love of the game.
Drivers, winter fatigue creeps in faster than you think. That heater may keep you warm, but it can also make you drowsy. Crack a window. Take your rest breaks seriously. Stay fresh, stay focused, because when you're behind the wheel of a heavy vehicle, fatigue doesn't just risk your life, it risks everyone's. So stay alert, stay visible, and stay safe. This message is brought to you by the National Department of Transport.
Marketing and branding on the National Pulse.
Right, so, at least once a week we have this feature. We talk marketing and branding because we think it's that important. So what about then the Effie Awards and spelled EFFIE, Effie Awards, and they've announced their 45 finalists for their 2026 program. With me is Gillian Rightford. She's very much a name synonymous in the marketing and branding space, I can tell you. Association for Communication and Advertising Executive Director, in this case here for Effie South Africa. Gillian, I appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Hi, Ashraf.
Much appreciate your time. First of all, let's start with this. When we say the Effie Awards, obviously, many people will be familiar to the Lourie's Awards and other advertising creative awards. What's the point of difference?
Effie stands for effectiveness. So it's a global award show. It's in about 100 countries. It's been running for, close on 60 years. And it celebrates ideas that work. So it looks for marketing effectiveness. It's about cases and campaigns that have actually delivered incredible results. So it follows the path from what was the strategy, what was the challenge it was trying to solve, what was the strategy, how did they bring that to life, and then what were the actual results. So interrogate the results a lot harder than in any of the others.
Which I suppose in many cases even means a lot more to to the brand custodians, isn't it? Because often you may get a very creative award, which is beautifully creative, but okay, so then what, right? So in then measuring the effectiveness, what do you measure?
Well, it depends on what the objectives are. So the 4 pillars are looking at very clearly defined objectives. So the measurement of a campaign might be that you want to generate social conversation. It might be that you want to reduce train deaths. It could be about selling more cars. So it really depends on whether it's a commercial objective or whether it's a social impact objective, and that would be very clearly defined upfront. And then you've got to prove that you actually achieved whatever it was that you set out to achieve in the beginning. So the objectives pillar is very closely scrutinized as well to make sure that it ties in with the results better.
And in a case like this, then, whose objectives? Is it the brand itself or the agency who works on behalf of the brand? Because linked to that, who would actually submit an entry? Agency or brand?
Both. So it's usually the brand's objective. So the brand would be facing a particular challenge or given the context of their business, or their charity, or whatever it is that the category that the brand belongs to. They would then brief an agency to try and help them solve that problem and solve it creatively. So even though results are really important to us, the creativity has to also be exceptional. You can't just have good results with poor creativity. So it's equally important. And then mostly the agencies actually submit it. But I think the one point of difference with Effie's is that it's a very close collaboration between the marketer and the agency, because it starts with business strategy and it goes all the way through to
Okay.
results.
Having said that, you now have a long short list, if I can call it that, 45 finalists. Tell me about that.
Yeah, we had a phenomenal entrance this year. We had close to a 30% improvement on last year, which was already really good. So what that tells us is that this is an award show that people believe in, and that they believe validates the work that they're doing every day. And so there's a very strict judging process. We had about 145 judges of the most senior people in the industry, across the industry, from marketing, all the disciplines of marketing, all the disciplines in communication. And then those people sit in the judging round one, and they look at all of the case entries. And from those, we chose 45 that go through to a second round of judging, which is happening right now. And then we will award gold, silver, and bronzes from these 45 finalists.
Okay, and you say you're sitting right now. So when will the actual winners in this case be announced?
Only at the gala event, which is on the 20th of October.
All right, it's coming up pretty soon. Here's a question to you. I get the point about measuring effectiveness, and I think it's very honorable and great. But assuming and in this case, then it's less about opinion and more hard science, right? But so brand A wins, gold, right? What does that do for the actual brand?
Look, I think that one of the things that the global research has found with Effie Awards is that winning an Effie, or as I say, earning an Effie, is validation for the marketer and for the agency that what they're doing is of the highest caliber in their profession. So it's a real pat on the back, and it means that your case has been assessed by some of the best brains in the industry. And what it does for the brand is not so much because the brand is already being successful in doing whatever they're doing, but what it does for the individual, the marketing team that is involved, and what it does for the agency is that it shows that they're actually really good at what they do. So it verifies their status.
And therefore, just to conclude, historically, when you have these winners, what does it do for the agencies? Anecdotally, can you share?
Well, I think that we also have a grand Effie, so any of the golds that win then go into a possible grand, and to win a grand is really quite a feat. All the finalists also go into the global Effie contest, the index, and every marketer wants effectiveness. No one wants work that doesn't work. So when marketers are looking for agencies that can produce high impact campaigns, they will go to the agencies that are winning Effies because they've been proven to do work that works.
Absolutely. I tell you what, we must have a chat around October when you finally have all those winners and see who's won a grand Effie or not, and what has happened to the agency and the brand. Love to connect with you on that one there.
Great.
Much appreciate your time, Gillian Rightford, who's the Executive Director for Effie South Africa, but also part of the Association for Communication and Advertising that effectively manages the entire process. We'll do another one on marketing and branding. By the way, here's a question to you, right? Have you seen an advert recently that is just wonderfully creative, that the mind boggles, like you just love watching it or listening to it? That's one. The second part of it is, have you seen an advert that has moved you to actually make that purchase? And not just you, like hundreds of other people you know. It's like, we just love the advert, because that would then translate from creativity into actual effectiveness if the goal was brand awareness or actual sales, right? And if so, I'd love you to share it. I mean, just, drop us a WhatsApp, text or voice note, and think about that right now. Think about the news. It's 5 o'clock. Here's Greg.
Thank you, Ashraf. Ramaphosa backs renewable energy projects and a call for greater cooperation within the Pan-African Parliament. Good day to you. President Cyril Ramaphosa says power generation competition will help play a role in reducing electricity prices. He officiated the launch of commercial operations at the Sariti Greens Ambila Munyeni energy farm near Bethel in Mpumalanga. He says more renewable energy projects should be built in the country.
Today represents more than the completion of an infrastructure project. This project underscores the value of partnership between government, ESCOM, the private sector, finance institutions, and companies. And I want to commend the company that has built these turbines that have enabled this project to be where it is. I hear it is the largest turbine company in the world.
Former Justice Minister Jeff Radebe has revealed to the TRC Cases Inquiry he had no knowledge of any political interference in the investigation and prosecution of TRC cases. He served as the minister from 2009 until 2014. He's been testifying at the TRC Cases Inquiry in Johannesburg.
During my tenure as a Minister of Justice, I never sought to interfere with that, because as a lawyer myself by training, I understood, and also as a political activist, I was always very aware of how during apartheid there was interferences by ministers of justice with magistrate judges and so on. So it was something that was very conscious in my mind.
Lieutenant General Apapia Modise has been announced as the new police commissioner in Mpumalanga. The acting National Police Commissioner Puleng Dimpani made the announcement at Bethel in Mpumalanga. Commissioner Modise is taking over from acting Provincial Commissioner Seth Mkunazi. Mkunazi had been acting as the Provincial Commissioner after the suspension of Simakaleng Manamela, whose contract ended in June. Manamela was first suspended in 2022 and again in 2024. She was suspended for alleged corruption, misuse of state resources and abuse of staff. The President of the Pan-African Parliament, Fateh Boutbeg, says the continent's parliaments must move beyond making commitments and focus on delivering measurable results. He was addressing the Conference of Speakers of National and Regional Parliaments in Midrand, north of Johannesburg.
Today need to move from just defining visions, but rather to implementing those and making them a reality. Now we are to move from just making recommendations, but to implement those so that we have concrete results.
Meanwhile, the Speaker of the National Assembly in South Africa, Toko Didiza, says addressing Africa's challenges requires open and honest discussions between countries. She reflected on migration pressures facing the continent and the need for collective solutions that strengthen African unity and cooperation. The top stories this hour: Lieutenant General Apapia Modise has been announced as the new police commissioner in Mpumalanga. The acting National Police Commissioner Puleng Dimpani made the announcement at Bethel. And President Ramaphosa says power generation competition will play a role in reducing electricity prices. I'll be back with headlines at 5:30 for SAFM News. I'm Greg House.
In sports this hour, Betway Premiership begins this weekend. Banyana all set for Cote d'Ivoire tonight, and Kolisi back for the Springboks. More details at 5:30.
SAFM, guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
We just had a call on the traffic jam line from Dan, who just clarifies the N4 going east of Pretoria. The roadworks before Dr. Swanepoel have been lifted, but exactly where those roadworks are, there's a truck broken down and another couple in attendance assisting us. So the N4 net results the same. It stays slow from about Lavender Road, moving into that obstruction before you get to Dr. Swanepoel. The M1 in Pretoria, busy for a Friday. Queues between Boerta Avenue and Linwood Road. It's not a heavy queue, it's just really busy. busy, big volumes out that way. A breakdown on the M1 North at New Road. That's heavy from Buccleuch. A crash on the N3 South at London Road. That's heavy from Buccleuch, heading down towards Edenvale as well this afternoon. Crossing to Durban, the M2, still with breakdowns. Southbound before Spaghetti Junction. Northbound, just up by Westwood Mall. That vehicle is cleared. So it's just the southbound side that is a bit slow as you come from Inanda Road and head down through towards that Clare Road Bridge area. Ashburton, Pietermaritzburg. Okay, if you're going into Pietermaritzburg, not so great if you're coming out to Durban. There's a backlog from almost Chotamatala down to a breakdown before you get to the Market Road exit. And Cape Town, a big crash on the N2 out of town underneath the R300 just before Khayelitsha. That's pushing a queue back to the airport exit. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Stay safe on the roads. SAFM is with you. The National Pulse with Ashraf Garda on SAFM. You're listening to the National Pulse, weekdays 3 to 6 p.m.
Just pick up on that. Is there a brand that's completely moved you in the last 3 months, let's say? It's completely moved you. You just love the creativity. It is so memorable, you just can't stop thinking about it. Like, the Cremora one from all those years ago, I can never forget it. That sort of thing. What has moved you? But very importantly, has it also moved you to make a purchase? If whatever they're selling, has it actually shifted to a point where you make that purchase? They're top of mind, in fact, when you want to make that purchase. If so, share your thoughts. I certainly want to hear what you have to say about that. Yesterday we had the conversation around what we call, my city, my concern. And we chatted to Zainab Abu, who's from Constantia Kloof, which is, Joburg West Rand, right? And she spoke about city power and sort of messing up with their power supply every few days anyway. So we had her then. We'll chat to Isaac Mangena about it coming up at about 5:20. We couldn't do that yesterday, right? That's one. Then there's also the news that Ace Magashule may well be running for the mayor in certain municipalities within the Free State. So we'll talk about that too in terms of whether that's a good move for him and his party, but is it a good move for the region as well? And as we talk, everybody's standing for different positions. Ayanda Ali Payne, you know her, once of Build One South Africa. It's a case of hey, she's cool with Action SA. That was confirmed this morning. So she's formally now part of Action SA. And lastly, have you really been following that story around these Moroccan migrants moving to Quetta, which ordinarily in Spain, ordinarily thought like it's across the Mediterranean, accepting it's still on mainland Africa. It's a small enclave, and people are questioning why it's still owned by the Spaniards, right? Have you been following it? It doesn't look like this is not a typical story. This is not the desperate migrants who just run and use boats that may well sink. No, this is organized. Some of them are swimming and they're all in their bathing costumes. Some of them are off by the truckload. And the story is that it seems like they're being aided to move to that area by the Moroccan authorities. And the central cause may well be that they are feeling the brunt of poverty, and South Africa can relate to that. But the other story around that is that they want to put pressure on the Spain, and this is being propped up by Donald Trump and Israel and Morocco in cahoots, and it's all speculation, but it's on mainstreamed across the board, to put pressure on Spain for their position regarding Palestine. Sure, you know much more. We can talk about it. Let's talk about Ace Magashule next.
This Sunday evening at 7 on the Tastemaster Professional, our chefs take a road trip to the beautiful Elgin Valley to celebrate fresh seasonal produce. It's all about cooking on fire. And with elimination on the cards, they'll have to bring the heat if they want to stay in the competition. Who will make it through to the next round? Find out on the Tastemaster Professional. Sunday at 7, repeat Saturday at 4:30 and Sunday at 3:30 only on SABC2.
Looking for exclusive content, live events, and special broadcasts like the Madlanga Commission? Then connect to the all-new SAFM Connect stream. The Madanga Commission, live and uninterrupted from 9:30 Monday to Friday. SAfm Connect brings you more of the conversations that matter. Listen anytime, anywhere by visiting connect.safm.co.za or stream directly on SABC Plus at sabc-plus.com. SAfm Connect. More conversations, more access. There's much more coming. Before there was the SAfm you know today, there was the English service. There was Radio South Africa, Radio South Africa, and there was a country going through extraordinary change.
Hello. Good morning, Mr. Raphael.
From the darkness of apartheid
I have to inform honourable members.
through the states of emergency,
Earlier, it was reported an explosion occurred at an ESCOM.
through the release of Nelson Mandela,
Comrades and fellow South Africans, I greet you all.
through the birth of a democratic South Africa.
As we know, elections do not create change, they create only the opportunity for change.
The conversations continued, and in 1995, a new SAfm emerged. A new country, a new voice, a new chapter. This August, SAfm looks back at the journey that brought us here. The voices, the moments, the people, the history. 90 years of conversation, a nation story, our shared future. SAfm turns 90 from 1 August. SAfm, the conversation continues.
Right, now listen to this, okay? The Road Traffic Infringement Authority is now implementing phase 2 of the Administrative Adjudication of Road Traffic Offences Act, the ARTO Act, which is now rolling out in 62 municipalities with 43 service outlets nationwide. So we are here to help you resolve your infringements quickly and easily. Act now. Remember the elective options available to you under ARTO Act. You get a 50% discount when you pay within 32 days after receiving the fine. Make representations to dispute a traffic infringement. Arrange to pay installments. Nominate a new driver. Apply for revoking of an enforcement order. Always remember to make use of the RTIA approved payment platforms when paying your traffic fines. Don't be scammed. And for any ARTO-related inquiries, you can call 0861 227 861 or go to the website, which is online.arto.gov.za. online.arto.gov.za.
Ashraf Garda on SAfm.
Well, here's a story. I mean, Ace Magashule is, well, you know, he was once the premier of the Free State. But I mean, that region is his hood, isn't it? So the news now is that his party, the African Congress for Transformation, has now announced that Ace Magashule will be their candidate for the position of executive mayor of the Ngwate local municipality. And, you know, this is certainly party season. Every one of the parties nominating people in leadership positions. But let's understand this and you know, how much sense does it make? Well, I mean, of course he's entitled to stand, but what does it mean? Because some parties are, the DA have called into account his poor track record as the Free State premier, but also call the party a small party. It's interesting thought in terms of why would they even feel fit to do just that. Let's get your thoughts. I'll certainly get your opinions on that too, and I'm sure you have strong views on that too. But more than that, let's get an expert analysis on that too. And with me is Wayne Duvenage. Appreciate your time as always. Thanks for joining us here on the National Pulse.
Good evening,
In fact, sorry.
Ashraf.
Yeah,
It's
Andre,
Dievenage.
appreciate your time. Thanks. I'm thinking about Wayne because that's another story around traffic issues. Yeah.
We are family far away.
I was going to ask you whether you were family or not. Yeah.
Yes, he has Rhodesian Zimbabwe connections, and I believe all our Dievenages are connected in some way or another, but he's not close family.
Thanks for that history lesson. I hope you guys have met up, right?
But, Ashraf, before I started, I would first like just to congratulate SAfm on the anniversary of 90 years. You know, it's on the eve of 1 August, and you contributed in many ways to the country, to the thinking of people, within South Africa in order to bring about changes in many ways. So my congratulations in this regard.
Oh, wonderful. And I think, you know what, many of us, including myself, by the way, you know, we're not just SAFM hosts, or like in your case, as an analyst that we use often, but we're also listeners. I mean, I've heard the station, well, not before, but certainly from the old English news service or English radio, and then as SAFM in the new democracy, right? Listen to the station. So a great privilege, I think, as you talk about 90 years, about how it is able to impact the entire nation. And I think, therefore, our show, The National Pulse, really is the pulse of a nation. So much appreciate your kind words, and it's very noted. Okay, so not Wayne, but Andre, appreciate your time. Let's talk about Ace Magashule then.
Yes, to start with, you know, I have met Ace Magashule many times when I was academic at the University of the Free State. I know him in person. There was a time I followed Free State politics on a regular basis. And maybe something of a historical context is coming through today. And I would like to go back to the period 1994, when the Free State was divided between what they call the Northern Group and the Southern Group, or the Klokkelaan Group. And Terra Lakota was part of the Southern Klokkelaan Group, and Ace Magashule was part of the Northern grouping within the ANC that eventually dominated the ANC for probably about 5 terms. There was about 2 or 3 terms when Lakota or other premiers were not in control of the ANC, and you had the 2 power bases. So this is indicating the influence of Ace Magashule in the Free State. But taking it to the contemporary situation, it is interesting that now outside of the ANC, in the so-called political wilderness, he is focusing on the northern parts of the Free State, Ngwati, including Parys, Vredefort, Koppies, Edenville, and then there's also reports indicating that he has an eye on Matjebeng, and that is the Welkom Oendalsrus gold mines environment. So what we can clearly see is that he's working back to his baseline, where he had established structures, and the African Congress for Transformation is going to focus on the Magashule power base, and it's highly likely that he can make some sort of an impact in some of these areas.
I suppose, you know, so I said in the intro, interesting, DA calling them a small party, and of course they are smaller, right? They're not the ANC, they're not the MK party, they're not the EFF or the DA. Having said that, I mean, is there a space for a small party to position itself in such a way that, in fact, their leader could well become the mayor? There has been examples of that in Joburg, I know, with Al-Jamaa, that comes to mind immediately.
Well, absolutely. In an environment, and maybe again we must work with some of the history and the statistics, in the 2021 elections, we had something like about 70 out of 250-something local structures that had so-called hung councils. In other words, there's no absolute majority for a single party. And the indications, if we look at the current surveys, are that we are going to have a lot more hung councils, maybe the majority on local level, maybe some sort of a hung council. And that is giving a lot of power to minority parties in the way they can and may position themselves. And without any doubt, smaller parties can play a role. But when we talk about ACE, there's also another side of the coin, and that is the legal processes, the state capture thing, his legacy in the Free State, and I'm not sure where this is going to take him as a leader in the future, but that's a completely different story.
Well, I suppose it's a fair question to ask, which is that, you know, you spoke about legal processes. What about his leadership legacy? I mean, what has he done that's worked, and what has he done where he's failed?
Well, my general take on the Free State was that he took a province that was probably in the position where they had a number of challenges into a phase where we can talk about institutional and provincial political decay, where there was huge elements of endemic and systemic corruption, which was very prominent at the local government level. It had a lot to do with the cadre deployment strategy. And very interesting, it was especially prominent. It was prominent in most areas, but very prominent in the Ngwati area, and that is where he would like to position himself as a future mayor. So I think history will look back at Magashule's political legacy not in a positive way. You know, he had the nickname of Mr. 10%, and that is the nickname given to him because every contract that was approved, he so-called, according to a journalist, and I've read their books, which is standing in the academic literature, he is the 10% guy that is taking 10% from that transaction. That was the story that went around in the Free State.
Okay, let's see how all of that unfolds in time. For now, Professor Andre Duvenacher, thanks for your time, political analyst from the Northwest University. And by the way, just on that Duvenacher story, you know, Wayne is very clear, born in Zimbabwe, and he's a Duvenage, as opposed to Duvenacher. Spelled exactly the same way, clearly, but a very different tweak to how the name gets pronounced. So what about city power? And are they getting the act together, particularly in the neighborhood of Constantia Kloof and the Joburg West Rand?
Ashraf Garda on SAFM. Ashraf Garda is streaming live now on Facebook, YouTube, and X at SAFM Radio. SAFM.
The people are no longer interested in having equal rights with the white people in South Africa. They want the tables to be turned so that the white man can get a taste of his own medicine and feel what it was like to be oppressed.
Seychelles gained independence in 1976. A small nation with a global tourism reputation, tourism and fishing drive the economy, one of Africa's highest income countries per capita. But challenges remain: climate change, rising sea levels, and economic dependence on tourism.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us. Ashraf Garda on SAFM.
Right, so yesterday we chatted to Zainab Abu, and it's part of a new feature. We talk about, my city, my concerns. It could well be my town, my dorpie, my village, my concerns. And Zainab Abu dropped us an email, and she had some huge concerns around her suburb. So she lives in the suburb of Constantia Kloof, which is really Roodepoort, so Joburg West Rand, okay, in Gauteng. And the concerns were around electricity issues that they've been having. Now, one may say, well, like, okay, so what? We hear that every time. According to Zainab, she says they sometimes they don't have power for up to 50 hours in a week. And then it comes back, and then after a couple of days, it goes back into no power mode. And she says, they've raised it, and so has the local councillor raised it, but there's nothing that appears to be forthcoming in terms of resolution to that. So she's given her story yesterday. We have today the City Power spokesperson, Isaac Mangena, who couldn't speak to us yesterday, unfortunately, but Isaac's been very kind enough to give off his time today. So, Isaac, appreciate you engaging us on the National Pulse.
Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the listeners.
Thank you. And of course, when a listener who's part of the Pulse community feels the need to call in or to drop an email, you must know their pulse rate's racing. They are infuriated or frustrated. Now, you've seen the email, you've seen the concerns raised. Yeah. You may well have heard Zainab on air live speaking to me yesterday. How can you respond to that?
Yeah, so thanks for the opportunity to respond and to to deal with Zainab's pulse. I think we are recognizing the frustration that she has raised on the show, and it goes to other customers, especially around Veldefreden Park, Allensneck, Constantia Kloof, and the surrounding areas, who have been enduring repeated electricity interruptions over the past few months. And we really do understand the significant disruptions that this has been happening. But we need to also highlight some of the challenges that we're facing, especially in terms of our network in the Rudeport area. Rudeport is running on a very old network, as old as the City of Gold, some of it, but obviously over the years there have been some investments that have obviously taken place. And at City Power we have basically started, or have already started working to ensure that we deal with some of those backlogs in terms of the infrastructure investment, especially in Rudeport, but across the city of Johannesburg. You'll remember that we did indicate that we are sitting on about 44 billion rands in backlog in terms of what we need to basically revamp, remove the old, replace with the new, and so forth and so forth. And this talks to the substations, the transformers, and also the aging cables. So most of the issues that have beset the residents, including Zainab in Rudeport, has mainly been due to mostly the cable theft and vandalism of the infrastructure, which has been high, especially in the previous financial year in Rudeport area. But when a cable is stolen and we patch it and replace and joint it, and then we try to put another cable, it means then that cable is already compromised in terms of its integrity to withhold electricity, but also that whenever there is rain and water seeps through the soil and onto that cable, it may develop some faults. And that's what we've also been seeing in terms of the multiple faults that we have reported every time there's an outage in the area. And that is what happened. But we also had a major incident in April, which basically exacerbated some of the challenges that we had, whereby we basically lost a Christian Givet 88 kV substation, and it affected Panorama switching station, which also is part of the network.
Okay.
In that area.
Now, I mean, I hear that.
Some of the challenges.
All right. Now, the reality is that what you've just related, and I told this to Zainab as well, what you've just related, you could copy and paste your response and change the names of the places in some of the suburbs, and the same can apply to all of them, and including we've got challenges, including we've got budget issues, including we've got old systems breakdowns. The problem is, how does that solve the problem for residents where they are asked to live their lives in a situation that must be their new normal? So the bar of service delivery has been lowered. What can you tell her anything that suggests that you will get, when I say you, City Power will get it on track, or must they then be accustomed to just accepting that this is their norm?
Yeah, we don't want it to be their norm. Our job as City Power is to ensure that we keep the lights on for all the residents, especially those that are paying for electricity. And I believe that those in that part of the town, including Zainab, are actually paying customers, and they deserve proper service that City Power should give. And that's why we're after the incident. In fact, we've got a monitor where we look at the frequency of outages in one area. And she is right that that area where she stays has seen a lot of frequent outages happening, and after that the report came through to the chief operating officer. We dispatched a team to basically investigate so that we can have a long-term solution to some of those challenges. And one of the solutions that we have is that we need to basically make sure that we replace most of the cable that is in the area. Like I said, it's currently in a critical stage because of the theft that happened. And it does
but Evan, can you give me a sense of when? Because what I'm concerned about, and in my areas we have the same problems, right? What I'm concerned about is that this, we could have a chat in 6 months and we'll still be waiting for budgets for new cables, and they will still continue having 2 days on, 3 days off, 2 days on. I mean, and that can't be acceptable.
Yeah, so City Power has been working hard to try to ensure that we raise funds over and above what the city has or does not have, because, as I mentioned, that 44 billion has not been moving for the past couple of years. So what we've done is that we've gone out to the private sector to also try and get some funds to deal with issues, the backlog and the issues of aging infrastructure and the replacement thereof. So we managed to get about 4 billion rands from the German KfW, and part of that money, in fact most of it, is going to look at the infrastructure in the inner city, and Rudaport is second on the list. So we will be dealing with those sore points in Rudaport network using that finance. So
all right. When would you do it? We're running out of time on this show, but in terms of the world,
Yeah, the financial year started in July, and that was the time when that money came in. And so what we're doing currently is to finalize the plans to ensure that we deal with those issues. So we will be, as soon as next week, we will be on the ground to ensure that we start working and deal with.
So in the short term, can you offer some light at the end of the tunnel to people like Zainab?
Look, I think we are at a better position now to deal with these issues, especially with the resource injection that I just mentioned. And I think the team also, with the maintenance that we have been carrying on, has managed to sustain some of the old infrastructure. So, but with this money, we're able to basically make sure that we reinvest it in that infrastructure and deal with some of the sore points.
Now, last time, it's very clear. I mean, Zainab Abu is not a councillor, but she's very a concerned citizen, an activist in her area, right? She's obviously had no relief, and that's why she's reached out to the show, and we want to be seen as problem solvers, and that's really what we're trying to do. Can I share your email with us so that you guys can communicate beyond this? Can we do that?
Yeah, sure, please.
All right.
Share the email with her. And we really appreciate the people like Zainab who are activists in their own right, even though they've got councillors, because of some of the issues may go to the councillors, but they don't reach your station, the pulse, or even ourselves. And I think we need those kind of people so that we can be able to see zoom into the areas where residents are having problems.
Okay, Isaac, appreciate it. We're certainly going to get between Keys and myself to connect Zainab to you, and then there's more forthcoming information, and hopefully a issue we're going to hear about it soon to say, hey, the issues have been resolved. I mean, that would please everybody. Thanks for your time here on the National Pulse. Let's get the news headlines. Here's Greg Host.
In the headlines, the Makhanda High Court in the Eastern Cape's reserved judgment in an appeal case that declared the appointment of the ANC Eastern Cape Provincial Task Team unlawful and invalid. Lieutenant General Lapapia Modise has been announced as the new police commissioner in Mpumalanga, and rescuers in Pakistan have recovered the bodies of 4 climbers near the site of an avalanche on the world's 12th highest summit. More on those stories and other news at the top of the hour.
Outsurance is in the business of saving you money on your car insurance premium. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
SAfm. Guiding you through the rush hour traffic.
Good news from Joburg. The crash on the N3 South at London Road opposite Alex is being cleared. That is easing traffic flow coming through from Buccleuch. Breakdown still with us on the M1 North at New Road, so pretty sluggish getting through Buccleuch up into that one. And then it stays busy until about SAmRadio Road. There's also now been a crash on the M1 North just after the R21 up by Rigel. So you got big month-end Friday volumes piling up very quickly back towards Boerta Avenue, Centurion through Pretoria. Very heavy on that one. That broken down truck on the N4 before Dr. Swanepoel driving east from Lavender Road, still causing an obstruction and a delay as well as you squeeze around that scene on your way to Durham Port Plaza. Cross into Durban. We've had a couple of breakdowns today around Spaghetti Junction. We've still got one on the southbound side before you get to Spaghetti Junction, so still very slow coming through from Inanda Road, Umgedi down towards Spaghetti Junction. A crash on the M4 at Sandeli 2C, so if you're heading into Durban this afternoon, that's quite slow. Once you get past Blue Lagoon, and the M3 at Pietermaritzburg, that backlog heading outbound to Durban at Market Road has eased up. Cape Town, collision on the N2, outbound underneath the R300. That's quite heavy. Traffic pressure right back from Robert Sobukwe. Stellenbosch Arterial from Delft into Kales Rivers badly backed up. And Marine Drive queuing through Milnet into Sunset Beach, the N7, queuing passing Dunoon into the roadwork single lane section. With your traffic updates, I'm Rob Byrne.
Right, now, you may be paying more for medical aid this year, but switch to Outsurance and you could actually drop the price of your car insurance premium. You could save big, like 43-year-old Ilana who saves an unbelievable 349 Rand a month on the 2022 Suzuki Jimny. There's never been a better time to switch and save with Outsurance, so why wait? Get a quote today. SMS out to 30754. I'm sure you've got the number already. Out 30754. Outsurance, licensed insurer at FSP. T's and C's and information available online.
Outsurance will go out of their way to try and save you money on your car insurance. If they can't, ask for 500 Rand. SMS out to 30754. That's out to 30754.
This is SAfm Sports with Tuming Khapele.
Right, Tumi, we spoke about Hugo Bruce earlier, but there's a new dawn, if I can call it that. It's called the new season for the Premiership, right?
Absolutely. The Betway Premiership returns this weekend with interesting matchups lined up across the country. Orlando Pirates will begin their quest for a successful title defense when they host newly promoted Milford FC in Orlando tomorrow. Kruger United will host fellow Soweto Giants Amakosi at the Mbombela Stadium, and a full round of fixtures will take place except for the postponed match featuring Mamelodi Sundowns and Marumo Gallants. Meanwhile, Kaizer Chiefs legend Simpiwe Shabalala says that the standards of the domestic league have to be higher in the 2026-27 season after witnessing the World Cup just weeks ago.
We all watched the World Cup. It was very entertaining. The level was too high, but it was great. I think it's a level where we have to learn and also channel ourselves, because that's where we are headed. Therefore, it was important for us to learn, but not only to watch football, as a competitive sport on the field, but there's a lot of elements that we have to learn from, and also that will help to improve our game. We have what it takes, to take our game to the next level.
Well, tonight, Banyana face Cote d'Ivoire, looking to bounce back from a 2-1 defeat to Tanzania in their Women's Africa Cup of Nations opener. And head coach Desiree says that her side has worked on a fresh game plan ahead of that second group stage clash. Ellis admits that the loss was disappointing, but insists that the team remains positive, taking the tournament one game at a time. In rugby, Springbok captain Siya Kolisi has been included in the 26-man squad for next month's test against Argentina in what is likely to be his final chance to hold on to a place in the team. Kolisi returns from injury alongside Lodoyager Eben Etzebeth, Sasha Feinberg Mgomezulu and Mornay van der Berg for the warm-up international in Buenos Aires on the 8th of August before South Africa hosts New Zealand in their 4-test series later in the month. Kolisi's injury woes have allowed a number of players to emerge as possible replacements for the 35-year-old, who remains an icon of the World Games as the first black captain of the Box. In terms of cricket, LOC board chairperson for the 2027 ICC Cricket World Cup, Trevor Manuel, says that they've been hard at work to make sure that they're ready for the tournament in October and November next year. The LOC board was announced almost a year ago in August 2025, but went under the radar since then. But Manuel says a fair amount of work has been done behind the scenes, not only with the host cities, but also in terms of logistics for the event. South Africa will stage the World Cup for the first time since 2003 and will host the bulk of the matches, with Zimbabwe and Namibia also taking part in the festivities. With that said, it is a wrap from my side. Ashraf, do enjoy your time at Paddle this weekend.
Yeah, and I'm shocked you're not going to be there. They all know all about you. But anyway, fine. You have reasons why you're staying away from live events. It all will be revealed. There's no Madlanga commission for that sort of thing. But yeah, look, I mean, it's happening Sunbet Arena this weekend. So, today's quarterfinals, tomorrow's semi-final, and then Sunday is the finals. And yeah, I'll certainly be there tomorrow and Sunday, which, bottom line, all South Africans have been knocked out, as you know, in the first round. But that's like the first round of a World Cup, if you get my point. In that perspective, the best players in the world, incredibly, considering we just had the FIFA World Cup on, Spain, Argentina. It's like a repeat of that final. So we'll see what happens over the weekend.
This week on Expresso, Mandela Day may be over, but the spirit of giving lives on.
We reflect on the impact of this year's initiatives and discover how organizations like the Homestead are inspiring South Africans to keep making a difference in their communities all year round.
We also get moving with Claudia as she shares simple anti-inflammatory workouts to boost circulation, support your lymphatic system, and keep you active through winter.
And we swing into action with Spider-Man, brand new day.
Join us on Expresso weekdays from 6 to 9 on S3.
Are you a SASSA beneficiary? Have you received a message to go to a SASSA office for a review or to verify yourself through a self-service portal? Or have you only received your payment on the 7th of August? Do not ignore this message. Attend to it immediately. Your grant is under review. This is being done to ensure that social assistance is paid to eligible beneficiaries only. This process also assists in ensuring that your personal details are up to date in the SASSA database. Social grant beneficiaries are requested to report and update any changes in their financial circumstances, change of marital status, change of address, and change in contact details. Avoid being a victim of scams. Do not share your personal information such as identity number or document with any stranger other than an identifiable SASSA official. #SASSA Cares.
In case you missed it.
Did you put your deputy under pressure to resign as the chair of that entity?
At the moment, I'm talking to you about the municipalities. The cabinet today will be dealing with some of these issues, and the minister and the president will deal with some of these issues. I'll also be dealing with them in the afternoon tomorrow.
But Minister, I have you on the line. I've got to take advantage of it.
You may have me on the line. You have me on the line for a different purpose, which was the municipality.
Finance Minister Inoko Dongwana.
That was National Briefing with Kathy Mutlatlana. Ashraf Garda on the National Pulse.
Right, let's get to hear from you, right? You're on the pulse. What does your pulse rate tell you now? Where's it going? I'd like to know. Thanks for the many people are tweeting as well. When you are tweeting, tag SAfmRadio and tag me, Ashraf Garda. Use that hashtag, the National Pulse. But by the way, you can do the same thing on Facebook as well. I'll certainly pick it up, and do follow SAFM and myself on Facebook, on Instagram, on Twitter, on LinkedIn. You'll find us there. Wherever you want to find us, we'll be there.
Hi, Ashraf. It took only one man to decide that he wants to change what is happening in the country. Then he did it, Mr. Mukhonazi. So as the country, I wish one day he can be honored as one of the best, like we do with people like Nelson Mandela. This is Jacob in Mokopani, Tango.
Well, listen, that point about one person being a catalyst for change has been well documented over the years in all forms of life, from politics to business to sport to religion. One person, inspired that is able to inspire, and then, intended or not, is able to mobilize an entire, community, a town and a country. And you're right. This is inspired change. Rian in KZN. Go for it, Rian.
Hello, Ashraf.
Yeah, thank you.
You asked about IDIC and what we think about them changing in 6 months.
Yeah.
Much more has to change than IDIC. The whole culture in South Africa has to change. And I don't think our present government is in a position to drive that change. Let me use just two examples. So the ANC has these gala dinners where you pay 2 million rand to sit next to Ramaphosa and then go down. Why do you think that they're paying all of that money? It's for corrupt purposes, because they're wanting to get close to the people that call the shots so that they can get the tenders. So that whole concept is a corrupt concept. These days I was speaking to a security boss, and I'm not going to say from where, but a small little town in KZN. And he was saying, and he was asking me, so what needs to change? And I said, well, we need to run business as according to proper business principles, honesty, transparency, etc., etc. So he says to me, I went to Cape Town to go deliver tender documents. Just imagine me, a nobody from this little town, goes to Cape Town to deliver tender documents, and he says, I got the tender without knowing anyone there. He says in KZN that would never happen. So it just shows you to what extent everything is
well, look, I agree with you. I'm going to push you. I agree with you. I think that's been well documented about, the politics of proximity and closeness and how that could potentially win you deals and does win you deals. I mean, why else would someone want to sit next to the president and pay big money on the table? I completely agree with you. Having said all of that, right, I mean, in terms of our focus here specifically, it's around IDEC. But I get what you're saying. There needs to be an overhaul of the way we do things, the whole culture of the way we do things in South Africa. So thanks for putting that on the agenda, Rian. Much appreciated. Change of culture. John in the Eastern Cape. Go for it, John.
Hello, Ashraf. Ashraf, I hear the SABC congratulating itself on its 90 years of news coverage and what a wonderful job it's done.
Yeah.
SABC shouldn't need to be reminded that it doesn't have a particularly good record, particularly when it comes to covering political events pre-94. I happened to work in the Bloemfontein news office at one stage for a short while, and I was far away from covering politics. As far as general news went, yes, maybe we did quite a good job, but not in terms of politics at all. I don't think SABC has anything to congratulate itself about. And SAFM these days is a very different kettle of fish from what it was in those days.
Well, look, I agree with you. I have to tell you this much. I mean, I've made the point that when it and I liken the issue of 90 years of the SABC, and in this case, say SAFM or whatever it was called then, English Service or RSA, to apartheid South Africa and democratic South Africa, and I have made the point about the real celebration for me would be 30 years plus of democracy, and that's when for me when SAFM was renamed SAFM. Having said that, if you then reflect on the coverage that you will hear, and there's documentary, great sound bites over the next few weeks, you'll hear that. A lot of it reflects both the historical issues of the past and the metamorphosis, the change that took place. So I think that will come through, and you will hear that. I don't think anyone would in their right mind, celebrate apartheid era coverage as, hey, there's something to celebrate. It was the celebration of an establishment, but also its change from its role in the past to where we are now. So yeah, but I think your point is very, very valid, John. John's gone, but I think the point is made, and he's made it very, very strongly. Right, right. Let's get to some of the WhatsApp comments, and there must be many. In fact, there's a couple more about Mkwanazi too. But Neil in the Eastern Cape, go for it, Neil. Hi.
Hi, Ashraf. How are you?
Yeah, good talking to you, man. Very well.
Good, Ashraf. Look, I think IDEC can be turned around in 6 months. If you listen to Ramsamy and her team, she says clearly there are standard operating procedures in place. It's just a matter about management. And so I therefore think, I don't look at it broadly about the country, but zoom into IDEC because of their role. And I think they also have to be clearly workshopped as to what and how do they, do their Section 27s. And I think a lot of them know, but I think Andrea and the A team, they deliberately just messed it up. But let me come back to, Perumal and Pelochet and Pariachi. Firstly, although yesterday the minister announced, the equity statistics, although African black were in the majority, but these 3 or 4 Indians were running amok by, terrorizing, the cases they were busy on, intimidating the people and really looking at other means. I know for a fact that in Perumal and Pelochet with the Eastern Cape, they were not the most popular because of exactly the extortion, etc., and their modus operandi as to how they operated. So there's a lot of, the allegations is not from IDEC only. If you go back to their previous work, you'll find that that's how they operated and somehow they got away with it.
Well, you wonder how did they stay? I mean, maybe that's part of the system we've got where they've been, like a football transfer from one big club to another, but they stay in power. They have their hands on the leverages of power. They do, on all those levers. Yeah. Oh, Neil's gone, but again, Neil, appreciate your comments. Right, there's a whole lot more. What about Ayanda Ali Payne? Ayanda Ali Action is what I tweeted today.
Good afternoon, Ashraf. I just want to say this with regards to Ayanda Ali joining the Action SA. it's strange to me how in less than 30 days she already gets to join another political party. I would not even trust a person of that nature because I mean it's not like it's a corporation where you get dismissed from one job to another job. It's different. Is she gonna still be loyal to that political party that she was once a part of? I would question that. She's questionable in my honest opinion. Daniel here in Bryanston.
Yeah, but I think I'll tell you where the point of difference is. It's not like she left a company. It's clear she's been wooed by another party. They saw she may have. There's been Build One South Africa who's had issues with her, right, around the levy. Let's call it that they had to repay, that she had to pay in. That's one. So there's levels of frustration that she's got with that party. The other party, Action SA, sees an opportunity, sees her role and her position and her levels of influence, and they need someone to run their election campaign in Gauteng. And it wasn't a case of they approached her yesterday. It's pretty obvious. They approached her a while back, so she knew that she's stepping out of one place and stepping right into another. I think it's completely expected. I'm not saying it's a good choice. It's completely expected. More. Fingers on the pulse. What's your pulse rate telling you?
This Women's Month, be part of the Empower Her Market Trade Fair, where women in business take center stage. Join the Minister in the Presidency for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, Sindisiwe Chikunga, for the official launch of Women's Month 2026 on Saturday, the 1st of August from 9 a.m. at the Olive Convention Center in Durban. Explore products from women-owned businesses, connect with government support programs, enjoy cultural performances, and celebrate under the theme Empowered Women, Empower the Nation. Brought to you by the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Hashtag Mandela Month on SAFM.
I, Nelson Rolihlahla Mandela, do hereby swear to be faithful to the Republic of South Africa. So help me God.
30 years into our democracy, what have we built? What have we broken? And what remains unfinished? This July, SAFM examines the legacy of Mandela through the realities of South Africa today. Inequality, leadership, social justice, nation building, and the responsibilities that belong to every generation.
Young people have always had the power to shape society. For my generation, it's not only about remembering the students of 1976, but also about recognizing that young voices matter and can drive change.
Angola faced a long civil war that lasted decades. A nation divided, people tested. But today, the story has changed. Peace rebuilt, cities rising, a future reclaimed.
This is what we are becoming. SAFM, leading the conversations that move us.
SAFM has signed a code of conduct that is enforced by the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Under the code, we are committed to giving news that is accurate, comment that is fair, and programming that is not harmful, does not amount to hate speech, or contain violence or explicit sex. If you think we are not living up to that code, then you can inform the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. Direct any complaints in writing to the Broadcasting Complaints Commission of South Africa. PO Box 142365, Craig Hall 2024. Fax to 011-326-3198 or an email to bccsa@nabsa.co.za. For more information, please visit www.bccsa.co.za.
X at SAFM Radio and at Ashraf Garda.
Right, more to hear from you. And I mean, here's the point about Yandali Payne. So she has a position that will drive the Gauteng campaign. So is it a good move for her? And is it a good move for Action SA? And what would they lose not having her? Here's another.
Hi, Ashraf. It took only one man to decide that he wants to change what is happening in the country. Then he did it, Mr. Mukhonazi. So as the country, I wish one day he can be honored as one of the best, like we do with people like Nelson Mandela. This is Jacob in Mokopani, Kosakaping, Tango.
Right, Jacob, maybe twice played for Impact. No, mistake. I mean, sometimes things just don't delete. My apology for that. Here's one about, remember, what Guadimantash.
Hey, Ashraf, now I'm sort of analyzing things and going back, and I'm not sure why a person like Guedimantashe was never charged for corruption after there was clear evidence and trail of a service provider putting cameras in his house. And it all just goes back to IDEC, that there were shenanigans. And Gwede is very quiet. I think he wants to stay out of the radar so that we don't talk about him. But hey, I just want to know. Thanks, Spongy.
Thanks for that, Sisbongi. And there's a couple more. In fact, there's a tweet from Klazi Ushaya, right, saying, I don't care if people from wherever call March and March anything. They must just go to hell. Oh, my goodness. And then Noel Crowd